On one fateful day, Lin Xiaolou experienced an electric shock that led to a profound connection with his nemesis, the domineering CEO. As the CEO endured pain from an injury, he writhed in agony, while Lin Xiaolou, who once wished for the CEO's demise, now found himself anxiously concerned for his well-being. Following him like a devoted guardian, in moments of peril, he would even embrace him protectively. Wan Jun, I implore you, please do not allow yourself to be harmed in any way, Lin pleaded. Wow, so this is how much he loves me, Wan Jun thought, realizing, albeit reluctantly, that he had long since fallen for Lin. His heart raced with fervor, only to be shattered by the reality of their shared emotional experience. Chapter 1. A love arrow pierces two hearts. Finally, death arrived, but alas, it had chosen the wrong target. Is Li dead yet? Lin Xiaolou's daily routine began with scouring the news to see if his boss had perished. With his physical constitution, he could survive a car crash. Stop wishing for his death. If he dies, where will we find our next meal? In frustration, Lin tossed his phone aside, raking his fingers through his hair. That pest is destined to live for 1,000 years. His colleague chuckled, if you hate him so much, why not resign? Do you think I haven't tried? Lin's anger flared anew. That scoundrel refuses to let me go. Li has fallen for you. Ha! His colleague nearly choked on his drink as their boss entered the room. Wan Jun made a grand entrance in his slippers, Shaolin. Same as always, black coffee, without sugar. Lin Xiaolou filled a cup with tap water, sprinkled in black coffee powder, and presented it to Wan Jun. Indeed, a clump of powder floated atop the water. Wan Jun was incredulous. If you intend to poison me, at least make it resemble coffee. Lin quickly stirred the concoction with his finger and then licked it clean right in front of Wan Jun. Wan Jun's stomach tightened, his gaze perilous, his voice slightly hoarse. Do not perform such actions again. It's akin to inviting someone to bed. Get lost. Lin Xiaolou stormed out, cursing Li's ancestors as he clenched the cup and headed for the water dispenser. Just then, someone emerged from the break room, shaking their hands. My hands are numb. Is the machine leaking electricity? As Wan Jun stepped out of his office, he heard the commotion. Spotting Lin Xiaolou entering the break room, he called out, Lin Xiaolou. In a flash, Lin Xiaolou was jolted awake by a slap from Wan Jun, his face burning. His colleagues chimed in, revealing the drinking machine's electric leak. In a split second, Wan Jun yanked him back, and both were shocked by a small current, their hearts simultaneously pierced. What are you looking at? Wan Jun waved dismissively. Disperse. What's so fascinating about this fool? He leaned closer to Lin Xiaolou, his brow furrowed, his gaze akin to that of a frustrated teacher addressing a dim-witted student. Can't you hear them calling? You're the dimwit. Your whole family is dim-witted. Lin Xiaolou was never one to back down. Shaking off his dizziness, he vented his frustration. You refuse to replace that faulty machine. Are you a miser or what? With your stinginess, you should just close up shop instead of pretending to be grand. For once, Wan Jun refrained from mocking him, and Lin felt invigorated, his spirits lifted. He gazed at Li's audacious yet undeniably charming face for a moment, and without further ado, stated, if you feel unwell, immediately see a doctor. Consider it a workplace injury. That evening, exhausted, Lin Xiaolou lay in bed, reflecting on the absurdity of the day, unaware of the gravity of the situation. In the stillness of the night, he was abruptly awakened. What on earth? He threw off the covers, his eyes fixated on the unexpected tinting of his sheets. Oh no! Lin tossed and turned, wrestling with his thoughts until the early hours of the morning, when at last he found peace. With his hands raised in innocence, he hadn't touched himself at all. What a nightmare! The next day, sporting dark circles under his eyes, Lin Xiaolou trudged into work, where his colleagues quickly gathered around him. What's wrong? Did you wear yourself out? Did you spend the night with a girlfriend? Lin, you're impressive. Tell us, were you on drugs? Lin lacked the energy to retort, resting his head on his desk, rolling his eyes. A girlfriend? The only ghost he knew was a female one. Li got stabbed, a voice rang out, and a crowd rushed to the window to witness the spectacle. Lin sprang up, clutching his waist, laughing maniacally. That scoundrel finally got what he deserved. Ha ha ha. Oh, it hurts. He clutched his arm, jumping in pain. That moment, Wan Jun entered the office. His right arm bloodied as a young woman from the administrative department hurried in, carrying a first aid kit. Li, this is a knife wound. You should go to the hospital. Li waved her off, lighting a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. This minor injury doesn't warrant a hospital visit. By the time I get there, it'll be healed. Enough chatter. Get on with it. The girl trembled. Was this a minor injury? Li's physical resilience is remarkable. If it were anyone else, they'd be in agony. Indeed, Li is fearless. Even when wounded, he remains composed. If there were a contest for toughness, Li would reign supreme. Flattery erupted, causing Lin to feel a headache. Li extinguished his cigarette. Only a dead man remains calm. Are you all so idle that you don't care about this month's bonuses? What are you staring at? Am I a circus monkey? Get lost. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Lin Xiaolou remained silent. Li had been injured on his right arm, and Lin felt the same pain in his right arm, leading him to a startling realization about the bizarre happenings of the previous night. That evening, Lin Xiaolou was on high alert, while his body remained tranquil throughout the night. Lin's mind raced. Without a girlfriend, the only way to find release would be through manual means. If Li's right hand was impaired, could it be that Lin's own frustrations stemmed from Li's self-indulgence? To test this outlandish theory, the next day when Li appeared, Lin seized his own right arm and twisted it painfully. Li maintained a stoic expression, sliding on his slippers, hands in pockets, appearing indifferent as ever. Why wasn't it painful? Had he guessed incorrectly? Shaolin, you know the drill. Li's irritating voice echoed once more. His Majesty summons you. A colleague jested. Li only has eyes for you. You won't drink coffee made by anyone else. Lin Xiaolou entered the CEO's office, holding a cup of dark liquid. Today, rather than scowling, he leaned in, admiring Wan Jun's striking features. Li, you're truly handsome. How did you come to look like this? Wan Jun, not content to merely admire, Lin even reached out to touch, marveling at the rarity, before unexpectedly delivering a resounding slap. Once struck by an electric shock, Lin Xiaolou and his arch-nemesis, the domineering CEO, experienced a profound connection. When the CEO was injured, he writhed in agony, while Lin Xiaolou, who once wished for his demise, now feared even the slightest harm to him. Like a devoted guardian, he followed the CEO daily, ready to embrace him in moments of crisis. Wan Jun, I implore you, please do not allow yourself to be harmed in any way. Lin Xiaolou pleaded. Wow, so this is how much he loves me. Wan Jun mused. With a hint of struggle, Wan Jun surrendered, unknowingly in love. He finally realized his feelings had blossomed long ago, yet the truth of their connection shattered his romantic fervor. Chapter 1. A heart pierced by 2 arrows. Death had finally arrived, but alas, it had chosen the wrong target. Is Li Gue dead? Lin Xiaolou's first task at work each day was to check the news to see if his boss had perished. With that body of his, even a car crash wouldn't kill him. Stop wishing for his demise. If the boss were to die, where would we beg for our bread? Frustrated, Lin Xiaolou tossed his phone aside, raking his fingers through his hair. This nuisance will live for 1,000 years. His colleagues chuckled. If you hate him so much, why not quit? Do you think I haven't tried to resign? The mere thought intensified his disdain. That scoundrel won't let me go. Li Zone has fallen for you. Haha. Just then, the boss arrived, and his colleague nearly choked on his laughter. Wan Jun made a grand entrance in his slippers. Shaolin, the usual, black coffee, no sugar. Lin Xiaolou fetched a cup of water, sprinkled in some coffee powder, and presented it to Wan Jun. Indeed, a clump of powder floated on top of the water. Wan Jun was genuinely impressed. If you're going to poison me, at least make it look like coffee. Lin Xiaolou swiftly stirred with his finger and licked it clean before Wan Jun's eyes. Wan Jun's stomach clenched, his gaze turned dangerous, his voice slightly hoarse. Don't ever make that gesture again. It's akin to lying down and inviting someone to take advantage. Go to hell. Lin Xiaolou slammed the door behind him, cursing Wan Jun's ancestors as he stormed off to get water. As he exited the pantry, someone exclaimed, "Electric shock. Is that machine leaking?" The moment Wan Jun stepped out of the office, he heard the exclamation. A glance revealed Lin Xiaolou entering the pantry. Lin Xiaolou. Zap. Lin Xiaolou was jolted awake by Wan Jun's slap, holding his stinging cheek as his colleagues chattered, realizing the water dispenser was leaking electricity. In a flash, Wan Jun grabbed him, and they both received a small electric shock, an arrow piercing their hearts simultaneously. What are you staring at? Wan Jun waved his hand. Scram, what's there to see? A pig's head? He leaned closer to Lin Xiaolou, furrowing his brows as if looking at a fool. Can't you hear them calling for help? Are you really that dim? You're the fool. Your whole family is a bunch of fools. Lin Xiaolou was never at a loss for words. Shaking his dizzy head, his frustration spilled forth. This broken machine won't be replaced. Are you a miser or a Scrooge? You're so tight-fisted. Yeah, you want to run a company? Just close it down already. Stop acting like a big shot. For once, Wan Jun refrained from retorting, and Lin Xiaolou felt invigorated, his heart finally at ease. He gazed at Wan Jun's arrogant yet undeniably charming face for a while, saying nothing, merely stating, if anything feels off, go see a doctor immediately. Consider it a work. Injury. That night, utterly exhausted, Lin Xiaolou lay in bed, reflecting on the day's madness. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, in the stillness of the night, he was suddenly awakened. What was happening? He flung off the covers, staring fixedly at the tent-like bulge beneath the sheets. Lin Xiaolou tossed and turned, struggling until 3 in the morning, finally finding peace. With hands raised in innocence, he had not touched himself at all. What on earth was happening? The next day, Lin Xiaolou, sporting dark circles under his eyes, entered the office where his colleagues quickly gathered around him. What's wrong? Worn out? Did you roll around with a girlfriend all night? Lin, you're amazing. Come on, honestly, are you on drugs? Lin Xiaolou lacked the energy to retort, slumping over at his desk, rolling his eyes. He had no girlfriend. A ghost would be more likely. Li Zong was stabbed. A shout from the crowd sent everyone rushing to the window to witness the commotion. Lin Xiaolou sprang up, clutching his waist and laughing maniacally. That scoundrel finally bit the dust. Haha, oh, it hurts. He jumped around, only to feel a sudden, sharp pain in his arm. Just then, Wan Jun entered the office, his right arm drenched in blood. A young woman from HR hurriedly following with a first aid kit. Li Zong, that's a knife wound. You should go to the hospital. Wan Jun dismissed her concern with a wave, lighting a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Why go to the hospital for such a minor injury? By the time I get there, it will have healed. Enough chatter. Hurry up. The girl trembled. Was this truly a minor injury? Li Zong's physical resilience is remarkable. Anyone else would have been in agony by now. Exactly. Only our Li Zong could take a stab without batting an eye. If toughness were a contest, Li Zong would be second to none. Li Zong is formidable. A true man and a tough guy. Flattery filled the air, giving Lin Xiaolou a headache. Wan Jun extinguished a cigarette. A dead man's heart doesn't beat. Are you all so bored that you don't care about this month's bonus? What are you staring at? Am I a circus monkey? Get lost. The crowd buzzed with excitement, piecing together the chaotic scene. A couple downstairs had a breakup, and the man had pulled a knife, running into Wan Jun. Wan Jun had knocked him down with a punch, but the assailant, reckless, had managed to stab him while Wan Jun shielded the woman. Sirens wailed as Wan Jun, the victim, went to file a report. Once he left, the office erupted in chatter, yet Lin Xiaolou remained silent. Wan Jun had been injured in his right arm, and Lin Xiaolou felt pain in his right arm as well. Remembering the bizarre incident from the night before, a startling realization struck him. That night, Lin Xiaolou was on high alert, yet his body remained calm until dawn. His mind raced. Without a girlfriend, this was the crux of the matter. If Wan Jun needed assistance, it could only be by hand. With his right hand injured, was his body calm because of Wan Jun's self-indulgence? To test this wild theory, the next day, upon Wan Jun's arrival, Lin Xiaolou seized his own right arm and twisted it sharply. Wan Jun remained expressionless, shuffling in his slippers, hands in his pockets, still exuding that carefree demeanor. Was it not painful? Had he guessed wrong? Shaolin, the usual. That annoying voice echoed once more. His Majesty summons you. A colleague jested. Our Li Zong only likes you. You won't touch the coffee made by anyone else. Lin Xiaolou entered the CEO's office, carrying a cup of dark liquid. Today, he not only refrained from frowning, but also leaned in to admire Wan Jun's striking features. Li Zong, you're truly handsome. How did you kind of look like this? Wan Jun. Not content with merely looking, Lin Xiaolou reached out to touch, marveling at the rarity of it, and then, unexpectedly, delivered a resounding slap. Chapter 2. He Likes You. Who will enlighten Mr. Li on what exactly transpired? Lin Xiaolou, maintaining her composure amidst Wan Jun's astonished gaze. Exited the room only to immediately cover her face and scream, "It hurts like hell." During the regular meeting, the small office, consisting of merely 20-odd employees, was crammed into a single conference room. Wan Jun possessed an undeniably handsome visage, with sharp brows and fierce eyes, exuding a commanding presence that was both striking and suffocatingly attractive. When he was not smiling, he resembled a mere mortal, but upon seeing Lin Xiaolou, he erupted into a grin, baring his teeth in a devil-may-care manner, radiating a charm that was both wicked and alluring. As Lin Xiaolou aptly described him, he was a born troublemaker, delightfully mischievous. In this moment, Wan Jun, with his simultaneously adored and loathed countenance, was attentively listening to the report, while all eyes were fixed upon his face, not for his handsomeness or his mischief, but rather for the glaring handprint emblazoned across his cheek. Who had the audacity to slap Mr. Li? Wan Jun was engrossed in the report, extending his hand for the documents. Lin Xiaolou seized that hand, unabashedly caressing it before the entire assembly, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, your hands are truly beautiful, well-defined, robust, and strong, simply magnificent." He resembled a lovesick fool, drooling as he pressed that hand firmly against the table, then punctuated it with a pen. The entire room watched in stunned silence as Wan Jun, expressionless, stared at his left hand, where a pen was lodged in the back of it. Lin Xiaolou calmly rose and left the room, making her way to the staircase, where she sat down, clutching her hand, tears streaming down her face, utterly heartbroken. At the height of her pain, she finally validated her suspicions. They shared a connection. Had nemesis Wan Jun. Damn it. Summoned to the CEO's office, Lin Xiaolou wore a look of utter despair. Upon seeing her red-rimmed eyes, Wan Jun felt as though his heart had been pierced by the point of a pen. He had never witnessed Lin Xiaolou in such a state. She was always vibrant and full of life, capable of glaring at him, cursing him, and even wishing him ill, but never had she shed a tear. For the first time in his life, Wan Jun felt uneasy. He cautiously began, "I apologize." "I'm sorry." Wan Jun saying sorry. The sun must be rising in the west. He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. "I won't tease you anymore, I promise. I won't call you little Lin or ask you to get coffee, all right? Have you lost your mind?" Wan Jun patiently elaborated, "You slapped me so hard that I was stunned. It wasn't tea until you jabbed me with the pen that I realized the immense pressure I had placed upon you. I never meant to drive you to madness. I merely enjoyed teasing you. It was all in good fun. I admit it. I'm incorrigible. From now on, I shall refrain from provoking you. Can we coexist peacefully? Will my salary increase?" Wan Jun spread his left hand, settle the medical expenses. "Wan Jun, you are beyond help." With a smile, Wan Jun mused that the only person in the entire office who dared to call him by that nickname and remain unscathed was Lin Xiaolou. Before departing, Lin Xiaolou earnestly implored him, "Promise me you will take good care of yourself and do not sustain even the slightest injury." Long after Lin Xiaolou had left, Wan Jun's heart continued to race. He promptly summoned a young woman from the administrative department, instructing her to procure some mugwort and any other talisman capable of warding off evil spirits. Quickly, "Mr. Li, a master must be summoned. Hurry." Under the dazzling lights, Lin Xiaolou stealthily slipped into a boxing club, where he witnessed Wan Jun entering. Where could he be? Wan Jun's hands were incapacitated, and Lin Xiaolou had enjoyed several peaceful nights of sleep, but now the troublemaker had returned to box, which was life-threatening. As Lin Xiaolou entered the boxing club for the first time, he felt akin to a naive rabbit lost in a forest of muscular men, surrounded by imposing figures. He was solely focused on finding Wan Jun, oblivious to the fact that his striking appearance had already attracted several covetous glances. Lin Xiaolou, a handsome young man, possessed a captivating charm, particularly his aura of straightforward masculinity that was irresistibly appealing. To the casual observer, he was merely a striking lad. Yet to the discerning eyes of the muscular man, he was an exquisite beauty, fresh and charming, radiating a quintessential masculine vibe. They possessed an uncanny ability to discern straight men and harbored an unusual desire for them. Who wouldn't want to be with a straight man? The young man's demeanor was as upright as a utility pole, his physique clean and attractive, with a slender waist, long legs, and a pert backside, prompting three muscle-bound men to converge upon him. Handsome. Looking for someone? Who are you searching for? Look at me, I'm the one. Choose me. The trio showcased their bodies, flexing their muscles. Lin Xiaolou clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he patiently declined. I'm straight. We know, you're the straightest here. Who could argue with that? One of them gulped audibly. Brother, make way. Someone's coming up behind. The three turned to see another imposing figure, and they had to yield. Forming a queue, the newcomer reached out, enveloping Lin Xiaolou in an embrace. Mine? Can you let me now? The trio stood in stunned silence. Wan Jun pulled Lin Xiaolou aside. What are you doing here? Just passing by. Do you expect me to believe that? Believe it or not. With that, Wan Jun declared war. His boxing companions were already prepared. Wan Jun scanned the room, filled with men radiating an atmosphere of hunger and desire. You shouldn't be here. We need to leave. He hastily ascended the ring, ready for battle. Yet, rather than departing, Lin Xiaolou followed to watch the match. It was the first time he had seen such a side of Wan Jun, his black tank top accentuating his alluring physique, showcasing his well-defined muscles and the graceful lines of his arms. Each punch revealed bulging veins, exuding raw power, complemented by his cold, fierce gaze, rendering him akin to a ferocious beast, imbued with wild charisma. Wow! Lin Xiaolou couldn't help but exclaim. He resembles a rabid dog, like the most devoted admirer. He fixated on Wan Jun in the ring, terrified at the thought of him getting hurt. Hey you, pay attention, he shouted. His arm is injured. Can't you see? Why do you keep targeting his injury? Have you no shame? The boxing companion, bewildered by the outburst, hesitated to strike. Wan Jun adjusted his opponent's head, continuing his assault. Stop it! Lin Xiaolou cried out. Wan Jun executed a series of dazzling combination punches, causing Lin Xiaolou's heart to ache. He dashed onto the stage. You have an injury. Don't you know? With a swift motion, he removed the boxing gloves, trembling as he tenderly touched Wan Jun's torn wound. Don't you feel pain? How could you do this? Hurting yourself like this. What should I do? It hurts so much. Everyone. Sir, are you a member? The staff member wore a serious expression, insisting that non-members must leave. You are disturbing others' practice. Please exit. Lin Xiaolou clung tightly to Wan Jun, asserting, I came with him. You can ask him. Wan Jun forcefully broke free, turning away to distance himself, stating, I don't know him. The staff insisted. They say they don't know you. Please leave. How can you not know me? You fool. The staff member abruptly pulled him down, warning, Sir, if you continue to harass members, I will call the police. Leave. Lin Xiaolou was dragged out, still shouting, Wan Jun, take care of yourself and don't get hurt. Wan Jun crossed his arms, his lips twitching. Wow. His boxing friend remarked with a knowing smile. Based on my extensive experience, he likes you. Chapter 3. The Secret of Wan Jun. Wan Jun's heart jolted, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursing through him. How could that be possible? How could not be? If he doesn't like you, I'll wash my hair upside down. His boxing friend, astute as ever, interjected, forget about that. The three who just left were fixated on your little boyfriend, drooling all over the place. You should go check. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wan Jun vanished. His friend, with an all-seeing gaze, smirked knowingly. Wan Jun rushed outside, only to find Lin Xiaolou had already silenced all three attackers with his silver tongue. Who is a sissy? Not me. Who called me small? You're slandering me. You haven't even seen it. Why don't you take a look? What is wrong with liking straight men? Who doesn't? Calling someone a pervert? They just want to date. Wan Jun recalled how Lin Xiaolu's words could provoke even the dead to rise from their graves. The three attackers were thoroughly defeated, weeping openly. Upon seeing Wan Jun, Lin Xiaolou's eyes lit up like a 500-watt bulb, circling him and asking, Are you hurt? You have no idea how worried I was. Wan Jun's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He forced himself to divert his gaze from Lin Xiaolou's face. But Lin Xiaolou wrapped his arm around him like a snake. Wan Jun, let us go. Stop fighting. You're still injured. Don't you feel pain? If you don't, I do. Wan Jun struggled to breathe, managing to pull his arm free. All right, stop clinging to me. I'll go change clothes. I'm leaving, okay? Just wait here and don't run around. Okay. Lin Xiaolou turned back, while the three attackers looked on with a mix of envy and resentment. You like him like this? Lin Xiaolou rolled his eyes. I wish he would just disappear, but I can't let that happen. You would understand. Go play by yourselves. Wan Jun personally escorted Lin Xiaolou back to his residence, repeatedly assuring him to go home and sleep, before finally managing to break free from the entanglement. In an unprecedented turn of events, before 10 o'clock, the illustrious Li was already lying motionless. Sleeping was out of the question. Not a wink could he manage. He lay on his arm, staring at the ceiling. It was still early. The night was just beginning. And how could a young, handsome, and spirited man like him simply succumb to slumber? Glancing at his rugged, sturdy right hand, he resolutely slipped it into his sleep pants. Just then, Lin Xiaolou, lost in dreams of striking it rich, suddenly awoke and sprang up in surprise. The obedient younger brother, once again, stirred from his lethargy. His tent pitched high, radiating an undeniable vitality. Good heavens! Is this shamelessness never-ending? Lin Xiaolou, employing various methods to coax and suppress, found his obstinate younger brother unyielding, driving him to the brink of madness. Lin Xiaolou tumbled and rolled, eventually landing on the floor after half an hour of futile attempts. His brother continued his exuberance unabated. In a fit of frustration, he leapt up and rummaged through drawers until he unearthed a pair of large scissors. Damn it, I might as well end it all. I'll take us both down. Startled, his brother returned to his quietude. Lin Xiaolou scrutinized the scissors, pondering if his brother had developed a sense of fear. Wan Jun, in a state of despair, exhaled heavily. This was untenable. He resolved to get up and splash cold water on his face. The cold water forced a temporary shutdown, yet it could only provide fleeting relief. The inner turmoil burned ever more fiercely. Lamenting his plight as a young ascetic, blessed with good health, yet condemned to endure such nightly torment. Robust and filled with desire, he found himself powerless to engage in carnal pleasures with anyone, forced to rely on his own hand for solace. The prolonged deprivation only intensified his urges, rendering his right hand less responsive. Tonight, it felt particularly futile. If this continued, he feared he might explode. He extinguished his cigarette, donned his jacket, and drove several loops around the elevated highway before finally steering towards a club. Familiar with the route, Wan Jun barged into a private room where a man was serenading a woman, his singing completely off-key yet exuberant. A bevy of beautiful women lounged on the sofa, each one strikingly attractive, clapping along with feigned enthusiasm. Wan Jun covered his ears and abruptly yanked the plug from the speaker. Who dares to disrupt my evening? The man bellowed in anger, turning around only to be taken aback. Ah, I wondered who was so bold. It's our illustrious young Master Li. The man grinned broadly, his eyes narrowing with mirth. What brings you here today? Tell me, how long has it been since you last enjoyed yourself with the brothers? Enough with the small talk. Wan Jun's irritation was palpable. The man laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Wan Jun, and gestured to the women, introducing him, the heir of the Li family. Now greet young Master Li. Young Master Li. The man waved his hand, ushering everyone out. The women filed out, and once the door closed, none dared to intrude. The man lit a cigarette for Wan Jun before lighting his own, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. Your little company hasn't gone under yet? I fail to understand why a distinguished heir like you, with such a vast family business, would want to start a small company of your own. With your meager earnings, can you even afford to fill your teeth? What business is it of yours? I do as I please. Very well. Having wealth does not guarantee your happiness. Now, what brings you to seek your friends? Wan Jun's gaze dropped, and the man quickly understood. Oh, I see. You're still struggling with that issue? This was a secret known only to his closest friends. Wan Jun, a robust and vigorous young man, found himself unable to engage in intimate relations with anyone. He had undergone various examinations, his body functioning perfectly well. He could even enjoy self-pleasure, yet he remained utterly uninterested in anyone else. Even if he had been exuberant just a moment ago, the sight of a real person immediately brought him to a halt. It wasn't that he couldn't rise. Rather, Upon facing reality, his mind became as still as water, devoid of any thoughts. Yet, he was plagued by a fervent desire, when alone. With only a blurred image of that face in his mind, he longed to indulge for 3 days and nights. Thus, he found himself unable to engage with others, relying solely on self-satisfaction. This is what one might call a psychological obsession with purity. The man analyzed that, deep down, he was exceedingly selective, unable to casually revel with others due to an insurmountable mental barrier. Wan Jun was baffled. What barrier? He had no first love or emotional scars. Wasn't it said that a man's lower half and his emotions are separate? Why could others do it, yet he could not? Alas, do not generalize. I am not so indiscriminate myself. I too have my standards. Wan Jun siga. Brother, do not be disheartened. Let's try once more. How? The man made a call, and soon a line of beautiful women stood before Wan Jun. This was an upscale establishment, where even the waitstaff were strikingly handsome or beautiful. Each of these ladies was stunning, each possessing unique charms. Yet Wan Jun remained an impassive pool of still water. The man smiled, asking the beauties to step aside, then summoned a line of handsome men. Wan Jun shot a glare at his friend, who chuckled reassuringly. Change your perspective, broaden your scope of gender, and perhaps you will find your way. Have you found a way? Wan Jun's eyes were vacant, his mind a blank slate. The man scratched his head, dismissed the handsome man, and produced a USB drive, declaring, "It seems I must resort to my trump card." Chapter 4. To move him, one must first step over my corpse. The man plugged in the USB, and a video began to play. What is this? Wan Jun furrowed his brow as the screen displayed an array of alluring women, each striking a pose. This is a selection video from my film company. If you found those beauties unappealing, perhaps these will entice you. They are of the highest quality, both in beauty and physique. Several have been signed and possess immense potential for stardom. As a fellow scion of a wealthy family, the man's family business included a film company renowned in the industry for its high-caliber talent. Wan Jun felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. I do not wish to watch this. It makes me seem lecherous. It's merely a test to identify your issues. Where are your thoughts wandering? I run a legitimate company. This is a serious talent selection, and as you know, I never engage in impropriety with my artists. Just then, the video transitioned to a swimsuit segment. Truth be told, these women were indeed beautiful. The swimsuit show was enough to dazzle any man. Regardless of how earnest his friend's comments were, Wan Jun felt like a voyeur, turning away in embarrassment and muttering for it to be cut off, feeling like a pervert. The man switched to the next segment, showcasing male performers singing and dancing. And what are these? They are all campus heartthrobs. I guarantee that at least the finest men from this province are featured here. Care to take a look? Wan Jun glanced briefly before turning away, disinterested. I have no interest in men. I am decidedly heterosexual. All right. No one has claimed otherwise. No need to get angry. We shall not watch any further, shall we? As the screen turned black, the man grew increasingly agitated. Having played with Wan Jun since childhood, he felt a sense of urgency for his friend. I believe we must approach this from an emotional perspective. How so? Although I am unaware of your psychological issues, it is evident that something is amiss. Do not glare at me. Allow me to finish. Your emotional and physical states are inextricably linked. Perhaps you should first embark on a romantic relationship. With an emotional foundation, the physical aspect will naturally follow. Continuing on, the man swiped his phone, revealing a photograph of a stunning beauty, the epitome of an affluent and attractive woman. Is she not beautiful? Coincidentally, her family has entrusted me to introduce her to someone. I can facilitate a meeting between the two of you. If there is no aversion, you may begin dating. Once feelings develop, many matters will resolve themselves effortlessly. Wan Jun remained silent, implicitly accepting the proposal. Deep down, he was a traditionalist, believing in the linear progression from dating to marriage rather than casual encounters. An affluent beauty with a suitable social standing. If genuine feelings can blossom, marriage would follow naturally, thereby alleviating all difficulties. When it came time to meet, there was a fine dining experience of red wine, steak, flowers, and a violin. In a rare departure from his usual casual attire, Wan Jun donned a tailored suit, complete with a flamboyant tie that clung tightly around his neck. Adorned with a diamond tie clip and cufflinks, his tousled hair exuded a rebellious charm. He projected the image of a sophisticated elite. He scrutinized the affluent beauty across from him, marveling at her pristine beauty. She was clad in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuding elegance and grace, the very definition of a refined lady, flawless yet devoid of intrigue. Indeed, in the presence of such a beauty, Wan Jun remained emotionally unperturbed. He could not envision a physical connection with her, as his mind could not conjure any imagery. The internal fire of desire still flickered within him, yet it failed to ignite in her presence. Just be patient, he reassured himself. After all, it is said that love develops over time. He felt compelled to maintain a facade of politeness, striving to embody the role of a courteous gentleman. Their blind date resembled two programmed entities, meticulously adhering to their roles, yet lacking any spark of passion. I hear you have left your family business to start your own company. How is it faring? The affluent beauty inquired directly, her tone casual and devoid of any probing intent, reminiscent of small talk that was not off-putting in the slightest. Just SOSO, a small company, barely enough to make ends meet. I envy you for being able to pursue what you love. Genuine admiration shone in her eyes. Isn't it fascinating to build your own enterprise? Fascinating? Suddenly, the vivacious face of Lin Xiaolou flashed in Wan Jun's mind. Indeed, it was fascinating, yet he wondered why she came to mind. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the thought. Did you recall something amusing? Yes. He recalled how Lin Xiaolou wished for his demise, her face always reflecting disappointment upon seeing him, and her erratic antics throughout the day made him grin involuntarily. No. Why was she resurfacing in his thoughts? He needed to shake her off quickly. You must be thinking of someone interesting. Your expression gives you away. Indeed, it is quite amusing. Wan Jun found himself drifting off again, pondering how to characterize his relationship with Lin Xiaolou. Rivals? No. Lin Xiaolou may wish for his downfall. Yet he harbored no animosity towards her. He could not help but tease Lin Xiaolou, relishing the sight of her fury and exasperation. If this could be considered a malady, then it had first manifested the moment he laid eyes on her. The spirited expression on Lin Xiaolou's face, her sharp tongue capable of resurrecting the dead with her scolding, and every nuance of her countenance were simply delightful. Were she to witness him in his tailored suit, striking a pose of pretentious seriousness, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Oh dear! Everyone come look, the foolish dog is trying on a suit. What a sight! Huh!" Wan Jun could not suppress a chuckle at the thought. How could this individual continue to emerge, relentless and insufferable? In the evening twilight, Lin Xiaolou nibbled on a piece of bread while glaring at the imbecile on the second floor by the window. "Oh dear, the foolish dog is trying on a suit. What a sight! Ah, biash!" She cast a glance at the affluent beauty across the way. "My dear girl, with such fine qualities, surely you do not find this fool appealing, do you? It cannot be. Judging by their attire, they must be on a blind date. Surely they cannot indulge in intimacy on the very first encounter?" Lin Xiaolou, in a state of agitation, raked her fingers through her hair. She could not articulate whether it was Wan Jun's dalliance with women that vexed her, or his self-indulgent nature that irked her more. In any case, the source of her torment remained, and peace eluded her. Look at that fool on the second floor, posing in a manner that clearly indicated he was up to no good. Suddenly, 3 men appeared, also pointing at Wan Jun on the second floor. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, Lin Xiaolou would have gladly shaken their hands, exclaiming, "Brother, you speak the truth. He is indeed no good. How dare he pursue your girlfriend? We must give him a taste of his own medicine." The 3 men rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Lin Xiaolou leapt in excitement. "Wan Jun, you scoundrel, your time is up?" Yet, her joy was short-lived. She dashed inside, calling out, "My precious, you must not get hurt." Racing up to the second floor, she found the 3 men encircling Wan Jun. A flash of cold steel caught her eye. "My goodness, a knife!" A chill ran down her spine. Having suffered knife wound before, she was determined not to endure such pain again. She broke through the circle, positioning herself protectively behind Wan Jun, declaring, No one shall harm him. To lay a hand on him, you must first step over my dead body. Chapter 5. What Lies Beyond Love. Everyone exclaimed. Who are you, buddy? Enough talk, put down the knife. Wan Jun was poking and prodding, and Lin Xiaolou turned, reassuring him. Fear not. With me here, they shall not lay a finger on you. Wan Jun continued to poke, and Lin Xiaolou swatted his hand away. Don't touch me. We have no time for games in the face of danger. Wan Jun rolled his eyes. Donji, are you out of your mind? With a swift motion, he disarmed the man wielding the knife, seizing it from his grasp. He then inspected the utensil with disdain, commenting, this pathetic thing can't even slice through steak. Why the fuss? Lin Xiaolou squinted in disbelief, realizing it was merely a dull steak knife. Brother, are you unwell? Getting all worked up over this? How ridiculous. She squeezed Wan Jun's robust arm. He was solid and muscular. With your strength, you could easily snap this flimsy knife. Do you truly believe you can harm anyone with such a poor weapon? The affluent and beautiful lady wept bitterly, her tears flowing freely. Mr. Li, he is indeed the intriguing one, isn't he? Love can traverse mountains and seas. I sincerely wish you both happiness. Lin remarked, what? Look at them. Must you wait until I marry someone before you realize your urgency? The beautiful lady, shaking her petite fist, struck one of the men fiercely. They can even transcend gender. Do you find it difficult to utter a simple I love you? The man also cried, tears streaming down his face. I am but a poor wretch. I am unworthy of you. Brother, you are mistaken, Lin Xiaolou retorted. A poor wretch and a beautiful lady are indeed a perfect match. To marry a beautiful lady and reach the pinnacle of life, that speaks of you. After all, the affluent and handsome are already at their zenith, with no room for ascension. You two should swiftly lock it down and retire for the night. Amidst their sobs of embrace, the onlookers applauded fervently, unaware of the reason for their enthusiasm. Lin Xiaolou, grasping Wan Jun's hand, chattered incessantly. You didn't even conduct a background check for this blind date. What if she has someone? Isn't that awkward for you? Wan Jun, lost in contemplation, stared at Lin Xiaolou holding his hand. As the crowd dispersed, the beautiful lady, still teary-eyed, wished them both a lasting union. Lin Xiaolou rolled his eyes. Indeed, the beautiful lady dedicated to charity seemed a bit unhinged. The aroma of steak wafted into his nostrils, and Lin Xiaolou's stomach rumbled. He rubbed his hands together, eyeing the untouched steak on Wan Jun's plate, swallowing hard. I suppose you have no appetite. May I eat it? I'm quite hungry. Lin Xiaolou was indeed Lin Xiaolou. He could boldly voice any request, disregarding notions of face. It was pitiable that he had merely nibbled on a stale piece of discounted bread from the supermarket. Wan Jun contemplated him for a moment before calling the waiter to clear the plate. Lin protested, how can I eat it if it's cold? Wan Jun promptly ordered 2 new dishes, even more sumptuous than the previous ones. Soon, sizzling steak arrived at their table, steaming and aromatic. Lin Xiaolou, excitedly clutching his knife, found it quite dull, suitable only for tofu. Wan Jun expertly wielded his knife, slicing the steak and placing the portions before Lin Xiaolou, before continuing to cut a second serving. The venue for the blind date of the affluent and handsome could hardly be lacking. It was a high-end restaurant, and the quality of the steak was impeccable. Lin Xiaolou took a bite, astonished, his face lighting up with joy. I must say, Mr. Li, you are quite amiable, handsome, graceful, generous, and considerate. He suppressed a wave of nausea, apologizing for excessive praise that elicited a slight physiological discomfort. Wan Jun, pushing the plate away, reclined back, squinting at Lin Xiaolou. What brings you here? Don't say you were merely passing by. I won't believe it. Indeed, I was just passing through. I happened to encounter those 3 individuals. They were pointing at the second-floor window, cursing some fool, claiming he was clearly not a good person. My curiosity piqued. I wanted to see whom they were disparaging. Upon looking up, lo and behold, it was our Mr. Li. How could they call you not a good person? I had to argue with them. You, Mr. Li, are indeed a person of substance. Wan Jun smirked, rubbing his chin. Such was Lin Xiaolou. If it were anyone else, he might have dunked their head in a borscht. Having eaten his fill, Lin Xiaolou lifted his gaze, only to find Wan Jun staring intently at him. Why are you looking at me? Are you going to pay the bill? Don't even think about it. My heart can't take it, and I might just drop dead right here. Wan Jun felt as though he had not hired an employee, but rather an ancestor. As he retrieved his car, Lin Xiaolou followed closely behind him. Wan Jun could no longer endure it. "Why are you following me?" he demanded. "I am worried about you," Lin Xiaolou replied. Wan Jun opened the car door, only to slam it shut again. He lit a cigarette, leaned against the car door, and raked his fingers through his hair, his handsome brows knitting together in frustration. "I go to the gym, you follow. I go on blind dates, you follow. Lin Xiaolou, provide me with a reasonable explanation. I've told you I'm worried about you. Your salary will be deducted." No. I speak only the truth. Only by following you can I feel at ease. If something were to happen to you, shut up. Lin Xiaolou felt aggrieved too. "I don't want to follow you, but some things just happen, and I can't help it. I can't bear to be away from you for even a second without feeling anxious. It's not my intention to follow. My feet seem to have a mind of their own. I must see you safe and sound for my heart to be at peace. Who desires this constant worry? Yet fate insists on tormenting me. What can I do? I cannot control myself. He likes you." The words of his boxing friend struck Wan Jun like a powerful blow to the head. Lin Xiaolou likes him? Is that even possible? The same Lin Xiaolou who curses him daily and challenges him relentlessly. Could she truly have feelings for him? Even as he lay in bed, his mind remained in a fog. Lin Xiaolou likes him? No matter how he pondered, he found it hard to believe. Yet, if not, how could one explain her anxiety when she couldn't see him? Lin Xiaolu's worries, her inability to control herself. What other explanation could there be aside from love? The thought of being involved with Lin Xiaolou, no. He must not entertain such notions. He is a straight man. Yet some thoughts are like a virus. Once they take hold, they spread uncontrollably. The more he tried to banish Lin Xiaolou from his mind, the more he found himself reliving passionate moments with her. No, he must not think about it. Absolutely not. How could he and Lin Xiaolou ever be together? It is utterly impossible. He is straight, unequivocally so. He does not like men, not at all. Even if Lin Xiaolou likes him, even if she loves him, he would never. Does Lin Xiaolou truly love him? What could she possibly love about him? No. He is not curious, not at all. What does Lin Xiaolou truly feel for him? How deep is her affection? Bang! Wan Jun shouted in frustration, striking his fist against the headboard. He does not like men. It is simply impossible. Lin Xiaolou sprang up from the bed, her right hand throbbing with pain. Wan Jun, you scoundrel! Under the dazzling city lights, Wan Jun walked with his hands in his pockets, drifting through the streets like a restless spirit. He refrained from boxing or blind dates, aimlessly wandering the streets. For several nights, Lin Xiaolou had followed him, and he was aware of it. He chose not to confront her, merely wanting to observe how long she intended to trail him. As Wan Jun crossed the street on a green light, a black car suddenly accelerated towards him, causing Lin Xiaolou's heart to stop. Chapter 6. Lin Xiaolou likes him, without a doubt. The piercing sound of screeching brakes and the startled gasps of passers-by could not compete with the thunderous beating of Wan Jun's heart. Thump, thump, thud, thud. Thud! Lin Xiaolou clung to him tightly, their heartbeats merging into a singular rhythm. In a moment of peril, Lin Xiaolou unleashed an astonishing burst of energy, charging forward like a madman, yanking Wan Jun back. Oblivious to the fact that he was tightly embracing his arch-nemesis, his arms were as strong as iron, as if holding onto a precious treasure that had nearly slipped away. Overcome with emotion, his eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Wan Jun's heart was once again pierced, not with pain, but with a numbing sensation, a tingling discomfort that seemed on the verge of bursting. This sensation swiftly coursed through his limbs, causing even his fingertips to tremble. As he looked down, Lin Xiaolu's captivating face was mere inches away, closer than they had ever been, so close that their breaths mingled, close enough for him to count the droplets on Lin Xiaolu's long, wet lashes, and to see his own reflection in Lin Xiaolu's beautiful eyes. With a pout of grievance and eyes brimming with concern, Lin Xiaolou ensnared Wan Jun's soul. Sorry. I'm sorry, are you all right? The frantic driver, drenched in cold sweat, rushed over to apologize. There is something. Lin Xiaolou erupted in anger, ready to berate. How can you drive like that? Are you in a hurry to meet your end? If you want to die, go drive into the river. Don't endanger others. Just a hair's breadth away, just that little bit. The thought sent shivers down his spine, making his hands tremble with rage. If anything had happened to him, he couldn't bear the thought. Lin Xiaolou's sorrowful wails resonated with the crowd, momentarily oblivious to the absurdity of his words. We're drawn into the tragic aftermath of survival, joining in the chorus of condemnation for the reckless driver, a road menace, indifferent to human life. The driver, almost retreating into himself under the weight of their ire, repeatedly apologized and confirmed that Wan Jun was unharmed before slinking back into his vehicle. The spectators, having indulged in a collective catharsis, gradually dispersed. As Lin Xiaolou's frantic heartbeat began to calm, he wiped away the tears that had sprung forth in fright. Turning to look back, he found Wan Jun standing there, motionless like a lamppost. Wan Jun. Hello. Are you in a daze? Have you lost your mind? You fool. Wan Jun raised his gaze, his eyes flashing like lightning, startling Lin Xiaolou. With a gaze that bore a complex intensity, he fixed his stare on Lin Xiaolou. A look that seemed to penetrate his very soul, causing Lin Xiaolou to instinctively retreat 3 steps. Then, abruptly, he turned away and walked off. He leaving? Without a word, Wan Jun strode away, indifferent to everything, leaving Lin Xiaolou dumbfounded. At the very least, a thank you would have sufficed. I saved you. Saving a dog would have been more worthwhile. I save you, and you glare at me? You big fool, go to hell. That last remark, forget it, you must not die. Wan Jun sat, lost in thought, chain-smoking one cigarette after another until the ashtray overflowed, filling the room with clouds of smoke. He let out a long sigh, and with a tone that was both nonchalant yet resolute, he declared, he likes me. The case is closed. Lin Xiaolou likes him, without a doubt. Damn. Wan Jun found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, unable to discern the source of the overwhelming sensations that threatened to burst forth within him. He remained motionless throughout the night, resembling a statue, until the first light of dawn breathed life into him, igniting a spark in his eyes. Nothing ached. His younger brother was well behaved, and Lin Xiaolou had enjoyed a restful slumber, humming a cheerful tune as she entered the small, shabby office. Peering in, she exclaimed, "Oh, our esteemed Li has yet to arrive. You wished for his demise, didn't you? Hurry and check the news." Her colleague teased. Nonsense. Lin Xiaolou quickly covered her colleague's mouth. Who wishes him dead? I only hope he lives a long life. Indeed, it's been several days since you cursed him. Have you turned over a new leaf? Has our esteemed Li cast a spell on you? Go away. Lin Xiaolou plopped down, feeling somewhat morose, akin to being possessed. I shall never curse him again. You're right. If our boss were to pass away, where will we beg for alms? I must wish him well, for his prosperity ensures my own. As the morning meeting time elapsed, and Wan Jun still had not arrived, Lin Xiaolou grew increasingly anxious. What if someone with a knife appears? No, I must go check. She sprang to her feet and rushed towards the door, just as Wan Jun strode in, nearly colliding with her. Good morning, Mr. Li, Lin Xiaolou exclaimed, her spirits visibly lifted as she circled around him, confirming he was unharmed before joyfully returning to her seat. Wan Jun's expression remained stern, his gaze profound. That day, Wan Jun was unusually quiet, refraining from summoning anyone for coffee or wandering about, locking himself in his office, even drawing the blinds. One might mistakenly believe he was engaged in some arcane ritual. In truth, he accomplished nothing, merely lost in thought throughout the day. Finally, as the end of the workday approached, he summoned Lin Xiaolou into his office. Today, Lin Xiaolou felt exceptionally upbeat. Wan Jun had not acted foolishly or recklessly, which brought her comfort. With her bright eyes sparkling, she regarded him with a cheerful smile. Wan Jun, however, found it difficult to maintain his composure under her gaze. Almost losing his words, steadying himself, he clenched his fists and, with a strained voice, began, "There are certain matters that ought not to be spoken. However, given the circumstances, I must address them." "Please, go ahead," Lin Xiaolou replied, displaying rare patience. Wan Jun inhaled deeply, steeling himself. "Some things are utterly impossible, such as? You know what I mean." "Oh," Lin Xiaolou pondered for a moment, shaking her head. "I do not." Wan Jun furrowed his brow. Do you truly require me to spell it out? Lin Xiaolou contorted her features, finally conceding, yes, please be direct. Suddenly, Wan Jun rose and paced around the room, appearing quite troubled. Eventually, he halted, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Lin Xiaolou, and uttered 4 words. I am a straight man. Lin Xiaolou scrutinized him from head to toe, nodding in understanding. You can truly see that? Of course. I am also a straight man. We are kindred spirits. Ah, Li Benjun smilad knowingly. Do you believe that? Why should I not? You are being disingenuous. Wan Jun wore an expression that suggested he had seen through her facade. Lin Xiaolou, I understand your thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xiaolou responded, but I do not comprehend. What thoughts do I have? Once certain words are spoken, it becomes awkward for both parties. Lin Xiaolou scratched his head. Mr. Li, could you please be direct about what you require of me? Is it to fetch coffee or something else? I ask that you refrain from doing anything at all. I have employed you for your professional capabilities. You are the employee, and I am the employer. Our relationship is strictly that of a contractual nature. Beyond this, we share no other connection. Do you understand? Chapter 7. What should I do if an employee loves me too much? What is there to misunderstand? You are my employer. You own the company. Surely, I know who is responsible for my salary, do I not? That is good to hear. I expect you to maintain appropriate boundaries and not overstep. Lin Xiaolou lowered his head in contemplation. Noticing his silence, Wan Jun began to wonder if his words had been too harsh, and he quickly softened his tone. Please do not misconstrue my words. I do not intend to criticize you. In summary, aside from our professional relationship, there is no other possibility. I appreciate your feelings, and I am indeed touched, but it is simply not feasible. Some matters are impossible in this lifetime. I can empathize with your emotions, but I must regretfully decline. It would be futile for you to invest your time in me. My mind is made up, and it cannot be changed. Mr. Li, do not say anything further. I cannot accept this. It is utterly impossible. Do not utter that word, Lin Xiaolou exclaimed, even more agitated. Currently, I cannot bear to hear it. I beg you, please do not say it. I want you to live well, better than anyone else. Wan Jun's gaze was filled with painful conflict. He took a deep breath and spoke with a tone that conveyed both emotion and sorrow. Lin Xiaolou, please let yourself go and allow me to be free as well. Some things simply should not occur. It is wisest to halt at the edge of the precipice. I do not wish for you to fall deeper into this predicament. I hope you can extricate yourself swiftly and refrain from wasting your time and energy on the impossible. I speak these words for your own good. It is unattainable, regardless of your efforts or actions. Thank you, Lin Xiaolou, and I apologize. Mr. Li, I understand. I wish to be alone for a moment. May I step outside? As long as you comprehend. Remain calm, and do not act rashly. Lin Xiaolou lowered his head and exited the office, quietly returning to his workstation. Curious colleagues approached him. What did Mr. Li want? You were in there for quite a while. What was said? Lin Xiaolou rolled his eyes. Who knows what he was rambling about? It was like my brain was kicked by a donkey. He prattled on for ages without making anything clear. What a complete fool. Lin Xiaolou took out his phone, leaned onto his desk, and joyfully played games. Nothing is more delightful than slacking off at work, he thought to himself, chuckling. Wan Jun peered through the blinds. Observing Lin Xiaolou slumped over his desk, looking utterly heartbroken. Had he been too harsh with his words? Too hurtful? Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Lin Xiaolou, be strong, forget about me. You will surely overcome this. Wan Jun believed he had firmly rejected this inappropriate affection without harming Lin Xiaolou's dignity. Yet the latter's condition did not improve. Mr. Li, be cautious of the hot water. Mr. Li, watch your step. Mr. Li, look out. Just as Wan Jun placed a cigarette between his lips, Lin Xiaolou snatched it away. Smoking is detrimental to your health. As Wan Jun raised his cup of black coffee, Lin Xiaolou tipped it over. Black coffee is harsh on the stomach. Wan Jun slammed his fist on the table, and Lin Xiaolou tenderly touched his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity. Our bodies and skin are a gift from our parents and should not be carelessly harmed. Wan Jun contemplated jumping from the second floor. He paced around the room like a caged beast, utterly astonished by the fervent devotion Lin Xiaolou harbored for him, a blazing fire that scorched him to the core. What should I do if my employee loves me too much? This cannot continue. It is utterly untenable. As Lin Xiaolou sank deeper into her feelings, Wan Jun resolved to take action. He could no longer allow this fervent love to persist. Such an affection was destined for disappointment, and if this continued, Lin Xiaolou would surely be left heartbroken, lost in despair. He could not let this happen. He must decisively cut through the chaos. Hey, is the sun rising in the west today? A colleague remarked while peering out the window. Look, our general manager Li has blossomed. Upon hearing the name Li, Lin Xiaolou sprang to her feet. What happened to General Manager Li? He mustn't be in trouble. Is it that he's indulging too much? Lin Xiaolou could not bear to hear the word indulging. The mere sound sent her into a frenzy, and she rushed outside, just as Wan Jun entered, nearly colliding with him. Darling, is this the company you run? Wow, though small, it is fully equipped. A sweet, melodious voice resonated, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Xiaolou stood in stunned silence. Wan Jun had his arms around a stunning woman with long, flowing hair, a delicate strap dress, and features that exuded allure and charm. Her curves and long legs epitomized beauty. Wan Jun was dating. He had brought his girlfriend to the company. Had he lost his mind? Who brings their partner to work? This absurd scene, reminiscent of a melodramatic soap opera, unfolded right before their eyes, leaving everyone in disbelief. Lin Xiaolou scrutinized the woman from head to toe, her mind momentarily blank, confusion etched across her face. To Wan Jun, this was heart-wrenching. He felt utterly defeated. He inhaled sharply, wrapping his arm around the woman tightly, knowing that extreme measures were necessary. He could not afford to show weakness. Deliberately ignoring Lin Xiaolou, he confidently strode into the office with his girlfriend, embodying the quintessential wealthy playboy from a romantic drama. Carefree, flirtatious, and embodying the very essence of a rogue. Just before closing the door, he leaned in close to the beautiful woman, grinning like a lecher. Colleagues whispered among themselves. Has our general manager been holding back? Is this a sign of liberation? Just look at those muscles and that aura. How could he possibly remain single? Is he bringing someone into the office and closing the door? What could be happening? Some colleagues eagerly pressed their ears to the door, eager to eavesdrop on what they imagined might unfold. Yet Lin Xiaolou could not muster a smile. Burdened with thoughts, she returned to her desk, pondering a single question: which would bring more despair, the right hand or the beautiful woman? The colleagues were abuzz with excitement, speculating on how far things might have progressed. Had the storm already begun? Lin Xiaolou instinctively responded, No, nothing has happened. Curious, a colleague asked, How do you know? I know, for I have felt no reaction. What? Lin Xiaolou hastily covered his mouth. In broad daylight, who would engage in such acts within a company? Even if he were shameless, it was inconceivable. Are you all so idle that you can't help but gossip? Haven't you ever encountered a woman? You maintain your high standards, yet that girl is so stunning, with an exquisite figure. Surely, you must have some thoughts? Lin Xiaolou scoffed, thinking that any girl who could be enamored with Wan Jun, that fool, must have a few screws loose. In the office, a beautiful woman swayed her hips as she strolled around, leaning against the desk with a coy demeanor. Mr. Li, are you satisfied with my performance? Wan Jun exhaled a puff of smoke, flicked the ash, and with a stern expression replied, Not quite. You don't think that one little compliment is enough to earn my 10,000, do you? The beauty, with sultry eyes, replied, Oh, Mr. Li, how could you say that? I'll do whatever you wish. You claim to be a professional actress. Fine, there will be an intimate scene later. Give it your all, and do not disappoint me. Chapter 8. Has Lin Xiaolou fallen out of love so soon? As Lin Xiaolou pushed the door open, he nearly blinded himself. The beauty was perched on Wan Jun's lap, feeding him grapes. Wan Jun, holding her closely with a lewd grin, almost made Lin Xiaolou vomit. He genuinely feared that in the next moment, Li would lick the beauty's fingers clean. Darling, is it sweet? Sweet to the core. Ugh. Lin Xiaolou suppressed his nausea, placed his black coffee down, and immediately retreated, only to be halted by Wan Jun's call. Wait a moment. The beauty turned Wan Jun's chin toward her, twisting her waist in a playful manner. You're not allowed to look at anyone else. Your gaze must not stray from me. Not even a little. Wan Jun grasped the beauty's small hand. How could I bear to look away from you? even for a moment. But I still have work to do. The beauty twisted like a toy, clinging to Wan Jun's neck while insisting, I don't care. You can only look at me. I want you to love me fiercely. Do not utter the word die. Lin Xiaolou shouted. The beauty nearly tumbled off his lap in fright. Wan Jun stared intently at the agitated Lin Xiaolou, his gaze profoundly serious. Lin Xiaolou was heartbroken and had crumbled. You two continue, but do not mention that word again. Lin Xiaolou pointed fiercely at the beauty and turned to leave. Wait. Damn it. Lin Xiaolou gritted his teeth, fists clenched, his cheeks puffed up like an angry frog. What kind of new form of torment was this? Am I merely a pawn in your game? Am I to go blind? Wan Jun, suppressing the bitterness within, turned to the beauty. Am I not being clear enough? Houses, cars, whatever you desire, I shall provide. Even if you wish for the moon, I would fetch it for you. Besides you, I will not love anyone else. No one else is worthy of my attention. What more assurance do you need? If you do not want me to work, very well, I will close the company, and I shall look at no one but you. Is that acceptable? The beauty let out a soft squeal, excitedly pounding her small fist. You're so bad. You closed the company for me. What have I become? A femme fatale. Clearly, it is you who is pursuing me, yet you wish for me to bear the blame. You are too wicked. Wan Jun held her small fist, a playful glimmer in his eyes. A man must be a little wicked for a woman to love him. The beauty blushed profusely. How annoying! Lin Xiaolou rolled his eyes heavenward. Oh heaven, strike down this pair of miscreants. Lin Xiaolou returned to his workstation, pale and devoid of color. His colleagues exchanged knowing glances, inquiring about the situation. He leaned over the desk, feeling nauseous. As soon as he left, Wan Jun pushed the woman aside, thoroughly disgusted. How was my performance presently? I hope I didn't disappoint you, she asked. Wan Jun grimaced, clutching his stomach. You claimed to be a professional actress, and I believed you. How naive of me. What kind of absurd short play was that? Could it be any more exaggerated? If you had attended even a single acting class, you wouldn't have been so repulsive. Isn't it good? The woman replied, feeling wronged. The audience loves this kind of thing. Serious performances go unnoticed. Wan Jun gulped down several large sips of ice water, attempting to quell his nausea. You can't say I'm not a man of my word, can you? He shot back, glancing at her. Rest assured, I never mistreat women. Although your acting was atrocious, I will honor the promised 100,000, not a penny less. Thank you, President, she exclaimed. Wan Jun observed closely. Lin Xiaolou appeared to be in pain for only 2 days before bouncing back with vigor. So did this tactic truly work? Seizing the moment, Wan Jun resolved to take decisive action, leaving no room for retreat. He called Lin Xiaolou into his office for a private conversation. I've decided to get married, Wan Jun stated, unblinking. Lin Xiaolou displayed a flicker of astonishment. You getting married? To whom? That eccentric beauty? Your taste is quite peculiar. Why tell me about your marriage? There is only one possibility, Lin Xiaolou gasped. Don't ask me for a red envelope. I'm nearly broke. Wan Jun replied, I must get married, you understand. I'm a straight man. I can only marry a woman in this lifetime. You comprehend, don't you? Of course, Lin Xiaolou responded. Wan Jun scrutinized Lin Xiaolou's micro-expressions. Was he merely feigning calmness? His act was a bit too convincing, wasn't it? Lin Xiaolou, are you all right? Are you putting on a brave face? Not really, Lin Xiaolou said, his brow furrowed. I am heartbroken. Indeed, this was love that ran deep. A maximum of 50. Not a cent more. Wan Jun's need to marry soon eased Lin Xiaolou's heart. This man would not become a monk, regardless of his right hand or a woman. One would prevail. Lin Xiaolou thought optimistically. Perhaps one day this shared sentiment would dissipate. Even if it didn't, he would simply have to accept it, learning to reconcile with this wretched life. When a moment of unbearable frustration arrived, he would just sever ties. How significant could it be? Lin Xiaolou was a man of passion. He expressed anger when it arose and cursed when displeased. The word suppress was absent from his lexicon. Although Wan Jun had him by the throat, preventing him from resigning, he continued to leap about joyfully every day. Once he prepared himself mentally to share a life with Wan Jun, he would find solace and acceptance, no longer entangled in turmoil. Lin Xiaolou thrived with vitality, while Wan Jun found himself increasingly unwell. How strange, he mused. Lin Xiaolu's response seemed extraordinarily abnormal. Was he truly so calm, so quickly at peace? Wan Jun had just announced his intention to marry. Was there not a hint of bitterness, of regret? Did it not sting in the least? Thus, had Lin Xiaolou ceased to love? Was it possible to fall out of love so swiftly? Who could fathom Wan Jun's sentiments? Did he not yearn for others to relinquish their hopes? Had he not resolutely blocked all avenues? Yet, what was this overwhelming, almost explosive pang of bitterness within him? Why is Lin Xiaolou in high spirits while he himself is engulfed in discontent? Wan Jun tore open his collar, the suffocating feeling of frustration lingering palpably. He couldn't remain still, pacing restlessly within the confines of the room, perplexed by the tightness in his chest, the racing of his heart, and the tumult of his emotions. What was this all about? Wasn't Lin Xiaolu's reaction precisely what he desired? Did he not wish for Lin Xiaolou to reconsider and turn back? Yet, now that Lin Xiaolou had indeed turned back, why was he in such a frenzy? Wan Jun found himself unable to comprehend, and so he decided to cast aside his thoughts, bursting forth from the room and making his way directly to Lin Xiaolu's workstation. All the employees watched him intently, Lin Xiaolou among them. A wave of frustration washed over Wan Jun as he was met with those strikingly clear eyes that seemed to pierce through him, those eyes, akin to black jewels, sparkled with an enticing allure. Damn it! Why were Lin Xiaolu's eyes so captivating? Lizong, what is wrong? Would you like some coffee? Wan Jun could hardly decipher Lin Xiaolu's words, his gaze fixated on those alluringly rosy lips. How tempting they appeared, as if inviting a kiss. Cursing under his breath, he turned abruptly, storming back to his office, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang. The room fell into a stunned silence, colleagues exchanging bewildered glances. What was going on with Lizong? What was amiss? Everything was amiss, nothing was right. Ling Ge has a sweet tooth, one colleague quipped, eliciting laughter from the group. Wan Jun reemerged, clutching a cup as if to feign getting water. He deliberately walked past Lin Xiaolou, then returned. An oblivious colleague approached. Lin Xiaolou. What do you think of this girl? Would you like me to introduce you? Wan Jun froze in place. Chapter 9. Has Lin Xiaolou found affection elsewhere? Lin Xiaolou snatched the colleague's phone, exclaiming, "Who is this? Is she the campus belle?" The colleague chuckled sheepishly, just a classmate, but she is indeed the class beauty. I thought someone like her would only date a tall, rich, and handsome guy, yet she is still single. With a hint of mystery, the colleague continued, I heard she has been hurt by a wealthy suitor and now despises the rich, wanting to find someone less affluent. I thought you'd be perfect. Don't curse without using bad words. Came the laughter. She just wants to find an honest person to settle down with. I think you fit the bill. So, how about a date? She is too beautiful. I'm not worthy. Don't say that. You're somewhat of a tall, poor, and handsome guy yourself, just one word shy of the rich and handsome. Get lost. With playful banter, Lin Xiaolou added the girl on WeChat, and thus a blind date was happily arranged. Wan Jun was oblivious to how he returned to his office. The world outside was in revelry, while he languished in a forgotten corner of solitude. Lin Xiaolou had added the girl on WeChat. Lin Xiaolou was going on a blind date. Had Lin Xiaolou so swiftly fallen for someone else? Wan Jun sprang up abruptly, his chair spinning wildly. He paced the room like a wounded beast, his heart aching fiercely. He could not fathom it. Didn't Lin Xiaolou love him? Wasn't he the one who held his affections? How could he move on so quickly? This was hardly human. He yearned for a glimmer of forced cheerfulness, yet it eluded him. Damn it. Why could he not find it? Lin Xiaolou's face bore no trace of sorrow or despair. Instead, it radiated with the joy of impending romance. Ever since he laid eyes on the girl's photograph, a smile had graced his lips, unyielding. Damn it. Wan Jun wiped his face, twisted open a bottle of ice water, and drank two in quick succession, yet he could not extinguish the turmoil and ire simmering within him. Anger surged through him. Lin Xiaolou was nothing but a traitor, a despicable scoundrel. How could Lin Xiaolou, so swiftly, develop feelings for another? How could he forget him so easily? Did Lin Xiaolou not love him? Was love something that could simply be turned on and off like a faucet? Wan Jun pounded his fist against the wall. Where was the promised anxiety and uncontrollable emotions? You wretched cad. Lin Xiaolou screamed as he tumbled from his chair to the floor, clutching his right hand in agony, rolling about in distress. Wan Jun, I curse you. A bewildered colleague hurried to help him up, exclaiming, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Xiaolou trembled with pain, barely managing to survive, only to grasp his phone and see. Oh no! Another wave of despair washed over him. He had just messaged the class flower, deliberating on the safest greeting, and, as he typed hello, a sharp pain shot through his hand, transforming his intended message into a crude hello. "You bastard." The girl replied instantly, "Get lost." Lin Xiaolou felt tears welling in his eyes, mourning his unrequited love. At that moment, he felt a murderous rage brewing within him. He glared at the small, shabby door of the CEO's office, envisioning himself bursting through, seizing Wan Jun by the collar, and delivering a resounding slap. He had nearly reconciled with this wretched existence. Yet that shameless person insisted on provoking him further. Lin Xiaolou dashed into the break room, thrusting his head under the faucet, desperately splashing water over himself. Before returning to his desk, dripping wet, ignoring the astonished stares of his colleagues, his mind raced. Although they shared sensations, it was evident that Wan Jun, robust and resilient, possessed a high tolerance for pain. It was likely that Lin Xiaolou could inflict harm upon himself without eliciting a response from him. However, since they shared sensations, it was improbable that only pain and physical sensations were intertwined. Surely, there were other vulnerabilities to uncover. During lunch, Lin Xiaolou stuffed his mouth with Sichuan peppercorns, only to find his tongue numbed as if under local anesthesia, while Wan Jun remained unfazed. First round, KO. Then, he grabbed a handful of dried chili peppers and stuffed them up his nose. The burning sensation nearly exploded his head, tears streaming down his face. Yet Wan Jun remained stoic. Second round, KO. Lin Xiaolou extended his fingers, steeling himself, and jabbed at his own eyes. The pain brought tears to his eyes. But Wan Jun remained unperturbed. Third round, KO. Undeterred, Lin Xiaolou donned his headphones and began playing the Heart Sutra, the incessant buzzing driving him to the brink of madness. Wan Jun strolled past, nonchalantly unfazed. Fourth round, KO. Lin Xiaolou slumped over his desk, rolling his eyes. Before he could self-destruct, he needed to pause for a moment. Feeling an itch on his neck, he raised his hand to scratch, only for it to intensify. Lin Xiaolou, what's wrong with your neck? Is that a rash? Are you allergic? Is it? Lin Xiaolou took the small mirror handed to him by a colleague, and upon glancing at his reflection, he gasped in disbelief. What on earth was happening? It was most likely the numbing sensation caused by the prickly ash and dried chili peppers that provoked him. He clawed desperately, scratching furiously, and the more he scratched, the itchier it became, quickly resulting in a large red patch. Lin Xiaolou, gritting his teeth and grimacing, was in the midst of his torment when Wan Jun burst forth, bellowing at the administrative assistant. "Do you have any ointment for itching?" Lin Xiaolou narrowed his eyes, fixated on the president's office. With a swift motion, he scratched his left palm, tracing circles on the most sensitive spot with his fingertips. Wan Jun emerged again, rubbing his palms together as he shouted, "This useless ointment isn't working. Find another one." Lin Xiaolou grinned, noticing something amusing. He had finally discovered Wan Jun's vulnerability. The scoundrel was ticklish. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaolou felt rejuvenated, free from any discomfort. The wheel of fortune had turned, and finally, it was his turn to revel in this delightful mischief. After work, he dashed from store to store, finally acquiring an old-fashioned feather duster. That evening, he plucked a feather from it, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he slipped it into his pajama pants. Wan Jun's eyes shot open. What was happening? Lin Xiaolou scratched left and right, laughing uncontrollably. Wan Jun was in utter disarray, pulling at his hair in frustration, unable to locate the precise source of the itch that danced all around him. He discarded his pajama pants, scratching here and there, but the maddening itch persisted everywhere, leaving him bewildered. Lin Xiaolou, relishing the sight of Wan Jun rolling around in bed, felt an exhilarating rush. He leaped off the bed and decided to pluck another feather. Determined to give Wan Jun an unforgettable experience, He prepared for an all-out assault. As he grasped another feather, Wan Jun glared at him, teeth clenched. Haven't I dealt with your incessant itching for days? All right, I'll give you a real taste of it today. He rubbed his hands together, flexing his rough, nimble fingers, rolling his shoulders and neck, before seizing Lin Xiaolou with a fierce grip. Lin Xiaolou let out a shriek, his legs weakening, suddenly devoid of strength. Chapter 10. Love at First Sight. The distance from the door to the bed seemed to stretch into an insurmountable chasm. Lin Xiaolou leaned against the wall, trembling all over, struggling to take each step, bent over, legs together, inching toward the bed. Wan Jun closed his eyes, his breathing growing heavy. It had been several days since he had indulged in his desires. Initially, he only intended to discipline his little brother, but desire surged forth, swift and fierce. The veins in his sturdy hands bulged as he succumbed to temptation. At last, Lin Xiaolou reached the bed, but the torment was far from over. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, his face flushed, he tossed and turned, biting into the pillow and gripping the sheets tightly, trembling uncontrollably, unable to suppress his tears. In Wan Jun's mind, a shadowy figure lingered, never materializing until tonight, when it began to take shape. The edges of this image sharpened, slowly emerging from the darkness. As if a mere paper figure was gaining flesh and bones, transforming from a flat silhouette into a three-dimensional being, stepping out of his thoughts and right before him. In the depths of his mind, a beam of light suddenly illuminated a face, revealing black gemstone-like eyes and luscious, sensual lips, a visage that could ensnare the soul. Wan Jun gasped violently, his brows furrowed, trembling all over, unable to restrain himself from murmuring, "Xiaolou, Lin Xiaolou." A primal roar escaped him, granting him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. As the blinding light in his mind gradually faded, Wan Jun slowly opened his glistening eyes, fixated on the void, his gaze darker than ink. What remained unclear? The moment that face emerged, everything fell into place. Why was it that the instant he laid eyes on Lin Xiaolou, he became uncontrollably infatuated? Why could he tolerate Lin Xiaolou's disrespectful antics? Why did he resort to threats of background checks, preferring Lin Xiaolou curse him daily rather than let him go? Why, when Lin Xiaolou cried, did it feel as if the heavens were collapsing? Why, at the moment Lin Xiaolou embraced him, did he feel as though struck by lightning? Why did the knowledge of Lin Xiaolu's affection for him send his heart into a tumultuous frenzy, threatening to burst? Why did the thought of Lin Xiaolou going on blind dates drive him to madness? 100,000 questions found their answers in that moment. Wan Jun let out a laugh, a low and hoarse sound, the nature of which was indistinguishable. Was it mockery or melancholy? In retrospect, the very first glance at Lin Xiaolou had sealed his fate irrevocably. Love at first sight, a worn-out trope, unknowing affection, a trite narrative. Yet, no matter how cliched, mortals cannot escape its grasp. Love, the eternal enigma of humanity, remains forever mysterious and unsolvable. Once ensnared, even the mightiest celestial beings are not immune to the tides of passion. No one can evade it. Lin Xiaolou lay sprawled on the bed, his eyes vacant, a single tear cascading down his cheek. He felt utterly devoid of strength, as if his limbs had been mercilessly beaten and his bones shattered. Though the room was empty, it felt as if an invisible tormentor had assaulted him countless times. This night was more intense than any before, like a surging tide drowning him, leaving him powerless to live or die. In that final moment, he was thrust to the pinnacle only to be violently cast down from great heights. To be treated thus was akin to a fate worse than death. In comparison, a mere night terror seemed a blessing. What a curse! Who would come to his rescue? Was there truly no escape other than perfecting the sunflower scripture? The following day, Wan Jun entered the office to find Lin Xiaolou's desk empty. As the team gathered, even after the meeting time had passed, Lin Xiaolou was still absent. Anxious and restless, Wan Jun paced outside his office. And just as he was about to make a call, young Master Lin finally arrived. Lin Xiaolou shuffled in, head down and moving laboriously, resembling a condemned man. Eager colleagues urged him to hurry, noting his lateness. When he finally lifted his head, the sight startled everyone. His eyes were bruised, his complexion pale, bearing the marks of someone who had endured unspeakable torment. Colleagues gasped, wondering if he had rolled around all night. Wan Jun stood in the center of the hall, but Lin Xiaolou passed by as if he were invisible, slowly making his way to his desk, where he rested his head against the table, his arms limply hanging down. This was more than simply a sleepless night. Had he encountered a malevolent spirit? Wan Jun stepped forward a few paces, but then hesitated. He summoned a young lady from the administration department and issued a few instructions. The young lady approached Lin Xiaolou, speaking softly with concern. Lin Xiaolou, are you feeling unwell? Are you sick? I have some medicine on hand. Would you like a packet of cold medicine? After a prolonged silence, Lin Xiaolou finally lifted his head, his voice faint. Do you have any hemostatic powder? What? She replied, bewildered. You said the blood-dripping needle can strangle both large and small heads, right? Huh. It's better to use the blood-dripping needle. It must be cleaner than a large pair of scissors. The young lady, with a furrowed brow, went to report, President Li. Lin Xiaolou is quite ill. He has started to speak nonsense. Wan Jun paced back and forth, instructing that a packet of ginger tea be sent to him. The company doesn't have ginger tea. If we don't have it, won't you go buy some? What is wrong with your head? Made of wood. Hurry up. President Li. The young lady hurriedly bought ginger tea and returned, only to find Lin Xiaolou already deep in slumber. The colleagues were busy, yet only Master Lin was sleeping soundly. Reports were being typed, the keyboard nearly smoking from the rapid strikes. Wan Jun stormed over, his voice low and venomous. Can't you see someone is sleeping? The colleagues trembled and continued to type. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Wan Jun emerged once more, directly seizing a keyboard and snapping it in two. The colleague, teary-eyed, wondered why. Why is this happening? He is sleeping, and I am working. Why is it my fault? Their hearts felt misplaced. The colleagues sighed inwardly, acknowledging that Lin Xiaolou was indeed the most unique presence in the company. Cursing the boss daily, the boss smilingly endured it, slapping the boss, poking the boss's hand, arriving late, and openly sleeping. Yet the boss said not a word, fearing others might awaken him. An employee reaching such levels was indeed a paragon for the rest of them. When Lin Xiaolou finally awoke, it was well past mealtime. The young lady politely presented a lunch and offered a steaming cup of ginger tea, expressing employee care, while her gaze frequently darted towards the president's office. The colleagues lamented, it's not about having little, but rather about the unfairness. A slot of the blinds was slightly opened, and Wan Jun peered through it, observing Lin Xiaolou pick up chopsticks and eventually set them down. He felt like a voyeur, fixated on the entire process of Lin Xiaolou eating. He stared at Lin Xiaolou's rosy lips, entranced and unable to extricate himself, yearning to kiss them, desiring it immensely. Wan Jun returned to his leather chair, brow furrowed, grappling with his own emotions. In his previous life, he had accepted himself as a straight man. Yet now he found himself on an unexpected detour, venturing onto a different path that left him unsettled. The awakening had shaken him profoundly, leaving him at a loss, unable to determine what to do next. What troubled him further was the fact that he had vehemently rejected Lin Xiaolou. He was uncertain whether Lin Xiaolou still harbored feelings for him or if he had already given up, hence the reluctance to even glance in his direction. Chapter 11. Ever since the first day we met, I have been ill. He had spoken countless heartless words to Lin Xiaolou and paraded his girlfriend in the company. How heartbroken must Lin Xiaolou have been? It seemed that from that day onward, Lin Xiaolou no longer regarded him, neither following nor showing concern. He could no longer hear that phrase, please don't get hurt. Lin Xiaolou even accepted a blind date. This must mean he has completely given up on him. What should he do now? Is it still too late to confess his feelings? Wan Jun felt a sense of despair, fearing that Lin Xiaolou would never forgive him. For several days, Wan Jun languished in torment and confusion, unable to find peace even at night. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolou enjoyed a period of rest, sleeping soundly, rejuvenated and vibrant, with a rosy complexion and a lively spirit. As Wan Jun observed the cheerful and lively Lin Xiaolou, he felt a mixture of affection and anguish. Lin Xiaolou had entirely moved on from their relationship, while he remained ensnared in his own feelings. The disparity in their emotional states only deepened Wan Jun's sorrow, creating a world where he alone bore the wounds of heartbreak. Everyone noticed the change in Mr. Li. He had become taciturn, his eyes shadowed by an enduring sadness. The entire company was shrouded in a palpable gloom, suffocating everyone, except for Lin Xiaolou. Recently, he had been surprisingly well-behaved, abstaining from his usual antics. During these days, Lin Xiaolou felt quite at ease, but as the saying goes, excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Wan Jun's emotional season was the opposite of others. While spring blossomed around him, he felt the chill of autumn alone. Dressed in a trench coat with his hands in his pockets, he appeared tall and elegant. Yet his head hung low, reflecting his inner turmoil. Even when he was forcibly dragged into a van by kidnappers, his expression remained unchanged, as if the weight of his heartache was far greater than the threat of abduction. The kidnappers were puzzled by how compliant he was, climbing into the vehicle without protest, as if he were being taken on a vacation. Lin Xiaolou, witnessing his foolish boss being taken away, clenched his fists in excitement. Yes, his dream was coming true. The idiot was finally in trouble. Laughing maniacally, Lin Xiaolou sprinted after them. If Wan Jun were to perish, he could not bear to live either. Stop, stop! Lin Xiaolou shouted, picking up a stone and hurling it at the van, shattering the rear window with a resounding crash. The sharp screech of brakes pierced the air as the van finally came to a halt. 3 masked kidnappers rushed out, cursing as they seized Lin Xiaolou and shoved him into the vehicle, a testament to his reckless bravery. Why are you following me? Wan Jun roared, Inanja. Am I on vacation? Can't you see this is a kidnapping? Are you out of your mind? Don't yell at me. You idiot. If you die, I won't survive either. Wan Jun was momentarily silenced. Have you rekindled your relationship? One of the kidnappers taunted. Bind him up. Cover his eyes. If you keep talking back, no one will make it out alive. Once confined in a dark room, Wan Jun ceased to utter a word. The kidnappers made an outrageous demand. 100 million. Wan Jun scoffed. Have you seen my small company? With barely 20 employees, my annual earnings after expenses are less than $1 million. 100 million? You must be joking. You think we're fools? We've done our homework. You're the heir of the Li family. 100 million is nothing for you. Mr. Li, we're not asking for much, just a mere 100 million. A trivial sum for someone of your status. They laughed. Lin Xiaolou erupted in laughter. What heir? He.S. just a big fool. You must have mistaken him for someone else. I can assure you, he.S. as broke as they come. Even his leaking water dispenser is a testament to his poverty. He cannot possibly be the wealthy young master you think. The kidnappers exchanged bewildered glances, pondering if they had truly made a mistake. Who are you? One inquired. A passerby. Lin Xiaolou replied. Hey, do I look like someone who is asking for trouble? Wan Jun, with keen perception, shielded Lin Xiaolou behind him. He was merely a junior employee, not particularly astute. Thus, he urged the assailants to direct their inquiries toward him. Who lacks intelligence? One of the assailants interjected. Enough chatter. It's 1 billion. Choose between wealth and life. The decision is yours. Fine. First remove the blindfold. I can't breathe, Wan Jun replied. The bandits untied both of them, only then realizing that being blindfolded did not obstruct one's ability to breathe. Lin Xiaolou glanced at Li Jun, then scrutinized the bandit's glistening, broad face, sensing something amiss. Wan Jun recited a string of numbers, claiming this was the personal assistant of a powerful figure, assuring them that whatever sum they desired could be procured. Upon hearing this, the bandits were immediately captivated, eagerly dialing the number. After a brief exchange, the other party acquiesced, and the bandits erupted in laughter, believing they would never need to rob again. With jubilant spirits, the kidnappers exited, leaving the two alone in the dilapidated room. Lin Xiaolou finally grasped the underlying danger. They had seen the faces of their captors. So what? Li Jun replied. They will surely silence us. We're doomed. Why did you remove the blindfold? His calm demeanor belied the gravity of the situation. Who will die remains uncertain. Boast all you want. Where will you conjure 1 billion from? Who are you trying to fool? Lin Xiaolou's anxiety only deepened. Are you worried about me? I'm concerned for myself. Wan Jun observed Lin Xiaolou's frantic state, a surge of warmth coursing through him, culminating in a sweet sensation. Why did you follow me? These are kidnappers. Have you considered the consequences? I don't know. In a moment of impulse, my legs acted on their own. Emotions surged in Wan Jun's eyes, a mixture of sweetness and pain. Fool, he exclaimed softly. What kind of insult is that? Just calling you a fool, a big fool. If my hands weren't bound, I would have given you a few slaps. Wan Jun's gaze burned with intensity, his eyes capable of melting hearts. Lin Xiaolou, I want to bite you. I want to bite you to death. Are you insane? Who isn't? Wan Jun insisted, his fervent gaze fixed upon Lin Xiaolou ever since we met. I've been afflicted. Wan Jun lifted his chin, urging, bite me. What? Lin Xiaolou's features contorted in disbelief. Are you deranged? There's a grave threat at hand. Don't act up now. Beiß my collar, Lin Yun instructed. There's something valuable within. Hurry, use your mouth. Half convinced, Lin Xiaolou, bound hand and foot, wriggled toward Wan Jun like a caterpillar, striving to elevate himself and reach the collar of Wan Jun's black shirt. Warm breath brushed against Wan Jun's throat, causing it to quiver. Wan Jun's gaze darkened, fixated on the face so near to him. Lin Xiaolou took a tentative bite, discovering indeed that there was something concealed. Be cautious, slowly. Use your teeth, and avoid cutting your tongue, Wan Jun cautioned, his voice slightly hoarse. Lin Xiaolou nibbled carefully, and with a decisive tug, a small blade was revealed in his mouth. He spat out the blade, which landed silently on his thigh. Wan Jun turned away, deftly retrieving the blade with his fingers, quickly slicing through the ropes binding them. With a flick of his wrist, both were freed from their restraints. Lin Xiaolou shook his wrist, raised his thumb in approval, and declared, "Shall we charge out now?" In Chapter 12, The Truth of Empathy, filled with fervor, Lin Xiaolou was prepared to dash out for a final confrontation. However, Wan Jun, unfazed, leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, bit it, and with a flick of his lighter, exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Lin inquired, "Brother, did you go through all that trouble just to smoke? Otherwise?" Wan Jun, with a cigarette in his mouth, wore a nonchalant expression, craving his nicotine fix. "Even if the sky were to fall, I will finish this one." Lin Xiaolou, sitting cross-legged and with arms crossed, furrowed his brow in confusion. "Whose number did you give?" "A friend's, just a random one." "Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" "Uffed. With their level of intelligence, the whole lot of them combined wouldn't even reach my height." "You are truly something else. Do you think this is child's play?" Wan Jun's penetrating gaze pierced through the haze, fixated on Lin Xiaolou's face. "What's the matter, scared? If you're afraid, why are you still here? Haven't you wished for my demise every day? If I die, wouldn't that fulfill your desires?" Lin Xiaolou sighed. "Do you think I relish this? If you die, I can't live either." Wan Jun's brows twitched as he took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette, his gaze unwavering on Lin Xiaolou. Some things should not be spoken lightly. Once uttered, there would be no turning back. Lin Xiaolou blinked in bewilderment. Wan Jun's eyes burned with intensity, his heart racing. "Lin Xiaolou, I can't turn back now. Even if this path leads to destruction, I shall tread it to the end. Why did you follow me? Why did you come for the interview? Why did you have to let me see you?" Lin Xiaolou touched his forehead and asked, "What are you saying? Are you feverish?" Wan Jun seized his hand firmly, declaring, "This path is one you chose for yourself. I cannot turn back, and neither can you." With that, he embraced Lin Xiaolou tightly, holding him fast. "Let go. For heaven's sake, release me." Lin Xiaolou gasped, struggling for breath as he pounded on Wan Jun's back, but it was like hitting iron. His hands ached, yet Wan Jun remained unyielding. Wan Jun, overwhelmed with passion, was entirely immersed in a realm of mutual affection. His arms, like iron, held Lin Xiaolou tightly. The moment he embraced him, he knew he was lost. Resisting was futile now that they were in each other's arms. My little Xiaolou, Wan Jun, in a frenzy, felt every nerve in his body aflame with desire that had long sought an outlet. He held Lin Xiaolu's delicate waist tightly, akin to a parched traveler in the desert finally discovering water, yearning to seize him and revel in ecstasy. Lin Xiaolou, in a last-ditch effort, stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. Before he was suffocated, he grabbed Wan Jun's hair and yanked it fiercely, seizing the opportunity during Li's backward lean to deliver a stinging slap. Slap! The resounding sound was like a bucket of cold water dousing a blazing fire. Wan Jun was momentarily stunned. He tilted his head, maintaining the posture of being struck, his eyes wide and unblinking. Lin Xiaolou, gasping for air, finally caught his breath and exclaimed, "You're such a freak. If you're gonna hug me, why pinch my waist? Can't you control yourself? And why are you projecting your feelings onto me? Are you out of your mind? You hit me?" Wan Jun slowly turned his head. Disbelief etched across his face. "Shouldn't I strike you? Why not? How dare you even ask why? You're already panting. You fool. Do you not recognize who I am? Do you mistake me for your delicate girlfriend? Even if you were a stallion, would you not need to step outside first? You think you can just lust without regard for place or partner? How audacious of you. A girlfriend? Are you feeling jealous? Jealous of what?" Lin Xiaolou wore a bewildered expression, one that seemed genuinely perplexed. Wan Jun pondered where it had all gone awry. "Do you loathe my embrace? Isn't it obvious? I'm a staunch heterosexual, and you are too, are you not? Don't you have a girlfriend?" Wan Jun felt a chill run through him. "You are straight, and so am I. You question me? Are you unaware of your own orientation? Regardless of your stance, I am undeniably straight, more so than a telephone pole." Wan Jun was momentarily at a loss. "Lin Xiaolou, tell me the truth. Why have you followed me? Why would my demise mean yours as well? What does that imply? Is it not as I suspect? What do you mean?" Lin Xiaolou seemed to have misinterpreted. "You've discovered our secret of shared sensation, haven't you? Now that we've reached this point, there's no need for concealment. I believe that moment when the water cooler malfunctioned, irrespective of the physics or science behind it. After that electric shock, we started sharing sensations. In response, she swatted his hand away. Don't believe me? Just wait." As Lin Xiaolou began to scratch her palm, Wan Jun instinctively followed suit. The more he scratched, the itchier it became, and suddenly he realized, staring at his palm in astonishment. Here's something even more astonishing. Lin Xiaolou deftly scratched her side, causing Wan Jun to flinch. He was particularly sensitive to tickling in that area. With a knowing glance, Lin Xiaolou said, "Do you understand now? The sensation is mutual. When I itch, you itch. When I hurt, you hurt." Wan Jun stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. Furrowing his brow, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Is this truly your reason for shadowing me? Does the phrase, 'if I perish, so shall you,' carry its literal weight? So you fear for my well-being, hence your meticulous care for me, all because of this shared sensation? You do not harbor any affection at all?" Wan Jun forcefully swallowed those words, turning away in frustration. "It's nothing." The atmosphere grew tense. The air in the cramped room suddenly chilled. Lin Xiaolou rubbed her arms, noticing the anger on Wan Jun's face and misinterpreting it once more. "I understand your current feelings." "You do?" "Initially, I couldn't accept it either." Lin Xiaolou comforted Wan Jun as if she had been through it herself. "But what can we do if we can't accept it? Life must go on. We can only find a way to coexist with this absurdity. Think about it. Perhaps one day it will be resolved." Wan Jun scoffed. "You seem quite optimistic." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lin Xiaolou sprang up. "Should we fight?" Wan Jun instinctively shielded her, coldly retorting, "If there is to be a fight, it certainly will not be your turn." As the door swung open, Wan Jun struck with a punch, and a cacophony of screams erupted. Wan Jun was consumed by a frenzy. Lin Xiaolou secretly clicked his tongue. Was this the combat prowess of Li Go? He recalled his days of leaping about, slapping and pricking, akin to disturbing the earth atop a sovereign's head. Wan Jun had been remarkably lenient towards him. Alas, the arrival of the police was as timely as if it had been rehearsed. At that moment, Lin Xiaolou sensed something amiss. The police arrived too swiftly, and everything unfolded too smoothly, as if it had been meticulously orchestrated. Chapter 13. I would leap off a cliff for you. How could I grant you freedom? Just these few petty miscreants, unable to procure firearms, resorting to binding with mere rags and wielding broken knives. They were laughably easy to handle. Wan Jun, while puffing on a cigarette, casually conversed with the police. He had long been aware of being followed. While flies do not bite, they are bothersome. Thus, he played along, first giving the police a heads up, then donning a tracker he had purchased himself. Once he subdued the lot, the police would arrive, and it would be game over. Lin Xiaolou applauded. No wonder Wan Jun remained so composed, even asserting that it was uncertain who would perish. Impressive, truly remarkable. Wan Jun fixed a piercing gaze upon him, coldly uttering, "Does her hand not ache?" He had been quite ruthless while dealing with the assailants. Lin Xiaolou, belatedly realizing, gasped, clutching his fist and bouncing around. Wan Jun cast him a sidelong glance before turning to leave. From that day forth, Wan Jun remained absent for an entire week. Speculations ran rampant, with the predominant theory being that the boss had cowered, too afraid to venture outside. Lin Xiaolou scoffed at this notion. He had witnessed Wan Jun's combat capabilities firsthand. Like a rabid dog, he could never possibly cower. Recently, with no discomfort or reactions from his body, Lin Xiaolou found himself puzzled. Was Wan Jun merely hibernating at home? Their esteemed boss had been lying around for nearly a week. Yes, doing nothing but reclining, utterly still, as if in a vegetative state. As the week concluded, Wan Jun finally emerged. He wandered aimlessly for a while before ultimately heading to the boxing club. Wan Jun was ready for battle. His boxing partners, akin to NPCs, could only utter that one line. Wan Jun glared at his partner's face, instantly igniting his temper. He charged in, landing several punches that sent the opponent crashing down. His partner, clutching his head and wailing, pleaded, "Don't hit my face." "What is wrong with you?" Wan Jun, maintaining a stoic demeanor, contemplated delivering a few more blows when suddenly he had a thought. He yanked off his gloves, continuing might cause someone unbearable pain. His partner, sniffling as he rose from the ground, lamented, "It was just sparring. Why hit so hard?" Wan Jun shot him a cold glance, dismissing his complaints. "Nonsense, you deserve it. It was you who said Lin Xiaolou liked me. Upside down washing hair. Huh." Before departing, Wan Jun left a parting remark. "Remember to record a video. I must see you washing your hair upside down by midnight, or I will make you regret it." After a week of silence, Wan Jun finally stepped into the company, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The boss was alive, and they wouldn't have to resort to begging. Upon entering, he locked eyes with Lin Xiaolou, whose bright eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth. Wan Jun turned his head and entered his office. From that moment on, the entire company plunged into an ice age. The boss wore a perpetual scowl, and the employees dared not breathe a word. Even the walls seemed to weep under the oppressive atmosphere. The administrative assistant occasionally seeks the boss's signature, emerging each time while rubbing her arms and exhaling a plume of white mist. No one dares to confront the situation head-on. Each individual wishes fervently for a silent keyboard, afraid to type reports too loudly. Lin Xiaolou has become the most carefree among them, free from the duties of fetching coffee, engaging in conversation, or even gazing upon Wan Jun's face, basking in her untroubled existence. Why should only Lin Xiaolou enjoy such freedom? Wan Jun, upon seeing Lin Xiaolou, feels a tempest of frustration brewing within him, nearly suffocating him. Why does he have to endure this torment alone? Why must he suffer in silence while she remains blissfully indifferent? The arrows of Cupid seem to pierce only him, leaving him in anguish. The more carefree Lin Xiaolou appears, the more frantic Wan Jun becomes. The fire within his chest threatens to consume him, yet he finds himself without an outlet for his pent-up emotions. He cannot simply confront Lin Xiaolou, demanding to know why she does not love him. She has never professed her affection. Indeed, Lin Xiaolou harbors no feelings for him. He wishes he could explode with frustration, but he must endure. However, there comes a time when patience wears thin. I could explain endlessly, yet it is only when she is ready that he might receive another chance. Lin Xiaolou, tonight, sees the opportunity. Lin Xiaolou remains unfazed, believing that such matters require mutual consent. If forced, it is better to relent. What a preposterous notion. The corners of her mouth rise in a smile, masking her intentions. This girl is a rare gem, unmaterialistic, unaffected by wealth, and undeniably beautiful. Should he let such a remarkable prospect slip away, he would find it impossible to encounter another like her. Lin Xiaolou chuckles softly, refraining from further dialogue as she clutches a photograph on her phone, gazing at it for an extended period. Meanwhile, Wan Jun stands at the office door, his face as pale as a statue guarding the entrance. He fixates on the smile gracing Lin Xiaolou's lips, pondering her apparent joy. Lin Xiaolou intends to find a partner, to enter into a romantic relationship, to share intimate moments with another. Wan Jun's brows furrow, his fury igniting within him. Why must she flit about freely while he remains trapped in a cage of despair? I would leap from a cliff for you, plunge into the abyss. How can I grant you freedom? This tumultuous love, a hell of thorns and flames, is a path I cannot traverse alone. Apologies, I am late. Lin Xiaolou arrives just before the appointed time, yet the young lady is already present. Not at all. She replies with a radiant smile. I merely arrived 3 seconds before you. That still counts as me being late. Lin Xiaolou, a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Shanghui. Wan Jun watches the two hands intertwined through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, smoking a cigarette, his gaze obscured by the curling smoke. Tonight, Lin Xiaolou is strikingly attired in a white shirt complemented by a silver-gray suit. He cannot quite manage a tie. The collar of his shirt is slightly open, revealing a hint of his elegant collarbone. Not everyone can pull off a white shirt, but Lin Xiaolou exudes a particularly refreshing and clean aura, making the combination both innocent and alluring. Shang Rui steals glances at his deep, gemstone-like eyes, at the subtly sensual outline of his collarbone. As a blush creeps on her cheeks, order whatever you desire. Lin Xiaolou offers the menu to Shang Rui, displaying a commendable courtesy towards her. Shang Rui accepts the menu with a beaming smile. The prices at this establishment are steep, and even a few selections could amount to a small fortune. Just to clarify, we'll split the bill. That won't do. Lin Xiaolou firmly declined, asserting that it is unreasonable for a lady to pay the bill. It's all right, you order. I just received my salary. Shang Rui chuckled softly, finding his honesty rather refreshing. How about we split the bill, or I pay for it? Choose one. The young lady exuded confidence. Lin Xiaolou scrutinized her for a moment, contemplating, do you insist on splitting the bill because you are not interested in me? Shang Rui stifled a laugh and shot him a playful glare. If I truly found you unappealing, why would I waste my time and money? Am I foolish enough to do that? Lin Xiaolou pondered her words, and as he flipped her statement around in his mind, he felt a blush creeping onto his face. The atmosphere turned slightly ambiguous, tinged with restraint, creating an indescribable charm. Shang Rui was confident and poised, and Lin Xiaolou found great pleasure in listening to her. He had little patience for pretentiousness. A girl as straightforward and charming as she was captivating to him, making the light in his eyes shine brighter. As the meal drew to a close, Lin Xiaolou took the initiative to suggest, I see you enjoy spicy food. There's a wonderful Hunan restaurant I know of. Shall we try it next time? Next time? I'm still not full. Shang Rui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I could really go for some popcorn, preferably with a cola. Lin Xiaolou instantly grasped her desire. I know a place that serves popcorn and cola, with rows of seats and a large screen in front. Shang Rui beamed at him, and Lin Xiaolu's lips curled into a smile. The two exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding, a mutual attraction evident between them. Wan Jun observed the flirtation between the two, his frustration evident as he crushed a cigarette pack in his hand. Chapter 14. If you have the guts, then end me. Lin Xiaolou promptly took out his phone to purchase movie tickets. There is something I must confess to you. He paused, momentarily perplexed. Shang Rui gazed at him with a twinkle in her eye. I find you quite satisfactory. Lin Xiaolou felt a swell of pride. It was not mere boasting. During his school days, love letters had often found their way into his hands. Before we take the next step, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. Suddenly, Shang Rui placed a hand on her stomach. Would you mind if I asked for a buy-one-get-one deal? Lin Xiaolou froze, his expression momentarily blank. Ha! Shang Rui laughed, her joy infectious. Xiao Zhang said you would definitely short-circuit at that. After a fit of giggles, she abruptly halted. Just kidding. Hey, come back to reality. Are you all right? Lin Xiaolou instantly concocted 100 ways to deal with the instigator, Xiao Zhang. Before forcing a smile and responding, I'm fine, thank you. Shang Rui, both apologetic and amused, remarked, Xiao Zhang said you were quite a character. He insisted I capture your expression for him. But don't worry, I won tea. Then I thank you? Did I go too far with the joke? You didn't really believe it, did you? Shang Rui hastily clarified. My stomach is completely empty, I assure you. This girl was truly something else. Beautiful and amusing. Lin Xiaolou found himself even more enamored. So, are you still willing to buy me popcorn? Shang Rui tossed him a flirtatious glance. Are you feigning ignorance? Lin Xiaolou smirked, clutching his phone as he selected a film, when suddenly his device vibrated vigorously. An incoming call displayed the ominous name, Li Gui. Lin Xiaolu's smile vanished, and he quickly cut the call. Damn it! The caller was relentless, determined to continue the barrage of calls. Shang Rui, unable to watch any longer, inquired. Whose call is that? Why don't you answer it? Lin Xiaolou furrowed his brows tightly, glaring at his phone with a fierce intensity, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. He pressed the answer button with force, muttering, You better have something important, or I swear I'll tear you apart. The voice that emerged from the phone was a strained, yet melodious baritone, laced with an undertone of suppressed anger, exuding an oddly alluring charm, especially with the final threat that left Wan Jun feeling a shameful stir of excitement. This day would inevitably come. Wan Jun's voice was gravelly. Where's the report? No matter where you are or what you're doing, I need you back at the office. Immediately, Lin Xiaolou felt an overwhelming urge to smash the phone. Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? Can you not wait to see the sun rise tomorrow? Will you die by morning? Wan Jun bit down on the last cigarette from a crushed pack, flicked his lighter, and leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone unhurried. I suddenly feel like throwing some punches without gloves. Ultimately, Lin Xiaolou succumbed to the pain. That mad dog Wan Jun would indeed do it without gloves. And it would hurt terribly. I'm sorry. Something urgent has come up. Let us reschedule, he said cautiously. May I ask what is? I hope I'm not being replaced by a mistress, Shang Rui probed tentatively. Lin Xiaolou quickly denied. No, you misunderstand. It's my boss. He insists I return to the office for overtime. It's a dire situation. Shang Rui visibly relaxed. Are you really that fierce with your boss? Aren't you afraid he'll fire you? That would be a blessing, Lin Xiaolou replied, his frustration palpable. I wish I could just knock him out. Sympathy. Bosses are all like that. What worker doesn't resent their boss? Lin Xiaolou kindly called a car for her and personally saw her off before hastily returning to the office. The clock was nearing 10. At this hour, the entire building was dimly lit, nearly devoid of life. Upon entering, Lin Xiaolou noticed the president's office door ajar, shrouded in darkness. Venturing into the pitch-black office, he vented his frustrations with a barrage of curses. Just as he was reveling in his tirade, a metallic click echoed, and a spark illuminated the gloom. Revealing Li Benjun's strikingly cold visage. Are you out of your mind? Lin Xiaolou nearly jumped out of his skin, clutching his racing heart, his face pale. Why don't you turn on the lights? Are you that stingy? Wan Jun flicked the ash from his cigarette, taking a few hard puffs. Sounds like you're enjoying yourself cursing at me, Lin Xiaolou. Do you really think you've got me figured out? Lin Xiaolou shrugged off his suit jacket and loosened a button from his collar. Is this what you wanted? What's the matter? Did I get under your skin? Go ahead. If you have the guts, do your worst. Wan Jun's lips curled into a dangerous smirk, his voice low and menacing. Your lively existence is only permitted by my allowance. With the things you just said, anyone else would have been dead 100 times over. Should I be grateful then? Look at how arrogant you are. Which cliché novel did you crawl out of, you legal ignoramus? Who do you think you can kill? There are many ways to end a life, for instance, by ending yours. The scene froze in that instant. In Wan Jun's eyes, Lin Xiaolou caught a glimpse of ruthless determination. Those words spilled from his lips like a genuine intent, and in that moment, Lin Xiaolou truly believed that Wan Jun wished to see him dead. Lin Xiaolou obediently sat down to file a report, feeling that Wan Jun was somewhat amiss. In terms of martial prowess, he was undoubtedly no match for Wan Jun. The latter's impressive physique, reminiscent of a mad dog, left him with no chance. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to lurking in the shadows like a coward. If there were even the slightest possibility, he would have pinned a man down and given him a thorough thrashing, rather than bouncing around aimlessly every day. Gazing at Lin Xiaolou's handsome face under the warm light and listening to the addictive clatter of the keyboard, Wan Jun was reminded of their first encounter. It had been a rainy day, a detail he recalled vividly, as the rain had soaked Lin Xiaolou's white shirt. 6 months prior, "Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Lin Xiaolou." The raindrops fell gently as Lin Xiaolou pushed open the door of fate, stepping directly in front of Wan Jun. To this day, Wan Jun remembered the shock of that moment. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with a pair of eyes as dark and lustrous as black jewels, filled with emotion and brilliance. The rain had dampened Lin Xiaolou's dark hair, and the slightly disheveled strands only enhanced the man's striking handsomeness. He was a gentleman who would not pale even among a crowd of artists. Wan Jun's mood lifted. The dreary, wet day, which had initially irritated him, transformed into something delightful with the handsome man's arrival, making even the annoying raindrops seem romantic. At their first meeting, Lin Xiaolou was courteous and poised, displaying great elegance in his speech and mannerisms, showing considerable respect towards Wan Jun, addressing him as Mr. Li in a manner that was music to Wan Jun's ears. Indeed, handsome men excel in all aspects. Even their voices are magnetic. At that time, Wan Jun maintained a relatively composed demeanor, having someone pour a cup of tea for Lin Xiaolou and politely inviting him to introduce himself. The atmosphere began quite formally, until Lin Xiaolou, before Wan Jun, removed his suit jacket. Chapter 15, "Darling, come to my side." When Lin Xiaolou left, the sky was clear, but midway, the weather unexpectedly changed. The rain, though light, was sufficient to soak through his clothing. At the onset of the interview, he managed to endure, but as the small room grew increasingly warm, the damp suit clung uncomfortably to his body. Lin Xiaolou glanced up, noticing that Wan Jun was dressed in casual attire, resembling someone working from home, complete with slippers that exuded a relaxed vibe. He speculated on the boss's temperament based on his attire and boldly requested, "Mr. Li, may I remove my suit?" Wan Jun raised an eyebrow. "I left without an umbrella, and the rain caught me by surprise. This wet clothing is rather uncomfortable. May I?" The request was rather peculiar. Yet Wan Jun, glancing at the handsome man with rain-soaked hair and then into his genuine, unpretentious eyes, unexpectedly displayed a friendly smile. "Feel free." At that moment, Lin Xiaolou's admiration for Wan Jun reached its zenith. He was easygoing, unpretentious, and exceptionally handsome. Though the company was quite small, the boss was a significant advantage. Thus, Lin Xiaolou proceeded to remove the uncomfortable suit in front of Wan Jun. However, he had overestimated the suit's water resistance. The rain, though seemingly gentle, had persistently soaked through, leaving not only the suit, but also the white shirt beneath damp. As he shed the suit, Wan Jun's eyes lifted, and he was momentarily breathless. The fabric of the shirt was thin and sheer, clinging to his form almost transparently. Wan Jun's mind exploded, his gaze fixated. Lin Xiaolou, oblivious, spoke candidly. Yet the more he spoke, the more Li's eyes seemed to linger unnervingly on his chest. Lin Xiaolou glanced down, and shock coursed through him, his handsome face burning with embarrassment. He hastily donned his damp suit once more, fixing Li with a piercing glare from his beautiful, gem-like eyes. Wan Jun suddenly snapped back to reality, wiping his face, feeling as if he had succumbed to some malady. He did not delve into his peculiar reaction, attributing it merely to instinct, perhaps a consequence of repressed desires. This interview no longer needed to continue. Lin Xiaolou, who appeared amiable, was actually quite resolute. He stood up to leave. "Who would want to work for a creep? You are hired." Lin Xiaolou paused momentarily, but only briefly. "Who would want to work for a creep? The probation period salary is 5,000. With a swift motion, Li lit a cigarette, flicking the lighter away, releasing a cloud of smoke. "After the probation period, it will be 6,000. Lin Xiaolou resisted for a week, receiving several offers. But even large corporations could not match the 6,000. Ultimately, he decided to compromise for the sake of sustenance and accept a position with the creep. Initially, he remained on high alert, but soon discovered that Wan Jun seemed uninterested in men. Upon realizing Li was heterosexual, he felt a twinge of relief. But this sentiment quickly soured. Just as he emerged from the probation period, Lin Xiaolou was eager to resign. For Wan Jun was even more outrageous than he initially thought. Once again, seeing Li in a white shirt, he was jolted from his reverie. He could not forget the alluring appearance from their first encounter. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaolou had not donned a white shirt since that day, until tonight. Wan Jun lit another cigarette, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at Lin Xiaolou from a distance, lost in thought. Not everyone can pull off white. The same garment can appear drab on some, yet on others, it exudes an alluring purity. Lin Xiaolou was a prime example. The white shirt accentuated his striking features. The slightly opened collar revealing the enticing contours of his collarbone, making one yearn to take a bite. It is said that the fairer the skin, the more vivid the marks. How exquisite must one be to have such porcelain-like skin adorned with clusters of red marks, akin to plum blossoms blooming in the snow? Would someone as resolute as Lin Xiaolou tremble? Would he appear even more enchanting? As Lin Xiaolou typed the final word and hit send, the clock struck 11. He did not believe Wan Jun was eagerly awaiting the report. Rather, he was simply toying with him. Ever since joining the company, the insufferable man had not given him a moment's peace. How could he dare accuse Lin of being overly dramatic, if not for the boss's erratic behavior? Why would a mere employee seek to clash with his superior? Lin Xiaolou, disinterested in further argument, donned his suit, prepared to leave. Lin Xiaolou, why are you calling me? Having already stepped out of the company, he was abruptly yanked back by Wan Jun. Let go. Don't touch me. Lin Xiaolou protested. Embodying an air of inviolable dignity, he despised when people invaded his personal space, especially Wan Jun. Come stay with me. Lin Xiaolou's mouth hung open for a moment before closing again. Was there any point in arguing with such a foolish boss? Couldn't he even muster the energy to roll his eyes as he turned to leave, only to be pulled back once more? If you touch me again, I swear I'll knock you out. Before you strike me down, allow me to finish my words. You refuse to listen. Lin Xiaolou lifted his foot again, stubborn as ever. Do you not wish to sever this shared sentiment? The foot suspended in the air hesitated for a moment before finally landing, and Lin Xiaolou turned around. I feel your pain. You feel mine. You do not desire to break free from this binding, to utterly sever this noose around your neck. Proceed. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's adversary is to engage in countless battles without peril. If we wish to dissolve this connection, ought we not first conduct an in-depth study of our shared sentiment? You invite me to reside with you. Is it to better investigate this bond, thereby freeing ourselves from it? With our lives separate and the company bustling during the day, aside from cohabitation, I cannot conceive of a better solution. Surprisingly, Lin Xiaolou found this proposition quite constructive. He did not wish to share an enduring connection with his nemesis. If there truly exists a possibility of liberation, it is worth attempting. How do you intend to proceed? To share meals, dwell together, and remain inseparable, sharing the same bed and pillow in intimate proximity. Farewell. Wan Jun seized him once more, urging him not to be agitated but to hear him out. Since we are cohabiting, does it not entail sharing both meals and living space? As for sharing a bed, it is merely for the sake of research. Proximity allows for closer observation. And the notion of intimacy is simply a figure of speech. Do not take it literally. Lin Xiaolou frowned deeply. Reside at my place. My house is spacious. Wan Jun's voice brimmed with an uncontainable excitement, practically yearning to be by his side. He would come to fetch him tomorrow. Lin Xiaolou pushed him away, feeling as though he were being schemed against. Do you not wish to be liberated? For your sake, I have refrained from boxing for quite some time. My hands are nearly itching to engage. If I cannot hold back any longer, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Whether to move or not is entirely up to you. This struck a nerve with Lin Xiaolou. He feared pain above all else. Very well, I shall move tomorrow. I can hardly wait to be free. I am nearly tormented to death by it. I too am nearing my limit. Darling, come quickly to my side. Chapter 16. The Prey. The following day, Lin Xiaolou relocated from his modest rental to Wan Jun's grand apartment. He silently marveled at the spaciousness. 4 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a private dressing room. With his modest salary, he feared he would never afford such a home. Wan Jun led him to the guest room, declaring, "This shall be your room. Let me know if you require anything." Lin Xiaolou merely raised the corner of his mouth in a token gesture. It was merely polite talk. As he was only staying temporarily, what right did he have to make demands? When mealtime arrived, a sumptuous feast from a five-star hotel was delivered in succession. Wan Jun warmly invited him to partake, but upon seeing the spread, 8 dishes and a soup, including abalone and shark fin, Lin Xiaolou turned to excuse himself, rummaging through his belongings to produce a packet of instant noodles. Wan Jun snatched it away, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Who is truly unwell here? Am I forbidden from eating what I ordered? How shall we calculate the expenses? This banquet equates to half my monthly salary. How am I to dine? Have I ever charged you for meals? Do you think I am in need of your meager food expenses? Lin Xiaolou, you once claimed to fear nothing. How did I not notice your timidity before?" Timidity, indeed. Wan Jun forcibly seated him, his face radiating excitement as he toasted with Lin Xiaolou, declaring, "Today marks the splendid occasion of our cohabitation. Let us drink. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? What misfortune has led you to this circumstance? What is there to celebrate? Why is your smile so broad?" Wan Jun struggled to suppress his grin, then offered, "Let's wish for a successful untangling of our bond soon." Wan Jun, with great enthusiasm, invited, "Eat the fish. It has bones. Eat the shrimp. It has shells." Casting aside his chopsticks and lighting a cigarette, he proclaimed, "Let me tell you a story." Lin Xiaolou rolled her eyes. There was a person extremely lazy, who lay in bed all day, requiring someone to attend to his every meal. When his family traveled far, fearing he might starve, they placed a large pancake around his neck. However, upon their return, they found him deceased. Can you guess how he died? Lin Xiaolou's eyes rolled skyward. Who hasn't heard this story? He starved to death. Wan Jun answered himself. This person only consumed the pancake in front of him, too lazy to move his hands to rotate the one behind his neck. He was that indolent. Lin Xiaolou wiped her mouth and smirked. "You're just indirectly calling me lazy." "That cannot be," he replied. "What I wish to convey is that you are different from him, for you have me." As he spoke, Wan Jun deftly removed the fish bones and peeled the shrimp shells, presenting the prepared delicacies before her. After the meal, Lin Xiaolou excitedly rubbed her hands together. "Let's get started. Do you have a plan?" "Not at all." Wan Jun nearly rolled his eyes, contemplating for a moment. "Let us first thoroughly review that day's events." Lin Xiaolou recalled meticulously, nothing out of the ordinary, just like any other day, a wonderful day commencing from my curse upon you. Fast forward. You called for me to brew coffee. I brought a cup of water, sprinkled in some powder, that powder spilled onto the table. So I scooped it back into the cup. "Thank you." Then I delivered it to you, and while you chattered, I stirred it with my finger, right? I even cursed at you. My thoughts at that moment were, "You wretch, why are you not dead yet? I'll make sure you don't die." Ugh. Lin Xiaolou was amused by Wan Jun's expression, bursting into laughter. He continued, recalling, "Then I felt an electric shock. No, we both felt it together. Aside from that incident, everything else was as usual. Thus it must have been an electric shock. There is no other explanation." Wan Jun stroked his chin. What scientific basis is there for an electric shock leading to shared sensations? The phenomenon of shared sensations itself defies scientific explanation. All right then, assuming your hypothesis is valid, what do you intend to do? I'm contemplating that we need to experience it once more. No way. Wan Jun firmly objected. Is an electric shock a trivial matter? Shared sensations may not be fatal, but an electric shock can be. So what do you suggest? I believe we should not dwell on the electric shock. Our focus should be on shared sensations. To rid ourselves of it, we must first comprehend it. So, Lin Xiaolou mused, aside from feeling pain and itchiness, what other sensations do we share? Her gaze flickered. Nothing. Why do I feel you're not being truthful? Wan Jun scrutinized her eyes. Is there something you haven't disclosed? Lin Xiaolou clenched her teeth. No. Very well. How about this? I'll try first. Try what? Wan Jun tapped his fingers on the table. Does this hurt? Not at all. He cracked his knuckles. Does this hurt? Lin Xiaolou scratched her knuckles. No. Wan Jun then punched the wall. Lin Xiaolou tumbled from her chair to the floor. Damn. Wan Jun hurried to help her up. I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength well. Was that painful? Lin Xiaolou's lips trembled, her eyes brimming with tears, the corners red and pitiable. Wan Jun's heart tightened in an instant, blaming himself, lamenting, "It's all my fault. Let me blow on it, let me rub it. Does it still hurt?" He cradled her gently in his arms, blowing and massaging her hand. After a while, Lin Xiaolou managed to recover slightly. Her voice weak. "Do you have any pain relief spray?" Yes. Just wait a moment." Wan Jun hurriedly rummaged through the drawers, finally finding the spray. He uncapped it and sprayed it on Lin Xiaolou's hand in a flurry. Lin Xiaolou exclaimed in exasperation, "What good does that do me? What else can I do? Why do I hurt? Isn't it because of you? You should spray yourself, you fool. You're so clever." Wan Jun turned the spray toward his own hand and applied it liberally. The cooling mist alleviated the pain almost instantaneously, and Lin Xiaolou visibly relaxed. This was the first time Wan Jun witnessed Lin Xiaolou's suffering. It was indeed profound. Each person has a different threshold for pain. Wan Jun, with his tough exterior, felt nothing from that punch, while for Lin Xiaolou, it was an undeserved calamity. What he experienced as a light drizzle, for others, could feel like a torrential downpour. It was no wonder Lin Xiaolou followed him closely, fearing for his safety. During those aimless days, how helpless must she have felt? Just the thought of her fighting while injured made Wan Jun's heart ache. He silently vowed never to box again until their shared empathy was resolved. After trying it, then what? Wan Jun scrutinized her from head to toe, his throat tightening, and then proceeded to remove his shirt. Lin Xiaolou glared at him with her strikingly contrasting eyes, staring until her orbs began to ache. "Do you even hear yourself? Calm down. I mean no harm. I merely wish to observe what is so special about your physique. Are you speaking the language of humans? What is so special about me? I'm no different from you." "That may not be the case. We are quite different." "In what way?" "Speak." "I have spoken. It's about size, hence the difference." Lin Xiaolou sprang up. "Have some dignity." Wan Jun feigned innocence. "Why are you so worked up?" "I was simply referring to your tall stature and well-defined chest muscles. Where did your mind wander?" Lin Xiaolou flushed a deep crimson. "Hurry up and take it off." Wan Jun, undeterred, replied, "It's getting late. I need to sleep soon." Lin Xiaolou huffed, wiping her face. "Why should I undress?" "Why don't you?" "Fine. I'll undress too. Let us do it together." Wan Jun swiftly removed his shirt, leaving Lin Xiaolou in stunned silence. Wan Jun's physique was indeed impressive. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and solid muscles, his sun-kissed skin gleaming under the warm light, exuding both wildness and sensuality. Coupled with his strikingly handsome face, he emanated an undeniable aura of masculinity. Gripping a crystal ashtray, he casually plopped down on the floor, squinting at her through half-closed eyes, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, resembling a languid yet formidable beast. Though appearing satiated and relaxed, his powerful physique concealed a remarkable strength, capable of pouncing and swiftly dispatching his prey. Lin Xiaolou felt this instinctively, even believing herself to be that very prey. Chapter 17. Synchronization. "What are you dawdling about?" Wan Jun flicked the ash from his cigarette, his demeanor exuding a peculiar blend of arrogance and vulnerability. "You wouldn't feel embarrassed, would you? Even if your physique doesn't quite match mine, there's no need for self-deprecation." "What nonsense are you spouting? Who feels inferior? Isn't that the very definition of inferiority?" "You wouldn't harbor any feelings for me, would you? Have you taken leave of your senses? The notion that I might have feelings for you? Then what else could it be? You must be afraid of losing control. If you truly had feelings for me, I could understand considering our circumstances. Go to hell." Wan Jun's laughter was infuriatingly smug. "We're both straight men. What is there to fear? Unless, of course, you're not straight." "Shut up. I'm straighter than a utility pole." "Then strip." Lin Xiaolou had faced his fair share of male harassment, and he loathed having his sexuality questioned. Provoked by Wan Jun's taunt, he raised his hand and removed his shirt. Boom! The long-forgotten sensation of suffocation washed over Wan Jun. His heart skipped a beat, then raced uncontrollably, drowning his thoughts in a cacophony of pulsations. The first time they met, there had been fabrics separating them. Now, he found himself in the presence of Lin Xiaolou, unclad. Wan Jun could scarcely articulate the visual impact of this body before him. It was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Lin Xiaolou was decidedly different from Wan Jun, more handsome, more refined, with porcelain-like skin that was utterly captivating. His muscles were harmoniously sculpted, and the curve of his waist drew the gaze irresistibly downward, inviting countless thoughts. He exuded not a wild aura, but a beauty distinctly masculine. Wan Jun's eyes fixated on Lin Xiaolou. The hue of his skin a shade deeper than blush yet softer than rouge. He was nearly losing his composure. "Fool, you're bleeding." With a thud, warm blood dripped onto the pristine floor. Wan Jun raised a hand to his nose, cursing under his breath as he found it stained crimson. "Look up." Lin Xiaolou lunged for the table, snatching a handful of tissues and thrusting them at Wan Jun. Stop it all." After a struggle, Wan Jun managed to halt the bleeding, muttering to himself, "It's merely the dry climate. I'm just experiencing some aridity." Lin Xiaolou scoffed, "I've heard of autumn dryness, but never spring dryness. All I know is that on spring nights, cats yowl and humans become frisky. You must have indulged in too much protein tonight." "Nonsense." Lin Xiaolou clutched his shirt, intent on putting it back on, which sent Wan Jun into a state of panic. "Why put it back on now that you've taken it off?" "I haven't had my fill of the view." "Say that again." "I haven't finished my examination yet." Lin Xiaolou regarded him skeptically. "Wan Jun, what exactly are you aiming for? We're both grown men. What I possess, you possess too. What's there to examine? Then why am I in agony while you're rolling on the floor in discomfort? People are not the same. On the surface, we may appear to share similar components, but in reality, we are world apart." Lin Xiaolou found Wan Jun's assertions absurd, yet he lacked the evidence to counter them. "Fine, you examine me, and let us see what you discover." With a reckless abandon, Lin Xiaolou approached him, offering himself for scrutiny without any cost. Wan Jun's legs biakanat, and he knelt before Lin Xiaolou. "Damn it, Wan Jun, is such a grand gesture truly necessary?" Wan Jun's gaze was fixed, his heart racing, his hands trembling as he cautiously reached out. "May I touch?" Lin Xiaolou was utterly exasperated. "Wan Jun, if I didn't know you had girlfriend, I would genuinely suspect you were a pervert." At this moment, Wan Jun could hear nothing. He gently prodded Lin Xiaolou, his fingertips tingling, a surge of electricity coursing through his heart. He poked again and again. "Wait, could you perhaps choose a different spot to poke? Why do you keep jabbing at my lower abdomen? Am I permitted to poke elsewhere? Is this your method of research? After all this poking, have you discovered any issues? The problem is significant." "What?" "It's too slippery. Not only slippery, but it also bites. Look, as soon as my hand touches it, it's as if it has suction. I can't pull away." Wan Jun pressed his warm palm against the porcelain-like skin, exclaiming, "Goodness, this sensation is overwhelming." Lin Xiaolou's patience reached its limit. "If you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude." Wan Jun, overwhelmed with excitement, felt dizzy, his gaze fixated on Lin Xiaolou's form. "How could I blame you? Would you allow me a bite?" Suddenly, Lin Xiaolou kicked him over, grabbed his clothes, and turned to leave. Wan Jun lay sprawled on the floor, and Lin Xiaolou's face flushed, perhaps in anger. "Anger makes one even more beautiful," he thought. After a considerable time, Wan Jun managed to rise, took a shower, and collapsed onto the bed, his mind consumed by thoughts of Lin Xiaolou, his face, his body, that thrilling tone when he cursed, and that deadly allure. Lin Xiaolou shivered, realizing that the audacious Wan Jun was at it again. Just a wall separated them, and the thought excited Wan Jun even more. Lin Xiaolou clenched his fists, his voice escaping through gritted teeth, pounding the bed in frustration. He felt utterly tormented, unable to shake off the overwhelming tide of desire. "Wan Jun, you scoundrel, you beast, you pig." An hour passed. The stimulation of the night lingered in Wan Jun's mind, more intense than before. Would Lin Xiaolou cry? Certainly. The mere thought of Lin Xiaolou begging for mercy heightened Wan Jun's excitement. Lin Xiaolou would undoubtedly break down, but it would be in vain. He would never show mercy, completely claiming him amidst desperate cries. Lin Xiaolou tossed and turned, feeling as if he might perish. Is this ever going to end? He bit down on the blanket, gripping the sheets, enduring what felt like an eternity until he could no longer suppress his voice. Li Benjun Julta Awaka. What was that sound? It seemed to emanate from next door. He listened intently, but it ceased. Wasn't he that Lin Xiaolou next door? Was he still awake? Wan Jun glanced at his phone. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and yet he was still so energized. Why this lack of composure? I know you long for him, as do I, but we mustn't rush. We can't scare him away. For the happiness of our future, we must endure. Lin Xiaolou sighed deeply, releasing the blanket from his teeth. Finally, at long last, Wan Jun resumed the earlier scene, and just as Lin Xiaolou had begun to doze off, it commenced anew. On the brink of madness, Lin Xiaolou cried out. Wan Jun's eyes snapped open. It was no auditory hallucination. There was indeed a sound coming from the wall. Lin Xiaolou spat out the blanket, stuffing his fist into his mouth. Determined not to emit another sound, Wan Jun scrambled up, pressing against the wall, listening intently for a long while, but there was no noise. What on earth was going on? As he glanced at the time, a sense of urgency washed over him. Almost 3 o'clock. It was time to settle matters swiftly. Wan Jun gritted his teeth while Lin Xiaolou clenched his fists, both of them lost in thought. Wan Jun savored the moment, and Lin Xiaolou pondered about him, wondering if that scoundrel would ever cease his antics. If this continued, perhaps he would be better off meeting his demise. No, before that, he would ensure that Wan Jun was rendered incapable of further mischief. Chapter 18. In days of yore, travel was slow. A lifetime sufficed to love but one person. The alarm clock failed to rouse an exhausted worker. When Lin Xiaolou finally opened his eyes, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. He sprang up, grabbing his phone, only to exclaim in dismay. It was 9 o'clock. In a flurry, he donned his clothes and rushed outside, only to be greeted by the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread. Awake at last, Wan Jun, clad in an apron, stood in the kitchen, looking quite presentable. He plated a perfectly cooked golden egg and remarked, "I suppose you should also be awake by now. Wash your face and hurry to eat. There's no time. I'm late for work." Lin Xiaolou intended to dash out when he suddenly sensed something amiss. What exactly was wrong? Turning around, he found Wan Jun observing him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The realization struck him. His boss was right before him. "I've even squeezed the toothpaste for you. Hurry up. The bread I just toasted will cool soon." Lin Xiaolou, bewildered, wondered why his boss was making breakfast for him despite his tardiness. Had he not slept well last night? Wan Jun scrutinized the dark circles under Lin Xiaolou's eyes. "Did you stay up all night? Why do you even ask?" Lin Xiaolou shot him a glare and took a few aggressive bites of bread. "I just have trouble sleeping." Oh, Wan Jun's eyes gleamed. "So the sound from last night were made by you?" Caught off guard, Lin Xiaolou choked momentarily before managing to respond, his voice weak. What sounds? Hard to say. It sounded like a cry. Did you call out last night? Absolutely not. You must have misheard. I didn't hear anything at all. Is that so? Wan Jun's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaolou's eyes. Of course, Lin Xiaolou shifted his gaze, feeling guilty. He devoured 2 more slices of bread and wiped his hands. "I've decided to move back. I'll do it tonight." "Why?" Lin Xiaolou's expression conveyed incredulity. "Firstly, all that fuss last night was utterly pointless. Secondly, I believe you have a peculiar disposition. Not just peculiar. I find you quite bizarre," he thought. Wan Jun reflected on his own behavior from the previous night. Kneeling before Lin Xiaolou, indeed, it was odd. "I was merely conducting research. Do you believe that? I was just a bit tipsy. That little bit of red wine hardly justified such behavior, did it? Well, I wasn't out of control yet." Wan Jun received another glare, scratching his head awkwardly. "I'm a normal man, full of vitality. I had a bit to drink and my mind was a little fuzzy, but I assure you I'm not a deviant. Consider it this way. If I were truly deviant, would I have let you off last night? Would I have allowed you to kick me to the ground?" That is a valid point. Given Wan Jun's prowess, he could easily impose his will if he truly desired. "You have met my girlfriend, after all." "I do have one. What is there to be concerned about?" "You have a girlfriend, yet you seem quite pent up." "She's away on business. It has been a while since we last met." "That explains it." Seeing that Lin Xiaolou was somewhat convinced, Wan Jun gently brushed his hand against Lin Xiaolou's. "Don't go. Please stay." Lin Xiaolou swiftly withdrew her hand and said nothing more. She needed to leave immediately. "Where to?" "Don't cling to me. I have to go to work." Even if you go to the office, you'll just end up sleeping. Don't bother going. Stay home and catch up on your sleep. You say you won't go, so you want tea? Let go. Wan Jun tightened his grip, insisting, take a good look. Who am I? Wan Jun. And? It took Lin Xiaolou a moment to respond. My boss. Indeed, he had declared he wouldn't go if he didn't want to. Then I'll take a leave. What excuse should I concoct? Lin Xiaolou met Wan Jun's gaze again and realized, oh, asking for leave also meant asking him. So this time, she didn't even need a reason. How foolish. Wan Jun chuckled as he tousled Lin Xiaolou's hair. As he was about to step out the door, he turned back, reminding her, the fridge is stocked. Take whatever you fancy. You can do whatever you wish, but one thing. Wan Jun's smile faded as he spoke mysteriously. You may roam anywhere, but do not enter the innermost room. Have you heard that tale? A woman marries a nobleman and moves into a grand house filled with many rooms, adorned with gold, silver, jewels, and exquisite garments. But her husband repeatedly warns her not to open the last room. Alas, her intense curiosity overcomes her, and she eventually disregards her husband's warning and opens that door only to. You can stop right there. Lin Xiaolou interjected sharply. Hurry up and leave out. Wan Jun chuckled merrily. When I return, I'll bring you delicious treats. Remember, do not open the last room. Get lost. Lin Xiaolou washed the dishes and wiped the dining table, suddenly feeling a shiver, realizing she resembled a doting wife, sending her husband off and then tidying up. Aside from 2 bedrooms, the other 2 doors remained tightly shut. With time to spare, she twisted the doorknob, and to her astonishment, this was Wan Jun's study. A pastoral-style writing desk, an elegant European floor lamp, a cozy 2-seater sofa, and a small coffee table adorned the space. There were no heavy, oppressive cabinets. Instead, an artistic bookshelf resembling a Christmas tree, uniquely shaped, exuded a sense of relaxation. On the other side of the study lay a pastoral-style carpet, scattered with several beanbags, creating an inviting and warm atmosphere. How delightful! Lin Xiaolou nestled comfortably into the 2-seater sofa, envisioning herself engrossed in a leisurely book, embodying the tranquility of a serene life. She then moved to the writing desk, where a wooden penholder sat alongside a stack of traditional stationery. Each sheet bore a different floral design, red plum blossoms braving the snow, crabapple blossoms heralding spring, and summer lotus gracefully standing tall. The antiquated charm of the stationery ignited an impulse within her to write something. Lin Xiaolou tore off a sheet and placed it on the desk, straightening her posture, ready to begin. Suddenly, she felt something was missing. She pulled out the chair and dashed into the kitchen. The countertop was spotless, and at eye level on the tiles was a sticky note adorned with 2 bold arrows pointing up and down, accompanied by the words, tea above, cups below. Everything you need is here, complete with a smiley face. Lin Xiaolou opened the lower drawer, her eyes widening in amazement at a collection of mugs in various colors and quirky shapes. She then opened the upper cabinet and gasped, wow, black tea, green tea, white tea, pu'er, everything one could desire. Lin Xiaolou, in a moment of exhilaration, let slip a few choice expletives, grappling with his indecision. With a joyful heart, he re-entered his study, a cup of freshly brewed tea in hand, embodying the essence of a cultured individual. Amidst the fragrant steam of the tea, he recalled the poignant phrase, in the past, horse-drawn carriages moved slowly, and one lifetime was sufficient to love but one person. In this modern age of typing on computers, the words produced are cold and mechanical, devoid of the artistic grace and refinement that ink and brush convey. As the atmosphere settled, Lin Xiaolou's spirit soared. His desire for expression surged as he pretended to be a literary artisan, elegantly inscribing his name on fine stationery, only to find himself at a loss for words. The ambience was perfect, his demeanor fitting, yet his mind was a blank canvas. With his thoughts racing, he gnawed at the pen until it was nearly ruined, finally conjuring a line. Last night, the east wind blew again, and in the moonlight, I could not bear to look back at my homeland. Lin Xiaolou threw his head back in raucous laughter, tossing aside the pen and stretching, realizing he was not cut out for this vocation. Not everyone can be a wordsmith. Despite his inability to craft the eloquent phrases of yesteryear, he had nonetheless experienced the essence of a slower time, offering a soothing balm for his soul. Adjacent to his study lay the mysterious room spoken of by Wan Jun, and instinctively he eyed the doorknob, recalling the warnings that echoed in his mind. In the story, the woman, unable to resist her overwhelming curiosity, opened the final door, only to be met with a nightmare. The room contained no dazzling jewels, nor opulent garments, only corpses, the remains of aristocratic ex-wives. What secrets lay hidden in this space? Could it also harbor a body? Was Wan Jun's girlfriend truly away on business? Or had he silenced her? Lin Xiaolou's imagination soared. Like the woman in the tale, he could not resist the tantalizing pull of curiosity and felt compelled to discover what lay within. Gripping the doorknob, he slowly turned it. Chapter 19. The Mysterious Room. Suddenly, a loud knock startled him, nearly sending his heart into a frenzy. Approaching the door, he called out, "Who is it?" "Delivery," came the reply. Lin Xiaolou flung the door open, exclaiming, "I didn't order any delivery. It's from Mr. Li," the courier stated. Wan Jun. The meal originated from a renowned five-star hotel in the city. Lin Xiaolou meticulously unwrapped the exquisite packaging, revealing a sumptuous feast of 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a dessert. He stood bewildered before the delightful spread, momentarily at a loss for words. This far surpassed any lunch he had enjoyed in recent memory. What a peculiar man Wan Jun was, displaying such extraordinary kindness. He was utterly baffled. After savoring the main course, he picked up the small pudding, marveling at its soft, bouncy texture. He opened a refrigerator to store the pudding, only to be captivated by a food container adorned with a note. "There are delightful treasures hidden within. Hurry and open it." A big smile accompanied the message. Lin Xiaolou lifted the lid, revealing slices of sweet melon, complete with a fork. Inside the lid, another note read, "By the time you see this, I will no longer be in this house." A shiver ran through Lin Xiaolou. "Tell me, is the melon sweet? Is the person kind?" Adorned with twinkling stars. Unable to contain his amusement, Lin Xiaolou chuckled, realizing he must be quite unwell. He returned to the dining table, cradling a food box, and bit into a slice of refreshing melon. The sweetness lingered in his mouth, reminiscent of a delightful essence that seemed to penetrate the very heart. Wan Jun had been quite busy that morning, preparing breakfast, slicing fruit, and even jotting down notes. Such meticulous attention resembled the tender care one might extend to a beloved partner. Lin Xiaolou swiftly dismissed such absurd thoughts from his mind. Surely, this man was merely idling away his time, his brain perhaps caught in a moment of folly. After a brief respite, Lin Xiaolou found himself restless once more. He returned to the enigmatic room. Despite the fact that Wan Jun was a notorious figure, he felt compelled to steal a glance inside. Rubbing his hands together, he grasped the doorknob and turned it with determination. His gaze swept from left to right, then right to left, taking in a room brimming with fitness equipment. What mystery could lie within such apparatus? Why was it off limits? He touched the treadmill, throwing a punch at the punching bag, noticing a seated chest press machine, an abdominal training chair, and a bicep trainer. This was nothing short of a miniature gym. It was here that Wan Jun had sculpted his impressive physique. Only such specialized equipment could forge such a beastly form. Not wishing to appear naive, he approached the treadmill, only to realize he had no idea how to operate it. Wan Jun had repeatedly warned him against opening the door, likely fearing that he might mishandle his precious equipment. Viewing was one thing, but damaging it was beyond his means to repay. He meticulously wiped away the fingerprints from the treadmill, only to turn around and find himself face to face with Wan Jun, who was glaring at him intently. Startled, Lin Xiaolou stumbled backward, his heart racing as he scrambled to his feet. He rushed up to Wan Jun, poking him insistently. "What are you staring at, you pervert?" Wan Jun remained silent, his eyes unblinking, for he was not a man at all, but rather a life-sized poster. Indeed, the very image that had nearly frightened Lin Xiaolou into oblivion was the one affixed to the back of the door. The background of the poster appeared authentic, capturing a sprawling desert bathed in the golden hues of a setting sun, exuding a wild and rugged spirit. Wan Jun stood bare-chested, his honey-toned skin glistening in the sunlight, while a pair of ordinary straight-leg pants seemed to convey an air of casual nonchalance, with one button daringly undone, radiating both wildness and desire. In the poster, Wan Jun's hair was slightly longer than it was now, tousled across his forehead, his features sharp and striking. The photographer had skillfully captured his remarkable visage, particularly that blend of languidness and untamed vigor, perfectly reflecting his true essence. In Lin Xiaolou's mind, Wan Jun was the embodiment of a lazy, yet explosively powerful beast. He could not deny the man's striking good looks. His physique was enviable, brimming with masculine vigor, a true epitome of manhood. Leaning closer to examine Wan Jun's brow and eyes, he understood the phrase, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes that he had read about. Those eyes were indeed captivating, deep and unwavering as they locked onto his own. An odd sensation washed over Lin Xiaolou. Despite knowing it was merely a poster, he felt as though Wan Jun was watching him, stirring a flurry of emotions within him, leaving him rather flustered. Who would dare to display such a provocative poster at home? How ostentatious! Lin Xiaolou harbored suspicions that Wan Jun's words that morning were intentional, a deliberate provocation to entice him to open that door. He resolved not to yield, yet felt an inexplicable urge to do so, likely just to flaunt that poster. Who among decent families is without clothing? Look at your ostentatious demeanor. Have a modicum of shame. He stealthily exited his room, wiped the doorknob, and then hummed a tune as he returned to his chamber. At precisely 6 o'clock, Wan Jun entered. Lin Xiaolou emerged, exaggeratedly stretching as if to say, "Wasn't it 6 o'clock when you finished work? Have you teleported? You seem to have forgotten who runs the company." Wan Jun scrutinized him from head to toe. "You haven't slept the whole day, have you?" "None of your business," Lin Xiaolou retorted. If Lin Xiaolou ever spoke to him in a civil manner, Wan Jun would likely be taken aback. Lin Xiaolou had a knack for attracting attention with his particular attitude. Wan Jun, grinning, placed a box down. "Come here. I have something delicious." Lin Xiaolou leaned in to take a closer look. Chocolate? This was a renowned overseas brand of pure imported chocolate, distinct from what one might find at a supermarket. Each piece was thick and soft, resembling a miniature mousse cake rather than mere chocolate. Rich and aromatic, it melted in the mouth. Lin Xiaolou recognized the brand. It was quite expensive. "How did you know I like chocolate?" "Your computer desktop features this brand, and even your meeting notebook has a chocolate cover." For once, Lin Xiaolou refrained from retorting, his gaze fixed on the chocolate, enveloped in an unusual silence. Wan Jun strolled into the study. Oh, the delightful aroma of tea still lingers. He approached the desk, picked up a piece of stationery, and upon seeing the name Lin Xiaolou inscribed upon it, a smile crept upon his lips. He pressed the name to his lips, bestowing a kiss upon it for a prolonged moment, then penned his own name, Wan Jun, alongside it, encircling both names within a large heart. He meticulously folded the heartfelt note and tucked it into his pocket. "You ventured into the room, didn't you?" After indulging in food and drink, Wan Jun suddenly remarked, biting into a cigarette. Lin Xiaolou coughed, his face flushing red. "What? Oh, you mean the study? I merely sat there for a moment." Wan Jun's perceptive gaze pierced through him. "You know precisely which room I am referring to? The last one." No. Lin Xiaolou nearly sprang up. "Is that so?" Wan Jun squinted at him. "Then how do my things get damaged?" "You're talking nonsense. I didn't touch anything." Wan Jun smirked, reveling in the implication. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Wan Jun chuckled, leaning closer to Lin Xiaolou's flushed face. "Aren't I handsome? Have some decency." Lin Xiaolou had not forgotten the reason he had moved in. How would he handle tonight? Wan Jun's gaze burned with intensity. "Perhaps you should also remove your trousers tonight." Chapter 20. The Cries. "Don't glare at me." Wan Jun took a deep drag from his cigarette. "We are all men. What is there to hide?" For the sake of the chocolate, Lin Xiaolou suppressed his anger. "What does unbinding have to do with stripping?" "I must inquire." "Of course. If it's a matter of the body, one ought to study it physically. If I were to research romantic affairs, it would be futile. Libenjun arga ineffectively. I can't be bothered to engage in your nonsense." Lin Xiaolou focused on the power outlet, contemplating whether to shock himself again. "Don't be impulsive." Wan Jun abruptly embraced him. Look at your fiery temperament. It's not yet that stage. Let us think of another method. What other method is there? This is infuriating. Lin Xiaolou raked his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, I feel utterly tormented. Tormented? What do you mean? Wan Jun inquired with a puzzled expression. I haven't been boxing lately. I haven't hurt you at all. Lin Xiaolou, duja li vengeance, piercing gaza instinctively. No, something feels amiss. You're not telling me the whole truth. Wan Jun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Xiaolou. What could I possibly hide from you? Lin Xiaolou replied, deflecting the intensity of Wan Jun's stare. I can't shake the feeling that you're concealing something, Wan Jun insisted, extinguishing his cigarette. Aside from pain and itchiness, do we share any other sensations? No. Are you certain? No means no. Lin Xiaolou changed the subject. You need to think of a way out of this. We can't continue like this indefinitely. Wan Jun raised an eyebrow. I have a plan. Lin Xiaolou clenched his fists. Wan Jun pressed down on his fists, suggesting, let us sleep together. Bang! Half an hour later, the two collapsed onto the bed, panting. Li, you're truly vigorous. Lin exclaimed, I'm not satisfied. Wan Jun turned to face him. I'm going easy on you, you know. I haven't even exerted myself fully. Lin Xiaolou scoffed. Who asked for your leniency? With your delicate skin, you're as fragile as a porcelain doll. If I were serious, you'd shatter. Keep boasting. It looks like a porcelain doll. I'm a real man. Wan Jun's smile radiated affection. I adore your spirit, so feisty. What did you say? I said you're a real man, Wan Jun teased, nudging Lin Xiaolou with his arm. Still want to fight? If fighting could free us, I'd de-spar with you all night. Moments ago, one was intent on confronting the electric tiger while the other adamantly obstructed him. Their bodies collided with increasing fervor, ultimately tumbling to the floor, then rolling onto the bed. Both collapsing at last. Breathing heavily, Lin Xiaolou felt exhausted, while Wan Jun was exhilarated. Under the guise of fighting, Wan Jun repeatedly pinned Lin Xiaolou down, claiming it was a spar, but in reality, it involved embraces that thrilled him. Propped on his side, Wan Jun admired Lin Xiaolou's handsome face, growing increasingly enamored. His voice thick with longing, Lin Xiaolou, sleep with me tonight. Lin Xiaolou stared blankly at the ceiling before abruptly springing up and exiting the room without a glance back. Wan Jun pouted, silently vowing that one day he would have Lin Xiaolou by his side for a lifetime. In the stillness of the night, during the most intimate and indulgent moments, Wan Jun found himself overwhelmed by desire, captivated by Lin Xiaolou's defiant gaze, refreshing aura, and the stubborn yet pure intensity that left him dizzy with longing, a sensation so powerful it surged like a tidal wave. Lin Xiaolou lay sprawled on the bed, utterly drained, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Wan Jun slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance shining bright. He heard it clearly. Was that crying? Lin Xiaolou was in tears. The next day, Lin Xiaolou struggled to rise, while Wan Jun busied himself in the kitchen. Good morning, classmate Xiaolou, Wan Jun greeted cheerfully. Wow, those dark circles under your eyes are nearly as impressive as a national treasure. Haven't you gotten over your bed-hogging habit yet? Lin Xiaolou shot him a glare. But it lacked vigor, his eyes swollen and bruised, resembling a baby panda. Why? Why is this happening? Lin Xiaolou could not comprehend why. In the face of the same situation, Wan Jun appeared invigorated while she felt utterly drained. This morning, Wan Jun had prepared congee, and Lin Xiaolou guzzled a bowl, burning her tongue in the process. Slow down. There's no rush to reincarnate. Tossing her bowl and chopsticks aside, she made to leave, only to be yanked back. I told you not to push me. Is it so bothersome? You're not going to work today. Wan Jun pulled her back and seated her, insisting she eat slowly and have some more. Not going to work. Are you being honest? Is the company on the brink of collapse? With that mouth of yours, I'll surely give you a good thrashing one day. Wan Jun ladled more congee into her bowl. I told you, if you accompany me on this business trip. I want to go. I'll take a week off first. No work at all. Then what are we doing at home? Hatching eggs? Coughing, Wan Jun nearly choked. What were you crying about last night? Lin Xiaolou froze, hastily wiping her mouth, feigning nonchalance. Who cried? Not me. If it wasn't you, then was it a ghost? I truly didn't tea. Lin Xiaolou felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, her gaze evasive. You should check your ears. If that fails, check your brain. Auditory hallucinations are a precursor to schizophrenia. Lin Xiaolou, what are you hiding from me? Speak the truth. Why can't you sleep well? Don't say it's because of the bed. You can sleep soundly on your desk at the office, so what bed are you talking about? Faced with his probing, Lin Xiaolou stubbornly remained silent. How could she articulate such matters? That evening, Wan Jun began to revel again. Casanova! Lin Xiaolou cursed, exhausted. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and stuffed a newly purchased towel into her mouth. Wan Jun had tea always come every night, but ever since Lin Xiaolou moved in, his desires intensified day by day. On the surface, they exchanged banter and playful jabs, yet beneath it all lay a profound yearning. Had his resolve wavered even slightly, he would have revealed his true self long ago. Time passed, and Lin Xiaolou spat out the towel, her eyes glistening. Wan Jun sighed in relief, moving his ears to detect any sound. Why aren't you crying tonight? Leaning on a towel, Lin Xiaolou had remarkably endured 3 nights without a peep. However, she bore dark circles under her eyes, growing increasingly pronounced. Regarding the matter of disentanglement, they had explored numerous theories and speculations, from recipes to ingredient lists, scouring the internet for information. Yet the concept of empathy itself was absurd. Everything available online was either nonsense or fictional, with not a shred of reliable information to be found. With no progress on disentanglement, Wan Jun continued to revel, while Lin Xiaolou's resilience began to wane. To avoid being utterly exhausted, she needed to devise a means of self-preservation. That night, as Wan Jun lay in bed, his mind replayed their little films, an adult-rated, indescribable scenario, wherein Lin Xiaolou was crying, appearing utterly wronged, pleading for mercy, saying no, I can't bear it, and please spare me. Wan Jun found it unbearable as well, his right hand involuntarily reaching out. Just as he made a move, the door swung open, and Lin Xiaolou emerged from his thoughts, standing right before him. Let us sleep together. Chapter 21. The Truth Behind Lin Xiaolou's Tears. Wan Jun was nearly startled out of his wits. Lin Xiaolou climbed onto the bed, clutching a pillow. He gently patted Wan Jun, advising him to sleep early for better health and to stop overthinking. Wan Jun stared at the obediently lying Lin Xiaolou, his eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be that he was not only hearing things, but also hallucinating? He raised his hand to pinch Lin Xiaolou's arm. Lin Xiaolou immediately sat up and slapped him, asking if he was insane. His face burned, confirming it was no illusion. Why on earth would you sleep with me? Aren't you the epitome of purity and dignity? What nonsense is this? Didn't you say that sharing a bed would strengthen the signal and perhaps free us? Although he thought Wan Jun was spouting nonsense, he felt he had no choice but to try anything in this situation. Lin Xiaolou fabricated a reason. He simply wanted a good night's sleep. Perhaps a miracle would occur by morning, so he hastily settled in. He tugged the blanket, curling up like a silkworm, hoping that the scoundrel would feel embarrassed enough to behave. However, he underestimated Wan Jun's audacity. Lin Xiaolou soon drifted into slumber, his breathing deepening, clearly fast asleep. Yet, Wan Jun tossed and turned, unable to find rest. If he couldn't sleep with Lin Xiaolou next door, how could he possibly do so with him beside him? He lay on his arm, staring at the ceiling, the sound of Lin Xiaolou's breathing filling his ears, the refreshing scent of him lingering in his nostrils. With the lights off, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Xiaolou's porcelain-like skin at the nape of his neck, which was utterly enticing. Wan Jun lifted the blanket to take a look and found himself even more enthralled. Lin Xiaolou? He called softly, but received no response. He leaned in closer. Lin Xiaolou's breathing was steady and deep, clearly in a profound sleep. Unable to resist, Wan Jun began to indulge in his thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Xiaolou's eyes snapped open, the familiar sensation returning. Damn it! How could this person be so shameless? Lin Xiaolou felt like crying, realizing he had shot himself in the foot. He had thought that entering the lion's den would allow him a peaceful night, but now he had no way to escape. He couldn't even bite down on a towel in his desperation. Sharing a bed with Wan Jun meant that any sound he made would expose him. Wan Jun's breathing grew heavier, his mind filled with visions of Lin Xiaolou wailing and clawing at him. He couldn't conjure tender, harmonious images. Instead, he relished the almost brutal scenes of conquest in his fantasies. The more Lin Xiaolou cried, the more exhilarated he became. At that moment, Lin Xiaolou was cursing him, and Wan Jun only felt more depraved. Lin Xiaolou's cries became hoarse, his strikingly handsome face deeply stimulating Wan Jun's perverse desires, bringing him immense pleasure. The bright light dazzled him. Wan Jun yearned for a post-coital cigarette. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, feeling the bed shaking. He turned his head and noticed Lin Xiaolou trembling. Lin Xiaolou had no idea how he endured it. Lacking a towel, he clung tightly to the edge of the blanket, while Wan Jun, lost in his ecstasy, was momentarily oblivious to the situation. By the time Wan Jun sensed something was amiss, Lin Xiaolou's tremors were subsiding. Ban Jun fronat, intan observing Xiaolou. Something was off, very off. Lin Xiaolou? Not asleep yet? No response. He gently prodded him, but still no reaction. He sat up and leaned over to take a look. But the view was unclear. Instead, he simply lay down on Lin Xiaolou, listening intently. Lin Xiaolou clenched his fists, deliberately slowing his breath. Although he yearned to kick him away, he resolutely remained still. Wan Jun finally gave up and rolled out of bed. Soon the sound of water echoed from the bathroom. With a sigh, Lin Xiaolou breathed heavily, nearly suffocating from the tension. As he experienced an extreme state of anxiety followed by sudden relaxation, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness in an instant. When Wan Jun returned from his shower, he quietly switched on the bedside lamp, staring at Lin Xiaolou like a voyeur. How captivating! This face, though not conventionally stunning, resided deeply in Wan Jun's heart. Lin Xiaolou's countenance, coupled with his unique spirit, formed the essence of who he was. And nothing could alter that. The attractive men and women at his workplace, no matter how beautiful or refined, could never evoke such feelings. He adored Lin Xiaolou's striking features and his stubborn gaze. He cherished this essence, this vigor, this person. No one else would suffice. Unable to resist, Wan Jun reached out to touch him, tracing his lips and eyebrows. Why were his fingertips damp? Leaning closer, he noticed the unshed tears at the corners of Lin Xiaolou's eyes. Had Lin Xiaolou been crying? A realization struck Wan Jun like thunder. Had Lin Xiaolou been awake all along? Standing on the balcony, biting his cigarette and feeling the cold wind, his mind cleared remarkably. He reviewed all the oddities since he had brought Lin Xiaolou home. The cries, the tears, the dark circles under his eyes, the trembling, the tear stains. Lin Xiaolou's evasive glances, and his sudden decision to sleep beside him. An astonishing possibility dawned on him. The following day, Wan Jun refrained from asking any questions, knowing Lin Xiaolou would never tell the truth. Early in the morning, Lin Xiaolou took his pillow back, determining he would no longer sleep with Wan Jun. After all, the troublesome person was unrelenting. It was better to return to his room, where he could at least bite a towel and twist it in frustration. Seeing Lin Xiaolou's demeanor, Wan Jun realized he would certainly not be sharing a bed that night. He remained silent, waiting for an opportune moment when Lin Xiaolou was distracted to sneak into the guest room and deliver a forceful kick to the bed, causing it to collapse. Lin Xiaolou rushed in at the sound, wide-eyed with disbelief. How had the bed collapsed? Indeed, how had it collapsed? Wan Jun feigned innocence, inquiring, "What have you done?" "What could I have done? I didn't even sleep here last night." Lin Xiaolou tugged at his hair. "What kind of bed did you buy, you miser? Was it a cheap bargain? It was all your fault. How am I supposed to sleep tonight?" "But there's still another bed." Lin Xiaolou puffed out his cheeks. "I'll just sleep on the floor." Later, as Wan Jun was cooking, he accidentally sliced into his hand, exclaiming, I'm in trouble." He held up the bleeding finger. "This is my omnipotent right hand. Without it, I can't do anything. What will I do tonight?" While helping him bandage the wound, Lin Xiaolou asked, "Can't you use your left hand? Isn't that obvious? I'm not left-handed. I need my right hand for everything. If it's out of commission, I'm done for." "Really?" Lin Xiaolou's lips curled into a smirk. "That's quite a predicament. How will you manage with such a precious right hand injured?" Throughout the meal, Both of them struggled to suppress their laughter. After taking a shower, Lin Xiaolou obediently climbed onto Wan Jun's bed. Though it wasn't her desire to sleep with him, it was simply because his bed lacked sturdiness. Li Benjun silandi smilat. Lin Xiaolou lay down, then sat up again, asking if his hand hurt. The wound needed to be well protected. He mustn't move carelessly. All right, he replied. So obedient, are you? Resting well rejuvenates one's energy. Let's sleep quickly. All right, she echoed. This is rather too compliant. Quite uncharacteristic of Wan Jun. Lin Xiaolou pouted, turned over, and cocooned herself in the blankets as she turned off the light. Once the light was extinguished, the room plunged into darkness. Wan Jun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercingly bright. He quietly moved his right hand. Then, Chapter 22, captured by Wan Jun. Lin Xiaolou had already set sail into a drunken stupor with the King of Dreams, when suddenly, a kick sent her plunging into the river. She opened her eyes wide, shocked, realizing that the mischief had begun anew. She couldn't comprehend. Hadn't Tia's hand been incapacitated? Lin Xiaolou was on the verge of losing her mind. How could she have fallen for his deceitful charm? Now, she found herself unable to escape, unable to move, even afraid to breathe too loudly. She silently vowed that if she could endure this night, she would never again find herself in Wan Jun's bed. Wan Jun observed quietly. Why was there no movement? Had he misjudged the situation? It seemed he had to resort to more drastic measures. The skills he had honed in years of solitude were finally coming into play. Lin Xiaolou trembled abruptly, nearly unable to suppress her voice. She clutched the corner of the blanket, determined not to make a sound, her neck visibly straining with tension. Wan Jun perceptibly noticed the bed shaking, realizing Lin Xiaolou was quaking. He quickened his actions, intensifying his effort. Lin Xiaolou could no longer hold back, letting out a quivering sound before quickly biting down on her teeth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Her delicate tremor was precisely captured by Wan Jun's keen ears. He leaped up, agile as a leopard, and yanked the blanket away. With a snap, the bedside lamp blazed to life, illuminating Lin Xiaolou's tear-streaked, panic-stricken face. Wan Jun seized her, and with her disheveled appearance, everything became clear to him. Damn, I was right, he exclaimed. Besides pain and itchiness, we share this too? Lin Xiaolou felt as if she had been stripped bare. She forcefully wriggled free, yanking the blanket around herself, glaring at Wan Jun with indignation. Her expression was both adorable and pitiable, prompting Wan Jun to chuckle, though he felt it was unkind. I'll step out for a smoke, he said, grabbing his cigarette and lighter, soon followed by the sound of his laughter drifting from the balcony. At 3 a.m, the room was brightly lit. Lin Xiaolou, wrapped in her blanket, leaned against the headboard while Wan Jun sat on the edge of the bed, softly coaxing her, reminiscent of a couple in a petty quarrel. This isn't my fault. I didn't know, she insisted. I asked you repeatedly, yet you said nothing. You should have told me sooner. Am I to blame? He countered. If I had told you earlier, would you have not acted upon it? That cannot be, he replied earnestly. I am a man with normal physiological needs. It's as fundamental as eating. If you're hungry, do you not eat? Who needs it every single day? She retorted. Do you never go a day without desire? Wan Jun chuckled. With my physical constitution, I am exceptionally strong. Have some dignity. Lin Xiaolou, infuriated, hurled a pillow at his face. Wan Jun permitted the pillow to hit him and then embraced Lin Xiaolou's pillow, saying, all right, it's all my fault. Shall we call a truce? Let us reconsider our commonalities. Pain, itch, and pleasure. Are we in agreement? Is there anything else? No. Wan Jun furrowed his brow in contemplation. This posed a dilemma. He could prevent Lin Xiaolou from feeling pain, and Lin Xiaolou could keep him from feeling itchy, but what about pleasure? When I was in that state, what did you feel? Was it not pleasurable? Pleasurable? Look at me. Do I appear to be enjoying it? That shouldn't be the case. Aren't our experiences supposed to be shared? If I find pleasure, why do you not? Lin Xiaolou rolled her eyes. I am not hungry at all. Yet you insist on stuffing me with rice balls one after another, and I am not allowed to refuse. So tell me, are you enjoying this? Wan Jun understood. So you wish to lie on the ground, and I insist on dragging you up Mount Everest. Is that what you mean? Lin Xiaolou was quite exasperated. I simply do not understand. Why every day? Why must it be every day? Wan Jun, unperturbed, replied, And you? How often do you desire it? I have no thoughts on the matter. Really? That sounds like a problem. Perhaps you should consult a doctor. Get lost. Who is so virtuous as to be in heat every day? Even stallions need to catch their breath. Are you even human? Every day for hours on end. Who can endure that? Lin Xiaolu's complaints were utterly amusing, and Wan Jun wore a proud expression. My exceptional talent does not allow for modesty. But can your girlfriend handle it? Wan Jun smiled knowingly, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Xiaolu. Indeed, I wonder if she will be able to. Since the topic had been broached, Lin Xiaolu felt no shame and began to negotiate with Wan Jun regardless of your girlfriend's situation. I simply cannot endure it. Once a week is my limit. Weekly? Are you trying to kill me? Daily? You are truly attempting to do me in. That is certainly out of the question. Look at my physique. Am I capable of celibacy? Then how about twice? Not acceptable. What do you propose? Every other day. That is my utmost concession. Lin Xiaolu leaned back, crossing her arms, so there is nothing to discuss? It has already gone from daily to every other day. What more is there to negotiate? Besides, my body is my own to command. Fine, I have my ways of dealing with you. Wan Jun did not wish to provoke Lin Xiaolu, yet he relished her furious demeanor, curious about how she intended to handle him. He found it quite thrilling, with negotiations failing. Lin Xiaolu contemplated returning to the adjacent room, but recalled that the bed had collapsed. Finally, she sensed something amiss. Did you cause that bed to collapse? Wan Jun burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. You truly are something else. So wicked, so cruel. You are utterly lacking in virtue. Wan Jun poured her a glass of water. Are you thirsty? Drink some water before continuing to curse me. Lin Xiaolu, in a fit of anger, drank the entire glass, wiped her mouth, and flopped down. Is that it? Don't underestimate it. Lin Xiaolu's curses are invigorating. And Wan Jun was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Lin Xiaolu once again wrapped herself up like a cocoon. Wan Jun, with a cheeky demeanor, climbed onto the bed and leaned over the cocoon, whispering into Lin Xiaolu's ear, I was so preoccupied with catching you earlier that I only completed half of it. If you have no objections, shall I finish the remaining half? Who said I have no objections? Lin Xiaolu raised her head from the cocoon. I have strong objections. They are quite significant. What shall we do then? I'm caught in between. You should show me some pity. Who is going to show you pity? Lin Xiaolu pointed at her own eyes. Look at these dark circles. I feel utterly exhausted. The sight of Lin Xiaolu, with her dark circles and playful outcry, was utterly adorable, and Wan Jun couldn't help but want to pull her down and kiss her endlessly. Excited, his body reacted fervently, filled with passion. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to explode. Feel for yourself. Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the bed. Who acts like this? Have some dignity. Wan Jun chuckled and, with the utmost patience, coaxed her. I'll be quick about it. How about half an hour? I promise. As he reignited the pleasure, Lin Xiaolu found herself gasping for breath once more. She wanted to scream, but felt embarrassed. She couldn't understand why. As someone who maintained her integrity, she felt more bashful than those who were shameless. Regardless, at this point, Wan Jun felt no embarrassment, and with a primal roar, he transformed into a wild beast of the jungle. When he finally came to his senses, he turned to see Lin Xiaolu's flushed cheeks and her eyes misty, on the verge of tears, looking utterly wronged. Damn, it's happening again. Chapter 23. Why do you dislike me? Next, the battle escalated. Just as Wan Jun was in high spirits, Lin Xiaolu burst in, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. After coaxing Lin Xiaolu to sleep, he sneaked back to his revelry, only for Lin Xiaolu to spring up with another bucket of cold water. While Wan Jun was enjoying a shower, Lin Xiaolu turned off the gas, leaving him with nothing but cold water. Wrapping a towel around himself, he charged out, confronting Lin Xiaolu. Just because you're not hungry doesn't mean I shouldn't be full. Holding it in like this will lead to serious problems. Wan Jun seriously warned Lin Xiaolu right now. I'm dealing with my own issues. If I explode, I might unleash my chaos on others. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Xiaolu scoffed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just know, if you dare to act up, I'll handle you. Wan Jun smirked. I'm accommodating you, not fearing you. Wan Jun, am born to be free-spirited. Neither my parents nor anyone else can control me. Whatever I want to do, I will do. What coincidence, Lin Xiaolou, will also do whatever I want. Let us see if you dare. Wan Jun dashed back to the bathroom, took a cold shower, then boldly flopped onto the bed, ready to indulge for hours, determined to make Lin Xiaolou weep and scream in despair. He didn't even lock the door, unafraid. After all, what else could she do but throw cold water? Yet this time, after a long while of revelry, Lin Xiaolou remained completely silent. Could it be that his intensity intimidated her? Wan Jun, convinced of his own thoughts, closed his eyes and began to immerse himself. His mind filled with the image of Lin Xiaolou challenging him, her defiant gaze, and her indomitable spirit, which he cherished deeply. The figure in his mind was far from accommodating. He sprang forward, pinning the person down. Lin Xiaolou struggled desperately, cursing loudly, and the more she protested, the more exhilarated he became. He had no time to undress her completely before he took decisive action. Lin Xiaolou let out a piercing scream, tears streaming down her face, embodying the very essence of his affection. Wan Jun, immersed in his thoughts, taunted, "Are you compliant now? Still cursing? Why have you stopped crying? Cry out loud. My darling, is it not pleasurable? Lin Xiaolou, look at you now. Did you not despise me? What does it feel like to be ravished by someone you loathe?" The more he pondered, the more invigorated he felt. Lin Xiaolou gasped for breath, her allure undeniable, and he seized her lips, the very ones that had scorned him countless times. No longer indulging in banter, he closed his eyes and poured his heart into kissing Lin Xiaolou, his beloved. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and there she was, clutching a large pair of scissors. Wan Jun nearly toppled off the bed. Lin Xiaolou chased him around the room, and after a strenuous pursuit, she collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Wan Jun snatched the scissors away, wary of causing her harm. Once she regained her breath, she pointed a finger at him, hurling insults. "You beast, you mad dog. Can you not be frenzied for a single day? Is that too much to ask? Impossible. Where are my scissors? I discarded them." Gazing at Lin Xiaolou's flushed face, Wan Jun grinned mischievously. "What other tricks do you have? Go ahead, show me. Just wait and see how I deal with you," Lin Xiaolou declared, removing her socks and then furiously scratching the soles of her feet. Wan Jun, caught between laughter and tears, cradled her feet. He feared not pain, but the ticklish sensation. He tackled her once more, pleading, "Stop scratching. I'm afraid of you." "What did you call me?" "Lin Xiaolou." She shoved him away. "Stay away from me. Who calls someone darling? Are you out of your mind?" Seeing the one he adored recoil from him, Wan Jun's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. This impasse could not continue. Now he felt a tinge of anxiety. He could forego fighting, but what was he to do when desire surged? Lin Xiaolou exuded an air of indifference, rendering his younger self a mere ornament. Yet he could not afford such a luxury. He was a carnivore in the prime of his youth and with his attributes. Hiding at home to indulge himself felt like an insult. Now, even that solace was denied. Was there no escape? Desperate times called for desperate measures. If things continue like this, when will it ever end? You cannot risk it. It's better to suffer than to let you take that chance. Stop being dramatic. You're just afraid of the consequences. Your words are utterly vexatious. Don't glare at me. Let me think. After quietly finishing a cigarette, he extinguished the butt and proposed an idea. What if our mutual feelings were triggered by an electric shock? Is it possible that at that moment, our heart rates synchronized? Are you suggesting that the shock could connect us in that instant? It is merely a hypothesis. Have you heard of telepathy? This shared sensation should theoretically fall under that category. I know of it. They say twins can experience telepathic connections. Not only twins, but also mothers and sons, lovers. And any intimate relationship can evoke a sense of resonance. Hence, is the heart the key to resolving issues? Yet, isn't telepathy a concept rooted in psychology, associated with the subconscious rather than the functions of the heart? Oh, you understand this? Furthermore, scientists have proposed that the essence of telepathy lies in quantum entanglement. I confess I am at a loss for words. You are speaking nonsense, yet your conjecture surprisingly aligns closely with scientific reasoning. Regardless of what kind of quantum resonance it may be, how can we synchronize our heart rates? Wan Jun scrutinized Lin Xiaolou intently, stating, "My conditions are clear. I can only find a solution through you." "What do you mean?" "Look at my physical condition, these 8-pack abs, this chiseled physique. I engage in regular exercise, and my heart rate is lower than that of the average person." Lin Xiaolou quickly grasped the implication. "Your myocardial contraction is strong. You cannot weaken. Thus, I must strive to catch up?" Astute. This indeed presents a feasible approach. Lin Xiaolou rubbed his hands excitedly, but soon his enthusiasm waned. "How long must I practice to catch up to you?" Wan Jun pondered briefly. "There is another method, but upon revealing it, you will undoubtedly explode with disbelief." "How could that be?" "What method?" "A shared bath." "My goodness." Lin Xiaolou took a sip of red wine, inhaling the alluring scent of bath salts. His arms hung languidly over the smooth, white edge of the tub. If soothing music were to play now, he could easily drift into slumber. "Is it comfortable?" "Libenjuntesa, nuzlincluze." "Move your feet away." The bathtub was quite large, yet even the most spacious confines couldn't prevent the inevitable contact between two adult men. Lin Xiaolou opened his eyes to see Wan Jun on the other side, holding a crystal goblet, as if caught in a dream. "A week ago, I would never have imagined we would share a bathtub." Wan Jun chuckled. Indeed, just days prior, Lin Xiaolou had cursed him daily, yet now they were intimately bathing together. "Since we've broached this topic, may I inquire why you harbor such disdain for me?" Wan Jun's gaze shifted from Lin Xiaolou's alluring collarbone to the shimmering surface of the water, where hints of pink danced beneath. "Was it because I witnessed that day?" Chapter 24. I Like You. Both were acutely aware of which day was being referenced. Their initial encounter, when Lin Xiaolou had gotten his clothes wet, left Wan Jun entranced. The aroma of the bath salts was exceptionally soothing, and Lin Xiaolou felt utterly relaxed, making it easy to open his heart at that moment. "How can you even ask me? Are you unaware of your own insufferable nature?" Lin Xiaolou replied lazily, "Te as Englias lovers do." In truth, that first encounter was not enough to instill resentment in Lin Xiaolou. After joining the company, he keenly observed that Wan Jun was rather straightforward, yet later, the dynamics took a peculiar turn. A straight man could also exhibit eccentricities. Lin Xiaolou could not comprehend why Wan Jun seemed to take pleasure in antagonizing him. Firstly, coffee had to be brewed exclusively by him. Even if the administrative assistant wished to assist, it had to be Lin Xiaolou. In reality, Wan Jun rarely drank the coffee delivered by Lin Xiaolou, a fact he was well aware of, which only fueled his irritation towards Wan Jun. That was not all. Wan Jun had a penchant for calling out his name. Others could drift off during meetings without consequence, but the moment he lost focus, he was immediately singled out. In a rather disheveled PowerPoint presentation, Wan Jun called Lin Xiaolou to attention with a playful smile, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Xiaolou?" Numerous times, Lin Xiaolou found himself blushing crimson, completely oblivious to the question posed, unable to respond. Yet, the more flustered he became, the more exhilarated Wan Jun appeared. Each time he called Lin Xiaolou again, the latter felt an overwhelming urge to upend the desk in frustration. Wan Jun also had a penchant for summoning him into the office under the pretense of discussing work. However, Wan Jun rarely listened. On several occasions, Lin Xiaolou found himself rambling on, parched and exhausted, only for Wan Jun to nonchalantly interject, "Apologies, I zoned out. Could you repeat that?" On another occasion, Lin Xiaolou had toiled late into the night to produce a 10,000-word report, only for Wan Jun to claim the following day that he had never received it. Ironically, the computer crashed and the company network went down before Lin Xiaolou could make a backup. After a long night's labor, Lin Xiaolou concluded that Wan Jun's actions were deliberate. He was nothing short of a sadist. "Stop right there," Wan Jun interjected with a grave expression. "I must correct you. I truly did not intend for this to happen. The company network malfunctioned, and I swear to the heavens I did not receive it." Seeing Lin Xiaolou's disbelief, he reiterated, "I may be mischievous, but I would never make light of a 10,000-word report. You worked tirelessly through the night. Even if I were to nitpick, this would not be the issue. You were sorely mistaken. All right, let us assume that was not intentional. What about the other instances? Speak for yourself. Are you not a rogue?" Wan Jun remained silent. He acknowledged Lin Xiaolou's claims, realizing that at that time, he was inexplicably drawn to torment Lin Xiaolou. The sight of his flushed face inexplicably thrilled him, akin to an addiction he could not resist time and again. During Lin Xiaolou's presentations, he did not intentionally zone out. Rather, he found himself entranced by Lin Xiaolou's visage, his mind clouded, rendering him deaf to everything else. At that moment, he remained oblivious, but now clarity washed over him. For he had long since fallen in love, compelling him to act foolishly. He simply could not restrain himself, nor could he resist his impulses. However, the most infuriating incident for Lin Xiaolou was yet to come. After enduring 3 months of probation, he resolutely decided to resign. When he slammed his resignation letter onto Wan Jun's desk, Wan Jun remained speechless for an extended moment. To this day, Wan Jun recalls that moment vividly. Upon seeing the resignation letter, he was utterly panicked. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. Yet the thought of Lin Xiaolou leaving made it difficult for him to breathe. For once, Wan Jun refrained from his usual banter and approved Lin Xiaolou's resignation, feigning well wishes for his future endeavors. Lin Xiaolou believed Wan Jun had finally decided to act like a decent person, but little did he know that during the reference check, Wan Jun would unleash a devastating remark. When asked by the prospective employer about Lin Xiaolou's performance during his tenure at the company, Wan Jun replied, "He performed admirably, consistently putting in overtime." The interviewer pressed for further details, to which Wan Jun retorted, "He persistently wished for my demise and worked late to undermine me." As a result, Lin Xiaolou faced setbacks in securing a position at the new company and, out of sheer necessity, returned to Wan Jun's modest enterprise. Initially unaware of Wan Jun's machinations, he eventually inquired through various channels and hosted dinners, only to uncover the cruel remarks made by Wan Jun. Enraged, Lin Xiaolou confronted Wan Jun, who merely smiled and countered, "Did you not wish ill upon me? Did you not undermine me? Have I wronged you in any way?" Having broached the subject, Wan Jun found himself feeling unjustly accused. Yet how could he convey to Lin Xiaolou that his refusal to let him go stemmed from an overwhelming affection, though he could not articulate it at the time? The thought of Lin Xiaolou departing rendered him breathless. He simply could not permit such a separation. Thus, even if it meant being regarded as contemptible, he resolved to keep him close. Each mention of this matter ignited Lin Xiaolou's ire. He could not fathom why, when others resigned, Wan Jun readily wished them well, even hosting farewell parties and extolling their virtues during background checks. Yet when it came to him, it was an entirely different scenario. Wan Jun sighed, "Indeed, it is you who cannot leave." A wry smile crossed his lips as he added, "Lin Xiaolou, have you not realized that I hold a certain fondness for you?" At that moment, Wan Jun's gaze was imbued with sincerity, evoking in Lin Xiaolou a peculiar sensation akin to being confessed to. "Is that so? To be liked by you seems rather unfortunate." This sentiment was not the same as the usual affection, and Lin Xiaolou deemed Wan Jun foolish. Ban Jun chocolat soufflé. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, he glanced at the time, stating, "According to our plan, I shall take my shower first. Please join me in 10 minutes. He rose abruptly, prompting Lin Xiaolou to instinctively avert his gaze. Even draped in a towel, Wan Jun's presence made him feel uneasy. Wan Jun stepped into the shower, turning on the hot water, a part of their devised routine to drink red wine and soak in the bathtub, akin to warming up before exercise. Afterward, Wan Jun would shower to elevate his heart rate, followed by Lin Xiaolou, both equipped with waterproof heart rate monitors, aiming to synchronize their rhythms through this method. Amidst the rising steam, Wan Jun's sculpted physique emerged enigmatically within the mist. Lin Xiaolou timed his entry, pulling open the glass door to stand face to face with him. A far more exhilarating encounter than the bathtub. The height difference, the disparity in skin tone, and the absence of comparable muscle mass made Lin Xiaolou feel akin to a split chocolate cream biscuit, with Wan Jun representing the chocolate cookie and himself the creamy filling. Lin Xiaolou's gaze aligned precisely with Wan Jun's collarbone, irresistibly drawn to his well-defined pectorals. It was not his intention to stare. The confined space dictated his line of sight. And at this height, Wan Jun's physique was undeniably striking. Even as a man, Lin Xiaolou could not help but acknowledge the formidable strength and sensuality of Wan Jun's body. The wetness only accentuated this allure, as droplets cascaded down, rendering Lin Xiaolou momentarily dazed. He forced himself to look up, only to meet Wan Jun's penetrating gaze. Dark and luminous, filled with an intensity that captivated him. For the first time, Lin Xiaolou saw his reflection within Wan Jun's eyes, a remarkable phenomenon. Water glistened on Wan Jun's face, the droplets enhancing the depth and dimensionality of his features, each bead tracing the alluring line of his jaw, disrupting Lin Xiaolu's heartbeat. Perhaps it was a result of oxygen deprivation, but Lin Xiaolou felt slightly lightheaded. The warm light of the bathroom rendered everything surreal. Wan Jun's beauty, the intoxicating sensuality, and the profound gaze that seemed almost otherworldly. Why did his eyes hold such tenderness? Chapter 25, Multiply by 3. Surely, this was a mere illusion brought on by a lack of oxygen. Lin Xiaolou vigorously shook his head, his body swaying in tandem. What is the matter? Wan Jun firmly supported him, his warm palm gripping his shoulder. The two drew closer, and he could feel the intense heat emanating from Wan Jun's skin. Don't touch me. All right, I want to touch you. Wan Jun withdrew his hand, behaving like a gentleman. Lin Xiaolou dared not look at Wan Jun's face, nor did he wish to raise his head. Being so close, he would inevitably brush against Wan Jun's lips. Instead, he fixated on Wan Jun's Adam's apple. And perhaps due to a lack of oxygen, his mind was in disarray, leading him to find the man's throat inexplicably alluring, an alarming realization. Let's check our heart rates. Lin Xiaolou raised his wrist, and Wan Jun brought his wrist closer, both glancing at the readings. Lin Xiaolou was slightly faster. Why? Didn't you come in first? You should be more oxygen-deprived than I am. I've been swimming for years. What about you? Lin Xiaolou was at a loss for words. Why should I empathize with an athlete? I'd rather relate to someone seriously unwell. Li Benjun Shuklat. His laughter deep and undeniably captivating, which made Lin Xiaolou roll his eyes, feeling overwhelmed by the allure. I have a solution, but you mustn't hit me. Just tell me what it is. I promise I won't hit you. Suddenly, Wan Jun enveloped him in a tight embrace. Lin Xiaolou was nearly overwhelmed, realizing he was holding the unadorned Lin Xiaolou. Before losing complete control, he let go, and Lin Xiaolu's eyes remained wide open. Lin Xiaolou? Hello, Xiaolou. Lin Xiaolou gasped for breath. My heart rate. They exchanged glances, and Wan Jun's heartbeat noticeably quickened. It's getting faster, it's getting closer. Lin Xiaolou was exhilarated, wondering why embracing would accelerate their heart rates. Are you getting aroused again? That is not important. Let us speed it up. Let us speed it up. Why am I faster? Because of oxygen deprivation, you fool. Lin Xiaolu's face flushed a deep crimson, far from normal. What should I do? What should I do? Should you hold me again? You said it. Wan Jun seized him once more, and not only did he embrace him, but he also bit down hard on Lin Xiaolu's neck. You pervert. That is not important. It's about heart rates. How fast? You really are a pervert. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Lin Xiaolou squealed, his complexion nearly bursting with color. Getting closer. It's matched. Lin Xiaolu's eyes rolled back. Lin Xiaolou, wake up, Xiaolou. Lin Xiaolou slowly opened his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? His mind took a while to reboot. Finally awake, Wan Jun lunged forward, nearly giving me a heart attack. What happened to me? Oxygen deprivation caused you to faint. Thankfully, it was only for a moment. I almost called for help. Severe oxygen deprivation caused Lin Xiaolou to faint at the moment their heart rates synchronized. How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Lin Xiaolou feebly responded, fixated on a single thought. Did we succeed? I was about to pass out. Just tell me if we succeeded. I don't know. We must try again. Yes, let us try again, hurry. Lin Xiaolou struggled to sit up. Let me go first. He scratched the palm of his hand. But Wan Jun showed no reaction. He scratched his waist, and still, Wan Jun remained unresponsive. Lacking strength, he beckoned Wan Jun. Aren't you going to move? You're as stiff as a log. Scratch my toes. Wan Jun chuckled softly, grasping Lin Xiaolu's delicate little feet and tickling them, causing Lin Xiaolou to twist and squirm. Yet he remained unresponsive. Has it worked? Lin Xiaolou's lips quivered, wondering if it had truly succeeded. Wan Jun contemplated for a moment. Should I try something else? Cautiously, he first retrieved a cooling spray and applied it to Lin Xiaolou's hands, then to his own. It's done. Lin Xiaolou wore a face of solemn determination, urging, "Come on." After a brief hesitation, Wan Jun punched the wall. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Lin Xiaolou's eyes brimmed with tears, but he felt no pain at all. They had finally succeeded. He embraced Wan Jun tightly, and had he not been utterly exhausted, he would have twirled him in a waltz. Before Wan Jun could savor the warmth of the embrace, Lin Xiaolou suddenly let go, exclaiming, "It's done. I'm moving out tomorrow night." As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Wan Jun stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. He found himself unable to discern whether it was better to remain connected or to sever their bond. The shared empathy had entwined them tightly. Yet if they were to part, Lin Xiaolou would not only move away, but would also sever all ties with him. Their brief cohabitation had been a beautiful dream, one he could not bear to awaken from, for the prospect of a world without Lin Xiaolou was unbearable. Yet, he dared not confess his feelings. Lin Xiaolou's straightforward nature was overwhelming, and his disdain for Wan Jun was evident. Were it not for their shared empathy, Lin Xiaolou would never have agreed to live with him. A failed confession could leave him with no chance of redemption. He needed to approach this singular opportunity with utmost caution. Wan Jun recalled Lin Xiaolou in the bathroom and the fervent embrace they had shared. He closed his eyes, softly calling out Lin Xiaolou's name, surrendering to the flood of emotions. Suddenly, a loud crash from the adjoining room jolted him awake. He quickly leapt from his bed and opened the door to find a dark figure on the floor. "Xiaolou," he exclaimed, rushing over to help him up. "What happened? Did you fall from bed? Did you have a nightmare?" Lin Xiaolou trembled, gripping his collar tightly. "What have you done, you scoundrel?" What the hell have I done?" Lin Xiaolou then realized the gravity of the situation, his face turning pale as he tugged at his hair in frustration. Wasn't the bond severed? This isn't fair. The matter was far too serious to articulate. In the early hours, while the world slept, the two of them stared blankly at each other. So, there's no resolution? Wan Jun pondered. It shouldn't be this way. Weren't pain and pleasure supposed to be unbound? Lin Xiaolou contemplated a chilling possibility. Had the intensity of pain and pleasure merely amplified? So, you're feeling euphoric? Is that why you fell out of bed? Lin Xiaolou wailed in despair. Oh heavens, look at the mess you've created. You multiplied my torment threefold. How am I supposed to survive this? Despite the distress, Wan Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Stop wailing. People might think this house is haunted. It's a monumental issue, but we'll address it tomorrow. You're exhausted. You need a rest. How can I sleep? Lin Xiaolou pouted, looking utterly pitiful. Rest assured, I will behave and ensure you get a good night's sleep. I promise. Lin Xiaolou complied and lay down, utterly fatigued. You better keep your word and not torment me any further. I will keep my promise. Sleep well, my dear. Lin Xiaolou truly lacked the energy to rectify this term, so he shrugged it off, indifferent to whoever cared. He turned away and fainted, oblivious to everything. The following day, Lin Xiaolou rose at noon, no longer shouting, quietly having his lunch. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he tossed aside his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and resolved that this matter must be addressed. Wan Jun glanced up, still moving. What a farce. If this isn't resolved, I might truly perish from sheer frustration. Chapter 26. The shared sensation system had completely unraveled. Wan Jun nearly spat out his drink. Is it really this exhilarating? Lin Xiaolou chuckled dryly, smirking at himself. What on earth is this? If I were to die because of this, I would become the first person to perish from sheer pleasure. Wait, has anyone ever died from this? Am I not the first? Wan Jun suppressed his laughter, struggling to maintain composure. Fear not, I shall not allow you to perish. Hearty laughter ensued. You're quite the good sport. Wan Jun, true to his word, began a life of abstinence for the sake of his beloved Lin Xiaolou. Yet even stranger occurrences ensued. To release his pent-up energy, Wan Jun drenched himself in sweat at the small gym. While he was vigorously running on the treadmill, Lin Xiaolou entered and immediately knelt, exclaiming, What on earth? Why are my legs so sore? In an attempt to cool his restlessness, Wan Jun plunged into cold water, while Lin Xiaolou, clutching his arms, sneezed repeatedly. Starving, Lin Xiaolou prepared a bowl of thin noodles, generously adding spice, slurping them with delight. Turning around, he found Wan Jun panting heavily, resembling a dog. Lin Xiaolou set down his chopsticks as Wan Jun gulped an enormous glass of ice water. For the first time, they gazed into each other's tear-filled eyes, rendered speechless. Did you notice? Is it not evident? A failure. It's worse than before. Clearly, this synchronization of heart rates has gone awry. Shall we attempt it once more? No. Wan Jun firmly rejected the idea, recalling how Lin Xiaolou had fainted before. Hypoxia is terrifying, and should he collapse, it would be a grave loss. Moreover, this synchronization has thoroughly disrupted the sensation system. Should we dare try again? The consequences are uncertain. What then? At this juncture, Wan Jun found himself at a loss, feeling even more distressed than Lin Xiaolou. His abstinence was becoming torturous. Devoid of exercise, and even cold water was off limits. He felt cornered. Wan Jun took another large gulp of ice water, slowly calming the fire within, allowing me to ponder. There must be a solution. Lin Xiaolou silently took the ice water away, saying, "Drink less. My stomach is uneasy." Wan Jun was lifting weights when Lin Xiaolou sauntered in, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. "What is the matter? Are your arms sore?" Wan Jun quickly set down the dumbbells. "Not at all. You underestimate me." Lin Xiaolou surveyed the gym equipment, and Wan Jun, catching his gaze, asked, "Which one catches your fancy? Would you like to give it a try?" Lin Xiaolou grimaced, saying, "No, I can't afford to break anything. If it breaks, it's on me. Besides, with your delicate frame, it will be a miracle if you don't break it. You're just asking for a beating." Lin Xiaolou lifted his shirt slightly, revealing his abs, saying, "Do porcelain dolls have these? Mine are genuinely earned through hard work." Wan Jun chuckled, captivated by Lin Xiaolou's firm abdomen, pale and toned, slender yet proportionate, beautiful and alluring. "Quite impressive indeed," Wan Jun remarked, his voice hoarse. "Indeed, I assent it." Lin Xiaolou remained oblivious to Wan Jun's fervent gaze. He let his garment fall, effectively severing the insatiable scrutiny, declaring that he required none of those ostentatious embellishments. A few runs and some push-ups sufficed to sculpt a physique adorned with exquisite muscle. Lin Xiaolu's assertion held merit. Men are not alike. Wan Jun's muscular frame was indeed striking, yet if it were to inhabit Lin Xiaolu's form, it would seem incongruous. Wan Jun exuded a robust vigor, while Lin Xiaolou possessed a graceful elegance. Their heights, physiques, and temperaments diverged immensely. Lin Xiaolou, with his strikingly refined beauty, found that a modest musculature complemented his fair complexion, rendering him irresistibly enchanting. "Continue your exercises. I shall also engage in some activity." Lin Xiaolou rotated his arms and twisted his waist, then prostrated himself upon the ground, executing the most economical form of push-ups. Wan Jun, lacking the inclination to lift weights, observed with arms crossed. "Your form is incorrect. Your arms, waist, and posterior are all subpar. Go away. Yours is the one that is not correct. Libanjun shuklat amusha. Your technique is truly flawed. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he dropped to the ground, performing a series of push-ups with remarkable vigor. "Behold, this is the correct form." Didn't he quite grasp that? "Could you perform a few more?" Wan Jun, unperturbed, complied with another demonstration. Lin Xiaolou, with a swift motion, stepped on him. "My form is the most accurate. Are you convinced? Call me daddy." Libanjun graspat Lin Xiaolou's uncle, flipping him over and cradling his head as he rolled them both in a playful tussle. "Are you convinced now? Call me father." Lin Xiaolou, baring his teeth and tugging at Wan Jun's hair, remained defiant, ultimately sinking his teeth into Wan Jun's shoulder. "Why are you biting me? I shall tame you today." Wan Jun, strong and unyielding, gripped Lin Xiaolou's wrists, pinning him down with formidable strength. "Wan Jun, I curse you. Curse away. If you possess the courage, release me. Call me father." Lin Xiaolou, notoriously obstinate, found himself restrained, unable to reach with his teeth, wriggling like a large caterpillar. "Stop squirming." Lin Xiaolou intensified his movements. "Cease your writhing." Wan Jun growled, his voice gravelly, as he fixed Lin Xiaolou with a penetrating gaze. His eyes reddened, though not from rage. In that moment, Lin Xiaolou comprehended the emotion swirling within Wan Jun's eyes: desire. The air thickened with tension, and Lin Xiaolou dared not breathe. For Wan Jun resembled a beast straining to restrain itself. As two men drew closer, Lin Xiaolou distinctly sensed Wan Jun's yearning. He averted his gaze first, his voice wavering. You might want to let go. If you do, I want T-squirm. In silence, Wan Jun eventually released his grip after what felt like an eternity. Lin Xiaolou rubbed his wrists and sprang upright. Well then, continue your workout. Expel that excess energy. Farewell. With that, Lin Xiaolou flung open the door and dashed away, leaving Wan Jun sitting in bewilderment. Goodness. Lin Xiaolou hid in his room, scratching his head as he recalled Wan Jun's beastly, aggressive gaze. He genuinely felt that Wan Jun had intentions toward him. Could it be that this person is harboring some issues? At 11 o'clock, Lin Xiaolou was roused by the overwhelming scent of traditional Chinese medicine pervading the air. He emerged from his room, following the aroma to the kitchen, where he found Wan Jun preparing herbal concoctions. Lin Xiaolou pinched his nose, staring at the dark concoction in the bowl. What on earth is this? Why drink traditional Chinese medicine? To dispel heat. Wan Jun gulped down half the bowl in one breath, suddenly recalling something. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from the cabinet, unwrapped it, and shoved it into Lin Xiaolou's mouth. The unique, rich sweetness of the chocolate spread throughout his mouth, swiftly suppressing the bitterness, leaving Lin Xiaolou momentarily dazed. Wan Jun frowned at the medicinal brew, holding his breath and preparing to continue pouring it down, only to have it snatched away from him. With a splash, Lin Xiaolou dumped the remaining half of the bowl. Medicine is 3 parts poison. Why consume it when one is perfectly fine? Tossing the bowl aside, Lin Xiaolou turned to head towards the bedroom, but paused midway. Wan Jun could not see his expression, but he heard Lin Xiaolou's feigned nonchalance. If I want to do it, I'll do it. An occasional indulgence, one tea be fatal. Chapter 27. I am serious. You want me to do what? How can you speak like that? Mind your own business. In any case, it's your body. You are in control. Xiaolou. Wan Jun caught up from behind and embraced him tightly. He was at a loss for words, not due to the prospect of liberation, but because those words had emerged from Lin Xiaolou's lips. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wan Jun felt an irresistible urge to embrace him thoroughly. The mere thought that Lin Xiaolou could be considerate of him was enough to drive him mad. All right, 2 grown men hugging. How ridiculous. Lin Xiaolou struggled free and walked briskly into the guest room. Taking several deep breaths, he mentally prepared himself, grabbing a towel to stuff into his mouth, anticipating the impending surge of emotions. However, as he waited, nothing happened. What was going on? Had Wan Jun engaged or not? Could it be that the signal was poor on his end, resulting in a disconnection? Ugh. Lin Xiaolou spat out the towel and bent down to examine his brother. Hey, wake up. He slapped his brother's face a few times, wondering if something had gone wrong. Wan Jun lay there, lost in thought, not wanting to engage himself, but rather yearning for Lin Xiaolou, a desire that was driving him to madness. The longer they cohabited, the more infatuated he became. His cravings intensified solely because of Lin Xiaolou, yet he was compelled to suppress this overwhelming tide in front of him, and it was unbearable. Tonight, Lin Xiaolou was particularly maddening. His abdominal muscles, his gentleness, everything was pushing Wan Jun to the brink of insanity. He feared scaring Lin Xiaolou away and dared not act recklessly. This singular confession in his lifetime felt too precious to utter lightly. Yet how long would this torment continue? His body felt like boiling magma, emotions surging like waves. Wan Jun's eyes gleamed in the darkness, akin to a beast lurking in the primeval jungle. All the suppressed restlessness of the day was unleashed in the night. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wan Jun sprang to his feet. When he pushed the door open, Lin Xiaolou was still examining his brother. What are you doing here? Why have you come? Lin Xiaolou scrutinized him from head to toe. Did you engage or not? Why is there no response on my end? Lin Xiaolou lounged casually on the bed, completely unguarded, his pajamas failing to conceal his fair and alluring collarbone. The bedside lamp cast a gentle glow, illuminating Lin Xiaolou's skin. Smooth as jade, Wan Jun closed the door and approached the bed step by step, until his towering figure completely enveloped Lin Xiaolou. Lin Xiaolou foolishly looked up at the person, and at that moment, Wan Jun appeared somewhat peculiar. There was a method we had yet to attempt. Wan Jun's voice was particularly deep and hoarse. What? Wan Jun remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to fixate upon Lin Xiaolou, causing an unsettling chill to run down his spine. Wan Jun raised his hand, gently brushing against Lin Xiaolou's smooth cheek, trailing along the contours of his face and slender neck, ultimately lingering with fascination at his collarbone. Lin Xiaolou's brows knitted tightly, unable to resist the urge to swat that hand away, insisting on the topic at hand. What was this unnecessary touching? The fire in Wan Jun's eyes blazed fiercely as he suddenly pushed Lin Xiaolou down, declaring, "Let us proceed." Even as he was toppled, Lin Xiaolou remained bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? What do you mean by let's proceed? Wasn't it about synchronizing heart rates? Wasn't it about electric shocks? Just once would suffice. What nonsense are you spouting? It's no nonsense. There is no method superior to this. Lin Xiaolou, give yourself to me. I desire you." If Lin Xiaolou failed to grasp the situation then, he would be the greatest fool under the heavens. "Let go of me." In a mix of surprise and fury, Lin Xiaolou struggled desperately. "Wan Jun, you scoundrel." "Indeed, I am a scoundrel, a pervert." Wan Jun's eyes glowed red with intensity. "I've been yearning for you to the brink of madness. Every night, you invade my thoughts. You cannot blame me for being obsessed when you persistently linger in my mind, compelling me to pursue you relentlessly. Yet, that was still insufficient. It was becoming increasingly unsatisfactory. Mere fantasies would not resolve the matter. I craved you, and I could no longer restrain myself." With a sudden, forceful motion, Wan Jun tore apart the buttons of Lin Xiaolou's nightwear, sinking his teeth into the firm abdomen he had envisioned for an entire night. "Wan Jun, you insufferable fiend." Lin Xiaolou gritted his teeth, striking futilely, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Wan Jun was as immovable as a mountain, his arms as solid as iron, rendering Lin Xiaolou utterly powerless. "Let go of me. Don't touch me." Lin Xiaolu's face flushed with anger and urgency, struggling like a fish desperately, floundering ashore. Wan Jun was both exhilarated and frenzied, with Lin Xiaolou's pale form before him, leaving him dazed and bewildered, unsure of where to begin. He bit down hard on the abdominal muscles, then continued upwards, finally reaching that longed-for blush. Lin Xiaolou was beside himself, a mix of anger and pain flooding him, his cheeks burning as if he might bleed at any moment. His mind was in a haze, struggling to find words to curse this pervert. Having preserved his purity for over 20 years, never having held a girl's hand, he was now being ravaged by this deviant. Lin Xiaolou was on the brink of madness, cursing in a futile loop of words. Pervert, scoundrel, bastard, each insult lacking impact, instead providing a twisted satisfaction to his assailant. Wan Jun forcefully sealed Lin Xiaolou's mouth, the delicate softness more exquisite than any fantasy could conjure. Lin Xiaolou clenched his teeth, determined not to yield. But Wan Jun was relentless, gripping Lin Xiaolou's cheeks to compel submission. With a muffled whimper, Lin Xiaolou ultimately succumbed, igniting Wan Jun's excitement. He had longed to kiss Lin Xiaolou in his dreams. Lin Xiaolou obstinately refused to relent, biting down fiercely, causing an immediate rush of blood to fill his mouth. Wan Jun, feeling the pain and blood, remained unfazed, his resolve and strength surpassing even Lin Xiaolou's. Lin Xiaolou felt dizzy and nearly suffocated, his chest tight as if it would burst. Wan Jun restrained his wrists with one hand while the other forcefully grasped his chin, kissing him fervently until he was left weak and limp. Wan Jun, consumed by fervor, yanked at Lin Xiaolou's pajama pants. "Xiaolou, my Xiaolou," he finally relented, releasing his lips only to fervently nibble at Lin Xiaolou's neck. Gasping for breath, Lin Xiaolou regained his composure. As Wan Jun tugged at his pajamas, Lin Xiaolou seized the opportunity to grip the man's waist. Wan Jun, sensitive to tickling, instinctively recoiled, creating a momentary opening for Lin Xiaolou to deliver a powerful punch. Fueled by intense rage, the blow landed squarely, causing Wan Jun to stagger. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaolou kicked him away and leaped to the ground. "Damn you!" Lin Xiaolou fiercely wiped his mouth, his lip raw from the contact. He tore off the tattered pajama top he wore and tossed it aside, quickly donning his outer garments and hastily stuffing clothes into his suitcase. As Wan Jun regained his senses and attempted to intervene, he received another kick. Lin Xiaolou packed with urgency and strode towards the exit. "Lin Xiaolou." Wan Jun grasped him tightly. "Stay with me. I'm serious." Lin Xiaolu's face darkened. "Go to hell, I'm serious too." Chapter 28. Will you give me a chance? Lin Xiaolou walked for quite a while, before Wan Jun slowly came to his senses. Sitting on the bed Lin Xiaolou had occupied, replaying the moments of his earlier frenzy in his mind. He buried his face in his hands, lamenting that he had ruined his one heartfelt confession. In the dead of night, Lin Xiaolou returned to his small rental, exhausted and furious, his overwhelming anger in desperate need of an outlet. He paced the cramped room until he finally found a cheap plastic bowl, which he smashed onto the floor, picking it up only to smash it again. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the cold, hard bed, tugging at his hair and covering his face. Who would have thought that he, Lin Xiaolou, so astute throughout his life, would find himself in such a predicament? He had even boarded the ship willingly, and it was utterly humiliating. At this moment, what was there left to comprehend? Wan Jun had meticulously deceived him into cohabitation, generously offering food and lodging, coaxing him like a girlfriend, suggesting he could skip work without consequence. What employer would behave so recklessly? The notion of sharing a bath had also originated with Wan Jun, who had acted inappropriately. Yet Lin Xiaolou continued to indulge in warmth and intimacy, even fearing for Wan Jun's well-being and encouraging him. Lin Xiaolou felt an overwhelming desire to bash his head against a wall. The wolf was eager to feast, its eyes gleaming with hunger. Yet he had incited and urged it on. "Hurry, eat, eat." The unusual circumstances were undoubtedly suspicious. The adage rang true: no kindness without ulterior motives. He had neglected the wisdom passed down through generations. The more something seems free, the more expensive it truly is. How had he forgotten such a fundamental truth? He had genuinely concerned himself for Wan Jun's health, readily setting aside past grievances, sincerely treating him as a friend, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Wan Jun never regarded him as a friend. Reflecting on their initial encounter, it was apparent that Wan Jun was quite eccentric. He was oblivious to whether Wan Jun's girlfriend was a deliberate smokescreen or not, and he could not ascertain Wan Jun's true inclinations. One thing was certain: Wan Jun was undeniably peculiar. Lin Xiaolou was inherently obstinate, unwilling to bend or yield. If he was displeased, he would express his disdain vocally, and if he felt wronged, he would confront it head-on. He never lamented his fate or wallowed in self-pity, nor did he hide away to weep. Instead, he would vent his intense emotions, understanding that anger alone would not resolve his dilemmas. At this juncture, he began to contemplate his next steps with a calm demeanor. Resigning impulsively was unwise. He needed to consider his livelihood. Rent, living expenses, and the costs of daily necessities all required financial resources. Hence, he resolved to cast a wide net with his resume, seeking an appropriate opportunity before making any moves. Wan Jun would surely not let him leave easily. Even if he secured a new position, background checks could pose complications, given the underhanded actions taken in the past. Consequently, he needed to explore additional income sources, perhaps finding a part-time job to mitigate risks. If all else failed, he could seek employment with a small company that did not conduct background checks, regardless of the salary. He vowed never to work overtime, ensuring that Wan Jun would have no opportunity to exploit him. Surrounded by numerous colleagues during the day, as long as he did not find himself alone, what could Wan Jun possibly do to him? He would endure this phase while diligently searching for new employment to weather the storm. Lastly, the most vexing issue was the matter of empathy. He needed to devise his own solutions. Wan Jun had transformed from an ally into an adversary, and henceforth he would face this wretched world alone. The following day, Lin Xiaolou appeared at the office, seemingly unperturbed, with only dark circles under his eyes betraying his inner turmoil. He remained true to his word, avoiding eye contact and communication, ensuring no interaction with Wan Jun. Wan Jun had anticipated that Lin Xiaolou would confront him with a resignation letter the next day. However, to his surprise, Lin Xiaolou did not resign. Except for his refusal to acknowledge or speak to him, Lin Xiaolou maintained an outwardly normal demeanor. Wan Jun's heart raced with uncertainty. The fact that Lin Xiaolou had not left was a relief, as long as Lin Xiaolou was willing to stay. Yet, Lin Xiaolou no longer regarded him. Even when their paths crossed, he would look straight ahead, treating him as if he were invisible. Wan Jun yearned to say something, but opportunities eluded him. At the end of the workday, Lin Xiaolou hurriedly departed, faster than anyone else, leaving Wan Jun with no chance to reach out. Thus, the two coexisted in a fragile peace for a week. Lin Xiaolou had hoped to continue this state of tranquility until he emerged from a convenience store and noticed a car parked downstairs. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass, yet Lin Xiaolou remained composed. Wan Jun, clad in a black trench coat, stood tall and striking. Such a man would have no trouble attracting attention, regardless of gender. A mere beckon would draw countless admirers. Why then was he so persistently fixated on Lin Xiaolou? Lin Xiaolou, can we talk? No. Wan Jun, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xiaolou's refusal, continued, I know I messed things up, but I am sincere. Please give me another chance. Just as Lin Xiaolou opened his mouth to respond, Wan Jun interrupted, You need not answer right now. Take your time to think it over. I will wait, no matter how long it takes. With a scoff, Lin Xiaolou turned to leave, only to be grasped firmly by Wan Jun. You left your things with me. I will return them. Wan Jun retrieved a large box of chocolates from the car. You forgot this. Lin Xiaolou refused to accept it. This isn't mine. I don't want it. Wan Jun stubbornly pressed the rope into his hand, insisting it was a gift, and urged him not to discard it. Without waiting for a response, Wan Jun swiftly drove away. Lin Xiaolou flung the box aside, took a few steps, then turned back to retrieve it. What had chocolate done wrong? He unwrapped a piece and placed it in his mouth. The familiar taste transported him back to that moment when the sweetness overpowered the bitterness, creating a fissure in his once impenetrable defenses. Indeed, a sugary assault. Lin Xiaolou savored another piece, chewing heartily. The more liberating it felt, the more costly it seemed. And the sweeter, the more toxic. Deep within the alley, a household stood. Lin Xiaolou meandered through the winding paths, finally locating the courtyard that even navigation could not unveil. The yard was adorned with peach blossoms. As the wind blew, petals rained down like confetti, creating an ethereal scene. Within the courtyard gathered a throng of people, estimated to be 30 or 40, yet the atmosphere was eerily quiet, with no whispers exchanged. Men, women, and children alike wore solemn expressions, their lips sealed tight. In such a tense ambience, Lin Xiaolou instinctively held his breath, treading lightly as he merged into the crowd. A young man with well-defined features handed him a number tag. Glancing around, Lin Xiaolou noted that everyone clutched their tags with grave expressions. He refrained from asking questions. The silence was palpable, and any utterance might draw unwanted attention. What was to follow? Would they wait indefinitely? For how long? The thought of initiating conversation felt inappropriate, and as he contemplated typing a message on his phone, the young man interrupted. No photography allowed. His tone was gentle, devoid of arrogance, yet the softness belied a formidable presence. Even a single word from him could feel overly plebeian. Surrounded by the piercing glares of onlookers, Lin Xiaolou abandoned the idea of engaging in conversation. These individuals were far from ordinary. Time slipped away, and at last, the young man began to announce the numbers. Everyone fixated on their tags, as if entranced. After calling out 10 numbers in a seemingly random order, he reached the last one, 18. Lin Xiaolou's heart leaped. That was indeed his number. With the final tally, a cacophony erupted, shattering the earlier tranquility. Could they not add another number? A middle-aged woman lamented, thumping her chest in despair, claiming she had attended several times without ever being called. The teacher, addressing only 10 individuals, maintained that fate ruled the day. One must not force the issue. Chapter 29. This is not the work of a seductress. The pinnacle of science is metaphysics. Lin Xiaolou sought information from various sources and eventually found Sage, reputed for his extraordinary skills. It was said that divination and inquiries were mere trifles for him, capable of turning fortune and averting calamity, transcending the earthly realm, and almost achieving celestial ascension. Lin Xiaolou, skeptical of such beliefs, nonetheless felt helpless against the allure of empathy and approached with a mindset of desperation. What if, as the crowd dispersed with sighs of disappointment, the fortunate 10 were led into the hall by the young man, with Lin Xiaolou standing at the rear. The woman ahead of him turned to chat casually. "Young man, you look so spirited and handsome. What brings you here? Are handsome fellows not allowed in?" "Huh!" The elderly lady burst into laughter, remarking on how spirited you seem, as if you haven't encountered any difficulties. "Are you here to inquire about your romantic fate? What for? We are not lacking in that department." "Huh!" The lady chuckled even more. "So what do you wish to ask? Let me guess, career? Wealth? Public service examinations?" Lin Xiaolou scoffed. "None of those. Don't bother guessing, for this matter is beyond the understanding of ordinary folk." "Oh!" The lady grew even more animated. "Could it be that you've encountered some malevolent spirit? Sleep paralysis? Possession? Wall-hitting ghosts?" Lin Xiaolu's lips twitched. "Could you perhaps utter something more positive, dear lady? A haunted house, surely? Is your home plagued by spirits?" "Your home is the one haunted," Lin Xiaolou exclaimed, exasperated. "My issue has nothing to do with ghosts." "A fox spirit, perhaps?" The lady, with her vast experience, declared, "It's certainly not a ghost. It must be a fox spirit. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You must have lost quite a bit of your essence, haven't you?" Lin Xiaolou chuckled. "You truly are perceptive, dear lady. You've hit the nail on the head. It is indeed about my essence. See, I told you. Fox spirits are always attracted to handsome men. You're absolutely right." One by one, the people in front of them emerged. Some wore expressions of joy, while others seemed enlightened. Lin Xiaolou grew increasingly curious about what this master truly looked like. In the blink of an eye, the lady entered, leaving Lin Xiaolou alone. He glanced up and saw a young man standing upright, flashing him a slight smile, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Lin Xiaolou couldn't help but recall scenes from old dramas, where the acolytes of charlatans bore such appearances, all exuding an air of deceit. Soon, the lady emerged again, tugging at Lin Xiaolou to chat. "The master is truly remarkable, exceedingly accurate. Every word hits home. Isn't that a requisite skill for a charlatan?" Lin Xiaolou retorted with a smirk. "Handsome young man, regardless of what troubles you face, the master can resolve them. Do step inside." Surprisingly, the lady was quite enthusiastic. Genuinely concerned, he might be drained by the fox spirit. Lin Xiaolou politely bid the lady farewell, then followed the young man into the inner chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by the scent of sandalwood, neither overpowering nor offensive, but rather refined and tasteful. The room was square and tidy, starkly contrasting Lin Xiaolu's preconceived notions of a dim and eerie atmosphere filled with unfamiliar idols and swirling incense. A cursory glance revealed fine Wangwali furniture, exuding elegance and strength, clearly indicating considerable wealth. In front of him stood a tall screen adorned with floral and avian motifs, gilded and inlaid with jade, both sophisticated and valuable. It could very well be an antique. The young man halted before the screen, stating, "The master is just behind here. Please proceed." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving Lin Xiaolou alone, except for the enigmatic figure behind the screen, ensuring a degree of privacy. "Come in," a male voice called from behind the screen, notably clear and gentle. Lin Xiaolou was taken aback. Such a melodious voice was indeed rare. He stepped around the screen, finally laying eyes on the master, and found himself momentarily speechless. In his imagination, the master was an elder, dignified in appearance, clad in a traditional robe, holding a fan, adorned with a ring on his finger, essentially a portrait of an otherworldly sage. However, the reality was quite different. A young and handsome man, dressed in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, no fan, no rings. On his left wrist, a bracelet of vermilion beads, not of the common red sand, but a deep, atmospheric purple gold sand. Lin Xiaolou scrutinized the individual before him with an appraising gaze. Were it not for the striking purple gold sand, he might have mistaken this encounter for an interview. For the person before him bore little resemblance to a charlatan. Rather, he embodied the essence of a domineering CEO. The man reciprocated the scrutiny, his golden-rimmed spectacles gleaming with an astute light as he examined Lin Xiaolou thoroughly. "Please, have a seat," the master said, his voice particularly melodious. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it seemed even more soothing than when they spoke through the screen. Lin Xiaolou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The man opposite him began to write, his strokes fluid and vigorous, executing the task with remarkable grace before presenting the paper to Lin Xiaolou. In a hurry, Lin Xiaolou accepted it and discovered 3 characters inscribed. Nan Gongyu. Is this the name of the master? Wow, the handwriting is exquisite, truly elegant, exuding an air of ethereal charm. The emergence of the name Nan Gong instantly elevated Lin Xiaolou's perception. Indeed, it was befitting of a master, for even his name carried an impressive weight. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Lin Xiaolou asked. "I am called Nan Gongyu," he replied with a gentle smile, offering Lin Xiaolou pen and paper, indicating for him to write it down. Captivated by this inexplicable atmosphere, Lin Xiaolou sat up straight. Resembling a kindergarten child as he meticulously penned his own name, Lin Xiaolou, with precise horizontal and vertical strokes, then politely returned the paper with both hands. Nan Gongyu examined the name for an extended moment, and Lin Xiaolou felt a flutter of anxiety. It was said that masters possess the ability to divine meaning from names. Could it be that the master had begun to calculate his fate? Did his name conceal some profound secret? Finally, Nan Gongyu lifted his gaze and regarded Lin Xiaolou for a considerable time before speaking. "Last night, the east wind blew again. The homeland is hard to revisit under the moonlight." Lin Xiaolou recognized this line from You May Run, a poem by Liu, the last ruler of the southern Tang dynasty, who shared the same character Yu in his name. "So?" Lin Xiaolou inquired, intrigued. "You are called Xiaolou. Does that not imply a fateful connection? Is that permissible?" Lin Xiaolou realized the extent of the master's prowess. His ability to weave tales was indeed remarkable. Indeed, a master is a master. This individual bore no resemblance to a mere charlatan. Nan Gongyu set aside the name and clasped his hands, his fingers elegantly long and graceful. "Now, please tell me what troubles you." Lin Xiaolou opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, suddenly adopting an air of mystery. "Master Nan Gong, what do you perceive about me?" After scrutinizing him for a while, Nan Gongyu adjusted his glasses. "There is nothing unusual. That cannot be. I have been told that I am entangled with a vixen," Lin Xiaolou insisted. "A vixen?" Nan Gongyu inquired, his voice remaining gentle and polite even in jest. "I can assure you, this is not the work of a vixen." "Is that so? Then must be a female ghost." "Master, do you see one lurking on my back? Is there one squatting on my shoulder? Is there one riding on my neck? Have you watched too many ghost films?" Nan Gongyu replied, still with that soft tone, albeit with a hint of teasing. "I can responsibly inform you that this is not the doing of a female ghost either." Chapter 30. The true face of Nan Gong, you not a vixen, nor a ghost. Then what celestial being could it be? Nan Gongyu smiled warmly, his expression particularly charming. "This matter does not pertain to spirits or deities." The master did not indulge in fanciful tales, which endeared him to Lin Xiaolou even further. "I would greatly appreciate your guidance, master." Nan Gongyu meticulously scrutinized Lin Xiaolou's features. Her brows resembled verdant ink, and her eyes shone like cold stars. The beauty of her gaze was unparalleled, akin to the enchanting allure of Pan and Song Yu. However, therein lay the predicament. Her captivating eyes, brimming with affection, held the power to enthrall all. In simpler terms, she attracted suitors. Indeed, this was precisely what had drawn Wan Jun to her. "Give me your hand," he commanded. Lin Xiaolou obediently extended her hand, and Nan Gongyu gently grasped it, caressing each finger in turn. Were it anyone else, a punch might have been thrown, but this was Master Nangong. What significance lay in such a touch? It is about bone reading, he corrected her. A life of splendor is destined for you, filled with wealth and prominence. Master, in this new society, there are no servants. She retorted, it is merely a saying. You are fated for riches and recognition. Lin Xiaolou, somewhat skeptical, replied, my beginnings are humble. My parents are simple laborers. And my job barely sustains me. How could I possibly win a grand fortune? Do you not believe me? Nangong, you smiled. Within a year, you shall see. Care for a wager? Lin Xiaolou nearly lost her focus, reminding herself of her purpose. No, master, please don't only speak of the good. Have you not perceived anything else? Did I not mention it? You attract suitors. Your troubles are intertwined with these affections. Your aura is somewhat chaotic. You are ensnared, or rather, bound and devoid of freedom. Exactly, Lin Xiaolou exclaimed, slapping her thigh. I have been kidnapped by a mysterious force. It is truly unbearable. She poured forth her grievances, leaving Nangong you utterly perplexed. Unheard of, he admitted. I have heard of telepathy, but your situation is vastly different. Forgive my ignorance. I have truly never encountered such a phenomenon. It defies logic. Master, your words sound rather peculiar coming from you, Lin Xiaolou remarked. The Tao follows nature. All things in heaven and earth adhere to the great principles, and every action we take is rooted in reason. How can this not be scientific? Very well, I concede. He replied, is there a remedy for my predicament? Master, please illuminate my path. Nangong you fondled the purple gold sand in his left hand, beckoning her closer to impart his wisdom. Proceed as I advise. Lin Xiaolou retrieved her phone. How shall I compensate you? Nangong you waved his hand dismissively. I shall accept no payment. For your case, which I have never encountered in millennia, I would gladly study it without charge. Lin Xiaolou chuckled. So, you're treating me as a subject for your experiments? Very well, let it be so. Nangong you presented her with a gilded business card. Follow my instructions. This is my contact information. Lin Xiaolou pondered over the card, questioning its ostentatiousness. As she departed, Nangong you removed his glasses, exclaiming, goodness, a straight man. He spun in his chair excitedly, marveling at the rarity of such exquisite beauty as Lin Xiaolou, a paragon of innocence and desire, with eyes that captivated the soul. At that moment, a young man entered. Teacher, all your appointments for the afternoon have been canceled. The young man was taken aback. Yet the executives had already made their reservations. Xiao Zhuang, are they the ones paying your salary or am I? Nangong you abruptly rose, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming presence. My heart raced, filled with excitement, and I felt the need to find a quiet place to gather my thoughts. Can you understand that? The young man's lips twitched, and for the sake of the paycheck, he made an effort to grasp the situation. Good, Nangong you remarked, casually humming as he stroked the purple gold sand. Last night, the east wind blew again, la la la. A fleet of luxury cars stood majestically below the skyscraper. And soon, someone approached to open the door. Nangong you stepped out, his long legs striding confidently towards the building, with a throng of followers trailing behind him. The elevator ascended directly to the president's office, where someone was already hastily opening the door. Nangong you strode in, plopping down into the luxurious leather chair reserved for the president. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, with someone promptly assisting him, exhaling a plume of white smoke. Nangong you leisurely spun in his chair, casting his gaze over the management team before him. Your brow is dark. You've had a run of bad luck lately. So be cautious, he warned. Yes, President Yu, came the reply. You look radiant. Your sales performance must be commendable, all thanks to President Yu's astute leadership. Your eyes lack vitality, and your steps are unsteady. You must temper your indulgences. And you, your eye bags are larger than your eyes, surrounded by misfortune with women. Do not be so obsessed with young girls. A woman's waist is a deadly blade. Indeed, Nangong you offered his critiques one by one before finally examining the financial report. He scanned it swiftly, identifying a few key figures, then tossed the documents aside, flicking ash from a cigarette. What has Wan Jun been busy with lately? The crowd exchanged glances. His little company hasn't collapsed yet. It's only a matter of time. Nangong you scoffed, while neglecting a vast enterprise. He busies himself with a failing company. The day I swallow the Li family whole, he'll have no time to weep. Exactly. Wan Jun is foolish. How can he even compare to our president Yu? Indeed, utterly foolish. What did you say? Yu furrowed his brow. Wan Jun is foolish. Do you know who he is? Wan Jun, my only rival since childhood. Do you dare to call him a fool? If he is a fool, then what am I? The sycophant, now blushing crimson, dared not utter another word. Though Yu appeared refined, he was quite formidable. This young master was no easy target. Only I can call him a fool. Only I. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The subordinates hastily wiped their brows. Yu convened a meeting with the management team to outline the next phase of the company's development plan, to bring down the Li family and make Wan Jun cry out for his father. The entire team raised their fists in fervor, declaring, "We must bring the Li family to its knees." Afterward, he locked himself in his office, the expansive desk adorned with ink and paper. He spread out rice paper and practiced calligraphy for the entire afternoon, the desk and floor littered with sheets, each inscribed with the same name, Lin Xiaolou. As the lights flickered on in countless homes, a gentle knock echoed through the narrow, modest corridor, so soft that even the knocking sounded genteel. Lin Xiaolou had tidied up the house in advance. Though simple, it was at least clean and fresh. Hearing the knock, he hurried a few steps and flung the door open. Standing outside was a tall, handsome young man in a well-tailored suit, seemingly out of place in this humble setting. With such a gentle knock, I knew it was you. Lin Xiaolou hurriedly welcomed the guest inside, apologizing for the simplicity of his abode. Please excuse the humble setting. Yu, with a smile dancing on his lips, regarded Lin Xiaolou for a while before he gracefully stepped into the modest living room. The moment he entered, Lin Xiaolou understood the essence of illuminating a dreary space. The young man exuded an air of nobility that brightened the small, dilapidated room considerably. Shall I prepare a couple more dishes? Lin Xiaolou felt that the few cold dishes laid out were rather meager and contemplated stepping out to procure more. There's no rush. Yu interjected, gently grasping Lin Xiaolou's arm. After all, we are together every day. We have ample time ahead of us. Chapter 31. To cut off romantic entanglements. One simply needs to find a boyfriend. Though the statement sounded somewhat awkward, it rang true. Yu's intention was to reside in Lin Xiaolou's dwelling, closely observing and seeking a solution to his predicament. I would like to see your home first. Very well, Lin Xiaolou replied, leading the way. It's merely a studio apartment, affordable, albeit not in the best location. Is it perhaps bad feng shui? Yu chuckled, taking a leisurely stroll around the small living room before stepping into the bathroom. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the singular set of toiletries on the sink, indicating that Lin Xiaolou lived alone, devoid of any romantic partner. His gaze lingered momentarily on the mouthwash cup before he proceeded into the bedroom, where a double bed lay. Yet only one pillow rested atop it. Yu continued to inspect the room, even gently opening the wardrobe. Lin Xiaolou held his breath, convinced that Yu was assessing the feng shui layout and dared not to disturb him. There's soup simmering on the stove. Lin Xiaolou tiptoed closer to Yu, lowering his voice deliberately. Please, make yourself at home. I'll just tend to the fire. As Yu turned, their eyes met, and he smiled. Mimicking Lin Xiaolou's lowered tone, go ahead. Lin Xiaolou stealthily slipped into the kitchen, just as he extinguished the flame. A loud banging on the door reverberated through the small space, shaking the very foundations. Who is it? Lin Xiaolou exclaimed in irritation. The master was quietly observing the feng shui. Who could be so rude as to knock at such a time, behaving like a robber? As he cracked the door open, it was abruptly thrust wide, nearly colliding with his nose due to the force. Who the hell? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as the whirlwind of a figure entered. Wan Jun, what are you doing here? No, what brings you here? Wan Jun's expression was stormy as he scanned the living room with a swift glance, then marched unceremoniously toward the bedroom. Stop. Who gave you permission to enter? That's my room. Halt right there. Lin Xiaolou hurriedly pursued him, almost crashing into Wan Jun as he turned around. Where is he? Wan Jun's voice was icy, his tone sharp, as if he were on a hunt. Who? Lin Xiaolou was utterly bewildered. He glanced around, his expression turning to one of shock. Where is he? The room was small, clearly revealing that apart from himself and Wan Jun, there was no third person. "Where's that large Nan Gongyu?" Wan Jun wasted no time, yanking open the wardrobe and even sticking his head inside to search. "That is my cupboard. You fool, come out." Lin Xiaolou frantically pulled at Wan Jun's arm, trying to force him out. Finding no one in the wardrobe, Wan Jun dropped to the floor, peering beneath the bed for any signs of life. Lin Xiaolou was at his wit's end, exasperatedly tugging at his hair. "Are you out of your mind?" No one was hiding under the bed. Wan Jun rose abruptly, furiously questioning Lin Xiaolou. "Where is he? Where is he hiding?" Without waiting for a response, he stormed into the bathroom, where there was no room for concealment. Wan Jun was utterly perplexed. He had clearly seen a man, yet where could he possibly be hiding? Lin Xiaolou, equally bewildered, had no time to be angry. The apartment was small, and where could Nan Gongyu be? "Why aren't you speaking? Where did you hide him?" "Li Benjun Shota." "You're infuriating," Lin Xiaolou retorted. "How should I know?" He raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, deciding to confront Wan Jun first. "Whether there is anyone in my room is none of your concern." "Why is it not my concern?" "Lin Xiaolou, you may not like me, and that's fine, but I will not allow you to have feelings for someone else. I am willing to wait for you, no matter how long it takes, but I absolutely forbid you from seeking another." Lin Xiaolou was incredulous. "You must be out of your mind. If you're unwell, seek treatment, but don't put on this tyrannical act. I'm not buying it. Get out." He forcefully shoved Wan Jun outside and slammed the door shut. Wan Jun wiped his face, the intensity of his anger subsiding somewhat. Moments ago, he had stood downstairs, gazing longingly at Lin Xiaolu's living room window, only to see another man's fleeting figure instead of the one he longed for. Although it was merely a brief glimpse, he was certain he had not been mistaken. Yet, this old residential building lacked an elevator. He saw the man rush upstairs in a moment of impulsiveness. If the man were to descend, they would surely cross paths. But there was indeed no one inside the apartment. How could this be explained? Was he truly imagining things? Had he misjudged the floor? After dismissing Wan Jun, Lin Xiaolou searched the apartment again, feeling as if he had encountered a ghost. Knock, knock, knock. Another series of knocks resounded. Lin Xiaolou, both irritated and confused, barely noticed the difference in the knocking sound. Assuming it was Wan Jun returning, he yanked the door open. "Are you ever going to stop?" Nan Gongyu stood there, his right hand suspended in midair, still in the posture of knocking. "Xiaolou." Lin Xiaolou, taken aback, glanced between the bedroom and the door, then back at the bedroom again. "Master, let me tell you something strange. Please don't be alarmed, just now. Someone who looks exactly like you walked in, but he disappeared once he entered the bedroom. Isn't that odd?" Nan Gongyu gazed at Lin Xiaolou with a gentle smile. Finding the tale amusing, Lin Xiaolou rested his chin on his hand, squinting. "Am I telling you a joke?" Nan Gongyu chuckled, holding a large bag of items. "I remembered I needed to buy a few more things, so I went downstairs without letting you know. My apologies." "Downstairs?" Lin Xiaolu's face registered shock. "Do you mean literally?" "Yes, I came down from the balcony of the bedroom. But this is the third floor." "Just the third floor," Nan Gongyu responded nonchalantly. Lin Xiaolou finally grasped Nan Gongyu's route of descent, his astonishment peaking. "You actually came down from the balcony?" Nan Gongyu set the shopping bag down, elegantly rotating his wrist. "A little acrobatics, if you will." Wow. In that moment, Lin Xiaolou truly believed that Nan Gongyu was extraordinary. Nan Gongyu placed the purchased toiletries into the bathroom, and Lin Xiaolou followed him in. Upon glancing at the mouthwash cups, she noticed that their designs were identical, as if they were a perfect pair. Finally, Nan Gongyu retrieved an exquisite long box from a bag, revealing a bottle of red wine. Just by the elegance of the box, Lin Xiaolou understood that this wine was exceedingly expensive. Lacking a decanter, Nan Gongyu uncorked the red wine and set on the table to breathe naturally. "Did someone come by earlier?" Lin Xiaolou furrowed her brows and scratched her head. "Master, there is something I must confess. My peach blossom is not a girl." Nan Gongyu instantly understood it was a man. Lin Xiaolou recounted the persistent entanglement with Wan Jun, mentioning that he had likely seen Nan Gongyu downstairs and barged in. Brimming with indignation, "I am nearly at my wit's end with him. You do not fancy him? I am a straightforward man. A glimmer of understanding flashed behind Nan Gongyu's glasses as he poured wine for Lin Xiaolou. Lin Xiaolou, clutching an ordinary glass, felt somewhat awkward. Look, I don't even have a proper wine glass. You might not be accustomed to drinking red wine from this. Nan Gongyu chuckled. We of our kind do not concern ourselves with trifles. Would you care for some peanuts? That would be splendid. Thus, the two enjoyed the fine red wine while shelling peanuts, and Lin Xiaolou found Nan Gongyu to be effortlessly charming and amiable. Master, could you perform a spell to make him stop thinking of me? Even if such a spell existed, it cannot be done. Each profession has its own rules. What should I do? He keeps pursuing me relentlessly. Will I ever find peace? Nan Gongyu set down the peanuts, clapped his hands, sipped his red wine, and with a knowing look from behind his lenses, remarked, to sever the ties of peach blossoms, you merely need to find yourself a boyfriend. Chapter 32, A Fiery Encounter. Wan Jun, this is my boyfriend. Nan Gongyu's suggestion to find a boyfriend to deter Wan Jun left Lin Xiaolou in contemplation. Where am I to find such a person? To truly dissuade Wan Jun, this individual must not only be of comparable stature, but also possess striking looks and a refined demeanor, and importantly, must not harbor any feelings for me. Where shall I find such a person in a short time? Nan Gongyu responded, allow me to offer you 4 words, right before your eyes. Lin Xiaolou pondered for a moment. Master, you should not be called Nan Gongyu. You ought to be named Timely Rain. With newfound confidence, Lin Xiaolou arranged to meet Wan Jun and then appeared with the tall and handsome Nan Gongyu. She envisioned a splendid outcome, believing that Nan Gongyu, with his unparalleled charm and allure, would undoubtedly outshine Wan Jun, rendering him humbled and retreating in defeat. As anticipated, upon laying eyes on Nan Gongyu, Wan Jun's expression darkened. However, the ensuing events unfolded entirely contrary to Lin Xiaolou's plans, as the two men hit it off immediately. Engaging in a fierce exchange, patrons in a restaurant erupted in screams, and Lin Xiaolou stood bewildered as the two strikingly handsome men clashed. Wan Jun fought with ferocity, while Nan Gongyu's movements were graceful and elusive. Neither offered pleasantries, diving straight into battle. Lin Xiaolou rubbed her eyes, desperately seeking clarity. What on earth was happening? Nan Gongyu danced with an ethereal lightness, evading with finesse, yet Wan Jun's brute strength proved overwhelming, threatening to bring him down regardless of his agility. Nan Gongyu swept his long legs, but missed, instead receiving a punch from Wan Jun on his leg. Wan Jun's movements were exceedingly swift, a blur to the eyes. Before one could comprehend the situation, he had pinned Nan Gongyu to the ground. As Wan Jun rained down blows on Nan Gongyu, a sudden thought struck him. He turned his head sharply, locking his gaze on Lin Xiaolou, his fist abruptly halting in midair. In that fleeting moment, Nan Gongyu retaliated with a powerful punch, springing to his feet with legs that struck like lightning, sending Wan Jun tumbling. Now it was Nan Gongyu who held the upper hand, pummeling Wan Jun, who, strangely enough, had transformed from a wild dog into the underdog, abandoning his counterattacks and merely shielding his head with his arms. You feel pain, so do I. Lin Xiaolou understood in an instant. Preventing Wan Jun from feeling pain had become a muscle memory for him. Yet Lin Xiaolou had long since ceased to feel any discomfort. Wan Jun, you foolish buffoon, how could you forget? He thought. Stop fighting. Please don't continue. Lin Xiaolou felt exceedingly foolish himself. Yet he couldn't allow Nan Gongyu to continue the assault. The onlookers initially believed that the two handsome men were fighting over a woman, but upon Lin Xiaolou's appearance, their astonishment revealed that it was indeed over a man. Lin Xiaolou hurriedly corrected himself. Are you all right, my dear? Nan Gongyu, like a victorious male, embraced Lin Xiaolou tightly, declaring Wan Jun, understand this clearly. He is mine. Wan Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, swiftly rising to his feet. Are you tired of living? Listen well, Nan Gongyu, Lin Xiaolou can only be mine. If you dare to have designs on him, I will end you. The crowd began to murmur about the unexpected pairing. Lin Xiaolou felt an overwhelming embarrassment. Despite being a girl, such dialogue felt juvenile, even more so as a man. He extricated himself from Nan Gongyu's hold, suppressing the tingling sensation at the back of his neck, and took Nan Gongyu's hand. Let's leave quickly. He longed to proclaim to Wan Jun, "I do not like you. Give up on this notion." However, as he gazed at the blood on Wan Jun's lips, the words remained lodged in his throat. Contemplating Wan Jun's foolishness in accepting the beating, his heart twisted painfully, as if gripped firmly by another's hand. Wan Jun glared at the two hands intertwined, his eyes reddening with fury. Meanwhile, Gongyu raised an eyebrow in triumph, deliberately showcasing their clasped hands. As if to convey, "Loser." Lin Xiaolou had intended to make a stand, but ultimately fled in a panic back to his small abode, grappling with an indescribable anguish that lingered long after. Damn, I never expected that foolishly Wan Jun would be the one. Gongyu swore vehemently, revealing his true colors. "What enemy we are, I should have beaten him to a pulp. Could you even manage that?" Lin Xiaolou thought to himself, stifling chuckle. At that moment, Gongyu seemed to have transformed entirely, losing his refined demeanor and appearing somewhat unhinged. Lin Xiaolou did not forget to tend to Gongyu's wounds. After all, he had endured those punches for him, and such a handsome face had been marred. "I truly did not expect you two to know each other," Lin Xiaolou mused, struggling to reconcile the two individuals. Gongyu pulled out a cigarette, about to light it before pausing. "Do you mind?" Lin Xiaolou shook his head with a smile. "Not at all." Gongyu lit the cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke with satisfaction. "We've known each other since childhood, classmates for many years, and sworn enemies." Lin Xiaolou responded, "Oh, I thought you, master, never attended school and spent all your time honing your skills at the mountain gate." Gongyu smiled, both gentle and handsome. "I, too, am but a mortal, navigating the complexities of human emotions, love, hatred, and the myriad entanglements of life. Please do not address me as master. Call me Ningong, or simply you." Lin Xiaolou tugged at her lips, saying, You, after tonight's commotion, do you think Wan Jun will give up?" She felt uncertain. That last remark from Wan Jun about wanting to end her was far from idle threat. While others might retreat in the face of danger, Wan Jun was anything but ordinary. Gongyu understood his nemesis all too well. He was akin to a rabid dog, fixating on whatever caught his interest and refusing to let go. "What can we do? He can't possibly pursue me for a lifetime, can he? I certainly cannot acquiesce." Gongyu finished his cigarette with a few quick puffs, extinguishing the butt with a forceful press. Upon encountering him tonight, he had lost control and engaged in a brawl. Yet fighting did not resolve anything. "You have no idea how many times I have clashed with him since childhood." Lin Xiaolou nodded. Their encounters always ended in physical confrontation, devoid of any prelude. Clearly, they were seasoned adversaries. Gongyu instinctively touched the purple gold sand on his left hand, contemplating that to deter Wan Jun, they needed to unleash something formidable. The enticing aroma of beef bone soup wafted from a stove. Lin Xiaolou sprinkled a few peppercorns for added flavor and took a taste. It was delightful. "Let me have a sip," she said, leaning against the kitchen door with an undeniably charming posture. Gongyu declined to take the spoon she offered. "Feed me," he commanded, sending a shiver down Lin Xiaolou's spine. "Xiaolou, I am your boyfriend. You must acclimate to this role and engrave intimacy into your very being. If you yourself resist, how can you expect others to believe in us?" Reluctantly, Lin Xiaolou scooped a spoonful of the fragrant soup, blowing on it before bringing it to Gongyu's lips. He took a sip and gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "My Xiaolou is truly remarkable." As Lin Xiaolou prepared the bed, Gongyu wrapped his arms around her from behind. Instinctively, she considered executing a shoulder throw, but as the thought crossed her mind, Gongyu intercepted her. "I know what you intend to do, but I am your boyfriend. A simple embrace is perfectly normal, and you must grow accustomed to it." He breathed softly in her ear, watching as her fair ear flushed a deep crimson. Producing a pillow, he placed it on the bed. "Must it be like this?" Lin Xiaolou felt genuinely awkward. It seemed unnecessary to share a bed merely for the sake of pretense. If it is to be a charade, it should be complete. Wan Jun is not easily fooled, and you surely do not wish for him to incessantly pursue you, do you? Gongyu reclined on the bed, beckoning Xiaolou, "Come quickly." Chapter 33. What color is Lin Xiaolou? Lin Xiaolou steeled herself psychologically and slowly climbed onto the bed. instead of nestling into Nan Gongyu's open embrace. She pushed his arm away and curled up at the edge of the bed. With a playful grin, Nan Gongyu swept his long arm around her, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Lin Xiaolou felt discomfort coursing through her body, instinctively resisting the contact. She raised her head, her brows furrowed, questioning, "Must it be this way?" Nan Gongyu continued to persuade her. "Your aversion to physical contact is painfully obvious to Wan Jun. Is it that evident?" She retorted, "It is not merely evident. It is inscribed upon you, straight man." Lin Xiaolou sighed, scratching her neck. "What am I to do? I am indeed straight." Nan Gongyu tightened his hold, yearning to press a kiss to Lin Xiaolu's smooth forehead. "You must grow accustomed to my presence and cultivate muscle memory. You must constantly remind yourself that I am your boyfriend, and you must embrace me without rejection." The warm breath tickled Lin Xiaolu's forehead, provoking an instinctive resistance. Her neck was ensnared, and her body instinctively edged away, only to be pulled back into his embrace. Nan Gongyu wrapped one arm around her neck and the other around her waist, almost wishing to press his thigh against her. He continued to hypnotize her, suggesting that in the presence of Wan Jun, they must appear intimate and natural. "If you reflexively push me away, it would surely reveal our ruse," he warned. Wan Jun was astute. "You have but one chance, and should this deception fail, there would be no second opportunity." Since Nan Gongyu proposed this audacious plan, he had been incessantly brainwashing Lin Xiaolou with these words. She had heard them countless times, and, additionally, he had taken liberties under the guise of muscle training. Had it not been for her desire to completely sever ties with Wan Jun, Lin Xiaolou would have expelled him long ago. She did not probe into Nan Gongyu's fervent enthusiasm, naively believing that as rivals, they were allies against a common foe. Lin Xiaolou resigned herself, asking when he intended to arrange the meeting. Given Wan Jun's temperament, his silence over the past few days left her feeling uneasy. Nan Gongyu caressed Lin Xiaolu's cheek, unable to conceal the fascination in his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. It should be soon. It was time to deliver a shock to Wan Jun. Based on past encounters, he knew that if he did not seek out Wan Jun, the latter would eventually come to him. The moment of excitement had finally arrived, as the grand spectacle orchestrated by Nan Gongyu was about to unfold. He meticulously inspected the entire apartment, ensuring that flowers, candles, and a couple's photo frame exuded an air of intimacy. But this was not sufficient. He entered the bedroom, where 2 pillows and a single blanket lay on the bed, and he felt it lacked allure. He retrieved a box of ultra-thin items, placing it on the bedside table. And to enhance the suggestiveness, he opened one package, leaving the empty wrapper in plain sight, creating an appearance that was both casual and ambiguous. Lin Xiaolou entered and gasped, pointing at the bedside table, astonished by the overwhelming display. Nan Gongyu admired his handiwork, insisting that without some thrilling elements, how could he convince her? Lin Xiaolou covered her face, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. To extricate herself from entanglements, he appeared to have discarded all semblance of propriety. At 7 in the evening, Wan Jun arrived punctually. Nan Gongyu graciously invited him inside, then boldly wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaolou in full view of Wan Jun, declaring, "I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Why wouldn't I dare?" Wan Jun closed the door and leaned casually against it, at that moment uncertain of who truly owned the apartment. His gaze fixated on Nan Gongyu's hand, while Nan Gongyu discreetly squeezed Lin Xiaolu's shoulder, prompting her to instinctively cling to his waist. After several days of practice, they indeed resembled a couple at first glance. Wan Jun diverted his gaze, locking onto Lin Xiaolu's eyes, which widened in surprise as she awkwardly forced a smile, resembling a cry. "Since you are here, make yourself comfortable. Don't just stand there, have a seat." Nan Gongyu poured wine from a decanter, presenting it to Wan Jun. "This is my collection. What do you think? Is my sincerity sufficient?" Wan Jun lifted his glass, swirling the liquid that shimmered like crushed red agate, casting an enchanting glow. "Do I lack for wine?" He set down his wine glass, crossed his arms, and leaned back against the chair. "Let it be." Nan Gongyu, for once, refrained from his usual outburst. "Today, for Xiaolu's sake, I shall not hold it against you." Enemies are better reconciled than at odds. After so many years of rivalry, it has grown rather tiresome. You were summoned here to speak plainly. Xiaolou and I share a deep connection. We are together now. So I implore you to cease your entanglements to avoid further embarrassment. Is that so? Wan Jun gazed at Lin Xiaolou. You left me only days ago, and now you are with someone else? Who left you? I merely vacated your residence. Our relationship was never of that nature. You two have cohabited? What? You weren't aware? Li Benjun Skufa. It seems your boyfriend lacks honesty. How could he not inform you of such a significant matter? Nangonyu chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. Cohabitation is hardly a grand affair. Even if he had been involved with you, it bears no relevance. The crux lies in who Xiaolou chooses to be with now. I did not cohabit with him. Our relationship is not as you presume. Lin Xiaolou hurriedly explained, genuinely concerned about her boyfriend's potential misinterpretation. I believe you. Nangonyu reassured, patting Lin Xiaolou's hand with an affectionate demeanor. Wan Jun snorted derisively before rising abruptly. This place is vastly different from the last time I saw it. You must have put considerable effort into its arrangement. May I take a look? I anticipated you would request this, Nangonyu replied, feigning generosity. Feel free to explore, but only observe. Do not touch anything, as I have a penchant for cleanliness. Wan Jun strode directly into the bedroom, immediately noticing the sleek items on the nightstand and the deliberately opened empty bag. He picked one up and tore it open casually. Oh, rose-scented. How charming. Nangonyu leaned against the doorframe, a smug expression on his face. I cannot detect it, for Xiaolou's fragrance is utterly intoxicating. Lin Xiaolou felt her vision darken. Just let me die. Wan Jun tossed aside the bag, unfazed, and fixed his gaze on Nangonyu with a teasing glint. So, you two really did sleep together? Nangonyu regarded his rival with a pitying expression. What? Still in disbelief? It must be a heart-wrenching and brutal truth for you to accept. I can understand your hesitation. Wan Jun smiled and then inquired, what color is Lin Xiaolou? Nangonyu initially faltered, but quickly grasped the question. Of course, it is a beautiful hue. How beautiful? What shade? Cherry blossom or rouge? Lin Xiaolou, initially bewildered, finally comprehended the nature of their discussion upon hearing rouge. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Wan Jun sneered. What, you don't know? Allow me to enlighten you. Is pink, slightly lighter than rouge, exceptionally lovely. If you had merely glanced at it, you could never remain so composed. One look, and you would lose your mind. For I have. Chapter 34. He did not come to woo you. He came to devour you. Where's the ground seam? Lin Xiaolou, at this point, could not even muster an insult. She wished she could just slip into a crevice. Nangongyu's expression faltered, unable to maintain his composure. He had indeed never seen it. Yet the infuriating Wan Jun had. Wan Jun continued to press. Is using a sleek item tantamount to having been intimate? If you truly had slept with him, I will be the first to know. Nangonyu was utterly baffled. How could he possibly know whether she was asleep or not? Wan Jun gazed at Lin Xiaolou and asked, What? Did you not inform him? Such an intriguing secret between us, and you failed to share it with your new boyfriend? Suddenly, Nangonyu realized that Lin Xiaolou was concealing a secret, one significant enough to crush him. A wave of crimson surged through Lin Xiaolou once more. How could he have forgotten such a vital matter? Lin Xiaolou had not disclosed to you that he shared a profound connection with him? Oh, you mean that? Of course. Yamaware, Wan Jun replied. No, you do not comprehend. My connection with him is not ordinary. While words may deceive, the body does not lie. If he is touched by another, I will know immediately. Do you understand? Nangonyu turned pale, exclaiming, What on earth? They share that kind of connection? Lin Xiaolou buried his face in his hands. He had only confided in Nangonyu about their resonance, too embarrassed to mention the intimate details of their relationship. In a moment of oversight, he had lost everything. Wan Jun cast a scornful glance at Nangonyu's ashen face, then fixed his gaze on Lin Xiaolou for a considerable time before striding out of the bedroom with the demeanor of a conqueror. He boldly seated himself, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp, finally drinking with satisfaction. Wan Jun poured himself another drink, downing 3 cups in succession, wiping his mouth as he fixed a piercing stare at Lin Xiaolou. That day, When you entered the courtyard filled with peach blossoms, you fortuitously became one of 10. That was your initial encounter. Your so-called boyfriend is merely a deity you summoned. Lin Xiaolou was rendered speechless. Did Li Wan Jun truly know? But have you not heard that inviting a deity is far easier than sending them away? You regard him as a savior, unaware that he is a malevolent spirit. Li Wan Jun poured himself another glass of wine, but did not drink, merely swirling it in his chalice, admiring the dazzling crimson agate. How well do you know him? Do you even know who he is? Have you never pondered why he assists you so readily? If I am not mistaken, he does so without seeking anything in return. Huh, is there truly such a thing as a free lunch? You avoid me like a viper, yet invite him into your abode, merely escaping from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. Li Wan Jun delivered his final blow. He is not here to save you. He is here to consume you. He has an inherent preference for men. What? The thunderclap of realization struck Lin Xiaolou, leaving him pale and dizzy. In that instant, it was as if he stood on the platform of nostalgia, a kaleidoscope of memories flashing before him. Gongyu asking for nothing, being attentive, visiting him uninvited, sharing meals and living together, their intimate encounters, and Gongyu whispering endlessly in his ear, urging him to accept, to submit, to surrender. Those hypnotic commands, akin to a spell, had lulled him into a stupor, allowing him to lower his defenses and even invite advances. What was the difference between this and a scam? How lamentable that he had been so clever, only to have let the wolf into his home. Had I been the fool all along? Lin Xiaolou stumbled, feeling faint, unable to stand. He grasped the edge of the table for support and poured himself a drink, tilting his head back to finish it in one go. Unable to discern its flavor, he only wished the liquor were stronger, capable of whisking away his turbulent emotions. Xiaolou, are you all right? Gongyu gently grasped his arm. Xiaolou, I can explain. Explain what? Lin Xiaolou turned to glare at Gongyu, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I will ask you this once. Do you like men? Do not deceive me. Gongyu did not hesitate and straightforwardly confessed, yes, I am attracted to men. It's innate. I have a particular fondness for straight men. Li Wan Jun interjected with a sharp remark. Gongyu chuckled. Indeed, I am drawn to someone like you. You're simply my ideal type. However, Lin Xiaolou did not react with the anticipated fury. He remained silent, leaving others unable to decipher his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, do you genuinely wish to assist me? Or is this merely a deception? I truly want to help you. I swear to the heavens. However, I also wish to get closer to you. Xiaolou, I've stated before, I too am part of this world, experiencing the same emotions and desires. I am fond of men, but is there anything wrong with that? Can you genuinely assist me? Gongyu exuded confidence, stating, there are countless charlatans in this world, yet I possess true abilities. If I cannot help, I fear you will not find another capable individual in this province. Lin Xiaolou tightened his grip on the wine glass, his fingertips turning pale. After a considerable pause, he appeared to reach a difficult decision. Fine. If you can truly help me regain my freedom, I will accept your terms. Li Wan Jun erupted in anger. Are you serious? Gongyu could hardly contain his joy. It's a deal. Xiaolou, you have lost your mind. Li Wan Jun never expected the plot to unfold in this manner. He wanted to lash out at Gongyu. But Lin Xiaolou's sudden change of heart felt like shooting himself in the foot. Mr. Li, I shall not trouble you with my humble hospitality. A friendly reminder. I have received your message. Thank you, and may you depart well. You may leave now. Gongyu was elated. Why go through such trouble? Apart from liking men, what else can you hold against me? Xiaolou is willing to accept me. Your words are in vain, making you appear a fool. If I were you, I would quickly retreat and save face. Li Wanjun's eyes turned bloodshot. He could easily knock Gongyu down, but then what? Lin Xiaolou had already spoken. And how much more humiliation could he subject himself to? Li Wan Jun turned to leave, and Gongyu slammed the door shut. You better hurry. Xiaolou. Gongyu approached eagerly, but was halted by Lin Xiaolou's piercing gaze. In front of him, Lin Xiaolou pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a large smoke ring. Regarding him with a cool, detached expression, Gongyu's heart sank. The look in Lin Xiaolou's eyes rendered him unfamiliar. Xiaolou, What you said earlier, was it all true? Are you genuinely willing to be with me? Ha! Lin Xiaolou chuckled, took a deep drag from the cigarette, and exhaled smoke into Nangong Yu's face. Do you actually believe me? Master Nangong, how naive you are. What do you mean? Nangong Yu narrowed his eyes. Are you deceiving me? Weren't you also deceiving me? Lin Xiaolou flicked the ash from his cigarette. As if narrating a joke, you were utterly defenseless against him. If I hadn't played along, how could I have turned the situation around? You deceived him? No, you deceived both of us. The method is inconsequential, as long as the goal is achieved. Our plan for tonight was to force him to retreat, wasn't it? You failed to do so, hence I took action. Just tell me, did he believe it? Did he leave? Did we accomplish our plan? What more is there to say? Nangong Yu rubbed his chin, staring intently at Lin Xiaolou, unable to suppress a laugh. Xiaolou, I truly underestimated you. No one can play me, Nangong Yu. Once spoken, words are like spilled water. Do you not know that it is impossible to retrieve it? You think saying you played along is enough to dismiss me, provoking me, and then attempting to flee? You must first seek my consent. Chapter 35. Lin Xiaolou is in love. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiaolou remained unfazed. She had encountered numerous scoundrels, and Wan Jun was no exception. Once you profess your affection for me, you must adhere to it. Calmly, Lin Xiaolou flicked the ash from her cigarette, reiterating her earlier words. If you can truly help me regain my freedom, then I shall be yours. Are you simply fixated on the latter part of my statement, while ignoring the essential condition? Let us not even discuss whether I am inclined to be with you. Have you accomplished the task of restoring my freedom? Having done nothing, what right do you have to impose conditions upon me? Spare me the domineering CEO act. It wants he work on me. This is becoming increasingly amusing. Excitement flickered in Nangong Yu's eyes. Lin Xiaolou, I find myself growing fonder of you. I wondered how Wan Jun, that blunt man, suddenly changed his demeanor. No wonder he is so besotted with you. He truly suits my taste. Nangong Yu lit a cigarette for himself. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, his eyes, concealed behind glasses, bore a teasing glimmer. Of course, I will assist you. However, let us rephrase that. If you wish to be with me, I will help you. Lin Xiaolou frowned. Are you threatening me? Nangong Yu chuckled. Is that not apparent? Damn. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Nangong Yu was far from the refined gentleman he pretended to be. Wan Jun was correct. He was indeed a charming rogue. His gaze alluring yet mischievous, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, an epitome of a refined scoundrel. What exactly do you propose? Affectionate embraces, perhaps even sharing a bed? Nangong Yu swallowed hard. If you are willing, I can accommodate that. Are you speaking coherently? Can we maintain some dignity? How can I simply consent to share a bed with someone whose abilities I am unaware of? Is there any difference between that and entrapping a wolf with empty hands? You claim not to be a charlatan, boasting of your prowess. Yet where lies your merit? I have seen nothing, not even clarified whether you are indeed a charlatan. And you expect me to acquiesce? Perhaps you should indulge in a daydream instead. In dreams, anything is possible, is it not? Nangong Yu pondered. Perhaps he too realized the absurdity of the situation. Very well, I shall assist you, but let it be clear that my previous statement stands. You cannot deceive me. If I truly help you untangle this mess, you must be with me. Should you later deny your promise, I shall not accept it. Let us discuss that once we have succeeded. Lin Xiaolou rolled her eyes, as if she feared him. Lin Xiaolou was in love. He and Nangong Yu were inseparable, dining, shopping, and strolling together. To any observer, they appeared as a couple. Wan Jun had a stack of photographs on the table, each captured with remarkable stealth. Every image exquisitely taken. Whether it was the private investigator's keen eye for angles or the undeniable sweetness of the couple, their gazes seemed to intertwine. Wan Jun swept the entire collection of photographs onto the floor, filled with a desire to tear each one to shreds. He could not fathom it. He refused to believe it. How could Lin Xiaolou possibly accept Nangong Yu? They had only known each other for a few days, and now they were romantically involved? The person he had tirelessly pursued had been so easily won over by Nangong Yu. Lin Xiaolou could not possibly like Nangong Yu. He would not accept it. Just because Nangong Yu could unbind her, that scoundrel, relying on supernatural pretenses, managed to win her over? Lin Xiaolou had taken a year's leave, spending days away from the office, reveling in his salary while frolicking with Nangong Yu. He could not question him. He could already anticipate Lin Xiaolu's retort. If you have the capability, then fire me. Lin Xiaolou could not help but wish for expulsion. He was akin to a slippery fish, flitting about each day, and with the slightest distraction, he would elude from his grasp. Wan Jun was enveloped in profound frustration, nearly bursting with it. The full moon hung high in the sky. Lin Xiaolou rubbed his arms, shivering in the chill, lamenting his presence in this desolate place. He had been lured here by Nangongyu's words, and should Nangongyu harbor any nefarious intentions, he would have nowhere to weep. Since he was already here, he might as well find solace in it. Nangongyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air was clear and invigorating, brimming with spiritual essence. He seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, adopting an impressive demeanor reminiscent of a sage from a realm beyond. He turned to observe Lin Xiaolou. Noting the chaotic energies of the city, polluted by traffic fumes, it was too muddled to discern clearly. Here, in this tranquil solitude devoid of even a ghostly shadow, the atmosphere was pristine, allowing for a thorough examination. What could one possibly discern? If you gaze long enough, what if you discover I lack a shadow? Would that not frighten you? As if one could approach me unbidden. What specter dares to frolic in my presence? Indeed, if a ghost were to approach you, it would be akin to disturbing the earth beneath a powerful deity or dancing before Zhong Kuei. Nangongyu chuckled at this, watching Lin Xiaolou's lively antics. Is it truly so cold? What else could it be? I to summon divine spirits? Though it was late spring, the mountain air was frigid, especially at night, with heavy dews making it quite chilly. Nangongyu rubbed his hands together, instructing Lin Xiaolou to close his eyes as he would recite an incantation, ensuring warmth would envelop him. Is that for real? Lin Xiaolou promptly shut his eyes, eager to witness Nangongyu's prowess. He heard a series of incantations followed by 2 sharp claps. It is done. Do you feel warm? Aha, I truly do feel warm. Lin Xiaolou sensed a rush of heat in his legs. Upon opening his eyes and glancing down, he found a warming patch affixed to his leg. Is this your skill? Nangongyu laughed heartily, declaring that if he could generate warmth unaided, Lin Xiaolou ought to flee, for he would surely not be human. Lin Xiaolou rolled his eyes and reapplied the warming patch, reasoning that as long as he was not cold, the means mattered little. Stand still, do not tremble. Let me observe you closely. Can you truly see anything? Or else, do you suggest I lead you into a wild encounter? Nangongyu fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Xiaolou, his expression one of utmost concentration, as if he could indeed discern something significant. Your unwavering stare is making me uneasy. Do not suggest that something is clinging to me. Nonsense. Speak not of such things in the dead of night. What one fears may come to pass. Then what exactly are you examining? Did I not mention that the energies surrounding you are somewhat chaotic? I wish to ascertain the nature of this disorder and rectify it for you. Nangongyu pointed to the low-hanging, large moon in the mountains, saying, Do you see it? Tonight is the night of the full moon. What of it? Do you intend to transform? Begone. Nangongyu chuckled once more, referencing the notion of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Have you heard of this concept? We practitioners speak of drawing upon the spiritual energies of the earth, in harmony with the cycles of the sun and moon. On nights like this, when a moon is at its zenith, the lunar radiance is at its peak, capable of revealing your true nature. What? No, it can unveil the essence of your energies. I too shall pay homage to the moon, enhancing my own powers. While I find your words somewhat dubious, they do possess a semblance of truth. Can you elucidate this with scientific reasoning? To put it plainly, humans possess a magnetic field. Are you aware of this? Biological electricity, do you comprehend? Your magnetic field differs somewhat from the ethereal essence I mentioned, yet you grasp the general idea. Bioelectricity, a scientific concept, is it not? Your magnetic field has become disordered, resulting in significant consequences. Allow me to recalibrate it for you as best as I can. Understood. My magnetic field has returned to normal. Perhaps this shared resonance will dissipate. A promising student indeed. Surprisingly, upon hearing Nangongyu's explanation, Lin Xiaolou experienced a sudden clarity. He felt an inexplicable increase in trust towards Nangongyu. Perhaps this individual truly possessed some skill. Noticing the warmth enveloping his legs, Lin Xiaolou realized that while Nan Gongyu had applied a heating pad to him, he himself had not used one, indicating that he was not sensitive to the cold. However, the very fact that he carried a heating pad suggested that Nan Gongyu was considerate and remarkably perceptive. If Nan Gongyu harbored no ulterior motives towards him, Lin Xiaolou would genuinely be inclined to befriend such a person. Nan Gongyu had been observing him intently, his gaze earnest and focused, which only heightened Lin Xiaolou's fondness for him. This made him feel that Nan Gongyu genuinely wished to assist him, and he held a deep appreciation for those who approached their tasks with sincerity. "Help! There has been a murder!" Suddenly, a woman's voice shattered the silence, startling Lin Xiaolou. He turned and sprinted towards the source of the cry for help, only to be firmly grasped by Nan Gongyu. "Mind your own business." Chapter 36. I simply do not like you. Did you not hear that? A murder, and you call this minding your own business? This murder is not what you think. Nan Gongyu replied with an expression of calmness. What do you mean? Lin Xiaolou was utterly bewildered. Nan Gongyu glanced towards the direction of the voice, a slight smirk curving his lips as if he possessed some sort of X-ray vision. In any case, do not concern yourself. Trust my judgment. I trust you indeed, Lin Xiaolou retorted, turning his head to inquire why the noise had ceased. Could it be that a life has been lost? Huh. Nan Gongyu chuckled. It is quite possible that a life has indeed been lost. You. Lin Xiaolou was about to express his frustration when another cry erupted. Help! There has been a murder. So amazing. Lin Xiaolou stood frozen in shock. Husband, you're so wonderful. So incredible. I can't take it anymore. He finally understood what Nan Gongyu meant by the potential for a life being lost. If he rushed in now, it would be utterly embarrassing. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Why didn't you mention it earlier? I did say it. Mind your own business. If you didn't heed my warning, blame no one but yourself. Nan Gongyu waved his hand dismissively, treating it as a trivial matter. Let them enjoy themselves. We have more pressing tasks at hand. After observing Lin Xiaolou for a moment longer, Nan Gongyu shut his eyes and assumed a meditative posture, lapsing into silence once more. It seemed that he had indeed come to absorb the essence of the surroundings, enveloped in the serene atmosphere of urban cultivation beneath the moonlit sky. Lin Xiaolou found himself entranced. Just as he envisioned himself absorbing the moonlight to attain immortality, Nan Gongyu abruptly sprang to his feet. What are you doing? What has gotten into you? Lin Xiaolou exclaimed, startled. Nan Gongyu furrowed his brows, remaining silent as he calculated with his fingers. This matter is not simple. What? What is happening? Alarmed, Lin Xiaolou held his breath. Shoo! Nan Gongyu gestured for silence, and both turned their heads, straining to listen intently. After a while, the commotion faded, and the wind carried snippets of conversation, suggesting that it might be over. The two revelers seemed to have concluded their banter. What was so complicated about that? Why the fuss? Nan Gongyu provided no explanation, instead gazing up at the moon before returning to his meditative state, as if the previous commotion had been a mere whim. Pray tell, my fellow Taoist, how much longer do you intend to absorb? Lin Xiaolou lowered his voice and asked, They have finished. When can we leave? Nan Gongyu imitated his tone in a comical manner, replying, We cannot leave yet. The matter is not concluded. Must we wait this long? There is no rush for ascension. Why not take your time another day? Lin Xiaolou suggested. Nan Gongyu chuckled, his eyes crinkling with amusement. It is not me. It is those two over there who are still entangled. What? Their essay second round? Lin Xiaolou exclaimed. Even if they indulge all night. What business is it of ours? As individuals of integrity, we ought to assist those in distress. Huh? Nan Gongyu fell silent, closing his eyes in contemplation as if anticipating something. Lin Xiaolou felt puzzled. Although Nan Gongyu spoke in riddles, he discerned that there was more to the situation, and it did not concern him, but rather the couple over yonder. What had initially sounded like the playful banter of young lovers soon escalated, the atmosphere thickening with the arrival of additional voices. Lin Xiaolou's curiosity piqued. What is happening? Suddenly, the cacophony intensified, interspersed with the cries of a woman. Help! A shiver ran down Lin Xiaolou's spine. This time, it was a genuine plea for aid. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the commotion. Nan Gongyu was even quicker. springing into action with remarkable speed, vanishing in a flash. Goodness! Lin Xiaolou stared at the empty space behind him, baffled by Nan Gongyu's swiftness. He mustered all his strength to catch up, only to find that the skirmish had already concluded. 3 men lay on the ground, and one was kneeling nearby. The woman, in a fit of rage, slapped one of them, weeping and cursing, her emotions spilling forth. From her fragmented recounting, Lin Xiaolou pieced together the sordid tale. It was quite the convoluted affair. A man had pursued a wealthy girl, wishing to cast aside his current girlfriend, who staunchly refused to part ways. Consequently, he concocted a vile scheme to lure the woman to a desolate area, enlisting 3 thugs to humiliate her and film the ordeal as leverage to dispose of his girlfriend. Yet, prior to this heinous act, the scoundrel had indulged in one last revelry with the woman. Lin Xiaolou frowned, filled with disdain. How could one be so wicked? To abandon and grow weary of love is already despicable. How could he dare to thrust a former lover into such depths of despair? Fortunately, Nan Gongyu arrived just in time. At this juncture, Lin Xiaolou felt compelled to commend him. The more he observed Nan Gongyu, the more agreeable he appeared. The calamity had not yet unfolded, yet Nan Gongyu had anticipated it. How impressive! Were it not for his own experience, he would not have believed such prowess existed. In that moment, Nan Gongyu seemed to radiate an aura, rendering him considerably less displeasing. If Nan Gongyu were to say, "Only I can assist you. Do you trust me?" Lin Xiaolou would undoubtedly respond, "Absolutely, I believe in you. None other possesses such capability." The woman continued to sob, and Nan Gongyu extended a business card, stating, "Fate has brought us together. May we meet again." Lin Xiaolou mused, is this permissible? Even while saving someone, he does not forget to expand his business. As police vehicles arrived, the woman wiped her tears and recounted the events. The officers inquired, "What were you two doing on the mountain at this hour?" Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, Nan Gongyu replied with utmost seriousness. He was indeed correct. Lin Xiaolou nodded in agreement. The officers exchanged glances, then turned to their colleagues, whispering, "Have any patients escaped from the psychiatric hospital lately?" "Not that I've heard." After a night of turmoil, Lin Xiaolou felt both exhausted and exhilarated. "Nan Gong, how do I alleviate this pent-up energy?" "There is no rush. Take your time, and I shall undoubtedly unravel this for you. Otherwise, in the future, Wan Jun will be as familiar as connecting to Wi-Fi." Lin, after this incident, Lin Xiaolou is filled with confidence for the future. Wan Jun should have given up by now. As long as Nan Gongyu assists him in breaking free, he will be completely liberated. As for Nan Gongyu's demands, what if I refuse? Nan Gongyu is not as difficult as Wan Jun. A simple rejection should suffice. Worst case, he could resign and disappear, leaving it to fate. However, he underestimated Wan Jun's persistence. On the first day back from his vacation, he found himself trapped in a car with Wan Jun. "What on earth do you want?" The vehicle halted in a desolate area, and Lin Xiaolou leaped out, bouncing on the ground several times. Wan Jun remained silent, absorbed in his smoking, one cigarette after another. After a few days apart, it was evident that Wan Jun had lost weight. His already strong features appeared even more chiseled, and his demeanor had shifted from languid to despondent, exuding a rough masculinity. Wan Jun flicked the cigarette butt away, crushing it underfoot, his dark brows furrowed deeply, his gaze sharp yet sorrowful. "What is going on between you two? Did you not already know? Why ask? Didn't you claim to dislike men? Aren't you straight? I just don't like you." Wan Jun felt as though he had been pierced by a dagger, the pain almost rendering him unable to stand upright. "Why? What is it about him that I lack? In physique and appearance, where do I fall short? Just because he is a so-called expert and claims he can help you, you believe him? He is not a charlatan." Lin Xiaolou asserted firmly. "He possesses genuine skills. Yes, I trust him. He is the only one who can assist me in this world." Chapter 37. The Arrival of the Malevolent Spirit. "Xiaolou, please don't act this way." Wan Jun's voice was almost pleading. "I can help too. There are plenty of experts in this world. I can find one for you. If you let me assist you, will you be with me? I already have someone by my side. Why seek someone far away? Besides, I do not like you. Even if you help me, I will not be with you." Wan Jun was at a loss for what to do. He pulled out a cigarette, bit it, then tore it apart and crushed it in his palm. Why? Why? You have only known him for a few days. What spell has he cast upon you? What is it that you like about him? And what is it that you like about me? Lin Xiaolou was equally perplexed. There are countless attractive individuals in this world. Why are you fixated on me? Wan Jun, with your looks and physique, even if you were penniless, there would be those willing to pursue you. Why do you insist on clinging to me? But none of them are Lin Xiaolou. Wan Jun's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. There is only one Lin Xiaolou in this world. Tears are the softest yet most potent weapon. He cannot bear to see others cry. As a child, whenever his mother wept, he would instantly behave. During his youth, when a female classmate cried, regardless of who was right, he would apologize immediately. To his surprise, as an adult, when his boss cried, he felt the same pang of sorrow. What is wrong with him? Lin Xiaolou averted his gaze, feeling a twinge in his nose. In truth, he did not harbor hatred for Wan Jun. He once did, but that sentiment had faded. Even during their brief cohabitation, he found a certain joy, and had it not been for Wan Jun's overt desire for him, they could have been friends. He did not wish to cause anyone distress. Yet how could he acquiesce to such a request? He is a straightforward man, uninterested in intimate relations with other men, and even less inclined to be pursued by them. If Wan Jun had made a different request, one that involved laboring tirelessly, he would have readily agreed. However, this matter was one he could never concede to. Lin Xiaolou, lacking experience in romantic affairs, understood that emotions should never be ambiguous. Dislike is dislike. One must never muddle through such feelings. Compassion should not lead one to entangle themselves with another. Clarity and decisiveness are paramount. This affair ought to be mutual. It cannot be forced. I have articulated my stance. You should seek another, for there is no possibility between us. Subsequently, neither spoke further. Wan Jun smoked numerous cigarettes, and Lin Xiaolou feared he might harm himself. For several consecutive days, Wan Jun did not pursue him again, leading Lin Xiaolou to believe he had resigned himself to the situation. One day, just after work, he was enveloped by his colleague, Xiao Zhang. Pray tell, what is the recent situation? That depends on what you're inquiring about. Of course, your romantic situation. Honestly, have you found someone new? Are you no longer single? What are you prattling on about? Xiao Zhang scrutinized him. You're still single? Why haven't you reached out to Shang Rue? She is stunning. How could you overlook her? What? Lin Xiaolou smacked his forehead, having completely forgotten the young lady. Is this reasonable? I introduced such an admirable girl to you, and after one meeting, you've had no further communication? She is still waiting for you to ask her out. If you don't, she may think you're not interested. She even asked me discreetly if you have a girlfriend. Tell me, does this make sense? You, a single man, what on earth are you hesitating for? Well, she hasn't messaged me. I assumed she was busy, so I thought I'd refrain from disturbing her. Lin Xiaolou, I was pondering how a handsome fellow like you could possibly be single. Now it dawns on me. Heaven blessed you with a handsome visage, but took away your common sense. Pursue her. You must make an effort. Women often maintain a sense of modesty and reserve. They cannot always be the ones to approach. If you do not take the initiative, how can she offer you an opportunity? All right, I shall pursue her. Lin Xiaolou swiftly sent a message. Are you free to meet up soon? The young lady replied in an instant. Yes. Tonight? Sounds good. Lin Xiaolou put away his phone, grinning as he patted the inquisitive Xiao Zhang on the back. My friend, thank you. Once I win her over, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Now that sounds more like it. Let me tell you, Shang Rue is wonderful. She has her eyes on you, so cherish this chance. Don't let it slip away. Lin Xiaolou hurried to reserve a restaurant, arranging the time with the young lady before making his way there. Upon arrival, he found that Shang Rue had beaten him there. At that moment, Lin Xiaolou felt a surge of guilt. Xiao Zhang was right. She truly was a remarkable girl. As he sat down, he apologized, explaining that he had been preoccupied lately, which was the truth. Shang Rue smiled brightly. I've been busy too. I just returned from trip. Lin Xiaolou perceived her thoughtfulness and promptly offered her the menu, insisting she order freely, stating he would cover the bill. Shen Hui Shukled, Auhikt. I apologize for not being in touch since our last meeting. Xiao Zhang scolded me. I've reflected on it. It was my fault. This is my first time, and I'm not very adept at it, so please bear with me. You and T happen to have never had a girlfriend, would you? Actually, I haven T. A blank slate? Then I must consider myself fortunate. Or perhaps a piece of scrap paper. The young lady laughed heartily, free from the burdens of past loves and the trivialities of life, and she felt an overwhelming joy. How did you manage to maintain such a demeanor with that face? Is it unwavering resilience? Lin Xiaolou chuckled at the jest. He had received numerous love letters, yet felt no desire or inclination. After graduation, as he entered the workforce, appearances no longer mattered. With my meager assets, I held no advantages. I must respectfully disagree with your statement. If Xiao Zhang were to introduce me to someone devoid of merit, what would become of me? Your pristine blank slate is precisely what makes you appealing. Is this a veiled confession of affection? Lin Xiaolou could not help but feel his spirits soar, yet he dared not lose himself in pride. Isnt, it said that one should never presume to understand a woman's thoughts. Last time, we didn't even get to enjoy the popcorn. Do you wish to indulge tonight? That depends on whether there is a grand screen present. Absolutely. I shall accompany it with cola, milk tea, and juice. Shang Rui giggled, tempted to pinch Lin Xiaolou playfully. Yet she felt the need to maintain her composure. Dishes began to arrive at the table. Shang Rui was courteous and ordered sparingly, while Lin Xiaolou added a few more dishes, wishing not to appear stingy. They were like all newly acquainted individuals, subtle and restrained, sharing only fragments of themselves, each striving to present their best selves. The atmosphere was just right when Lin Xiaolou suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Was it a draft? He was seated near an air vent. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through, and another figure appeared beside him, leaving Lin Xiaolou dumbfounded. He had finally identified the source of the chill. An ominous presence had arrived. Shang Rui was evidently thrown off by this unexpected guest, gazing at Lin Xiaolou in bewilderment. Aren't you going to introduce us? Wan Jun took a drag from his cigarette, feigning politeness, and asked, Do you mind? Shang Rui, in a daze, shook her head. With a swift motion, Wan Jun lit his cigarette and casually tossed the lighter onto the table. On a date, are we? He turned to Lin Xiaolou, his eyes dancing with a mixture of jest and scrutiny. Who are you? Indeed, who am I? Lin Xiaolou mused. Perhaps you should enlighten her about our relationship. Chapter 38. A good man does not marry two wives. Lin Xiaolu's face turned ashen, and a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. In a flash of clarity, he established two crucial principles. First, he must not let Wan Jun discover that he had no prospects with Nan Gongyu. Second, he must not involve Shang Rui in this predicament. In any case, he needed a shield, and it could not possibly be Shang Rui. He is my boss. Lin Xiaolou managed to suppress his anger and introduced with an air of nonchalance. Yet, Shang Rui clearly did not buy it. What kind of boss confronts an employee at their date venue, exuding a menacing aura as if catching them in the act? Is that all? Li Benjun Bressa. A smirk lingering on his lips. Lin Xiaolou, unwilling to back down, shot him a defiant glare, and the air crackled with tension as they exchanged fiery looks. Lin Xiaolou snatched the cigarette from Wan Jun's hand and extinguished it with force. Was it not courteous to smoke in front of others? He turned to Shang Rui, softening his gaze. Your lipstick is smudged. Shang Rui understood immediately. I need to touch up. Once the young lady departed, Lin Xiaolou glared angrily. Are you following me? What do you intend to do? You ask me? Why not tell me first which one you prefer, Nan Gongyu or this girl? What business is it of yours? It is not merely about blindly believing in Nan Gongyu. If you choose him, then so be it. I truly thought you had changed your preferences, as if you were merely toying with my feelings. You will soon discover the truth of the matter. Before long, Shang Rui hesitantly returned, taking her seat with great caution. Glancing around nervously, Lin Xiaolou poured a cup of tea, substituting it for wine, and politely offered it to Shang Rui. The purpose of our meeting today is to clarify matters. I sincerely apologize, but we are not suited for one another. Shang Rui, Wan Jun, since our last meeting, I have refrained from contacting you, believing you would understand. Yet, you had the audacity to ask Xiao Zhang for news, which resulted in me receiving quite the reprimand. My silence indicates my lack of interest. I did not wish to address this in person, fearing it might cause you discomfort. But it appears that silence is no longer an option. Today, I raise my cup in apology, not that it is your fault, rather, it is my own folly, my misfortune. Allow me to cover the cost of this meal. No need for splitting the bill. Consider it my atonement. From this point forward, let us part ways as strangers. Shall we? Shang Rui's expression soured instantly, and she crossed her arms, remaining silent for an extended moment. Lin Xiaolou, you have someone in your heart, do you not? If you do, why pursue me? Am I merely a backup option for you? I never imagined you to be such a person. How blind I have been! In a sudden burst of anger, Shang Rui stood, raised her cup, and splashed Lin Xiaolou with water. You think so little of me, yet I look down upon you as well. What a farce this is! Shang Rui threw the cup down and departed, her resolve unshakable, as if not even 10 oxen could bring her back. Lin Xiaolou wiped his face, shaking off the water. He had intended to reveal his feelings after she finished eating. But now that was impossible. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Wan Jun squinted. Lin Xiaolou, what act are you putting on this time? What act? I have not been in contact with her for quite some time, and yet she insists on confronting me, compelling me to clarify my feelings. Initially, I held a favorable view and wished to pursue a meaningful relationship, but a series of unfortunate events dampened my enthusiasm. Moreover, I discovered that my interactions with Nan Gongyu are far more enjoyable. Women can be excessively troublesome, requiring constant attention and flattery. Who has the patience for that? Currently, Nan Gongyu is eager to please me, offering assistance. He is also quite handsome and affluent. You are aware that he comes from wealth, correct? I find this arrangement far more agreeable and far less complicated than dealing with women. I am also capable of seeking your affection. If you desire the moon, I could pluck it from the sky for you. If you are willing to be with me, I could elevate you to the heavens. It is too late. A good man does not marry a second husband. Lin Xiaolou, do not shout at me. Your attitude is exasperating. I had planned for us to enjoy a pleasant meal together, and your interference has ruined that. Now, the farewell meal we could have shared is lost. And I feel quite guilty, you know. What purpose do you serve by complicating matters? Lin Xiaolou, have you firmly resolved to choose Nan Gongyu then? What else is there? I have stated that he can assist me. Based solely on that, I must afford him an opportunity. I have always been resolute. I even turned down such a beautiful woman. Is not my determination clear enough? Do not linger around me. It would be best for you to resign yourself to this fact. Lin Xiaolou hastily consumed a few bites of the hot dishes, settled the bill, and departed. He strolled around the park for a while before checking his phone and heading toward a nearby commercial complex. Upon reaching the corner of a building, he was suddenly pulled aside by a hand. Hee. The girl pinched his arm. You have finally arrived. Who is that girl? It is none other than the audacious Shang Rui, who, like a tempest, cannot be swayed by even the strongest of forces. Lin Xiaolou glanced around, then seized the girl and led her through a small side door into the building. I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's quite all right. In truth, even without your message, I sensed something was amiss. You are indeed perceptive, she chuckled. Your change of demeanor was so rapid that I could tell you were merely performing. Is that so? Then my acting must be woefully inadequate. I wonder if he believes me. Lin Xiaolou, in that moment, was improvising, having no opportunity to engage in a proper exchange with Shang Rui. After settling the bill and stepping outside, he promptly messaged her to arrange a meeting point. He anticipated a lengthy explanation, but to his surprise, she replied instantly, received. Is he truly your boss? Indeed. Zhou, the one who insisted you return to work overtime? Precisely him. What is the meaning of this? Why would our meeting concern him? Your boss seems rather overreaching. There is a company regulation that prohibits new employees from dating within their first 3 years. Shang Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there really such a rule? That seems inhumane. Small companies tend to have excessive regulations. They fear employees' minds will stray from work and hinder profit. But Xiao Zhang never mentioned this to me. In truth, it was aimed specifically at me. Why? Because I am handsome, with the greatest chance of finding a partner. Others are not so fortunate, and thus do not require such concerns. Ha ha ha. Shang Rui laughed heartily, her joy contagious. You are too much. But yes, you are rather handsome. It's quite a pity for you. This is rather thrilling, akin to a clandestine affair. Why am I so exhilarated? Lin Xiaolou indulged Shang Rui with delicious popcorn, and he also treated her to cola and milk tea. The two enjoyed their time together, merrily munching and sipping while gazing at the grand screen. After the show, neither mentioned returning home, and instead, they meandered through the complex. Eventually, Shang Rui broke the silence. So, does this mean we are officially together? Not quite. Lin Xiaolou replied with utmost seriousness. You cannot agree so readily. Huh? Lin Xiaolou observed Shang Rui, who was still enjoying her snacks, her lipstick long gone. Your lipstick does not last. Allow me to buy you a long-lasting one. Shang Rui laughed, playfully hitting him, her cheeks flushed. Lin Xiaolou, though unfamiliar with such matters, thought that a more expensive option would surely be better, so he led her to an upscale cosmetics counter. Buying here is too costly. It's much cheaper through a purchasing agent. She protested shyly. From now on, you may find bargains as you wish, but today, I shall buy you whatever you desire, no matter the price. At that moment, Lin Xiaolou resembled a newly affluent individual, splurging on several items for the girl. The sales associate praised him profusely, exclaiming, Your boyfriend is truly wonderful, handsome and generous. Shang Rui beamed with delight, feeling quite esteemed. Lin Xiaolou began to envision a promising future. As a straightforward man, he believed that pursuing a relationship with a girl was the righteous path. Once he resolved the matter of empathy and clarified things with Nan Gongyu, he felt prepared to embark on a new chapter in life. He thought to himself that surely Wan Jun would have given up by now, but in this world, there is nothing he could not achieve. That day, Wan Jun once again paid a visit, fortuitously while Nan Gongyu was absent. How long will this continue? Lin Xiaolou was exasperated. What is it that you truly want? To do the third. Chapter 39. Intrusion. Lin Xiaolou was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. What did you say? I said, I also wish to be with you. He assists you, and you grant him the opportunity. Do you harbor feelings for him? Do you love him? Do not rush into a decision. Consider me as well. I am willing to compete with him. Lin Xiaolou's mind was in a whirl. Is that what it implies? Is it what I think it implies? Do you intend to meddle? Meddle? I distinctly recall you stating that if he could assist you, you would be with him. But has he succeeded? You cannot deceive me. The two of us have never truly resolved our issues. Since your relationship with him has never truly commenced, since you are not together, is it unreasonable for me to seek a fair opportunity for competition? Very well. You are quite something. Wan Jun, you are astonishing. In this day and age, can a third party be so brazen? If you wish to intrude, do not presume that I will consent, regardless of whether he agrees or not. Did you not wish to be rid of me? Grant me a month to compete. If by then you still cannot accept me, I shall withdraw. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Xiaolou would not fall for it. Wan Jun was the sort who would seize any opportunity. If he were to gain entry, it would be akin to a home invasion. No way would she allow him even a moment as chance. Lin Xiaolou resolutely declined, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. A wolf had already breached her sanctuary, and she was not about to invite another. Yet Wan Jun was determined, declaring it a unilateral decision. I will not relinquish my hold. I shall not allow you two to unite. Your agreement is irrelevant. How I proceed is my own affair. Lin Xiaolou had initially resolved to stand her ground, thinking, I shall not acquiesce. What could you possibly do to me? Will you devour me? However, she underestimated Wan Jun's audacity. Recently, Nan Gongyu had been inexplicably busy. Initially permitted to sleep on the living room floor, he had not had the chance even for that in recent days. Lin Xiaolou arose one morning to find the living room empty. He had not returned at all. She felt a pang of worry. Though it was not due to missing Nan Gongyu, her concern lay in when his presence would return to normalcy. Nan Gongyu was also troubled. The Nanjing group had been plagued with issues lately, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to spend time with his Lin Xiaolou. He had even stayed at the office until the early hours on multiple occasions, his instincts telling him that something was amiss. Lin Xiaolou found herself alone, thus providing Wan Jun with the opportunity to intrude. After declaring his intentions, he made his first visit, bearing a bottle of fine wine. Naturally, Lin Xiaolou refused him entry, prompting Wan Jun to issue a bold ultimatum. You have two choices. Let me in, or I shall declare my feelings loudly right here. Lin, what nonsense is this? Finding a livable studio is no easy feat. I do not wish to move. Wan Jun was shameless in his pursuit. If he were to create a scene, the neighbors would surely come running. How could he continue to live with such a reputation? Lin Xiaolou glared at him fiercely. Wan Jun cleared his throat. Lin Xiaolou, listen closely. Wan Jun, feel for you. In response, Lin Xiaolou seized his collar and pulled him inside. Have some dignity, will you? Dignity? I want you. Lin Xiaolou's mouth hung open for a moment before he closed it again. He was too weary to argue. Resigned to his fate, as he dragged out a chair and sat down with an air of nonchalance. What do you intend to do? Even if you let me in, what can you accomplish? Suddenly, he sat up straight, warning, I advise you not to make any sudden moves, or I might just hit you. In Wan Jun's eyes, the flailing Lin Xiaolou was a rare treasure. He uncorked a bottle of red wine, saying, let's share a drink. It feels as though we have done this in a past life. With that single remark, Wan Jun pulled Lin Xiaolou back into a fond recollection of their cohabitation. Filled with playful banter, laughter, and tears, an exhilarating joy that seemed to disregard the fragility of life, akin to chocolate, sweet with a hint of bitterness, yet ultimately leaving a rich aroma in the mouth. As the wine slowly breathed, Lin Xiaolou maintained a shared silence with Wan Jun. The wine awakened, and reality returned from the haze of old dreams. Wan Jun poured wine for Lin Xiaolou, the ruby liquid glistening as it flowed. Lin Xiaolou lifted the mesmerizing goblet to his lips, halting abruptly. You wouldn't have slipped something into the wine, would you? Wan Jun fixed him with a pained gaze. Is my reputation in your eyes so tarnished? Lin Xiaolou set down the glass, speaking earnestly. Can you blame me? Mr. Li, you have a history. The memory of that fateful night lingered. He had extended kindness to Wan Jun, only to find himself nearly devoured like a lamb by a ravenous wolf. This was akin to the fable of the farmer and the snake, a cautionary tale of good intentions gone awry. You have deeply wounded my feelings. I cared for you, trusted you, yet how have you treated me? This teaches us to be wary of others. The ancients did not coin phrases frivolously. They were born of painful lessons and the wisdom of those who came before. I have trust issues with you, and it is entirely your doing. Indeed, it is my fault. I admit I have made a mess of things. Lin Xiaolou, is it too late for me to apologize? There's a saying, if apologies were effective, then... He took a sip of wine. I do not seek to justify my actions. But I'm not a beast. I acted impulsively, and that impulse stemmed from my affection for you. You are always before me, and I could not restrain myself. But is it truly a grave sin to love someone? Lin Xiaolou fell into a moment of silence. What was wrong with love? Although he could not accept it, he undeniably felt Wan Jun's affection, cautious, immensely cherished, fearing his pain and suffering, enduring blows for him. In truth, there was a sentiment he concealed within. He did not despise Wan Jun, far from it. Yet, to not despise and to love are two entirely different matters. Lin Xiaolou took a sip, savoring the flavor. This wine is quite good. Wan Jun eagerly refilled his glass. This is merely a start. I have even better to offer. Xiaolou, grant me a chance. I have promised to cherish you beyond measure. I can provide you with everything. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lin Xiaolou pushed his glass away. Allowing you to enter and share a drink is already my utmost tolerance. There is simply no possibility between us. How can it be possible? Wan Jun pressed on. Show me the way, and I will comply with whatever you ask. Show you the way to let you take advantage of me? Are you mad, or am I? Wan Jun took out a cigarette, bit it, and said, why should I deal with you? Why not him? Who is really in the wrong here? Lin Xiaolou was momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since he began using Nangongyu as a shield, he could no longer insist that he was a straight man. You're incomparable to him. Lin Xiaolou couldn't help but down another drink. Indeed, he is worse than I am. So, do you prefer the worse? Personal attacks aren't welcome. Lin Xiaolou scoffed, aware that if Wan Jun heard this, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Lin Xiaolou, if you can consider him. Why not me? Chapter 40. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? This elite scenario. Lin Xiaolou pondered this question carefully. From Wan Jun's perspective, it was indeed maddening. Both of them were exceptionally handsome, each possessing their own allure, and they were both men. It was only natural for Wan Jun to be confused. It sounded as though he regarded Nan Gongyu as worthless, but he wasn't that bad. Was he? Lin Xiaolou slowly shelled some peanuts, enjoying them with his drink, and continued conversing with Wan Jun. When I say there's no comparison, I don't mean one is inferior to the other. It's simply that people cannot be compared to one another. You and I have never been aligned. Our energies clash, scientifically. That's because our magnetic fields don't resonate. You understand magnetic fields, right? Biological electricity. Our frequencies don't match. There's no spark. Oh, but we certainly have a spark, Wan Jun countered. The empathy we share stems from our resonance. No one's magnetic field aligns with ours. Lin Xiaolou tossed a few peanuts in his mouth. All right, let us not talk about magnetic fields. Let us discuss something else. Unbeknownst to them, a bottle of wine had emptied, leaving a pile of peanut shells on the table. What a pity we didn't get some marinated dishes. A spicy chicken claw would be delightful right now. He rubbed his fingers together. Wan Jun pulled out a cigarette and lit it for him. The two resumed their cloud of smoke. In any case, all evidence suggested that they were unsuitable for each other. Wan Jun glanced at the empty bottle, then at the pile of peanut shells, and finally at Lin Xiaolou, who was blissfully smoking with squinted eyes, and smiled. I cannot agree with that statement. You are just being stubborn. Conversing with you is truly exhausting, a futile endeavor. Aren't you stubborn? Yes, I am. So let us see who can outstubborn whom. Nan Gongyu is not suitable for you. That's not for you to decide. Wan Jun extinguished his last cigarette and reiterated, Lin Xiaolou, I like you. His gaze was incredibly serious. No one in this world likes you more than I do. Everything Nan Gongyu can do for you, I can too. What he cannot do, I can. Therefore, I will not give up. I cannot allow you to be with him. If he dares to touch you, I will take him down. Lin Xiaolou sat there, lost in thought, until the door swung open. Why are you back? Nan Gongyu sniffed the air and scanned the room. Have you been drinking? Just a little with peanuts. The wine is quite good. Not bad. I don't recall ever having such fine wine. The convenience store downstairs wouldn't sell anything like this. Lin Xiaolou frowned. What are you trying to say? Has anyone been here? Nan Gongyu glanced around. The energy in this house is chaotic. There must have been an uninvited guest. Wow, you can sense that? Lin Xiaolou nearly applauded, impressed. Wan Jun was here. Lin Xiaolou stated plainly, hoping to avoid Nan Gongyu's roundabout and sarcastic remarks. What did he come for? That question is rather unnecessary. Lin Xiaolou recalled the saying that doing things halfway could be amusing, but it was acceptable to inform you, not to destroy things. This fellow truly had no shame. Nan Gongyu was filled with indignation. Don't pound the table. This old table isn't sturdy, he exclaimed. Furious, Nan Gongyu paced the room. Did you agree to him? I wouldn't agree to you. So how could I agree to him? How absurd. Suddenly, he halted, lost in thought, propping his chin in his hand, his eyes darting as if plotting something devious. Lin Xiaolou observed him quietly. Wan Jun had described Nan Gongyu as a malevolent deity, and he was right. Once Nan Gongyu shed his facade of superiority, an indescribable wickedness emanated from him. While Wan Jun exuded a sense of ruthlessness, Nan Gongyu's cunning was palpable. One resembled a wolf, the other a fox. Neither were virtuous. Nan Gongyu suddenly chuckled coldly, a sound that sent chills down the spine. I wonder why so many troublesome matters have arisen lately. Wan Jun is clever, employing diversion tactics to outwit his enemies. Damn, he is adept at the 36 stratagems. Unfortunately for him, he has crossed paths with me. What makes you so remarkable? Lin Xiaolou thought derisively. A wife is inferior to a concubine, and a concubine is inferior to a secret affair. Once he becomes addicted to thievery, he will continue to steal. Nan Gongyu believed himself to be exceedingly clever. Lin Xiaolou remained silent, contemplating the old adage of the mantis stalking its prey while the cicada remains unaware of the lurking sparrow. You two think you're the only ones who can play these games? Who is the hunter and who is the prey is still up for debate, she mused, dismissing the high-stakes nature of their games. Nan Gongyu continued to be preoccupied, and Lin Xiaolou felt that having another person in the house made little difference. As she hardly ever saw him, Nan Gongyu grumbled about working late. Even if he fell into someone else's trap, the losses he incurred were all too real. One day, as Nan Gongyu prepared to leave with his suitcase, he bid farewell. claiming he had to rush out of town for business. As soon as he departed, Lin Xiaolou obediently sat down. The evening was alive with the aroma of home-cooked meals wafting from every household, and a polite knock echoed at the door. A smile crept across Lin Xiaolou's lips as she rose to greet the intruder. At this hour, there was no one but Wan Jun. As usual, he arrived with a bottle of wine and several side dishes, including spicy chicken feet, which Lin Xiaolou had casually mentioned previously, and he had remembered. "You seem completely unfazed to see me," she remarked. "The moment he leaves, you arrive. You were waiting for him, weren't you? His urgent business is also your doing. Isn't it? Everyone is relying on their own wits. To think you would try to compete with me. Let us see if he has the capability." Secretive actions held no merit for pride. Wan Jun laid out the food and asked, "Have you thought of me at all today?" A redundant question. He poured her a drink, suggesting that next time she visited his place, they could enjoy a grand feast together. "Don't overreach. Do you think we share a relationship based on mere dining and drinking? Have you eaten?" "I have no choice," he replied. "You are shameless, but I am not. I opened the door out of necessity, not to give you any hint. Asking me to come to your place? Am I foolish enough to dive into the den of wolves? Lin Xiaolou, do you know your lips are particularly kissable? Especially when you ramble. I can hardly hear what you say, only thinking about how to kiss you." Lin Xiaolou was rendered speechless, opting to drink and shell peanuts. Wan Jun insisted on helping her shell them, not taking no for an answer. Lin Xiaolou felt an uncanny resemblance to the tale of Shimin Qing and Pan Jinlian. The more she thought about it, the more bizarre it became. Yet, Nan Gongyu proved to be far more formidable than Dalong. As he drove out, he made a swift turn and immediately returned. He abandoned his bag and ascended the stairs in a few quick strides, wrenching the door open with fervor. The term returning fire aptly described his intent to retaliate. The two remarkable men quickly became entangled in a heated brawl. "Damn it! Why not be a decent person instead of scoundrel? You're a fool. He was never interested in you. You imbecile. He doesn't fancy you either. Trying to lure me away with tricks, how utterly foolish. Engaging with you is merely a courtesy. Do you dare to challenge me?" Lin Xiaolou observed coldly, relishing the spectacle. "Wan Jun, have you not eaten? I ceased to feel pain long ago. Nan Gongyu, do you only possess a mouth? Go and finish him off." Adding fuel to the fire, the chaos intensified, and as the two men fought fiercely, Lin Xiaolou swaggered away, unfazed. "Have you waited long?" She hurried to the food street. But alas, it was empty. Shang Rui, applying the lipstick Lin Xiaolou had gifted her, cheerfully took his hand, exclaiming, "I know a fantastic place to eat. Let us go." Chapter 41. Caught in the Act. The two exceptional men were locked in a tumultuous embrace, exchanging blows, creating a raucous scene. Tables were overturned, chairs scattered, and bottles rolled about, while ruby-red liquid pooled on the floor, and spicy chicken feet flew through the air, with peanut shells drifting down like confetti. Suddenly, knocks echoed, accompanied by loud bangs as the two men, entwined, turned to the trembling door. "Open the door. What are you doing in there? Are you demolishing the place? Hurry up. Stop hiding like a turtle, and don't act shameless." Outside, an irate neighbor pounded on the door, hurling curses with abandon, demanding entry. "If you don't open up, I'll kick it down. I swear I will." The neighbor, pulling at his hair, shouted, "Are you going to open up or not?" "Damn it." The door creaked open, revealing Nan Gongyu's imposing figure as he stepped forward. "Well, go on. Who are you cursing?" The neighbor, taken aback by Nan Gongyu's towering height, which surpassed his by a full head, felt the chill of menace emanating from him. He was clearly not one to be trifled with. Who did he intend to curse? Wan Jun made a dramatic entrance, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling an enraged beast. He clenched his fists, blood still staining the back of his hands. Both men, nearly 2 meters tall, loomed at the doorway, making it appear diminutive. The neighbor staggered back 3 steps, swallowing hard, the earlier bravado evaporating. This was not merely a polite young man. He had expected to confront a suave, slender lad, not 2 ferocious beasts. I just wanted to ask, wasn't there a handsome young man living here? The tall, fair-skinned one? I was hoping to find him, not the 2 of you. He isn't here, is he? If he is not, then I shall take my leave." As the neighbor turned to flee, his legs seized up, Wait, Li Benjun Barca, causing the neighbor to tremble in fear. What did you want with him? Were you looking to curse him? No, I wasn't looking to curse anyone. I merely wanted to suggest, could you keep it down a little? Certainly, you must have your reasons, and I can comprehend that. Please continue. I shall not intrude. Halt! Wan Jun's voice was not particularly loud, yet it exuded an imposing aura akin to that of a fierce bandit. Just a moment ago, weren't you quite audacious? Cursing and kicking the door. What, do you think he's easy to bully? Do you believe anyone can just come and take advantage of him? No. It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. I usually treat him with utmost courtesy. If you don't believe me, just ask him, handsome, young man, could you make a sound? The neighbors are on the verge of tears. Only then did Wan Jun turn to search for the person. He scanned the living room, while Yu dashed into the bedroom and bathroom, both men staring at each other in bewilderment. Where did he go? The neighbors vanished in a flash. With the door closed, the two men fell into silence. The room was in disarray, yet they rolled up their sleeves and silently began to tidy up, righting the furniture, sweeping the trash off the floor, and wiping away the red wine stains. To their credit, their collaboration was remarkably efficient. Lin Xiaolou hummed a tune as he entered, and the two silent men instantly lifted their heads, staring at him in unison. At that moment, Lin Xiaolou felt an odd illusion, as if he had two large dogs at home, eagerly awaiting their master's return. He even sensed that the house appeared cleaner and the floor shone brighter. Yu rushed up, circling around Lin Xiaolou, sniffing at him incessantly, reminiscent of a dog. What is that scent? Sniff, barbecue? Seafood? Ming, dea, candied hawthorn? Goodness, your nose is sharper than a dog's. You could discern everything I've eaten? Wait, there's another scent. Yu continued to sniff. It was not the aroma of food. All right, Lin Xiaolou pushed him away, flattering me and acting all excited. Do you genuinely think you're a dog? Where have you been? Wan Jun finally spoke, extinguishing his cigarette. A street full of delicacies. Haven't you figured that out? With whom? Alone. What? Is one not allowed to dine alone? Lin Xiaolou stretched lazily and turned his neck. As the two of you were deeply engrossed in your quarrel, observing that the meal was beyond salvage, I simply opted to resolve my hunger elsewhere. Is that a problem? Of course, there is no issue with dining out. However, the problem lies in the fact that you carry the scent of a woman's perfume. You finally detected the last, most damning aroma. Lin Xiaolou fell silent for half a second. Is that so? He grasped his clothing and sniffed. The girl selling milk tea was quite pretty, besides the perfume. She wore lipstick, which looked lovely. Oh, and her voice was delightful, soft, and melodious. You rough men pale in comparison. I may not be fond of milk tea, but for the sake of that voice, I would purchase a cup. Lin Xiaolou placed his hands in his pockets, wearing a nonchalant expression. Is that a problem? The two men exchanged glances, and Lin Xiaolou surveyed the room like a master inspecting his domain. I thought you two were about to wreck the place. I was prepared to bear the costs. It seems you've tidied up after the mess. Commendable behavior indeed. Lin Xiaolou yawned widely, stretched his body, waved his hand. I'm off to bed. You two behave. He entered the bathroom to wash up, changed into his pajamas, and flopped onto the bed, disregarding the presence of the two men entirely. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with meaning. Do you believe it? Not a word of it. Can he truly consume so much? Ming dea, candied hawthorn. He prefers chocolate. This perfume is not singular. It is at least a blend of two varieties. A rational person would not apply it in such a manner. The most plausible scenario is that he visited a perfume counter and sampled at least two fragrances. How could Lin Xiaolou, a straightforward man, possibly venture to a perfume counter to test women's perfumes? The two men fell into contemplative silence, akin to a mantis catching a cicada while a yellowboard lies in wait. The clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman benefits. In the days that followed, Lin Xiaolou became a master of time management, adept at seizing moments for rendezvous amidst the confrontations of the two men. To him, Shang Rue was the true heroine. There was no chance for him with Wan Jun, and he had not severed ties with Yu. Rather, he was merely biding his time. Once the shared sentiments dissipated, he would wave goodbye and embark on a new chapter of his life. Nan Gongyu lent him a purple gold sand bracelet under the pretense of harmonizing his magnetic field. Trusting him, Lin Xiaolou donned the bracelet, delighting in the thought that, with the aid of this talisman, he would soon restore the disordered magnetic field and completely sever his connection with Wan Jun. He wore the bracelet while on dates with Xiang Ruwei. In the past few days, Nan Gongyu was busily occupied, and Wan Jun had also quieted down, allowing Lin Xiaolou to enjoy leisurely moments with Xiang Ruwei, blissfully unaware of impending troubles. In a secluded corner of Central Park, Lin Xiaolou was engaged in tender whispers with Xiang Ruwei, maintaining propriety as they held hands, but refraining from further intimacy. The atmosphere was just right, and he felt confident that he could transcend mere hand-holding to achieve at least an embrace. Xiang Ruwei seemed to be anticipating something as her lashes fluttered and her eyes sparkled. Their shadows on the ground drew ever closer, poised to merge into one. Suddenly, a deep male voice interrupted their moment, startling them both. Lin Xiaolou recognized the man's face, his heart sinking with anger. Wan Jun, are you following me? Chapter 42, A Battlefield of Emotions. And I'm here too. Nan Gongyu emerged from the other side, leaning against a tree and waving his hand. What a coincidence, Xiaolou. Why not introduce us? The two men advanced, one behind the other, exuding an ominous presence. Xiaolou. Xiang Ruwei's tension was palpable as she clutched Lin Xiaolou's arm tightly. He instinctively shielded her behind him, his demeanor resolute, declaring that any confrontation should be directed at him, not her. Wan Jun fixed his gaze on Lin Xiaolou, silent, with his beastly eyes glowing red under the moonlight. In contrast, Nan Gongyu approached Xiang Ruwei with a disarming smile, scrutinizing her intently. What are you doing? Lin Xiaolou's expression darkened as he pushed Nan Gongyu away, insisting that it was none of her concern. A grown man bullying a girl. Do you have no shame? Who says I'm bullying her? Nan Gongyu turned to Xiang Ruwei, asking, have I harmed you? I haven't even touched you. Xiaolou, who are they? Xiang Ruwei clung to Lin Xiaolou, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, Xiaolou, what is our relationship? Nan Gongyu grinned. The lady is asking you. Lin Xiaolou scoffed. What relationship do we have? Is there any connection between us? Nan Gongyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they had no relationship, even if he stayed in Lin Xiaolou's home. Sleeping on the floor every day, they had never defined their bond. I know you. Xiang Ruwei pointed at Wan Jun. You are Xiaolou's boss, a miser. Li Benjun Ruplia. And what else? Wan Jun's gaze was sharp as an arrow, fixated on Lin Xiaolou. Why haven't you informed her that we share meals, a residence, and even a bed? Xiang Ruwei's complexion turned pale. Xiaolou, it is not what you think. I will explain everything to you gradually. Lin Xiaolou supported Xiang Ruwei's shoulders. Let me call a car for you. You should head back. I will seek you out another day. No. Xiang Ruwei pouted, her stubbornness flaring up. I won't leave. Although I'm unclear about what is happening, I know they intend to cause you trouble. I recognize they are not good people. The three of them declared. I wish to stand by your side in battle. If they strike you, I can assist. Xiang Ruwei extended her foot. Look, I'm wearing high heels. The stiletto can inflict pain. I have learned self-defense techniques. I can help you. Nan Gongyu rolled his eyes. Wan Jun remained silent. Only Lin Xiaolou felt deeply moved. Grasping Xiang Ruwei's hand and gently reassuring her, we shall not engage in violence. They come seeking trouble, but not in the manner you envision. I can assure you, no one will be harmed tonight. I'm the one hurt. Nan Gongyu began to act dramatically. It pains me. Pain? Just let it be. Lin Xiaolou guided Xiang Ruwei towards the exit, determined to escort her away. Hold on. Nan Gongyu stepped forward to block their path. She cannot leave. Nan Gongyu, do you wish for your demise? Are you shouting at me? Nan Gongyu feigned clutching his heart, then unexpectedly snatched the purple gold sand from Lin Xiaolou's wrist, kissing it loudly before cheerfully returning it to his own wrist. Lin Xiaolou quickly understood. This object was indeed enchanted. No wonder you were able to find this place. It was due to this. Clever. Nan Gongyu's purple gold sand concealed a miniature tracker, which, as a scion of a wealthy family, he had worn for years. And now it proved useful. Lin Xiaolou regretted her naivety, believing everything she was told, having forgotten that Nan Gongyu was akin to a cunning fox. Can we leave now? I already said we cannot. Nan Gongyu's gaze remained fixed on Xiang Ruwei. I must observe her closely. I know. You're here for a reason. But I am unharmed, right? I merely wish to see what kind of woman could captivate our Xiaolou. Though Nangong spoke lightly, his eyes bore a serious demeanor, devoid of mockery or frivolity, as he scrutinized Shang Rui for an extended period, not as a rival, but rather as a client. My dear lady, forgive my candor. Your romantic journey is fraught with obstacles, rife with twists and turns, more dramatic than any soap opera. Lin Xiaolou was exasperated. What are you trying to say? Is your intention merely to tear us apart? Nangong smiled. Believe me, Miss, Lin Xiaolou is merely a passerby, not your true destiny. You two cannot be. Lin Xiaolou was infuriated. With these two madmen around, of course, it was impossible. But that is not what I meant. Nangong fixed his gaze upon Shang Rui's smooth forehead for a long while, noticing a foreboding darkness. She should be wary of impending misfortune. Lin Xiaolou grasped Nangong's collar. Do you dare threaten her? I have already said, if you have the capability, come at me. Dare to touch her and see what happens. Have I laid a finger on her? I am merely offering a kind-hearted warning. To hell with you. Why insult my mother? That is exceedingly impolite. Xiaolou. Shang Rui seized Lin Xiaolou's fist as it was raised. Let us depart. Shang Rui had discerned that these two were not here to fight. One of them was simply insane. Shang Rui grasped Lin Xiaolou's arm and walked away, uninterested in engaging with a madman. Nangong observed the two depart hand in hand and turned to question Wan Jun. What are you doing here? Just watching? Why are you silent? Wan Jun furrowed his brow and asked Nangong, is what you just said true? Which part? I spoke a great deal. The blood disaster. Certainly. Underestimating me. Her forehead is shrouded in darkness. Within 3 days, bloodshed is inevitable. Wan Jun pondered deeply, then inquired again. Is it true they cannot be together? Nangong chuckled. With the two of us around, do you think they can? Lin Xiaolou returned home after escorting Shang Rui, where 2 large dogs had been waiting patiently. She took the initiative, so you sent me the purple gold sand with such good intentions. But it turns out there's a hidden agenda. Nangong, how could you betray my trust? I genuinely believed you would help me. Nangong raised his hand to interrupt. Is this the pot calling the kettle black? Is it the same thing? I have always sought to assist you. It is you who have squandered my trust. Lin Xiaolou scoffed. Thank you for your trust. But I do not covet it. Whether you help or not is merely a matter of your words, and I do not desire that either. What do you mean? Am I not clear enough? Matters of attraction are enigmatic. How can one perceive or quantify them? It all relies on your words. Previously, I trusted you, and your words held weight. Once you lose my trust, even the most eloquent speech is futile. Lin Xiaolou continued, do not rush to call me. This trivial matter of empathy is not something I care for. The same goes for this house. I allow you to stay, so you have a place to sleep. If I do not permit it, pack your things and leave. Nangong was taken aback by this outcome. Had Lin Xiaolou truly developed a deep-seated hatred for him over the purple gold sand? Lin Xiaolou, calm down. I do not deceive you. I genuinely can help you, if only you grant me some time. How long? A year? 3 to 5 years? A lifetime? As long as you do not resolve this. I cannot pursue romance. Chapter 43. The Blood Disaster. Nangong, even if you truly can resolve it, I do not care. I will not be coerced by such a trivial matter. I cannot spend my life without love or marriage. Nangong's complexion turned pale, rendered speechless. I understand your intentions. Since we are at this juncture, let me express my sincerest thoughts. I am a straight man and cannot engage with you. Even if you were to resolve this, it remains impossible. Previously, it was all a temporary measure. I had no intention of fulfilling our agreement. Therefore, I request you return from whence you came. Let us act as if we do not know each other. Nangong's face shifted from white to red, then to a deep shade of blue, nearly exploding from suppressed breath. He turned to point at Wan Jun. You are driving me away. What about him? This predicament is not solely my doing. What does he have to say? Lin Xiaolou's gaze fell upon Wan Jun, her eyes unusually cold. Wan Jun's expression darkened as he looked into Lin Xiaolou's icy yet captivating eyes, feeling a dull ache in his heart, as if tugged by a blunt knife. After taking his last drag of smoke, he exhaled a cloud of cold mist, contemplating whether this girl was indeed the one who poured water on him tonight. Her acting was impeccable, a perfect pairing, seamlessly deceiving even him. Ah, do you favor her merely because she is a woman? Whom I choose to like is of no concern to you. Regardless of my affections, I shall never harbor feelings for you. Wan Jun has faced rejection before. He has long been aware that Lin Xiaolou does not reciprocate his feelings, yet he remains unable to let go. Gazing upon Lin Xiaolou's visage, a profound ache intensifies within him, rendering him breathless. To relinquish all hope and abandon this person entirely would be akin to extinguishing his very essence. I did not expect you to reciprocate my feelings. Wan Jun's tone is as calm as though he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. From a moment I desired you, I understood the arduous path that lay ahead. To win your affection is a challenge beyond measure. Yet even if you never come to love me, I shall not relent. No matter the heights I must scale, I will pursue you. I am enamored with you, and I shall expend this lifetime in your pursuit. Unless death claims me, even as a vengeful spirit, I shall remain entwined with you. Escape is not an option. Wan Jun solemnly declares this weighty vow in an unassuming manner. Though it may sound casual, it carries more gravity than an oath sworn in fury. He is not jesting, and Lin Xiaolou is acutely aware of this. You lunatic! Lin Xiaolou averts his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. He is a loss for words. Save for the term madman. In this confined space, an invisible pressure looms, suffocating Lin Xiaolou, as if submerged in water, causing his heart and lungs to ache. Leave. This is my domain. All of you out. Nan Gongyu is the first to be expelled, followed by his belongings being tossed out. Wan Jun exits on his own, and, as he brushes past, he turns to deliver a parting remark. Just a reminder for your little girlfriend, the threat of bloodshed is not to be taken lightly. Get lost. Lin Xiaolou slams the door shut, bewildered by his intentions. Are you threatening me? Nan Gongyu, clutching his belongings, is astounded by this expulsion. How peculiar it is for him, Nan Gongyu, to be ousted. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in his life. Were it anyone else, he would have shattered their skull. Wan Jun remains silent, his dark and brooding demeanor palpable. Those who truly understand him know that his wrath is not to be feared when he is vocally expressive. It is his silence that signals a serious intent. What did you mean by that remark? Why reiterate the threat of bloodshed? Wan Jun casts a glance at Nan Gong before turning away, disinterested in providing an answer, harboring thoughts he would never divulge to a rival. Nan Gongyu knows his adversary all too well. This man is scheming yet again. After years of rivalry, his animosity towards Wan Jun extends beyond mere physical prowess. It is Wan Jun's cunning and ruthlessness that truly stirs resentment. Lin Xiaolou initially dismissed the warning, but when he next encounters Shang Rue, it is in a hospital setting. Rushing to the hospital, he finds Shang Rue lying on a bed, her leg encased in bandages. What happened? Lin Xiaolou gasps, his eyes fixating on the injured limb. The stark white bandages piercing through his vision like daggers. Who did this? I did. Shang Rue chuckles lightly, observing his pale expression. It's nothing, just a minor injury. A broken leg is merely a minor injury. Not at all. Shang Rue gestures for him to sit. Who said it was broken? That is nonsense. I was merely struck by a flower pot. It's just a scrape. I had an x-ray, and the bones are intact. What on earth happened? Which scoundrel threw the flower pot? Shang Rue pointed at herself, exclaiming, that bastard is me. It turned out that she had been injured by a flower pot from her own balcony. A flower pot she had personally placed on the windowsill. How could such a sturdy pot fall? Perhaps I was careless when I set it down, failing to secure it properly. Fortunately, it struck me. Had it hit someone else, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Xiaolou could no longer remain still, pacing back and forth at the bedside. Is there any evidence of an intruder in your home? Are you certain this was merely an accident? What else could it be? Shang Rue pondered, struggling to comprehend. If it wasn't an accident, then does that mean someone broke into my home and deliberately pushed the flower pot out just to strike me? Have you watched too many mystery dramas? Besides, the timing could not have been so precise. It was simply an accident. Lin Xiaolou chose not to argue further. He inquired meticulously about the extent of the doctor's assessment of her leg injury, confirming multiple times that the bones were intact and only the flesh was harmed, assuring her she would be discharged in a few days, which somewhat eased his worries. He procured an assortment of fruits and nutritional supplements for Xiaolou, instructing the caregiver to attend to her needs before departing. His first stop was a courtyard filled with peach blossoms. Ignoring the inquiries of those around him, he strode directly into the inner chamber. Assistant Xiao Zhuang stepped forward to obstruct him, but was swiftly pushed aside. "I am looking for Nan Gongyu. If you wish to avoid a beating, step aside." Seeing the confrontation, Xiao Zhuang recognized the trouble and promptly embraced Lin Xiaolou, shouting, "Teacher, run!" Nan Gongyu emerged from behind the screen, querying, "What are you running for? Why are you holding on to him? Release him." "Teacher, he is a dangerous individual. I see no one more perilous than you. Get lost." The loyal Xiao Zhuang hesitated before retreating. "Teacher, if there's danger, just shout." Nan Gongyu scrutinized Lin Xiaolou for a moment, a smile playing on his lips. "You come to find me. How unexpected. Stop playing coy. Was it you who did this?" Nan Gongyu frowned. "That depends on what you were asking." "Shanghui." Nan Gongyu seemed indifferent to the name, pondering for a moment before responding, "Oh, your little girlfriend? What has happened to her? Quite the act you put on. Did you not injure her leg?" Nan Gongyu feigned surprise. "Oh, did she hurt her leg? Is it severe? How can you even ask that? Why shouldn't I? Surely you do not suspect me of being responsible?" Lin Xiaolou regarded him with a knowing expression. "If you are bold enough to act, then you should be bold enough to admit it. You predicted her misfortune, and now her leg is injured. What a coincidence indeed." Chapter 44. No one can take you away. Those who attempt will perish. Nan Gongyu did not dispute, instead contemplating for a moment before opening the door and instructing Xiao Zhuang to admit two clients. A man and a woman entered. Nan Gongyu first assessed the woman's features, declaring, "Your husband is unfaithful, and this is not the first occurrence." The woman slapped her thigh in astonishment. "Master, you are truly remarkable. He has been sweet-talking me these past few days, and I sensed something was amiss. Master, is there a way to break this?" "Unnecessary. This man is thoroughly tainted. Find another." Nan Gongyu then turned to the man, stating, "You have been cheated on. The grass is green above your head. My wife has been unfaithful to me. Not your wife, but your mistress. I knew that little harlot was unreliable. Has she been using my money to support male models? I have already received word of this. Enough. Do not tarnish my ears with your words. Treat your wife better. She can bring you fortune. Thank you for your guidance." "Master." The two promptly returned to tidy up their affairs. Nan Gongyu glanced at Lin Xiaolou. "If you doubt me, feel free to investigate further and see if my words hold true. Surely, I cannot be the cause of their troubles, can I? I mentioned she was fated to face calamity. It is her destiny, not my concern. Is it truly not you?" Nan Gongyu chuckled. "Why not seek out Wan Jun instead?" "On my way now," Lin Xiaolou declared, turning towards Wan Jun's upscale apartment. He could not fathom that the incident concerning Xiaolou was merely coincidental. Either Nan Gong or Wan Jun must be involved. "Xingzong, bang bang, Lin Xiaolou not get with fervor." As the door opened, Wan Jun appeared unfazed, as if he anticipated the visit. Lin Xiaolou stormed in. "It was you, wasn't it?" Wan Jun smirked, remaining silent as he turned to the refrigerator. "What would you like to drink? Spare me your pleasantries. Just admit it, was it you?" Wan Jun handed him a bottle of juice while he himself guzzled down a bottle of ice water. "Does it truly matter what I say? You and T believe me anyway. Don't you wish to know what transpired? The only person capable of igniting such fury in you, aside from your little girlfriend, is who? Surely not for my sake. So you acknowledge it?" Wan Jun remained ambiguous. "What of her? Is she hurt? You did this, and you're unaware?" Wan Jun chuckled. "Your first inquiry should have been directed at Nan Gong. You would deny it and question why you did not come to me first. Am I correct? You have already concluded that one of us is responsible. If it's not Nan Gong, it must be me. Thus, you are not here for answers, but to seek retribution. Regardless of my response, you will place the blame upon me. Are you implying I am unjustly accusing you?" "Xiaolou is in the hospital. Nan Gong stated she is facing calamity, and you specifically reminded me that such calamities are not mere words. Who would believe it was not you too? Lin Xiaolou, do you truly perceive me in such a light? Just because I harbor feelings for you, does that render me a villain?" Lin Xiaolou averted his gaze. "I did not say that. In truth, Neither Wan Jun nor Gong was a scoundrel in Lin Xiaolou's eyes. He struggled to believe that either would harm a vulnerable woman. However, the reality of Shang Rui's injuries was undeniable. Lin Xiaolou, you do not truly understand me. If I were to act, it would not be with subtlety. Are you threatening me? Think as you will. I do not bully women. Yet no one shall take you from me. Those who attempt will meet their demise. I have stated before, there are myriad ways to bring about a person's end. Inflicting physical harm is the lowest form. To truly drive someone to despair, one must shatter their very essence. Lin Xiaolou seized his collar, dare to harm her. And I will not forgive you. With such a declaration, her future is destined to be fraught with challenges. Wan Jun's gaze was both enchanting and perilous. I have said it before, you may not love me, but I will not permit you to fall for another. Wan Jun pried Lin Xiaolou's fingers away. My fists are the least of my weapons. Gong and I have sparred since childhood. He remains unscathed because I have no intention of harming him. You harbor disdain for him, yet he thrives unscathed. If you were to visit him today, I wonder if I would not end his existence. Xiaolou, you leap about the office, daily wishing for my demise, constantly opposing me, and yet I endure. Have you pondered why? Were it anyone else, would they possess such fortuitous luck? Lin Xiaolou fell silent, deciphering the danger and seriousness in Wan Jun's gaze. Indeed, he did not truly comprehend Wan Jun, yet he recognized the man's tolerance, favoritism, and obsession towards him. His subconscious whispered that Wan Jun was far more perilous than Gong. This man was no innocuous soul. In that moment, he harbored no doubt regarding the veiled threats unspoken by Wan Jun, even if it were not him this time. The next occasion was uncertain. As Lin Xiaolou departed, he uttered no harsh words, for vitriol solves nothing. He remained uncertain of what fate awaited Shang Rui next, and he could not ascertain whether this incident was indeed an accident. He yearned to protect Shang Rui, but what means did he possess to do so? Lacking wealth, power, and even the strength to defend her, how could he shield Shang Rui from even the slightest harm? Though Wan Jun did not confess, he was astute enough to plant a seed of doubt in Lin Xiaolou's mind. Once a person becomes paranoid, they tread as if upon thin ice. Lin Xiaolou, preoccupied with thoughts of Shang Rui, returned to the hospital to find an unexpected guest in her ward. What are you doing here? Leave. Shang Rui's tone was sharp. Xiao Rui, you are injured. Why did you not inform me? A tall, slender man clad in designer attire stood before her bed. Don't call me that, it's disgusting. Why should I tell you anything? What are you to me? We have long since parted. My demise is no concern of yours. Do not speak so. The man was agitated. I know you despise me. It was I who wronged you, but my feelings for you are genuine. Breaking up was not my desire. I think of you every single day. Oh, spare me. Shang Hui Schoolfit. You people of high society are beyond my reach. We are already separated. What more do you want? You come here professing feelings? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Rui, I regret it. I never intended to part ways. It was my parents' insistence. Learning of your injury pains me deeply. I cannot forget you. I cannot marry a woman I do not love. I renounce my inheritance. Let them give it to whomever they please. Let us reconcile. Lin Xiaolou leaned quietly against the wall outside, listening intently. Now you express regret? It is too late. Shang Rui's tone was inscrutable, revealing no hint of remorse. I already have a boyfriend. He is a wonderful person, perhaps not as affluent as you. But I do not mind. He is handsome, treats me well, and I genuinely like him. At least he would not abandon me for a marriage of convenience. Are you merely saying these things to provoke me? How could you have a boyfriend? Why not? She retorted. It was you who want to break up, claiming your parents disapproved, saying they forced you to relinquish your inheritance. You sacrificed our 4 years of love for financial gain, and now you speak of regret? How absurd. Do you think that just because you have turned back, I would accept you? On what grounds? You move forward, and I too shall advance. No one remains in place waiting for you. Chapter 45, Mad Dogs 2. The man, in a state of despair, spoke with a voice laden with sorrow, repeatedly questioning and apologizing, his pleas filled with anguish and regret. Lin Xiaolou turned to leave. At this point, the story was sufficiently told. Exiting the hospital, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Does Shang Rui have a boyfriend she has been with for 4 years? He inquired. Oh, I've heard of such a person. Apparently, he was her university classmate, and his family is quite well off. However, the specifics of their split remain unclear to me. I mentioned before that she was hurt by a wealthy and handsome man, and she has expressed her disdain for the affluent and elite, declaring that she would not seek a rich partner. What of it? Lin Xiaolou ended the call and wandered aimlessly along the road for an extended period. With nowhere else to turn, he returned to his modest rented accommodation. As the door opened, two large dogs immediately raised their heads in unison. Lin Xiaolou glanced at the lock, noting no signs of damage. How did you two manage to enter? He thought, but refrained from asking. This flimsy door hardly stood a chance against such formidable beasts. Once inside, he settled onto a chair and extended his hand, requesting a cigarette. Wan Jun placed the cigarette between his lips, lit it, and personally offered it to him. Lin Xiaolou, disregarding the gesture, took a couple of deep puffs and inquired, So, what is it you desire? Nangong, you spoke first, regarding Miss Shang. No matter how I explain, I fear you may not believe me. The innocent remain clear of suspicion, so I shall refrain from further words. However, I can assure you that I will endeavor to make her future as smooth as possible. Lin Xiaolou raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Conditions? I suggest you sever ties with her. You are not fated to be together, and forcing the relationship will yield no fruitful outcome. Are you threatening me? Merely a candid suggestion. And what if I refuse to comply? Nangong leaned back, his demeanor casual, as if discussing the weather. Then I am under no obligation to shield her from misfortune. I will not interfere in the consequences of others' actions. Lin Xiaolou remained silent, finishing his cigarette in quiet contemplation. You may leave now. His tone was calm, as if bidding farewell to a friend, his gaze lowered, avoiding their eyes. Nangong wished to say more, but was dragged out by Wan Jun. Let go. Upon exiting the shabby building, Nangong seethed with indignation. Why must I bear the brunt of this villainy? I alone uttered the harsh truths while you elegantly faded into the background. Wan Jun, hands in his pockets, allowed the evening breeze to tousle his hair, leisurely turning his neck and casting a glance at Nangong. Are you truly willing to forfeit the project? Nangong found himself trapped, having recently lost several significant projects, even prompting a stir within the boardroom. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. I thought you had no involvement in matters concerning the Li family. You are quite devious. The business world is akin to a battlefield, as is the realm of romance. It is a matter of skill and strategy. Lin Xiaolou maintained his seated posture, reflecting on numerous thoughts, love, hate, and the complexities of human emotions. He remained uncertain whether Shang Rui's injury was indeed an accident, while Nangong feigned politeness. His words carried an unmistakable threat. Even if this incident bore no connection to them, what of the future? Both individuals were cunning and ruthless, not to be underestimated. He dared not take such a gamble. Coincidentally, at that moment, her ex-boyfriend sought reconciliation, timing his approach with remarkable precision. How long had Lin Xiaolou known Shang Rui? Her history with him spanned 4 years. Is Shang Rui genuinely convinced of his superiority, or is it merely a choice made out of spite? Even if Shang Rui truly selects him, what can he offer her? He possesses neither a house nor a car, still residing in a rented space, utterly destitute. Is it merely his appearance and a few lipsticks that could entice a young woman to endure a life of hardship with him? Moreover, he cannot even provide the most fundamental sense of security. With two rabid dogs lurking, their threatening presence ever looming, should Shang Rui come to harm, he would never forgive himself for it. There are no choices, no crossroads. He is devoid of options. On the day Shang Rui was discharged from the hospital, her ex-boyfriend came to pick her up. She attempted to call Lin Xiaolou, but the line was unreachable. I come here every day and have never seen this person. Your new boyfriend is either deceiving me or simply a coward, hiding away when it truly matters, utterly unreliable. Get lost. Do you think everyone is like you? How dare you speak of others? Shang Rui feigned strength, yet deep down, anxiety gripped her. Having not seen him for days, and with her calls unanswered, this was hardly an auspicious sign. From a distance, Lin Xiaolou observed as Shang Rui anxiously scanned her surroundings, repeatedly dialing her phone. while her ex-boyfriend attended to her with undue attentiveness, refusing to be dismissed. Ultimately, he watched as Shang Rui was pulled into the car by her ex, who drove off in a luxury vehicle with an air of triumph. Days later, when Shang Rui finally received a call from Lin Xiaolou, she adorned herself with meticulous makeup and eagerly rushed to the park. Xiaolou. Shang Rui spotted him from afar, tall and graceful, exuding charm, and she almost sprinted towards him. Yet, upon arriving, her smile vanished in an instant, for behind Lin Xiaolou stood another man. Xiaolou. She regarded the man with suspicion. Why's your boss here? Lin Xiaolou remained silent, his gaze fixed on her legs, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Are you feeling better? Yes. Shang Rui suppressed the urge to reach for his hand, her eyes warily darting between Lin Xiaolou and that insufferable boss. I apologize for not picking you up the day you were discharged. It's all right. It doesn't matter. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Lin Xiaolou took a deep breath and softly uttered, I'm sorry. Shang Rui reflected. The phrase I'm sorry applies to numerous situations. It is remarkable how, regardless of the context, the recipient can grasp its meaning in an instant. At that moment, Wan Jun draped an arm around Lin Xiaolou's shoulders, locking his gaze on Shang Rui in silence. Yet his body language spoke volumes of ambiguity. His demeanor appeared casual, yet it brimmed with possessiveness, unmistakably declaring his claim. Shang Rui was taken aback, stunned, enlightened, and ultimately resigned. Her mouth opened and closed, yet no words escaped her lips. Instead, she gazed into Lin Xiaolou's eyes, her own shimmering with helplessness, regret, and longing. Lin Xiaolou felt a pang in his heart, averted his gaze, and turned to kiss Wan Jun's lips. A fleeting brush, meant solely to extinguish any lingering hope within Shang Rui. Yet he could not evade the inevitable. A mere touch ignited a powder keg. Wan Jun enveloped him in a fervent embrace, kissing him with a fierce intensity, as if to consume him entirely. Lin Xiaolou struggled and pushed against him, but it was futile. Wan Jun, like a wild beast, seemed intent on devouring him whole. Shang Rui gasped, her scalp prickling. The kiss lingered for several minutes, and it was only after Lin Xiaolou delivered a fierce knee strike that he finally extricated himself from the beast's embrace. He hastily wiped his mouth and glared fiercely at Wan Jun. Xiaolou. I understand now, Shang Rui said. Contrary to expectations, she was not overtly angry. Instead, she managed to smile, confessing that it was false to say she felt no sorrow. But you two are quite the match. Goodness, I never imagined two men could be so compatible. This is my first time witnessing a kiss between men, and I feel both heartbroken and exhilarated. Taking deep breaths to steady her emotions, she ultimately bid farewell with a smile. Lin Xiaolou, it was a pleasure to meet you. I wish you happiness. Goodbye. With that, Shang Rui turned and departed, like a delicate butterfly. A pang of anxiety struck Lin Xiaolou's chest, and instinctively, he pursued her. Chapter 46, 135-246. Wan Jun seized him from behind, holding him tightly. Let go. Lin Xiaolou struggled desperately. Wan Jun remained silent, his arms like iron, binding him firmly. Regardless of the pressure or force, he would not relent. He could never relinquish Lin Xiaolou to anyone else. Even if Lin Xiaolou did not love him, he would still not let go. Lin Xiaolou reached out with all his might, mere inches from freedom. Yet the butterfly had already flown away. He had wandered into a thicket, ensnared in the trap of the beast. Freedom lay just ahead, yet it remained forever out of reach. He loathed the beast that held him captive, detested the jungle that confined him, and despised the fact that he was so close to liberation, yet remained unable to cross that minuscule distance. Anger consumed him. He felt a profound resentment. Nangong Yu clashed with Wan Jun again, all due to Lin Xiaolou's words. He kissed me, and it was intense. Nangong Yu's eyes blazed with rage. Damn it, it's one thing to sneak around without telling me, but you dare to kiss him behind my back? What gives you the right? I haven't even kissed him yet. Wan Jun retorted without hesitation. I've kissed more than just his lips. Would you like me to enumerate those for you? FCK, you're asking for trouble. Lin Xiaolou took a drag from his cigarette, reclining against the chair's back. blowing smoke rings towards the ceiling while the two continued their heated exchange. Unconcerned as the house around them crumbled, someone would compensate for the damage. As both men emerged battered, Lin Xiaolou finally sat up, flicking ash from his cigarette. Tired yet? Would you like some water? He queried. Two rabid dogs fighting aren't as entertaining as this. To be honest, it's quite a spectacle. Pouring himself a glass of water to rinse his mouth, he leaned back, chin resting on his palm, a mischievous smile on his face as he observed the two. Shall we chat? The fighters ceased their brawl and obediently settled down. Lin Xiaolou kindly poured water for both. Nan Gongyu, holding the cup, said thank you and, with a bruised face, eagerly asked, Xiaolou, what shall we discuss? Lin Xiaolou chuckled. Congratulations on achieving your desires. You two exceptional individuals. I, a mere mortal, concede defeat. I cannot compete with you. Nan Gongyu pretended to sip his drink, using the cup to shield half his face, his eyes darting shrewdly. In truth, whether human or beast, they were not so different. It all came down to that one matter in bed. Lin Xiaolou surveyed the two beasts, a smirk playing on his lips. But I am just one. How do you plan to divide me? This posed a pragmatic dilemma. Previously, the two frantic dogs had called a truce to fend off an external enemy. Now that the threat had been eliminated, it was time to address the internal conflict. Xiaolou, choose me. I can help you. Lin Xiaolou smiled softly, expressing his desire to choose him as well. Yet who could possibly agree to that? Nan Gongyu turned and shot a fierce glare, while Wan Jun regarded him with the look typically reserved for a fool. Even the basest of creatures understand that victory is a prerequisite for mating rights. The essence of courtship lies in the act of pursuit. Xiaolou, just be straightforward. Whoever emerges victorious claims the prize, or how shall we proceed? He was merely using a metaphor. Did he truly consider himself a mere beast? Nangong. Lin Xiaolou extinguished his cigarette, a resolute declaration. 135246. If you wish for me to comply and lie down obediently, then let each prove their worth. I am off on Sunday. Who dares disturb me will be immediately dismissed. From this moment forth, Lin Xiaolou seized the reins of the game, facing off against two frenzied dogs, eager to see who would outmatch him. Upon re-entering Wan Jun's upscale apartment, Lin Xiaolou felt as though he had traversed through time. How naive he had been back then, singularly focused on severing their emotional connection. Reflecting upon his past self, he resembled a foolish rabbit, hopping into a trap, oblivious to the ravenous wolf lurking just beyond the door. In the urban jungle, beasts abound. Those donning human facades may not be human at all. One must always guard against deceit, a wisdom handed down through millennia from our ancestors. How could he have forgotten? He had anticipated that Wan Jun would select an elegant restaurant, initiating their courtship with a lavish meal. To his surprise, this individual insisted on inviting him to his home to prepare dinner instead. Encountering this four-bedroom residence once more, Lin Xiaolou felt a genuine fondness welling within him. Though he bore no affection for the owner, the house itself was blameless. He stepped into the bedroom he once occupied, and everything appeared unchanged, as if he had never departed or could return at any moment. On the bedside table lay a small crystal orb, within which resided a miniature forest. A tiny house nestled among the verdant trees. It was a trinket purchased haphazardly from a street vendor, inexpensive yet cherished. He had bought it simply because he adored the miniature world within, particularly the little house. You left in haste that day. This is what you forgot, Wan Jun remarked, appearing beside him to admire the gently swaying orb. Such a trivial object. Losing it would matter little, Lin Xiaolou contemplated, raising his hand to toss it into the trash, only for it to be snatched away by Wan Jun. You may not care for it, but I do, he insisted, returning the crystal orb to its original spot, even bending down to ensure it was perfectly aligned. Lin Xiaolou turned to leave, not glancing back. I'll prepare a couple of dishes. It'll be ready shortly, Wan Jun announced, plunging into the kitchen. Lin Xiaolou then wandered into the study. In an instant, he felt transported back to those tranquil moments of leisure. He still recalled the serene peace of stealing a half-day of idle respite, a cup of tea, a sheet of stationery, when life moved slowly, allowing one to love but a single person. Seated at the desk, Lin Xiaolou recalled the verses he once penned. Last night, the eastern winds returned. My homeland is too painful to revisit beneath the bright moon. This couplet, lacking the romantic sentiment of a talented poet and an enchanting muse, nor the exuberance of spring breeze that allows one to behold all of Chang'an's blossoms in a single day, was a lament, a sorrowful song of a homeland forever out of reach, filled with melancholy. He had joyfully inscribed those words without grasping their meaning, yet upon reflection, they bore an ironic sting. Through the passage of 1,000 years, he, like the poet, found himself ensnared, deprived of freedom. Lin Xiaolou surveyed the room, still enamored by its ambience. The fleeting moment of tranquility lingered in his memory, yet he was reluctant to compose a lament within these familiar walls. He stepped outside, feeling as though a mere second's delay would draw him back into ancient dreams. Pushing open the door to the story's final chamber, he scanned the array of equipment with indifference, only to be drawn to the poster affixed to the door. A swirling tempest of yellow sand. Where could this be? It exuded an essence of wildness and freedom, unlike anything found in the mortal realm. Lin Xiaolou gazed at the poster, lost in thought, until Wan Jun entered. Do you wish to go there? I shall take you someday. Lin Xiaolou cast him a sidelong glance, his expression impassive. Wan Jun brushed his hand affectionately, suggesting, "Shall we dine?" Upon entering the dining room, an enticing aroma enveloped him. Crystal shrimp, warm kidney salad, dried tangerine peel ribs, and drunken prawns, all his favorites. Wan Jun graciously pulled out a chair for him, poured him wine, and handed him chopsticks, exhibiting an excessive eagerness. "Try it. I prepared everything myself." Lin Xiaolou took a few bites, nodding slightly in approval. "Not bad." Wan Jun smiled, his eyes sparkling. "I recall you used to order takeout, occasionally whipping up a dish, though the flavors were rather mediocre. Can't I learn?" I bought a few cookbooks to study, and even sought the guidance of an executive chef from a 5-star hotel. "If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you daily." Lin Xiaolou set down his chopsticks. Being able to cook is sufficient. Why would I not hire a chef? Chapter 47. Engaging in mundane pleasures with him, or cultivating my urban immortality. Wan Jun swallowed a generous sip of wine. Lin Xiaolou regarded the appetizing home-cooked meal, which indeed tasted delightful. However, if I desire a meal, there are countless restaurants at my disposal. You think this will best Nangguan you? You need to practice more. I never intended to compete with him. Wan Jun lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Lin Xiaolou, I know what you're thinking. You harbor resentment towards me and him alike. Your suggestions are merely hollow. You have no intention of granting us any chance. You wish for us to fight to the bitter end, ideally leading to mutual destruction, so you can vent your frustrations. If you are so aware, why do you accept this? Wan Jun exhaled a cloud of smoke, extinguishing the remainder of a cigarette, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiaolou. Because this is the only opportunity you have granted me to draw near. Even if it is a poisoned chalice, as long as you declare it an antidote, I shall drink. Upon reaching Nangguan Yu, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Xiaolou, where shall we revel tonight?" Lin Xiaolou settled into the car, asserting, "I will direct. You merely need to drive." "At your command." Nangguan Yu followed Lin Xiaolou's instructions, steering towards the outskirts of the city, becoming increasingly remote until they reached the foot of a desolate mountain. The location seemed familiar. Nangguan Yu stepped out of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings. "You've brought me here before. Are you suffering from amnesia?" "Oh, the place where the mandarin ducks frolic in the water. Now I remember. What brings us here?" "There isn't a soul in sight. Can you see the moon tonight?" Nangguan Yu craned his neck to gaze at the large orb in the sky. "It's passable. What do you want me to do tonight? This is our first evening together. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent." "Who said this is our first evening?" Lin Xiaolou found a spot to stand, urging, "Look at me quickly." Nangguan Yu crossed his arms and pouted, fully aware of what he was meant to observe. Yet he was reluctant. "I've already shown someone their fortune for the day. I do not wish to look again." "Very well. Let us return to our respective homes," Nangguan Yu said, turning to leave. Lin Xiaolou was taken aback. Is he really leaving? Nangguan Yu opened the car door and rummaged through it. Then he turned around, producing 2 bottles of mosquito repellent, spraying them liberally towards Lin Xiaolou. Lin thought to himself that Nan Gongyu's meticulousness was commendable. With the weather growing increasingly warm and the mountains teeming with insects, he truly had thought of everything. Are you a pocket cat, able to conjure whatever is needed? Nan Gongyu casually lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of white smoke, then fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Xiaolou. His eyes, slightly elongated with the outer corners subtly upturned, were striking yet carried an air of mischief. He often squinted when observing others, as if calculating something. Yet, behind the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses, he initially appeared refined, almost gentlemanly, successfully deceiving Lin Xiaolou. However, at this moment, he exuded an unmistakable air of wickedness, resembling a cultured rogue. Lin Xiaolou felt a shiver under the scrutiny of those eyes. He rubbed his arms, urging, "Don't look at me like that." Nan Gongyu feigned innocence, replying, "Did you not invite my gaze?" "It's not you I mind, but your aura," Lin retorted. "Moreover, your gaze is amiss." Nan Gongyu chuckled lazily, cigarette in hand. "Then enlighten me. How is it amiss? Must I spell it out? Are you oblivious to your own thoughts?" Nan Gongyu laughed heartily. "Oh, Xiaolou, your concern is rather excessive. You oversee the heavens and the earth, even delving into the little films playing in my mind. There exists no law that governs what thoughts dwell in another's mind. Even if I were to imagine you intimately, what of it?" Lin Xiaolou joined in the laughter, shaking his head. "Nan Gongyu, let me share a candid thought. When we first met, I truly admired you, especially when the name Nan Gong emerged. It instantly elevated your stature. Is that so?" "Indeed. The name evokes images of grand characters from ancient martial arts novels. Nan Gong the master, Nan Gong the leader. So impressive." Nan Gongyu watched Lin Xiaolou with keen interest, anticipating the forthcoming butt. "But with such an illustrious surname, your elegance fails to keep pace. I had thought it was only those with the surname Shimin who lacked shame. Yet it appears you Nan Gongs share a similar disposition. Why emulate their shamelessness?" Nan Gongyu burst into laughter. "Lin Xiaolou, I adore your candor. I can't help but wonder what words would escape those lips in bed. Would you gasp for breath, rendering them obedient? Out of bounds. It was merely a jest. And yet you chide me for lacking decorum. You may speak freely, but I cannot. Lin Xiaolou, you are incorrigible." Lin Xiaolou shivered, particularly at the teasing inflection in the last remark. "If you're not looking, then leave. I'm quite attentive, not a moment wasted." Nan Gongyu took a few steps closer, prompting Lin Xiaolou to retreat. "What are you doing?" "I'm nearsighted, unable to see clearly." Lin Xiaolou was incredulous. "You truly have the audacity. Those are merely plain glasses. Meant for show, as if no one is aware." Nan Gongyu chuckled, adjusting his non-prescription glasses. "Is it not permissible to come a little closer?" "Lin Xiaolou, your heart has wandered all the way to Siberia. Being with him is like experiencing the mundane joys of life, while being with me feels akin to a journey of urban transcendence. Is it that I am so easily bullied? You are truly excessive." "Just a moment." Lin Xiaolou expressed her skepticism. "Mundane joys? How do you know this? Have you been following me? I am merely concerned for your well-being. Wan Jun is nothing short of a beast. One must remain vigilant." "How did you see this?" Nan Gongyu chuckled. "While you were dining, I was right across from you. My binoculars are quite clear. I could see that scoundrel peeling shrimp for you with utmost clarity." Lin Xiaolou was genuinely impressed. "This is a serious violation. I didn't even make an appearance. I was hiding in the corner, secretly shedding tears. Is that also wrong?" "Indeed it is. Who permits you to spy? That's against the rules." "Uft." Nan Gongyu rolled his eyes. "By your logic, I am not the only one at fault." "What? Do you believe that if I were to tackle you right now, Wan Jun would come rushing over?" As Lin Xiaolou followed Nan Gongyu down the path, they had yet to reach the car when another vehicle appeared on the mountain road, beside which stood a tall figure. Nan Gongyu cast a disdainful glance. "Neither of us trusts the other. We are even." Lin Xiaolou took a quick look, then dove into the car. Nan Gongyu deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and the vehicle sped away. Without needing to glance back, Lin Xiaolou knew that the other car was following closely, as if it were a shadow. Wan Jun had become engrossed in cooking, preparing all of Lin Xiaolou's favorite dishes. His understanding of her taste was impeccable. After the meal, Wan Jun took Lin Xiaolou for a walk. A river was nearby, and they strolled along its banks, enjoying the evening breeze. As they walked, Wan Jun drew closer, brushing against Lin Xiaolou's hand. "May I hold your hand?" Lin Xiaolou, with both hands tucked in her pockets, looked at him and smiled. "Jump in." With that, Lin Xiaolou turned and walked away. Suddenly, there was a loud splash behind her. Bystanders gasped. Someone has jumped into the river. Chapter 48. Love, I desire it too. Lin Xiaolou was taken aback. No way. She turned to find the area behind her empty, as a crowd of concerned citizens quickly gathered by the riverbank. Lin Xiaolou squeezed into the crowd and moved closer to the water's edge, witnessing a figure emerge from the depths, pushing against the bank and surfacing with a splash. "Young man, what troubles you? You mustn't do anything foolish. Indeed, life is precious. What is more valuable than life itself? Yes, if you fear death. What obstacle can't you overcome?" Wan Jun wiped his face and flicked his hair back, resembling a drenched dog, droplets flying. "I didn't intend to die. Someone is waiting for me, and I cannot bear to part with them." Still defiant, "I saw you jump in. Why? What was the reason? Did you break up? Even if your wife is unfaithful, there is no need to seek death. I have experience in these matters. Let go of the adulterers." "Who is unfaithful? Your wife? Where is she?" "There was someone next to you. I saw them, long hair, quite slender. Could it be her?" Lin Xiaolou quietly retreated. Wan Jun thanked the concerned citizens and rushed toward him. Lin Xiaolou turned and ran. Wan Jun chased after her, his long legs covering ground quickly. The crowd of concerned citizens followed suit. "Xiaolou," Wan Jun called, quickly closing the distance. "Look, that woman is over there." "Who? Who are we chasing?" "His wife. The one who is unfaithful." A crowd rushed over, and upon closer inspection, who was the wife, who was the adulterer, and who had long hair? Lin Xiaolou, with a cheerful demeanor, grasped Wan Jun's hand. "My brother isn't quite right in the head. My sister-in-law ran off with someone, leaving by boat. He was deeply affected and jumped into the river upon seeing it. I told you, his wife is unfaithful. If she has left, let her go. He can always find another. Quickly, take your brother back. The water is cold, and we don't want him to fall ill." Lin Xiaolou hurriedly led Wan Jun back, pushing him against the wall. "Are you out of your mind? Wasn't it you who urged me to jump? You told me to jump, and I did. But when I said not to cling to me, why didn't you listen?" Wan Jun said nothing, merely holding Lin Xiaolou's hand, the corners of his lips perpetually curling into a smile. Upon returning to their rented room, Lin Xiaolou took a shower and lay on the bed, contemplating with a hand over his heart. Wan Jun is truly a madman, utterly so. Nan Gongyu was already eccentric enough. This fellow is even crazier. His phone rang incessantly, and without needing to check the caller ID, he sighed and picked up the device, putting on his headphones. "Shall we chat? The night is still young. But it's not even midnight yet. Do you intend to occupy the entire day? I can't think of anything to discuss with you. Perhaps about the coolness of the river, or whether there are water ghosts pulling at your feet." Wan Jun's deep laugh resonated through the call, sending a tingling sensation through Lin Xiaolou's ears. "Let me tell you a story." Lin Xiaolou rested his arm behind his head, gazing at the ceiling in silence. Wan Jun began narrating. Once there was a scholar who encountered a maiden, whose beauty left him awestruck, and from that moment, he yearned for her constantly. He sought to meet her, but learned that she had already passed away. Heartbroken, he visited her grave to lament, but her spirit, disturbed by his sorrow, appeared before him. The maiden spoke of the difficulty of being reborn as a human, explaining that to save others and accumulate virtue was essential. For only when enough virtue was gathered could one be reborn. Thus, the scholar willingly toiled as a beast of burden, carrying her spirit to save lives. However, on the day the lotus of virtue bloomed, the maiden wept, for this farewell would make future meetings nearly impossible. They agreed to reunite in the next life. 16 years later, the maiden waited patiently until the scholar finally returned. However, upon seeing him unchanged in youth, she mistakenly believed he was not her destined partner from the past. Thus, she took her own life, returning to the underworld. The scholar raced after her, desperately bringing her back from the threshold of death. In the end, she recognized him, and the bond that had not been fulfilled in the previous life was finally realized in this one. Lin Xiaolou discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. It's merely a tale of unfulfilled love. Such stories are commonplace. What is so remarkable about it? Indeed, it is an ordinary love story, with all its twists and turns merely serving as embellishments. At its core lies pure love. After a moment of silence, Wan Jun sighed softly. Love, I too desire it. Lin Xiaolou, I love you. Lin Xiaolou hung up the phone, sitting up abruptly, lost in thought for a while. He then sought out a film to watch, crying uncontrollably as he scolded. Wan Jun, are you insane? Telling such stories late at night? You must be out of your mind. What am I even crying about? Compared to Nan Gongyu, it was far simpler. The theme was cultivating immortality, with phrases like, the moon is large and round tonight. One day, I shall ride the wind and tread upon the moon. Wan Jun fell ill, and when Lin Xiaolou arrived, he was burning with fever. To the hospital quickly. Lin Xiaolou attempted to drag the person outside, but Wan Jun stubbornly clung to his position like a dead weight, refusing to budge. No, I won't go anywhere. I just want to stay at home, he insisted. Unable to move him, Lin Xiaolou had no choice but to help him back onto the bed. He took a thermometer and measured Wan Jun's temperature, exclaiming, oh dear, it's 39. 5 degrees Celsius. If it doesn't come down soon, your brain might fry. If you're feverish and forget me, that would be quite a fancy thought. Lin Xiaolou wiped Wan Jun's forehead, face, and neck to cool him down and applied a cooling patch. Why not go to the hospital? A fever-reducing injection would help you recover quickly. No, Wan Jun replied in a muffled tone. There are too many people. I just want to be alone with you. Lin Xiaolou rolled his eyes, grabbed Wan Jun's phone, and used his finger to unlock it. I'll order you some porridge, but you'll have to pay for it. I want to subsidize your meal. Wan Jun, weak and feeble, protested. Can't you just cook me some porridge? That service is not available, Lin Xiaolou retorted. A venomous beauty, indeed. Why are you still alive? Lin Xiaolou continued to wipe him down and replace the cooling patch. Wan Jun's eyes were red, yet he stubbornly refused to shut them. Sleep just for a little while. Lin Xiaolou gently closed his eyes, but Wan Jun immediately opened them again. What is this? Why won't you close your eyes? I want to sleep. If I close my eyes, you'll run away. Lin Xiaolou, losing his patience, asked, what do you want then? What will it take for you to close your eyes? Wan Jun, panting, reached out and grasped Lin Xiaolou's hand tightly, finally succumbing to fatigue and closing his eyes. Wan Jun's palm was scorching, the heat quickly radiating through Lin Xiaolou's arm and spreading throughout his body, penetrating deep into his heart. Since joining the company, Lin Xiaolou had never seen Wan Jun ill. This man, who could withstand pain like a warrior, suddenly fell so gravely ill. Lin Xiaolou felt unwell himself, mirroring Wan Jun's condition. But it was Wan Jun's choice to avoid the hospital, and if he wished to endure the fever, that was his affair. If he burned himself out, so be it. Why should Lin Xiaolou trouble himself with such thoughts? He should let go of his need to help. If Wan Jun wanted to live or die, that was his prerogative. As Lin Xiaolou scolded himself for being overly concerned, he allowed Wan Jun to hold his hand, and they remained like that for a long while. After a nap, Wan Jun felt significantly better. He slowly opened his eyes, only to leap up suddenly, realizing Lin Xiaolou had vanished. Chapter 49. The Heart in His Pocket. The moment was indescribably frantic, as Wan Jun stumbled out of the door, feeling the cold floor beneath his feet, only to realize he wasn't wearing shoes. He rushed back to hurriedly put on his shoes, then dashed out again, only to discover he hadn't taken his car keys. Should he run or drive? In a flurry, he went back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, utterly disoriented. With the door wide open, he rushed back again, suddenly freezing in place as he saw Lin Xiaolou leaning against the entrance cabinet, arms crossed, observing him. Lin Xiaolou had been watching for some time. As he heard the commotion and came out, he saw Wan Jun running around frantically. Lin Xiaolou's gaze drifted down, noting that Wan Jun wore one slipper and one dress shoe. Once I was strolling in the park and encountered a person playing frisbee with their dog. The owner claimed their dog was exceptionally intelligent and encouraged me to give it a try. I tossed the disc, and it returned to me, a repetitive dance of throw and fetch. Yet on the final throw, I feigned a move, and that foolish dog darted out, only to return, darting back again, a look of utter bewilderment on its face. Had it only examined closely, it would have seen the frisbee still firmly in my grasp. Lin Xiaolou led Li Wan back, shutting the door behind them, pulling him closer and gently touching his forehead, which had cooled somewhat. He turned and walked into the kitchen, with Li Wan obediently following suit. Lin Xiaolou prepared a bowl of hot porridge, stirring it gently with a spoon before blowing on it carefully, presenting it to Li Wan. After a moment, noticing it had cooled down a bit, he returned to the kitchen to heat it up, simmering it over a low flame, ready to be consumed at any time. Li Wan remained silent, gazing at Lin Xiaolou for quite a while before slowly lowering his head to sip the porridge. Lin Xiaolou also served himself a bowl, savoring it slowly with a small spoon. After Li Wan had consumed half a bowl, he looked up, fixating on Lin Xiaolou's flushed earlobes, then cast his gaze at the bland porridge. "It's tasteless," he declared, discarding the spoon. "Is it?" Lin Xiaolou took a sip. "I specifically ordered it to be savory." Li Wan stood up, took a piece of chocolate, unwrapped it, and placed it into Lin Xiaolou's mouth. "This is a new flavor. Give it a try." Isn't it excessively sweet? As Lin Xiaolou savored the chocolate, his brows furrowed. "Is it really that sweet?" Li Wan chuckled, emotions swirling in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me you were also running a fever?" A person with a fever cannot distinguish tastes, neither salty nor sweet. Lin Xiaolou set down his spoon, wiped his mouth, and replied, "What is there to discuss? It's just a mild fever." Li Wan laughed heartily, pulling Lin Xiaolou into an embrace, their foreheads touching, their gazes intertwining, breaths mingling. "You're burning up, and so am I. Doesn't this count as sharing both joy and hardship?" Lin Xiaolou gently pushed him away and stepped out of the kitchen, only to find Li Wan still standing in place, looking dazed. He returned to take him into the bedroom. "You've been sweating. I'll wipe your face in a moment. Avoid bathing for now. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill again." Li Wan sat obediently on the edge of the bed, unnaturally quiet. Lin Xiaolou used a warm towel to wipe his face, ears, neck, and hands. Once he tossed the towel aside, he dragged a chair over to sit across from him. "Most likely, it was a reckless stunt. You should learn to take care of yourself." Lin Xiaolou's tone was soft, resembling tender whispers rather than reprimands. Li Wan gazed at him for a long time. "You seem quite different today." Lin Xiaolou's eyes flickered. "Really? In what way?" Li Wan scrutinized him closely. "Everything is different. The tone of your voice, the depth of your gaze. You've never spoken to me with such tenderness." Lin Xiaolou instinctively averted his gaze, remaining silent for a moment before stating, "You must be delirious from the fever." Li Wan ceased to speak, fearing that if he uttered another word, this moment might shatter like a dream. He coughed twice, his ears reddening and his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Are you burning up again?" Lin Xiaolou instinctively reached to check his forehead, which felt normal. Li Wan grasped his hand tightly, his voice hoarse as he said, "Sometimes you can't tell just by feeling the forehead. You need to check behind the ears." He guided Lin Xiaolou's hand to his own ear. "If that doesn't suffice, check the neck," he continued, sliding Lin Xiaolou's hand down to his neck. "What if the neck doesn't reveal anything either?" Lin Xiaolou's voice had also grown a bit hoarse. "There's still one more place." Wan Jun clasped his hand and gently pressed his lips against it. Lin Xiaolou's heart momentarily ceased, only to tumultuously race within his chest moments later. He abruptly withdrew his hand, breath unsteady and voice trembling, declaring, "I should leave now. Sleep well, and do not cause any trouble." Without waiting for Li Wanjun's response, he turned and departed, as if lingering even a second longer would render him unable to escape. Lin Xiaolou did not rush back, but sauntered along the long street. Li Wanjun remarked that he was quite different today. Why was that? Perhaps it all began from that moment. 2 hours earlier, Li Wanjun held Lin Xiaolou's hand, sleeping soundly. When the takeout arrived, Lin Xiaolou gently extricated himself, tiptoeing out to retrieve the hot congee. Li Wanjun let out a soft murmur as Lin Xiaolou stealthily returned to the bedside, resuming his position with a lingering presence. He sat there for a considerable time. Finally, Li Wanjun stirred, withdrawing his hand, and rose to stretch his stiff limbs. He organized the medicine on the nightstand and tidied up the clutter, picking up the coat Li Wanjun had carelessly discarded, smoothing out its wrinkles. Just as he intended to hang it in the wardrobe, something fell to the floor. A neatly folded piece of paper lay on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, he picked it up and cautiously unfolded it, revealing the name Lin Xiaolou in familiar handwriting, his own, written countless times over the years. Beside it, the name Wan Jun was inscribed in a bold, dynamic script, unmistakable as his employer's signature. The two names were encircled by a large heart, adorned at the bottom with numerous hand-drawn roses, each line executed with precision and vivid color. The passionate red of the roses leaping off the page. Lin Xiaolou's memories were forcibly yanked back to that day he had entered Wan Jun's study, tearing a sheet from a traditional letterhead and joyfully inscribing the name Lin Xiaolou. He had carelessly forgotten to discard it, only for it to be taken by that person. Lin Xiaolou held the letter for a long time, the once pristine paper now slightly worn, suggesting it had been repeatedly handled by its owner. Kept close to his heart in the inner pocket of his jacket. How foolish! Lin Xiaolou's eyes grew misty, his emotions indistinct as he refolded the letter along its original creases and returned it to its rightful place, hanging the coat back up as if it had never been discovered. By the time he lay in bed, his mind felt somewhat hazy, which he attributed to a mild fever. His cursed empathy. Wan Jun was burning up again. He boldly leaned in, insisting that Lin Xiaolou check his temperature. "The thermometer, please." "No, it's cold and uncomfortable. I just want you." Wan Jun forcefully pressed closer, their foreheads touching, warm breaths mingling, his husky voice weaving spells in Lin Xiaolou's ear. "Xiaolou, am I hot?" Lin Xiaolou wanted to push him away, yet his body felt immobilized. Their proximity revealed his own reflection in Wan Jun's eyes. Those eyes were exceptionally beautiful, profoundly deep, akin to a tranquil pond or the vast ocean. Lin Xiaolou found himself enchanted by those eyes, gradually sinking into the depths of an oceanic abyss. Wan Jun's raspy, magnetic voice pierced through his consciousness. "Xiaolou, I'm hot. Help me." Chapter 50. Is it a dream or reality? Lin Xiaolou forcefully pushed the person away. He could not succumb to the depths of the sea. He must save himself. Wan Jun grasped his hand once more. Lin Xiaolou, fully aware of what was about to transpire, should have unhesitatingly released his grip, perhaps even delivered a slap. Yet, he stood there, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, allowing Wan Jun to press his hand against his lips. Not merely a fleeting touch, Wan Jun truly kissed him, his lips burning, searing Lin Xiaolou's skin. In that instant, his heart thundered, the sound deafening, nearly overwhelming him. "Let go!" Lin Xiaolou's own soft voice startled him. Wan Jun firmly held him, persistently asking, "Are you hot? Are you still feverish?" Lin Xiaolou, flustered and at a loss for words, could not respond. Wan Jun swiftly removed his shirt, causing Lin Xiaolou to gasp in shock. "What are you doing?" "Taking a shower, what else?" Wan Jun replied, turning to enter the bathroom. Lin Xiaolou collapsed onto the floor, bewildered by his own condition. His limbs felt heavy, his heart raced uncontrollably, a cacophony of sound overwhelming him. His mind grew foggy, his vision blurred, and he lost the ability to think, until cool fingertips brushed against his cheek. Startled, Lin Xiaolou suddenly noticed Wan Jun before him, unclothed. Why was he not wearing any clothes? Wan Jun's physique was strikingly beautiful, exuding strength, his body still glistening with fresh droplets of water, creating a powerful visual impact. Lin Xiaolou could not help but recall their previous shared bath, the shower where they stood close, their breaths mingling, an electric heat enveloping them. As if transported back to that moment, his heart racing, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Let go of me," he implored, his words betraying his true feelings. Wan Jun's gaze shifted, becoming sharp and dangerous as he pressed Lin Xiaolou against the wall. "You saw it, didn't you?" "What?" Lin Xiaolou's head spun, utterly incapable of coherent thought. "You know what I mean?" Wan Jun's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes filled with certainty. "You saw that heart, don't deny it." "I know." No. Lin Xiaolou fervently shook his head, refusing to acknowledge it. "I saw nothing. Is it beautiful? Is that heart beautiful?" Wan Jun's eyes burned with fervor. "That is my heart. Since you have seen it, you cannot forsake it." "I do not." "Lin Xiaolou, I love you." Li Benjun proclaimed, kissing him fiercely. A surge of sensation exploded in Lin Xiaolou's mind, blood boiling, his entire being ignited like a blazing fire. He struggled, feeling weak and helpless. Wan Jun's strength surged, overpowering and relentless. Lin Xiaolou could not push him away. What Wan Jun desired was more than just a kiss. And Lin Xiaolou felt an overwhelming despair as he was pinned down. Xiaolou, I love you. I know you love me too. I do not love him. Lin Xiaolou cried out in desperation. Your words betray your heart, Wan Jun reiterated, tearing apart Lin Xiaolou's shirt. Lin Xiaolou wept bitterly, unable to escape, ultimately consumed by the flames of desire. Stop! Lin Xiaolou jolted awake, gasping for air, the silence around him uncanny, his heartbeat loud as a drum. For a moment, he felt disoriented, taking a while to regain his senses, realizing it had all been a dream. How could he have dreamt such a thing? He dreamt that he was touched by Wan Jun, his face stained with tears. The dream felt so vivid that he found himself weeping. The boundaries between dream and reality blurred, leaving him in a daze, feeling as though he were being consumed by a raging fire. Damn Wan Jun, even in his dreams. He could not escape. Lin Xiaolou lay there for a moment, slowly reclining, and just as he closed his eyes, a sense of unease washed over him. He sprang up again. Was it merely a dream? Just a dream? Lin Xiaolou covered his face, shaking his head in despair, then lay back down, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, hoping for tranquility. A quarter of an hour later, he found himself upright once more. After several such attempts, Lin Xiaolou fell into utter despair. He had lived a life of simplicity and detachment for many years, naturally aloof and indifferent, not due to exceptional willpower, but rather a lack of desire. Yet tonight, a single dream had stirred thoughts he never expected to entertain, leading him to follow in Wan Jun's footsteps. Lin Xiaolou wrestled with his inner turmoil, a battle between heart and mind, ultimately succumbing to the deepest desire within himself. Wan Jun suddenly opened his eyes, bewildered. What was this sensation? It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, tender and sweet like a lullaby. This was not his Lin Xiaolou. In the dark of night, Wan Jun's gaze was sharp, akin to a beast awakened from slumber. Did you sleep well? I've been quite content lately. He lifted his gaze to meet Lin Xiaolou's, his eyes unusually profound. Lin Xiaolou paused mid-bite. This was a topic they both understood instinctively. The other night, I felt something extraordinary, something unprecedented and difficult to articulate. Do you know what it was? Lin Xiaolou's breath hitched, his eyes taking a moment to shift towards Wan Jun. He pondered carefully. Perhaps Wan Jun had intentionally paused to glance at Lin Xiaolou's bleeding earlobe. Best not to mention it. Lin Xiaolou diverted his gaze, quietly resuming his meal. Wan Jun tossed down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and looked at Lin Xiaolou with sparkling eyes. Let's watch a movie. Lin Xiaolou avoided his gaze, his voice mechanical, like a machine recovering from illness. Stay home and watch. You can watch by yourself. I'm leaving. No. Tonight, you are mine. I'll give you another chance. Your time tonight belongs to me. The declaration struck like a thunderbolt, sending shivers down Lin Xiaolou's spine. Why had he agreed to watch a movie? Why was he watching two men kiss? Wan Jun was engrossed, occasionally providing commentary on the plot. Lin Xiaolou instinctively shifted away, unwilling to sit too close. The on-screen romance between the two men stirred emotions within him, making him uneasy. Lin Xiaolou was not fond of art films. The melodrama of love was exasperating. Yet the chemistry between the two men was unexpectedly captivating, far more engaging than heteronormative romances. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Lin Xiaolou abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "You can watch it by yourself." Continuing to watch would betray his racing heartbeat. Wan Jun stood as well, feeling restless after lying down for 2 days. "I need to work out a bit. Have some self-respect." Lin Xiaolou retorted, "You mean lifting weights? What are you thinking? Liben Jun faina ti nusansa." Lin Xiaolou watched as Wan Jun gripped the dumbbells, focusing intently, his exquisite muscles captivating Lin Xiaolou's attention with every movement. Lin Xiaolou leaned against the door, remaining silent, his arms crossed in a seemingly relaxed manner, yet unable to control his restless gaze. Wan Jun exhaled deeply, setting down the dumbbells. a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his honey-toned skin. He raised his hand and removed his shirt. Lin Xiaolou suddenly straightened, wide-eyed, as Wan Jun approached him. An overwhelming sense of panic washing over him. "What are you doing?" Chapter 51. A stirring of desire. Wan Jun advanced step by step, resembling a predator closing in on its prey. Calm, dangerous, and exuding an intense sense of pressure. Lin Xiaolou's heart raced, his rational mind urging him to flee. The doorknob was just behind him. If he could only twist it, he could still escape. Just then, with a resounding clap, Wan Jun slammed his hand against the door, encircling Lin Xiaolou in his embrace, completely blocking his escape route. Lin Xiaolou felt a wave of regret. Why didn't he run? Why did his legs refuse to move? Was he under some sort of spell to remain paralyzed in the face of danger? Wan Jun's gaze was fiercely aggressive, gleaming with a greedy danger as it traveled from Lin Xiaolou's lips to his throat and collarbone. Lin Xiaolou's breath quickened, his heart threatening to leap from his chest. He felt like a rabbit frozen in fear before a hungry wolf, completely immobilized even before the predator pounced. Wan Jun's throat moved as he steadied himself against the door, his large hand sliding down slowly. Lin Xiaolou almost succumbed to fate, thinking, "Here it comes. I'm about to be devoured." A soft sound broke the tense silence, like a timer signaling the end of a spell. Wan Jun turned the doorknob, simultaneously addressing Lin Xiaolu's unasked question. "Going to take a shower, what else?" The wooden door swung open, turning with Lin Xiaolou. As Wan Jun brushed past him and entered the bathroom, Lin Xiaolou slid down to the floor, leaning against the door, burying his face in his knees. After a moment, he raised his head, wiped his face, and muttered a curse under his breath. Wan Jun was absolutely doing this on purpose. The sound of running water filled the air as Lin Xiaolou uncapped a bottle of icy water, downing half of it in one go. His heartbeat had yet to return to normal when suddenly the sound of water ceased, and Wan Jun's voice cut through the silence. "I forgot the bath towel. Could you bring it to me?" Lin Xiaolou nearly crushed the bottle in his hand, rushing to the bathroom door, gritting his teeth through the frosted glass. "You're taking a shower without a towel on purpose, aren't you?" "I left the towels on the balcony, forgot to bring them in. I haven't taken a shower in the last couple of days." Lin Xiaolou dashed to the balcony, spotting several pure white towels fluttering in the breeze. Rolling his eyes, he suppressed his irritation and snatched one, delivering it to the door. As the door cracked open, Wan Jun's strong arm reached out, and Lin Xiaolou instinctively turned away, handing over the towel. Wan Jun grasped the towel and simultaneously seized Lin Xiaolou's hand, pulling him inside. Lin Xiaolou felt his breath hitch as Wan Jun pressed him against the cool tiles of the bathroom. The pristine towel sprawled innocently on the floor. Lin Xiaolou wanted to berate himself. How could he have been so naive, falling into this trap? At that moment, he felt every muscle in his body tense, his eyes refusing to stray. Wan Jun was completely bare. What had transpired the previous night? Lin Xiaolou's face flushed instantly, his ears burning crimson, creeping down to his neck. The eternally frigid Lin Xiaolou was experiencing desire. Wan Jun chuckled softly. "I thought you had transcended, that you had renounced all desires. Is it because of me? Have some dignity." Lin Xiaolou found himself at a loss for words. "I am a man. Physiological responses are entirely natural. Why should it be solely because of you?" Wan Jun chuckled lightly. "Do not forget, we share a genuine connection. My fervor can overwhelm you, just as your tenderness can penetrate my very soul. I sense your repression, your struggles, your loss of control. The desire that assails me is palpable, and I am acutely aware of every nuance." Silence. Lin Xiaolou felt a rush of blood to his face, overwhelmed by a sense of shame akin to being laid bare for scrutiny. "You claim it is a normal reaction. We have shared this resonance for some time. You, with your ascetic disposition, almost akin to a saint or a celestial being, seem untouched by the mundane passions of the world. So why did you suddenly awaken to desire just the other day? Was it because of me? Because I kissed you? Such nonsense. I merely tested the waters with that kiss. We both understand my true intention was to kiss you. Yet, you did not push me away. I was prepared to receive a slap from you, but you tacitly allowed it. You permitted my kiss, and that very night, you responded. Lin Xiaolou's face burned with embarrassment. He wished to say nothing at all, for words would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Was the film enjoyable? Did the kiss between two men evoke any feelings? Wan Jun presa, ralalas. Why did you leave halfway? Was it too thrilling for you to bear? I find it lacking. They are merely acting. If it were me, I would kiss you to the point of breathlessness. Would you like to try it? Would you care to kiss me? I could leave you utterly spellbound. Be quiet. I have tried it before and found it repulsive. Your words betray you. Why do you shy away from the film? Why do your eyes wander while I lift weights? Why do you allow me to draw near, yet refrain from fleeing? You clearly feel something. Why deny it? No, no, no. Lin Xiaolou wished to rebut loudly, to scold Wan Jun for his presumptuousness, yet he found himself unable to summon the courage. Why are you so gentle with me? Wan Jun's voice was gravelly. You know I am fond of you. Even the slightest kindness from you would leave me yearning. You are aware that my love for you borders on madness. Why offer me hope? You have given me hope. I shall certainly cling to it, even if it is unrequited, even if it is but an illusion. I will not let go. Lin Xiaolou puffed out his cheeks, wishing to push him away and run, but he found himself unable to act. Wan Jun, like a primitive man, stood bare, radiating an intense heat from his solid muscles. It was maddening. Wan Jun continued to stoke the flames. Do you admire my physique? Is it pleasing to the eye? Is it alluring? You gazed at me intently during our shared bath, and I noticed. He seized Lin Xiaolou's hand and pressed it against himself. What do you feel? Do you enjoy it? Is it exhilarating? Lin Xiaolou felt faint, his palms burning, his skin aflame. Wan Jun's tall, muscular form exuded a primal wildness that drove anyone who beheld him to madness. Xiaolou, you two are drawn to me, are you not? No, absolutely not. But I am drawn to you, Xiaolou. I desire you. I love you. Enough. Do not speak, just do not. I long to kiss you. Allow me to kiss you. Wan Jun's eyes burned with fervor as he advanced, heedless of the consequences. Scoundrel. Lin Xiaolou swung a punch, expending nearly all his strength in that blow. Wan Jun was struck by a punch, taking a step back as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiaolou turned and fled the apartment as if escaping for his life. Wan Jun did not pursue. Instead, he bowed his head in silence for a long moment before lying down on the ground, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Yet he laughed softly. Xiaolou, you have finally stirred your heart. Upon returning to his rented room, Lin Xiaolou locked the door and double-checked it, then collapsed onto a chair, remaining there for an extended period. As his heartbeat gradually steadied, he lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly as the smoke curled around him, obscuring his view of the face behind the haze, even if Wan Jun were nearby. In the early hours, Lin Xiaolou extinguished the last cigarette and stood up, gazing out at the thick darkness beyond the window. The flush of excitement faded, and clarity returned, transforming the previous panic and heart racing into a fleeting dream, seemingly both real and illusory. The neon lights shimmered, and the bustling street came alive. Lin Xiaolou stepped into the bar district he had never ventured into before, as if wandering into a ghost market of Chang'an, entering a realm where sunlight could not penetrate. What is wrong? Feeling nervous? Nan Guangyu, familiar with the surroundings, skillfully led him through winding paths to a quiet bar. Which of your eyes saw that? Lin Xiaolou retorted, instinctively on guard as he walked in. Who am I? I can read people and their energies. Even with my eyes closed, I would know. Nan Guangyu settled at the bar, turning to scrutinize him. Aren't you always dragging me into the wilderness for cultivation? Why the sudden change today, wanting to accompany me in the mundane world? Chapter 52. Dare to flirt with my people? With others, you engage in earthly pleasures, but with you, it's urban cultivation. Who said that? If you love the mundane, let us take a stroll together. Is the sun rising in the west today? Nan Guangyu squinted, examining him closely. Offering kindness without reason? That can only mean mischief. Oomph. A thief sees everyone as a thief. Nan Guangyu laughed heartily. I adore your sharp tongue. As his smile faded, the glint in his eyes sharpened. Surely, you cannot be giving me an opportunity, right? You dare say it, but I wouldn't believe it. Huh. Even if you were draped in a dragon robe, you wouldn't dare ascend to that throne. Nan Guangyu's smile held deeper meanings. Lin Xiaolou, do you have a single truthful word in your mouth? Young master you. Your drink. The handsome bartender politely presented a cocktail. As Nan Guangyu's hand brushed the glass, he paused and then pushed it away. You must be mistaken. I don't drink this kind of cocktail. The bartender was taken aback and quickly corrected himself. My apologies, I truly misremembered. I shall prepare another one for you. Lin Xiaolou seized the glass. If you want tea, drink it. I will. This cocktail looks exquisite. You're quite talented. The bartender's eyes crinkled with a smile. Lin Xiaolou took a sip. Really delicious. He then downed it in one go. Drink slowly. This cocktail may look delightful and taste mild, but it packs a strong punch. Don't be deceived by its beautiful exterior. The young and handsome bartender spoke softly, demonstrating great care. Is that so? It's my first time here. I've never tasted it before. Isn't tea similar to those sweet drinks? What S in it? This question touched the bartender's heart. Patrons usually focused solely on drinking, rarely praising the art of mixology or showing interest in the craft. The young man became chatty, eager to share every detail about the ingredients and preparation. Nan Guangyu took a sip of his own drink, his gaze flitting between the two, then pulled Lin Xiaolou closer with a grin. What made you suddenly interested in mixology? Lin Xiaolou shrugged off his arm, cold and forthright, drawn to the bartender instead. The handsome young man raised an eyebrow and immediately offered Lin Xiaolou an exceedingly suggestive smile. Nan Guangyu shot a frosty glance, causing the young man to shiver under the icy stare. In another corner, someone waved at Nan Guangyu. He nodded and said, Xiaolou, I'll chat with a friend for a bit. I'll be back shortly. As soon as Nan Guangyu left, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the handsome young man leaned over the bar, eagerly chatting with Lin Xiaolou. Are you here alone? Lin Xiaolou was enjoying the conversation when suddenly someone sat beside him. It was a young man adorned in extravagance, diamond-studded cufflinks and earrings, his attire bedecked with jewels, and on his wrist, a gleaming golden watch worth a fortune, exuding an air of ostentation. He was not unattractive, but his lecherous gaze roamed over Lin Xiaolou, assessing him with a rather frivolous demeanor. Having faced many advances from men, Lin Xiaolou recognized this one was no gentleman. What would you like to drink? It's on me. The man grinned, embodying the persona of a wealthy heir. Nan Guangyu also possessed a charming smile, one that was devilishly alluring, but when compared to this individual, he appeared distinctly refined. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. Nan Guangyu's looks and charisma could easily overshadow all others with just a smile. No need, Lin Xiaolou replied coldly. I came here with a friend. A normal person would have retreated at this point, but this man was clearly not of sound mind. Friend? What kind of friend? A lover or a fling? Lin Xiaolu's expression darkened. The man continued grinning, even brazenly brushing against Lin Xiaolu's hand. With you being so flirtatious and not accompanying me. It seems your friend isn't trustworthy. How about you come with me? I'm well endowed and wealthy. I can promise you an unforgettable experience. Lin Xiaolou was about to unleash a torrent of curses when, with a resounding thud, the man's head was forcefully slammed onto the bar. Nan Guangyu's face was pale and cold, resembling an executioner. Do you dare repeat that? Do you have the audacity to flirt with my person? With a menacing tone, he continued, and how big is that endowment of yours? Do you believe I want to take you down? The man struggled in vain. His curses rendered ineffective as he was held fast, unable to articulate his insults. Let me go. Let us discuss this once I'm up, he pleaded, his bravado faltering. I merely spoke a few words. I meant no harm. Could you please show some mercy? Apologize. Nan Guangyu's voice was languid and tinged with mockery. Yet it carried an undeniable weight. Apologize to him. The man, with great difficulty, turned towards Lin Xiaolou, his eyelids barely lifting. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you flirtatious. I shouldn't have teased you. I apologize. Is that satisfactory? Lin Xiaolou snorted disdainfully. I thought I'd encountered someone with backbone. Turns out you're just a coward. I've apologized. Let me go. I can't breathe like this. Finally, Nan Guangyu released him, and the man straightened up, rubbing his neck, feigning to leave, only to suddenly lash out. How dare you hit me? You're seeking death. He threw a punch, relying on the element of surprise. Had he witnessed Nan Guangyu fighting in person, he wouldn't have dared to challenge him, even with 100 lives. Alas, his arrogance and ignorance of the true combat prowess of both parties proved to be his undoing. Nan Gongyu forcefully pulled Lin Xiaolou aside, and in an instant, he transformed into a wild stallion unleashed from its reins. Within mere moments, he had pinned the man to the ground and unleashed a torrent of blows. "Don't hit my face. Please, I beg you." The man cried out. "I yield." "Brother, you're my brother. I yield. Is that enough?" Nan Gongyu spat dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "Trash, coward," he retorted, adjusting his stylish non-prescription glasses with a smirk. "Don't let me see you again. Every time I do, it's a beating." The man scrambled to his feet and fled. Was this the conclusion of the matter? Nan Gongyu downed a mouthful of liquor, furrowing his brow as he calculated. Damn it, blood will surely be spilled today. Lin Xiaolou blinked, remaining silent. What was destined to happen could not be avoided. They moved on. As they exited the bar, a convoy of black cars suddenly appeared, and a throng of men clad in dark suits descended upon them, brandishing clubs, encircling the duo menacingly. "Take down the bespectacled one, but spare the handsome lad." The previous coward swaggered back, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding arrogance. "You think you're tough? What has happened to your men? I've got my eyes on you, and when I make you cry for mercy, I'll take what's mine right in front of you. Attack. Do you need assistance?" Lin Xiaolou speculated that Nan Gongyu might struggle against him alone. "Not a chance." Nan Gongyu replied with a grin. "He my responsibility. I must protect what's mine." At last, he removed his glasses and handed them to Lin Xiaolou. "Hold on to these for me. They're quite expensive. Don't lose them." Lin Xiaolou couldn't help but admire him as he stepped aside, witnessing firsthand the strength Nan Gongyu possessed. The ensuing scene was both exquisite and violent, a visual feast beyond description. With an elegant demeanor, Nan Gongyu's legs moved with grace, delivering a series of kicks that were nothing short of breathtaking, embodying the essence of violent beauty as if painted onto a canvas. However, the sheer number of opponents created a chaotic melee, leading to Nan Gongyu absorbing a few strikes himself. Ultimately, the prophecy held true. Blood was indeed spilled that day. Targeting the leader amidst the chaos, Nan Gongyu refused to linger in battle. He seized the man and slammed him to the ground, his polished shoes pressing down upon him. "Call me daddy." "Damn it." Nan Gongyu's shoe ground down with force, eliciting cries of pain from the man beneath him. "Weren't you just so brave? Who was it that dared to threaten my people?" His cold voice dripped with menace. "I warned you. Every time we meet, it's a beating. Do you understand?" The man cried out like a slaughtered pig, his head underfoot while his arm was twisted painfully, nearly breaking. "Daddy, please, spare me." "Bah." Nan Gongyu leaned closer, muttering incantations. Lin Xiaolou could only catch the last phrase. "Hasten as commanded." Finally, Nan Gongyu lifted his foot, surveying the fallen men in black suits, then donned his glasses once more. Grasping Lin Xiaolu's hand as they made their escape, they sprinted a considerable distance before Nan Gongyu, familiar with the surroundings, led Lin Xiaolou into a narrow alley. "Let me have a smoke." "Why are we running?" Lin Xiaolou questioned, puzzled as to why they weren't heading for the parking lot. He sensed the situation was far from over. Nan Gongyu gestured for silence, his finger pressed to his lips. Indeed, moments later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, the ground trembling underfoot. "Were they?" "Search everywhere." A cacophony erupted as a group of men in black suits pursued them. Lin Xiaolou marveled at the sudden influx of individuals. "I always suspected this man had reinforcements." Thus, Nan Gongyu hastily fled. "I recognized him as the heir of a third-rate enterprise, notorious for orchestrating abductions, just as he had done before, rallying a crowd for assistance. Is he truly so affluent as to employ such an entourage of bodyguards? Is this the norm among the affluent? Indeed, he is. Have you not noticed that these bodyguards possess subpar skills, lacking technique and resilience? They are nothing more than industry dregs, akin to street thugs, which is why they are so affordable. While others may hire a single professional bodyguard at a premium, he can afford a multitude. So why are you running?" Nan Gongyu chuckled. "Even if they are inept, they cannot withstand a war of attrition. I am merely flesh and blood, not forged from iron." It would be folly to engage in a brawl with them when I have myriad ways to eliminate him. What incantation did you utter earlier? A hasty command? Yu, with a touch of pride, revealed, I cast a misfortune curse upon him, one that brings calamity. Keep an eye on the financial news. In a few days, there shall be repercussions. If his enterprise survives, I shall not bear the surname Nangong. After a brief pause, Yu pretended to calculate, ensuring safety. Let's proceed. Returning to the parking lot, Yu found it indeed secure, encountering no pursuers along the way. He escorted the individual back to the rented accommodation, yet hesitated to bid farewell. Following this ordeal, their relationship naturally grew closer. In truth, Yu is quite an intriguing character. Eccentric, a tad unhinged, both ruthless and ostentatious. Befriending him is far from dull. How are you feeling now? Yu suddenly inquired, leaning in closely and gesturing to the wound on his face. Given my current state, you must have calmed down, no? What do you mean? Are you implying this injury was incurred on my behalf? Indeed it was. Had it not been to assuage your anger, would I allow those miscreants to strike my visage? Yu, clarify your words. He scratched his head, a cigarette perched between his fingers. Xiaolou, do you genuinely not comprehend? You urge us to compete fairly. Yet you invoke a myriad of conditions. Are you serious? You dare assert that? I cannot bear to hear it. Is that so? Therefore, you never took it seriously? Have you merely been performing for me these past few days? With a sigh, Yu responded, I assure you, the matter involving your young lady friend was not instigated by me. Of course, you would not believe me if I told you. I understand that you harbor resentment. Your animosity towards both him and me leaves no room for reconciliation. Even a fool can discern that you wish for us to engage in a bitter conflict. Knowing this, why persist? Is it not to quell your ire? Otherwise, would I be so unwell as to accompany you to the mountains to feed mosquitoes at such an hour? Whatever you say, we shall do, as long as it brings you peace. So, you, in here conspiring to mock me? A facade concealing genuine emotions. How could I ever have anticipated becoming friends with Yu? Lin Xiaolou scoffed. In truth, I never acted, nor do I fear your awareness. I am indifferent to whatever you choose. Indeed, you are akin to a fisherman casting a line, baited with a straightforward hook, and both he and I willingly bite. Isn't that rather exhausting? Yu, I actually hold you in high regard. Is it not acceptable to be friends? Yu extinguished his cigarette, pocketed his hands, and regarded him with a smile. It takes thousands of years to encounter a paragon like Pan, and after years of searching, I have finally found a Lin Xiaolou. Where else could I possibly find another? Thank you. Lin Xiaolou suddenly realized the extent of his own allure. Yu finally asked, have you calmed down? Can you give me a chance? Lin Xiaolou said nothing and turned to ascend the stairs. The dim light of the shabby room cast shadows as Lin Xiaolou stood by the window, gazing into the profound darkness of the night. Acting? Calming down? Huh. Conceited and self-assured. Where does that lead? Am I merely a plaything? Let us see who is truly toying with whom. When Yu received the phone call, he could scarcely believe his ears. Lin Xiaolou was inviting him to meet at a hotel. Each word was familiar, yet the sentence formed was utterly astonishing to him. Had Lin Xiaolou lost her mind? Even if she had, there was no way she would invite him to a hotel. With evidence in hand, Lin Xiaolou not only sent a message, but also attached a selfie. The man in the photo was strikingly handsome, clad in a simple white shirt that accentuated his fresh and refined demeanor, especially with one button undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his collarbone. The warm light of the hotel room perfectly illuminated his porcelain-like neck, making it irresistibly alluring. In the photo, Lin Xiaolou held a glass of wine, her gaze lowered, long eyelashes casting shadows over her dark eyes, lending her an air of melancholy. Yu, in a fit of disbelief, threw his phone down and began to prepare himself, changing his clothes and spritzing on some cologne before dashing out. He rushed to the upscale hotel, finding the door slightly ajar, and upon entering, he beheld the beautiful Lin Xiaolou. I'm here, he exclaimed, panting heavily. What's the matter, sweetheart? Lin Xiaolou turned her head to glance at him. Her brows furrowed as she continued to drink. What's wrong? Nan Gongyu gently took the wine from her, casually resting a hand on her shoulder. Drinking alone? Who upset our little Lu? It's a big deal. I'm here for you. Tell me, who made you angry? I'll take care of them. Huh? Who can you take care of? Lin Xiaolou retorted, turning her head, her eyes slightly reddened. Wan Jun, what about him? What happened? Nan Gongyu's throat tightened. He was being lewd with me. Lin Xiaolou slammed her glass down after finishing its contents. He undressed right in front of me, completely. Damn it. Nan Gongyu slammed his fist on the table, realizing his suspicions were correct. That scoundrel has no shame. And what else? He forced me to touch him. Nan Gongyu turned pale. You touched him? Lin Xiaolou bit her lip, feeling utterly wronged. He wouldn't let go of my hand. Damn it. Nan Gongyu was at a loss for words. The crux of the matter was, could he not express everything at once? What's more, his physique was absolutely magnificent. Chapter 54. To Kill or Despair. Lin Xiaolou poured herself another glass. I didn't want to, but he coerced me. He seduced me. Nan Gongyu snatched the glass away and gulped it down, his heart racing. Lin Xiaolou poured yet another glass. He insists that I like him. I want to argue loudly. But his bare appearance, Lin Xiaolou tugged at her hair. I don't know how to describe it. That pure, wild masculinity, that overwhelming, conquering virility, that primal, aggressively seductive allure. Nan Gongyu seized the glass once more, downing its contents. Damn it, this is adding fuel to the fire. Lin Xiaolou poured another glass. He wants to kiss me. He says he wants to kiss me to death. Nan Gongyu clutched his chest. Did you let him kiss you? Lin Xiaolou raised her glass. Nan Gongyu snatched it away, tilting his head back to drink. Just tell me if he kissed you or not. You're driving me crazy. Lin Xiaolou suddenly smiled and cast a flirtatious glance. How could that be? Of course, I'll give him a punch. Nan Gongyu let out a sigh of relief, smacking his lips and frowning. What kind of alcohol is this? Lin Xiaolou rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head in a playful manner. I made it myself. Is it tasty? The flavor is quite eclectic. What did you add? Green tea, fruit beer, soda, a hodgepodge of things. You're missing one ingredient. Nan Gongyu chuckled. Vodka. Oh, can you taste it? Nan Gongyu shook his head with a smile. Xiaolou, you lured me here, deliberately provoked me, and went through great lengths to make me drink. What do you intend to do? Guess. It wouldn't be drunken indiscretion, would it? Nan Gongyu loosened his tie, exhaling a breath of warmth. This drink is a bit intoxicating, but so what? You think you've uncovered my secret. Huh. Do you believe I fear vodka? Is that not the case? Nan Gongyu laughed heartily. Xiaolou, you're truly adorable. What you see isn't necessarily the truth. The eyes can deceive. That night at the bar, the handsome bartender offered a special cocktail, which Nan Gongyu declined, as it contained vodka. Lin Xiaolu's expression remained unchanged. So you were deceiving me then? Nan Gongyu smiled, tilting his head to admire Lin Xiaolu's face, which he found increasingly endearing. You tricked me into drinking, and I did, so what now? He affectionately rubbed the back of Lin Xiaolu's hand. I'm curious. What do you truly desire by pouring me drinks? What are your intentions next? Lin Xiaolou seized his restless hand, dragging him up from the chair, leading him step by step toward the bed. We shall find out soon enough. He pushed him down, knee pressing against the edge of the bed, leaning in to gaze intently. Nan Gongyu's heart raced wildly. He dared not think, yet could not help but wonder. Though he knew it was impossible, the tension of the moment was irresistibly alluring. Xiaolou, it's not what I'm thinking, is it? Nan Gongyu's voice was hoarse. Lin Xiaolu's fingertips glided across Nan Gongyu's cheek, trailing down to his tie, and with a swift motion, he yanked the tie off, wrapping it around both of Nan Gongyu's wrists. Nan Gongyu's Adam's apple bobbed. Lin Xiaolou bound him at the head of the bed and began to unbutton his shirt, one button, two buttons. Xiaolou, while I am quite excited, I am on top. I have always been on top. Lin Xiaolou caressed his cheek once more. Your word holds no authority. Very well. Nan Gongyu obediently lay down. It's fine if you're on top. As long as it's you, anything goes. Lin Xiaolou bestowed upon him a captivating smile, lifting his shirt just enough to tease, the pose incredibly enticing, and then took several photos from various angles. What's this for? Are you threatening me? That should warrant complete undress. What can this little bit threaten? Lin Xiaolou clicked send, tossing his phone aside, laughing with profound meaning. I certainly know that the eyes can deceive. That night, Peter handed you a special drink. It was to your first encounter. You've known each other for a while. How could he not know what you drink and what you avoid? He didn't even ask, just prepared a cocktail for you. How could there be a mistake? You instinctively accepted it, only to deliberately return it, claiming in front of me that he got it wrong. Who do you think you're fooling? There was vodka in it. You misled me on purpose, fearing that others wouldn't know your aversion to vodka. Putting on a show for whom? For me? Have you been wary of me from the very beginning? Is your nature inherently suspicious? Or have you simply never trusted me? Alas, the irony lies in the fact that intelligence can sometimes lead to one's own undoing. I understand what truly frightens you. Lin Xiaolou rose to fetch a drink. The concoction he had prepared himself, and forcefully poured it into Nan Gongyu's mouth, pinching his cheeks. What truly terrifies you is brandy, particularly apple brandy. Am I not correct? The liquid flowed hastily, spilling from the corners of his mouth and filling the air with its robust aroma. Nan Gongyu shook his head, growing increasingly dazed. He had underestimated the effects. He had thought that mere vodka would be easily manageable, even when bound. Yet now, intoxicated, his limbs felt utterly devoid of strength. Has the alcohol taken effect? Lin Xiaolou continued to pour, boasting of the richness of his mix. Vodka, brandy, and ergo too. Oh, and I added soda, copious amounts of it, ensuring you would be inebriated beyond measure. Coughing, Nan Gongyu shook his head. How did you know I couldn't handle brandy? Ah, was it Peter who informed you? Indeed, Lin Xiaolou replied with an innocent smile. Peter and I hit it off splendidly, and he divulged your little secret. As a return favor, I promised him a few of your risque bedside photos. I told him I would have my way with you, and he was incredulous. I assured him I could make you compliant, and he became quite excited. A few photographs exchanged for an intriguing secret. Ha 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 ha. Nan Gongyu laughed heartily. Truly, you are the one I adore, Xiaolou. I am utterly smitten with you. Come now, whether to kill or to maim, I am at your mercy. Nan Gongyu presented himself as one willing to sacrifice for love, believing that dying at your hands would be a worthy end. Don't you loathe me? Don't you seek revenge? Do as you wish. Even if you were to stab me, if I utter a cry of pain, I shall no longer be Nan Gongyu. Lin Xiaolou hummed, unfastening his shirt and then stripping off his pants. By this point, the alcohol had dulled Nan Gongyu's senses, rendering his vision of Lin Xiaolou increasingly blurred. Xiaolou, he clung to his remarkable willpower, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. You had best end me today. If you fail to do so, I shall ensure your demise. Fear you? Lin Xiaolou poured the last remnants of the drink directly onto his head, filling the room with the intoxicating scent of liquor. Finally, Nan Gongyu's eyes closed, his lips still murmuring, Xiaolou, I love you, oh, how I love you. Lin Xiaolou checked the tie once more, ensuring it was securely bound, then retrieved his phone to send a video. Wan Jun received the video, nearly dropping his phone in shock. The video featured only one person, his beloved Lin Xiaolou. The background revealed a hotel room, the bedside lamp casting suggestive shadows. Lin Xiaolou stared intently at the camera, beginning to unbutton his shirt. It was Wan Jun's favorite white shirt, simple yet exuding purity and desire. Lin Xiaolou, as if performing for Wan Jun himself, slowly unfastened each button. His fingers were long and graceful. He gazed into the lens, his eyes irresistibly alluring. After unbuttoning two, he paused, locking eyes with Wan Jun, caressing his fair, slender neck. At that moment, Wan Jun was utterly undone, wishing he could crush the phone screen in his fervor. Lin Xiaolou moved slowly, exuding an air of seduction, his lips curling slightly, and his beautiful eyes resembling black jewels. Then he unfastened the third button. Chapter 55, a scene from a dark past. Boom! Wan Jun felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, wishing he could reach through the screen and pull the person out. Lin Xiaolou paused after unbuttoning the third button, as if to say that a half-hidden allure is the most enticing. He made no further moves, merely locking eyes with Wan Jun through the lens. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. Not uttering a single word was far more captivating than any spoken phrase. Wan Jun fixated on the screen, his throat tightening. He was oblivious to Lin Xiaolou's intentions, his mind too clouded to think clearly. At that moment, Lin Xiaolou resembled a master of allure, ensnaring him with the most potent charm, leading him step by step. Lin Xiaolou, seemingly aware of his every vulnerability, smirked and slowly reclined before the camera. He lay on a spacious double bed, resting his head on one arm, while the other hand slid gently into his white shirt. Though concealed from view, it was evident to all what he was doing. Wan Jun's breath quickened, his fingertips turning white from gripping his phone tightly. Lin Xiaolou turned to face the camera, silently communicating with him. His hand emerged from his shirt, unfastening his pants. The scene froze, and Wan Jun erupted with emotion. Along with the video came a message. Opportunities come, but once, it's up to you to decide. Wan Jun dashed off, disregarding the truth of the situation. Intent only on seeing Lin Xiaolou immediately, he burst into the hotel, raced up the stairs, and kicked open the ajar door. The twilight cast a dim light in the room, where a figure was faintly discernible on the bed. Wan Jun barely had time to switch on the light before rushing to the bedside, overwhelmed by the strong scent of alcohol. How much had Lin Xiaolou drunk? Had he been intoxicated when filming that video? "Xiaolou," Wan Jun called out, and the person on the bed responded with a soft, alluring murmur. He nearly kissed him, but as he leaned closer, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The aura was wrong. The body felt different. This was not his Lin Xiaolou. Wan Jun flicked on the bedside lamp, flooding the room with light, revealing Nin.His face right before him. He recoiled in shock. How could it be him? Only then did he notice that Nin.His hands were bound to the headboard with a tie, his shirt wide open, and his neck marred with marks. Before leaving, Lin Xiaolou had left a trail of strawberries on Nin.His neck. To make matters worse, Wan Jun pulled back the covers to discover that Nin.His was missing his pants. In a fit of rage, Wan Jun slapped him, demanding, "Where's Xiaolou? What have you done to him? What did he do to you? What on earth happened between you two?" Nin.His, heavily intoxicated and fearful of brandy, was in a daze, floating in a haze. In the distance, he seemed to hear someone calling for Xiaolou, and a surge of emotion welled up in his mind. "Xiaolou. Xiaolou, I love you, I love you." "Damn it." Wan Jun slapped him again, his fury boiling over. "I ask you again, where's Xiaolou? What did you both do?" No one could blame Wan Jun for his outburst. Anyone who saw the two of them would surely conclude that something had transpired. "Xiaolou, I will kill you. I swear I'll kill you first." Wan Jun mounted the individual with fervor, delivering several resounding slaps, demanding, "Speak. Speak. Are you bullying him? Where is Xiaolou? My Xiaolou?" Nin.His, struggling to open his eyes, appeared dazed and disoriented, mindlessly repeating the name. "Xiaolou, Xiaolou. I love you, you wretched creature." In a fit of rage, Wan Jun unleashed a powerful punch, his strength unmistakable. The blow caused Nin.His to spurt blood, staining the pristine sheets with crimson droplets. Blinded by fury, Wan Jun's humanity seemed to fade away. The mere thought that Lin Xiaolou might have suffered a grievous fate ignited a desire within him to obliterate Nin.His. "Stop. Do not move." Several officers arrived, and in that moment, the sight of Wan Jun, with his iron fist raised and a fierce glare, painted him as a clear criminal in Uncle Hat's eyes. As Wan Jun was escorted into the police vehicle, he caught a glimpse of a figure across the street, tall and graceful, clad in a pure white shirt that exuded both innocence and allure. Lin Xiaolou flashed a smile and waved at him, observing the chaos with a sense of schadenfreude. At that moment, the truth became undeniable. Lin Xiaolou had timely reported to the authorities at a certain star-rated hotel in room No. X. Illegal activities are occurring on the bed, involving confinement, coercion, and violence. There are no limits to what can be imagined. Please hasten to rescue the victim. Wan Jun's eyes reddened with rage as he glared at Lin Xiaolou, until Uncle Hat forced him into the car. Nin.His, meanwhile, was carried onto the police vehicle, oblivious to the unfolding events, still murmuring, "Xiaolou, Xiaolou," the words binding, strawberry, no pants, mounted, assault, violence. And caught in the act, all coalesced into a narrative that made it exceedingly difficult for Wan Jun to exonerate himself. Following the routine questioning, sobriety checks, and a thorough examination of injuries, it was not until midday the next day that the dejected Wan Jun and the crestfallen Nangong, you finally emerge from the police station. Nangong, you spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Damn, you hit really hard. Taking advantage of someone in their vulnerable state. If I weren't drunk, I'd have knocked you out. Who do you think you could knock out? Wan Jun raturta, these fuli. You let yourself be captured while inebriated, and you're calling yourself talented." Nangong, you had no response. Indeed, it was a source of embarrassment, a moment that would forever be etched in his black history. He touched his swollen cheek, chuckling at the absurdity of their predicament. "Look at us, we've been played. Truly, Lin Xiaolou is my favorite." Though the scheme was hardly sophisticated, it felt as though they had both succumbed to some sort of enchantment, their intellects diminished. "Are you actually enjoying this?" Wan Jun frowned. "That mark on your neck wasn't just a hickey, was it? Do you think he could have gotten that close to me? He loathes us." Nangong, you tapped his heavy head. Strangely enough, his attitude makes him even more appealing. "I adore him. When I find him, I will end him." "Who do you think you will end? Do you take me for a ghost?" "I'll say it once more. Lin Xiaolou is mine. Dare to touch him, and you'll regret it. If anyone is to end him, it will be me." Nangong, you, feeling dizzy and severely injured, was disinclined to continue arguing with his adversary. Muttering, "You only have words. Fine, fine, fine. I can't be bothered to argue with you. We can't even find him. So who are you planning to end? If you're so capable, why don't you find him first?" He let out a tremendous yawn, vigorously shaking his head. "No, I must return to sleep. I absolutely detest brandy, especially apple brandy." Where was Lin Xiaolou at this moment? Naturally, he would not remain foolishly in place, waiting to be caught. He had long since departed the city, meandering through an ancient town in the south. He merely sought to vent some frustration for the time being. As for his next destination, he had yet to devise a plan. Lin Xiaolou strolled along the time-worn blue bricks, admiring the red walls and white tiles, taking leisurely steps, and embracing whatever came his way. Life, after all, is a series of unpredictable changes, and plans often fall short. For some inexplicable reason, he had felt as though he were being watched these past couple of days. Abruptly, he turned around. The town was bustling with tourists, all engrossed in capturing moments with their phones and cameras. Perhaps he was simply being overly sensitive. Click, click, click. "Mr. Yu, do you see this person you were searching for?" Nangong, you flipped through a stack of photographs with excitement. "Excellent, excellent. The angles are truly remarkable. They are beautifully captured. Engaging a professional truly yields high efficiency." With a gleeful rub of his hands, Nangong, you exclaimed, "Xiaolou, my dear, big brother is coming." Chapter 56, Silver Ring. Upon returning to his inn, Lin Xiaolou felt a persistent unease. His intuition warned him of danger, urging him to flee. Without hesitation, he promptly checked out the following morning. Nangong, you immediately set off, fearing that if he delayed even a second, Lin Xiaolou might escape. "Mr. Li, as per your instructions, I have relayed the information to Mr. Yu." He left. He departed immediately. As if in a rush, Wan Jun remarked, his gaze fixed on the individual in the photograph, the fire in his eyes threatening to burn a hole through the image. "Are you certain he was here?" "Absolutely. We are a professional team." Wan Jun skufa. "Aren't you afraid that Nangong you will return to settle the score with you? Why would he come after me?" The information I provided was not false. It merely lacked timely updates. What I gave Mr. Li was the most current version. Besides, the legs belonged to him. If he has fled, that cannot be blamed on me. The private investigator wore a sycophantic expression as the leading figure in the Li industry. "Mr. Li, you are a dragon among men. I am merely here to serve you." Wan Jun settled the payment and dismissed the investigator, then fixated on the photograph, extinguishing his cigarette with force. "Lin Xiaolou, you cannot escape." He picked up his phone and dialed a number. As spring gives way to summer, the snake should awaken. Help me take a bite out of someone. Nangong, you rushed to the ancient town upon disembarking from the plane, arriving at the inn only to find that Lin Xiaolou had already departed. Clutching the photograph, he pondered. This person, is he truly the one? Indeed, the innkeeper responded with a fleeting glance. That handsome young man made quite an impression on me. He left yesterday morning. Yesterday? A chill swept through Nangong you as he queried. Do you know where he went? Oh, I truly do not know. We receive many visitors here, coming and going. I have no time to ask each one. Dejected, Nan Gongyu stepped out of the inn, his spirits dampened as the sky seemed to darken ominously. He retrieved his phone and dialed. The other party answered immediately. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "He left yesterday. What kind of useless information did you provide? Are you toying with me? Oh, Mr. Yu, you are unjustly accusing me. The legs belong to him. We're not GPS systems and cannot provide real-time tracking. When I gave you the information, he was indeed there." Nan Gongyu took a deep breath, feeling a surge of impatience. Enough with the idle chatter. Find someone quickly, or you may as well close your office for good. Immediately. Yes, yes, yes. With a sigh directed towards the heavens, Nan Gongyu gripped his phone tightly, his fingertips turning white with anxiety, momentarily at a loss as to where to go. He took a couple of steps outside, but abruptly halted, turning back towards the inn. "I'll stay in the same room," he did. Entering the room previously occupied by Lin Xiaolou, he set down his luggage and immediately began to rummage through every corner. Cabinets, drawers, crevices, travel brochures, newspapers, magazines, stationery, and notes, leaving no stone unturned his quest for any potentially valuable information. Yet, despite searching even beneath the bed, he found nothing of merit. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he forced himself to calm his racing thoughts, contemplating whether to enlist his family's resources to find someone or to employ Taoist techniques to glimpse the secrets of fate. Just as uncertainty gripped him, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air from outside. "Fire! Fire!" Nan Gongyu instantly sprang to his feet. A fire? What a coincidence! Just as he lifted his leg to leave, a sudden wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over him, furrowing his brow. He contemplated casting a divination spell, but was interrupted by the cacophony outside. "Fire! Run!" The frenzied shouts echoed through the air, a chaotic rush of footsteps as guests bolted for the exits, causing the entire inn to tremble. Opening his door, Nan Gongyu stepped out to investigate. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, including the owner, all gazing at the two-story building, not a single spark in sight. "Where's the fire? Who shouted?" The owner bellowed, demanding answers. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, none knowing who had called out about a fire. In a state of panic, they had rushed out at the mere sound of alarm. "Nonsense. My fire safety inspection passed, all hazards eliminated. There's not even a whiff of smoke. I demand to know which one you saw fire. Where's the source?" It was no wonder the owner was furious. This inexplicable incident had left him drenched in cold sweat, not to mention the potential damage to his reputation. It was easy to predict that many guests would choose to check out after this debacle. Nan Gongyu quietly scanned the crowd, observing the guests' open mouths and expressions of confusion. This was no act. As he pondered the situation, his gaze suddenly lifted, and a sense of dread washed over him. He turned and dashed back inside, sprinting up the stairs, where the door stood wide open, just as he had left it. His suitcase leaned against the foot of the bed, precisely where he had left it, but he quickly noticed that the window was ajar. He was certain he had not opened it upon entering. Panic set in as he realized his bag, containing his identification, was missing. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted, leaping over the railing from the second floor and rushing out of the inn like the wind. "Is there a gust brewing? Was there someone just now?" the owner exclaimed, bewildered. Nan Gongyu ran breathlessly to the arch bridge, where the river below bubbled joyfully, traversing the ancient town. He looked up to see a man standing on the bridge, clad entirely in black, with a hood obscuring his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. The man had his hands in his pockets, and beside him lay Nan Gongyu's bag, carelessly perched on the bridge railing, poised to tumble into the depths below. Nan Gongyu approached cautiously, scrutinizing the figure. The young man was lean and exuded an aura of gloom, like a dense ink cloud, as if drawing closer would lead to his own engulfment. The man stirred, his hands slowly emerging from his pockets. He did not touch the bag. Instead, he lifted his hat, revealing his face. There was nothing particularly striking about the man's visage, slightly handsome, gaunt, and gloomy, with cold, unyielding eyes that betrayed no emotion. Yet, when those emotionless eyes fixated on someone, they resembled that of a serpent, a venomous snake. A chill surged through Nan Gongyu's feet, an indescribable sensation akin to being targeted by a poisonous reptile. The man's face and attire were unremarkable, yet his ensemble was undeniably eye-catching. Upon removing his hat and extending his hands, it became apparent that he was adorned with rings, a pair of silver hoops in his ears, a silver collar around his neck, and a pair of silver bangles on his wrists, with each hand sporting a silver ring. The symmetrical beauty of these 7 silver adornments was striking. Gazing at the collection of silver rings, Nan Gongyu was reminded of someone. Before he could fully comprehend, the man casually nudged, sending the bag tumbling into the river. Damn! Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Gongyu leapt into the water. Fortunately, the river was not swift. The bag had not drifted far. He grasped it tightly, inspecting it for damage, relieved to find the zipper intact. He turned and swam towards the shore. As he emerged, drenched and still shaking off the water from his hair and face, 2 officers approached him. Breathless, one of them pointed at Nan Gongyu, exclaiming, "It's him." He asked the murderer. To his astonishment, it was the owner of the guest house. Nan Gongyu furrowed his brow and retorted, "What are you talking about? Who has been murdered?" "It's you. You've killed someone. Someone died in my place, and it's your fault." "What nonsense! Nan Gongyu, is it? Please accompany us for a moment." The officer, resembling an uncle, handed him a pair of silver bracelets. "We'll discuss everything at the police station." Chapter 57. The Trap. Lin Xiaolou felt once more as if someone was watching him. He had changed locations, and the tourists were different, so what was going on? Was he truly being paranoid? "This individual is excessively vigilant. Our people dare not approach too closely," Wan Jun observed, scrutinizing the elegant figure in the photograph. Though at a distance, the features were not entirely clear, they still made his heart race. He meticulously examined the face in the picture, maintaining a safe distance to avoid startling him. "If he catches sight of you, your agency might as well shut down." Indeed, the private investigator nodded, sweating profusely. Each of them was a formidable ancestor. Failing to serve them well could lead to closure. The latest intelligence reached Wan Jun promptly, yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain. He had no intention of venturing out to apprehend anyone. Only a fool like Nan Gongyu would do such a thing, which was utterly futile. Intelligence is a valuable asset, though not everyone possesses it. Lin Xiaolou sat in a cafe, lost in thought. Recently, the sensation of being watched had dissipated. Perhaps he was simply overthinking. As he pondered his next destination, his phone suddenly vibrated, displaying the caller ID. Annoying neighbor. Lin Xiaolou's immediate reaction was to frown. This individual resided below him and was excessively meddlesome. Their mere voice was irksome. He composed himself, forced a smile, and answered the call. Before he could utter a greeting, the other person bellowed, "Your place is leaking." "What? Leaking? You soaked my ceiling. I knocked on your door for ages, but you weren't home. Where have you been? Have you gone away? Why didn't you check properly before leaving? Is the faucet not securely closed? No matter where you are, hurry back. Your place is rented, but mine is owned. How do you plan to account for the mess you've made in my house? Come back quickly. Otherwise, I will have to contact your landlord." The neighbor ranted like a machine gun, not allowing Lin Xiaolou a moment to interject. "Wait, slow down. What exactly happened?" "Oh, it's complicated. I'll send you a photo. Just wait." The neighbor soon sent a picture showing a large wet patch on the ceiling, evidence of the situation. "See? Am I lying to you? Hurry back to handle this and make any necessary compensation." Lin Xiaolou felt bewildered, meticulously recalling the scene before he left. Knowing his habits, he had surely checked everything. Could it be a burst pipe? "When will you return?" The neighbor pressed, "This is urgent. Hurry." Just as Lin Xiaolou was about to respond, he had a sudden thought. "Has anyone been looking for me these past few days?" The neighbor responded promptly, "Yes, 2 men, one in front and one behind. The same ones who were lurking around your place before, tall and quite handsome, left a strong impression." "Have they come recently?" "Oh, they haven't been around these last couple of days. They came a few days ago, knocked on the door, but couldn't get in. They were asking around, even inquired with me. I told them I didn't know where you were, and they left when they couldn't find you." "They haven't come back? Are you sure?" "Definitely not. We share a staircase, no elevator, so if someone came, I would have seen them." Lin Xiaolou felt a bit reassured and said he would rush back, reminding the neighbor, "If anyone else comes looking for me, no matter who they are, just say you don't know. Don't mention that I'm coming back. Otherwise, I'll be dancing on your ceiling every night." The neighbor laughed heartily. All right. I'll make sure. Hurry, the leak is getting worse, and my ceiling 1T weight. After hanging up, the neighbor nodded. Did I answer well? Was I thorough? Wan Jun exhaled a puff of smoke. Not bad. The man rubbed his hands together. See, I followed your instructions. I'll be back soon. For your sake. I sacrificed my perfectly fine ceiling. What about the promise you made me? Wan Jun raised his hand to transfer money, and the man received it in an instant. 100,000. The man beamed, his face glowing with excitement. You truly are a person of your word. I love dealing with someone like you. Wan Jun sneered. If you dare to inform him, don't think that just this ceiling will be your consequence. I'll tear down the whole house. No, absolutely not. We must maintain integrity. If we deceive, let us do it right without hesitation. Nangonyu entered the police station for the first time, only understanding the situation when Uncle Hat began the interrogation. Take a good look. Do you recognize this person? What is your relationship with her? Uncle Hat held up a photo of a young woman in her 20s, with delicate features. Nangonyu shook his head. I don't know her. I've never seen her. Be honest. Uncle Hat reprimanded sternly. Think carefully before you speak. This is your chance to confess and receive leniency. We want to arrest anyone without evidence. You have an opportunity, so seize it well. I'll ask you again. What is your relationship with her? When was the last time you saw her? Nangonyu chuckled, rubbing his fingers together. Could you spare a cigarette? Even suspects possess human rights. One cannot be overly harsh. And smoking is permissible within certain limits. Uncle Hat handed him a cigarette and even lit it for him. Nangonyu took a puff, frowned. This cigarette is too harsh. Unpleasant to smoke. Hey, Uncle Hat glared. Nangonyu leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. At the very least, could you tell me her name? Perhaps I might not remember her face, but a name might leave an impression. The two uncles exchanged glances. Zhu Wanwan. Does that ring a bell? Nangonyu pondered for a moment, shook his head, and confirmed, absolutely not familiar. The uncle took a deep breath. You claim not to know her. How do you explain the bloodstains in your room? Nangonyu feigned innocence. Blood in the room? Where? I just checked in today and didn't examine thoroughly. Where are the bloodstains? On the floor, right in the center of your room. Glaringly obvious. You claim not to have seen it? I truly didn't. Perhaps it was left by someone after I left? I went out to look for my bag. You can check the surveillance. Do you think we Haven checked? Uncle Hat scoffed coldly. Zhu Wenwen has been missing for 3 days. Through DNA testing, the blood on your floor matches Zhu Wenwen's. How do you explain that? Nangonyu deduced that the blood belonged to the woman in the photo. Otherwise, Uncle Hat wouldn't have deemed him a suspect. However, there's a problem. The timing doesn't align. I just arrived here today, and you say she has been missing for 3 days. The timeline doesn't match. Uncle Hat seemed to have anticipated his response, as if to say, did we not consider this? We reviewed the surveillance from the guest house shortly after you checked in. A woman entered right after you. She was wearing the floral dress Zhu Wenwen had on the day she went missing, and her long straight hair and silhouette closely resembled Zhu Wenwen's. A silhouette? Nangonyu seized upon this point, so the surveillance only captured her back. Not a frontal view? This indeed presents flawed evidence. Uncle Hat continued. In addition to the surveillance, we also have eyewitness testimony. The guest house owner can confirm that shortly after you ascended the stairs, a young woman entered. He saw her face, and it was indeed Zhu Wenwen. Uncle Hat tapped the table, emphasizing, if the guest house owner indeed saw Zhu Wenwen and her blood appears in your room, yet thereafter she is absent from the surveillance. Where has she gone? Or rather, where have you hidden her? Chapter 58. Let us see where you run. The implication from Uncle Hat was clear. You killed her. Where's the body? Though they couldn't state it outright yet. Nangonyu smiled. No wonder the uncle had listed him as the prime suspect. The matching dress in the surveillance, the similar silhouette, the owner's testimony, the blood on the floor. All these factors combined undeniably pointed to him as the primary suspect. I wish to see the body. I too wish to know where she is. How did she evade the surveillance? I kindly ask you to exert more effort in your search. Nangonyu, don't get too smug. The young officer slammed the table. I advise you to come clean. Don't harbor any illusions. An experienced officer beside him restrained his colleague. Now, think carefully. Bloodstains do not appear out of thin air. If you recall anything unusual, you must tell us. You are correct. I wish to see the body. We will investigate further. Nangong truly wished to avoid a confrontation with the police, for this predicament was not of their making. At this juncture, it was abundantly clear that he had been ensnared by someone. Who else could have orchestrated such a trap? They both knew the answer all too well. I am parched. Could you bring me a cup of tea? Nangong did not cry out in desperation or protest his innocence. Rather, he maintained a remarkable composure, requesting not plain water, but tea, preferably of good quality. Uncle Hat had long since lost his temper. In their eyes, Nangong resembled a highly intelligent criminal, possessing exceptional psychological fortitude, calmness, and a chilling demeanor. Such individuals are the most formidable adversaries. The tea was promptly served, yet upon taking a sip, Nangong grimaced, evidently displeased with the quality of the leaves. Given his wealth and status, he was accustomed to the finest teas, each worth its weight in gold. He had never indulged in such ordinary blends. With a face full of disdain, he nevertheless bore the discomfort and finished the tea, subsequently gazing blankly at the cup. To Uncle Hat, it appeared as though he was lost in thought, staring at the cup. But what lay within it besides the tea leaves? After a prolonged examination, and to the astonishment of the two officers, Nangong reached into the cup and extracted a handful of tea leaves. The officers exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was he doing? They remained silent, observing intently as Nangong spread the leaves across the small table before him, rearranging them while muttering incantations and occasionally gesturing as if calculating something with his fingers. The two officers were left pondering. Did he suffer from some mental ailment? Finally, Nangong gathered the leaves, sighed, rubbed his fingers together, and one of the officers instinctively offered him a cigarette, lighting it as per routine. He grimaced again, finding it difficult to smoke. After taking a couple of deep puffs, he extinguished the cigarette and finally spoke. Regardless, I cannot escape this fate. Be patient. In 10 days, at most half a month, this matter will resolve itself. Are you suggesting that the body will be found in 10 days? Nonsense. Nangong could not contain his expletive. The individual in question was not dead at all. Just wait and see. When the time comes, this Zhu fellow will reveal himself. Having calculated his own fortune, he concluded that his previous unease was merely an indication that he was destined to face this tribulation. There was no evading it. He would undoubtedly endure these 10 days of confinement. Fortunately, the impending storm would prove less severe than anticipated. In due time, the predicament would unravel. Accepting his fate, he resolved not to struggle any longer, but to lie back and endure. While Nangong lay at ease, Uncle Hat was left in a state of vexation, questioning whether this man was unwell or if he had committed a crime of passion. Was there any psychological evaluation report? A crescent moon hung in the sky. Sharp as a scythe, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped into an old residential building, clad in a duckbill cap and a black mask, ensuring to conceal their identity. Ascending to the third floor, they surveyed the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. Removing the mask revealed Lin Xiaolou's handsome visage. After thoroughly scanning the area, he retrieved his keys and quietly unlocked the door, entering without daring to switch on lights. He illuminated the floor with his phone, searching for any signs of water. The room was eerily silent, devoid of any sound of dripping water. Had a pipe burst? He meticulously searched with his phone, discovering the floor to be completely dry. Could it be that all the water had already drained away? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Lin Xiaolou, prompting him to flee. But alas, it was too late. As the chilling wind suddenly arose, a shadow darted forth like a leopard, striking a person against the door with a single powerful hand. Lin Xiaolou found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had underestimated this assailant and had fallen into his trap. Run. Let us see where you think you can escape. Wan Jun's voice was deep, each word escaping his lips with a measured intensity. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, leaving Lin Xiaolou exposed. He was pinned firmly against the door, his handsome face drained of color, teeth clenched in silence. Wan Jun gazed at Lin Xiaolou's captivating visage, questioning. Darling, are you enjoying yourself? Is this exhilarating? Is playing with me amusing? I initially intended for you to frolic outside for a few more days. but I cannot help but feel tormented by your absence. I am desperate to see you. Is that what you desire, my demise? If you wish to catch me, be my guest, but can you truly ensnare me? Lin Xiaolou retorted with a cold smirk. Oh yes, I find it delightful, amusing, and utterly exhilarating. I am toying with you, what of it? He was defiant, yet undeniably charming. Wan Jun, unable to resist, caressed Lin Xiaolou's face, his rough fingertips gliding over smooth skin, provoking a shiver. Do not touch me. Lin Xiaolou forcefully pushed him away. Wan Jun's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity as he pressed Lin Xiaolou against the door once more. Darling, you misunderstand. I have never truly taken you seriously, for I cannot bear the thought of losing you. The primal essence of Wan Jun radiated warmth against Lin Xiaolou's pale cheek. I am fully aware of the deceptions, yet I willingly succumb to them because I love you. I will endure every trap, all because I am utterly infatuated with you. Lin Xiaolou clenched his jaw, remaining silent. But you are like a slippery fish, always slipping away at the slightest opportunity, determined to evade my grasp. I yearn to pursue you earnestly, to embody the ideal gentleman, but to no avail. You exploit my affections, and if I continue to play the gentleman, I shall never possess you. Why endure such torment? I shall cast aside the facade of propriety and embrace my wild instincts. I will seize you, and that will be the end of it. Why should I continue to suffer, sleepless and restless, toiling away for your affection, when you will not even glance my way? Lin Xiaolou stared at Wan Jun, sensing something amiss. He was no fool. What was Wan Jun planning? Darling, let me reiterate. I am enamored with you. I love you. I long for you. I am driven to madness. Since you refuse to relent, do not blame me. Lin Xiaolou regarded him warily, questioning his intentions. Would this beast truly force himself upon him here? Memories of their last night together flooded back, when Wan Jun had already overstepped boundaries. Had he not fought with every ounce of strength, he would have been completely devoured that night. Just as Lin Xiaolou felt the tension rise, Wan Jun unexpectedly released him. It is getting late. Rest well. I grant you one more night of freedom, but tomorrow you shall move into my home. Dream on. Lin Xiaolou retorted incredulously. You think you can just order me around? Wan Jun dismissed the argument, pulling out his phone and displaying a video. As the screen turned towards Lin Xiaolou, the clip began to play. In an instant, Lin Xiaolou was frozen in shock, for the video depicted him slowly undressing, each button being unfastened. His face turned towards the camera, enchanting and beguiling. This is the captivating, self-recorded video of Wan Jun, a half-undressed spectacle that is truly enthralling, particularly at the end. When he reclines on the bed, the allure reaches its zenith. Despite his not being completely undraped, the ambience remains indescribably exquisite. Lin Xiaolou is left astounded, unable to fathom that Wan Jun has retained this video. How could he have forgotten about it? I watch it daily, repeatedly, unable to satiate my curiosity. Wan Jun's gaze, fixated on the screen, is mesmerizing. You tease me incessantly, driving me to the brink, and I never anticipated your boldness. Silence. Lin Xiaolou retorts. Her cheeks flushed. Wan Jun raises an eyebrow. Imagine if I were to project this video onto billboards throughout the city, looping on enormous screens. Wouldn't the entire town go wild? Lin Xiaolu's chest heaves with indignation. Are you threatening me? How you choose to interpret the word threat is up to you. It could also be perceived as a frenzied act born from unrequited love. Wan Jun steps closer, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. Xiaolou, I never intended to corner you, but I cannot allow myself to be driven to despair. I am akin to a drowning man, and you are my only lifeline. To survive, I must cling to you. He pauses, letting out a deep sigh, his tone both passionate and fierce. Come to my side, and I shall give you anything you desire. Should you refuse, let me remind you, pushing me to madness may provoke me to take desperate measures. Long after Wan Jun departs, Lin Xiaolou remains in a daze. Cursed be this memory. How could she have forgotten about the video? She had unwittingly handed him the very weapon that could lead to her demise. What foolishness! Exhausted from her flight, Lin Xiaolou feels too weary to process her emotions. She barely manages to take a shower before collapsing onto her bed, her eyelids heavy, yet her mind remains tumultuously restless. Countless thoughts flit through her mind, absurd, frantic, even terrifying, but she cannot grasp any of them. Wan Jun's threat looms ominously, no matter how nonchalant she tries to appear. She is still concerned about her dignity. Lin Xiaolou does not doubt the depths of Wan Jun's madness. He is no ordinary man. As dawn breaks, she still cannot devise a method for self-preservation. If she values her dignity, she must disregard her well-being. If she wishes to preserve her virtue, she must forsake her pride. This is a deadlock, an enigma with no resolution. The quiet streets gradually awaken, with vehicles coming and going and voices rising. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Xiaolou slowly closes her eyes. Sleep beckons, and even the gravest matters can wait until morning. Meanwhile, Nangongyu endures a night of torment. How can one find rest in a police station? As the illustrious heir of the Nanjing Enterprise, it is unimaginable for him not to awaken in a grand room on a luxurious bed, or at the very least, a high and comfortable mattress. When has he ever suffered such indignity? That dilapidated inn in the ancient town was hardly worthy of his presence. And the worst treatment he had previously endured was sleeping on the floor of Lin Xiaolu's shabby rented room. Thinking of Lin Xiaolou, his heart aches. He would endure any hardship for her, even falling into a pit or being detained. Yet he has not even laid eyes on her. What troubles him most is his deep concern for her safety. Wan Jun is treacherous, cunning, and capable of employing any underhanded tactics. Initially, he intended to capture her, but now he fervently hopes she remains as far away as possible from Wan Jun. May she never fall into his clutches. He can scarcely imagine the consequences should Lin Xiaolou find herself in Wan Jun's hands. Regrettably, he finds himself ensnared in a predicament distant by 1,000 miles, unable to extend a hand for rescue. Uncle Hat is also quite vexed. All evidence points towards Nangongyu, and based on their investigative experience, they surmise that Zhu Wenwen has likely met with misfortune, yet the issue lies in the absence of a body. Naturally, they will delve into Nangongyu's background, but the deeper they probe, the more perplexed they become. Nangongyu is the sole legitimate heir of the Nanjing Corporation, colloquially known as the Crown Prince. The Nanjing Corporation wields significant influence not only locally, but also nationally and even internationally. How could such a scion of affluence be linked to Zhu Wenwen? Nangongyu merely advises patience, exhibiting a demeanor impervious to pressure, yet one cannot afford to wait in a murder investigation. He claims that within a fortnight, the deceased will reveal herself, a statement met with skepticism. Nangongyu stands as the primary suspect, yet the police, after extensive inquiry, uncover no connection between him and Zhu Wenwen. There exists no evidence suggesting they were ever acquainted, nor any photographs capturing them together. Zhu Wenwen is a local, while Nangongyu is visiting this small town for the first time. Their paths have never crossed, and they are entirely unfamiliar with one another. Could it be that Nangongyu committed a crime of passion, killing Zhu Wenwen upon their initial meeting? Such logic falters, thus necessitating an exploration of the purpose behind Master Nangong's visit. Your presence here is to seek this individual, is it not? Uncle Hat clutches a photograph of the handsome Lin Xiaolou, the object of Nangongyu's affection. Pray tell, what is your relationship with him? What is it you seek from him? What secrets lie between you? Upon seeing the photograph, Nangongyu's facade of indifference shatters. What reason do you have to investigate him? This matter bears no connection to him whatsoever. Calm down. You are indeed here because of him, aren't you? The moment you arrived, an incident occurred in the very room you are occupying, coincidentally the same room he once inhabited. How can you claim there is no connection? Nangongyu struggles to suppress his anger. Yes, I came to find him, but prior to my arrival, he had already checked out. There was no blood on the floor at that time. How could it possibly relate to him? Coincidentally, when Zhu Wenwen went missing, Lin Xiaolou was present in the ancient town. What do you imply? Lin Xiaolou, is it? Perhaps you might enlighten us as to why he came here and why you're so eager to find him. What hidden secrets do you share? Nangongyu yearns to smash something. If this were at Nanjing Corporation, someone would have already faced his wrath. Yet, who is his interlocutor? Moreover, To anyone observing, Zhu Wenwen is akin to a victim, and the police will undoubtedly pursue every lead without exception. Exhaling deeply, Nan Gongyu regains his composure and meets the gaze of Uncle Hat. I am enamored with him. I am pursuing him. That is the nature of our relationship. Uncle Hat, taken aback, realizes that the police had not previously scrutinized Nan Gongyu's orientation, but upon investigation, it becomes apparent that the Crown Prince of Nanjing Corporation is inherently inclined towards men, engaging exclusively in male relationships, without any prior romantic entanglements with women. Uncle Hat struggles to contain his astonishment, for this revelation eliminates the possibility of a crime of passion driven by lust. In the majority of female victim cases, lust and violence are inextricably linked, with many crimes rooted in such primal instincts. If Nan Gongyu were entirely disinterested in women, then his motive for murdering Zhu Wenwen would be even more untenable. However, if the murderer is not Nan Gongyu, how can one account for the bloodstains within the room? With no greed for wealth, no lust for beauty, and devoid of past grievances, what could possibly be the motive for such a heinous act? Why does this case become increasingly enigmatic with each investigation? Chapter 60. How could a wolf not consume flesh? When Lin Xiaolou opened his eyes again, dusk had already descended, and he realized he had slept an entire day. Rising from his slumber, he brewed himself a cup of coffee. Refreshed and with a clear mind, he began to contemplate his predicament calmly. Lin Xiaolou was not one to be crushed by overwhelming circumstances. He never wallowed in self-pity or lamented his fate. His very essence was to confront challenges head-on. Yet, how long could he endure this? On the surface, he was ensnared by Wan Jun, caught between dire choices. Yet even if the sky were to fall, there would always be a sliver of hope. This is what it means to believe in a way out of despair. Confronting Wan Jun directly was unwise. He needed to engage his intellect. As he pondered, a spark ignited in his eyes. Wan Jun, professing his undying love, seemed more like an old rogue masquerading as a pure-hearted warrior. Thus, he decided to exploit the very word love to his advantage. To have a sincere conversation with Wan Jun about it. At precisely 8 o'clock, Wan Jun opened the door to find Lin Xiaolou standing there. Having immersed himself in the situation, Wan Jun's expression was impassive, yet upon closer inspection, one could see his chest rising and falling uncontrollably, his fingertips trembling with excitement. What was the meaning of this? Blocking the entrance like a sentinel, refusing to let him in? Lin Xiaolou feigned turning away, declaring, "If you want tea, let me in. I shall take my leave." Wan Jun swiftly pulled him inside, pinning him against the door. "You're certainly under my control now, aren't you? Let go." "Never." Wan Jun hoisted him from the door and enveloped him in a tight embrace, as if cradling a priceless treasure, squeezing the breath from his lungs. "Xiaolou, you have finally arrived. Do you have any idea how long I have waited for you? A day. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. I began waiting from a morning. No, from last night. No, from the very moment I fell in love with you." With profound affection, Wan Jun exclaimed, "I knew you would come. How shameless can you be? Have you forgotten your memory? Let me go." After a firm squeeze, Wan Jun finally released him, taking his hand and leading him further inside. "I have prepared a feast, all your favorite dishes. If you claim you have already eaten, I shall not accept that." "Ugh." Lin Xiaolou clutched his chest. "Have you taken the wrong medicine, or perhaps not at all? Can't you converse like a normal person?" "Oh, why not?" Wan Jun, unable to resist, pinched his cheek playfully. "I adore your mouth. If you keep talking, I might just bite you." Lin Xiaolou ceased his banter, plopping down to eat, grabbing his chopsticks eagerly. Wan Jun, ever attentive, peeled shrimp for him with practiced ease, as if it were his destined role. With Wan Jun's diligent care, Lin Xiaolou did not refuse the hospitality, and they shared the meal in perfect harmony, as though the previous night's tension had never transpired. Once sated, Lin Xiaolou tossed his chopsticks aside, wiped his mouth, and said, "Now what is it you desire? Be with me." "Impossible." Lin Xiaolou replied calmly. "If not that, perhaps you could propose other demands. Work harder, become a beast of burden. I simply wish for you to be my wife." "Damn it." Lin Xiaolou did not curse. He merely chuckled and shook his head, repeating his stance. "Impossible." Wan Jun also smiled, asking why he was even here. You are well aware of my desires. If you refuse to acquiesce, what brings you here? Wan Jun's smile grew colder, indicating that mere stalling tactics would not work on him. You only mentioned I should move in. You said nothing more, did you? Lin Xiaolou blinked innocently, appearing particularly earnest. If you genuinely wish for me to move in, I can do so. Look, I've even brought my luggage. But I shall only occupy the guest room. We shall maintain our boundaries. If you agree, I will settle in at once. Jun lauga Flirted. Are you attempting to play games with me? Pretending to be oblivious? Do you take me for a fool? Some things are left unsaid, yet you should comprehend my intentions. I desire you. What more is there to discuss? Am I to engage in a platonic relationship with you, living and sharing space? With you constantly before me, while I am to restrain my impulses? Do you believe I'm so easily swayed? Have you ever witnessed a wolf abstaining for flesh? You think my affection is mere words? When I profess my love, I mean it sincerely, both in mind and body. I wish to share sweetness with you, and to create storms together. To love you truly is to possess you entirely. Do you understand? Lin Xiaolou remained calm, unperturbed by the ravenous desire in the wolf's eyes. He smirked. Why not simply admit you're a pervert? Spare me the declarations of love and the facade of a lovesick fool. Just admit you want me. What's all this talk about love? You're merely a rogue, craving the physical without the pretense. What did you say? He retorted. Are you implying that my desire to touch you equates to being a rogue, while abstaining signifies true love? Lin Xiaolou offered no reply, merely casting a knowing glance, inviting him to discern the meaning. How intriguing, truly fascinating, Wan Jun mused, crossing his arms and studying Lin Xiaolou for a moment. Fine, let be as you say. Go take a shower and turn in early afterward. Is it really that easy to persuade you? Lin Xiaolou pondered, though he did not linger, turning to grab his clothes and heading into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. Outside, Wan Jun's languid voice called out, Don't get too busy. That lock is as good as non-existent. I could kick it down with ease. Lin Xiaolou rolled his eyes and thought it best to wash quickly. Wan Jun spoke the truth. That door would not withstand a determined beast. After hastily washing, Lin Xiaolou slipped into the guest room, familiar with his surroundings, diving under the covers, taking each day as it came. As night deepened, a slender crescent moon rested on the eaves. A soft click of the door lock echoed as the door creaked open slightly. Lin Xiaolou furrowed his brow, jolted from a light sleep, only to find a looming figure above him. Before he could react, he was pinned beneath the weight of an impending mountain. Wan Jun, damn it, get off me, leave. A low, menacing chuckle resonated in the dimness. Lin Xiaolou, do you truly believe I can be so easily deceived? You presume that a few words can dismiss me? How naive of you. Do you think mere provocation will deter me? If words alone could suffice, I would have been dealt with long ago. So why the charade earlier? Seeing your cleverness, I shall indulge you and play along for a while. Moreover, if I do not acquiesce to your words, you will not simply comply either. Jun, you are indeed a cunning wolf. It is no lie, and I have not concealed my feelings. How many times must I express my desire for you before you heed my words? Wan Jun seized the moment and began to savor the encounter, contemplating whether to bite my neck or shoulder. Perhaps a kiss might suffice to render me breathless? How infuriating! Lin Xiaolou struggled desperately, challenging Wan Jun to release her for a fair duel. Wan Jun chuckled softly, noting that bravery and the act of letting go are not synonymous. There is no need for a duel. Soon you shall discover whether your husband possesses courage. Chapter 61. If you cannot offer affection, then surrender your body to me. Wan Jun lunged forward, engaging in fervent kisses that left Lin Xiaolou utterly defenseless. If this continued, she would be reduced to mere remnants. Lin Xiaolou fought with all her strength, every strand of hair screaming in protest. What difference is there between this and assault? I do not like you, no, not at all. Do not touch me. Wan Jun was pierced by her repeated declarations of dislike, a profound ache blossoming within him. His eyes turned crimson, and he grasped Lin Xiaolou's jaw tightly, his voice husky and primal. Who do you think you're fooling? You clearly harbor feelings for me. Why deny it? Are you lost in a dream? I do not like you at all, so why should I admit to anything? That evening, in the bathroom, You undeniably felt something for me. I cannot be mistaken. Your heart was stirred. Wan Jun held Lin Xiaolou tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline, declaring that he would not believe her claims of indifference. Xiaolou, speak the truth. Do you not like me, even just a little? Any flicker of emotion counts as affection. Surely you feel something for me? Tell me, you must admit that a fragment of liking exists, does it not? Speak, please. What is there to say? Lin Xiaolou retorted. I am straight. I am unequivocally straight. Their eyes locked in a charged moment, the air thick with tension. That night, Lin Xiaolou's flustered heart became Wan Jun's lifeline, and he would not let go, for it represented all his hope. He trusted his instincts, believing he could not be mistaken, unless, of course, Lin Xiaolou was deliberately deceiving him, luring him into a trap. Lin Xiaolou's strategy was hardly sophisticated, even blunt, yet that slight, ambiguous stir of affection was enough to cloud Wan Jun's reason. That fleeting sensation was his antidote, but if it were a mere illusion, a fabrication, it would spell his doom. In that instant, Wan Jun's gaze shifted, taking on an ominous intensity. Having been toyed with, confined, and pressured about whether he had violated that imbecile Nan Gongyu, a fiery hatred surged within him, previously suppressed. The bitterness that had weighed upon him, driven by hope, now became a torrent of resentment, consuming him entirely. Very well, if you claim to feel nothing. Let us discuss something else. Wan Jun's voice turned frosty. Your trickery cannot simply be overlooked. Thanks to you, I nearly kissed Nan Gongyu, and the thought of such an act would haunt me for years. Wan Jun, a man of vengeance, never hesitates to settle scores. No one dares to play tricks on him. Those who attempt have invariably faced his wrath. I have long known your whereabouts and refrained from taking action out of restraint. With a cold smirk, Wan Jun remarked, I have been courteous to you, but do you truly believe I lack temper? You have entered the den of wolves, yet you expect them to transform into sheep? If you dislike me, so be it. Since I cannot have your affection, I shall not force it. We need not speak of feelings. Let us discuss compensation instead. It is due to you that I found myself in prison for the first time in my life. Treated as a pariah by all, with everyone believing I assaulted that fool. How shall we settle this debt? You are the first to dare toy with me, and yet remain unscathed. Since you cannot offer love, then you shall compensate me with your body. As he spoke, Wan Jun leaned in to kiss, his intentions clear and unyielding. His strength was formidable, rendering Lin Xiaolou's feeble struggles utterly futile. Being overwhelmed was merely a matter of moments. At this juncture, words held no power. Wan Jun was resolute. Lin Xiaolou could discern that Wan Jun was genuinely enraged, having thoroughly provoked a wild beast. Wan Jun, do not act this way. Do not be impulsive. Wan Jun feigned deafness, pressing against Lin Xiaolou while biting down, leaving multiple crimson marks. In pain and fury, Lin Xiaolou resorted to his ultimate tactic, fiercely tugging at Wan Jun's hair, managing to create a slight distance. Must you compel me to tie you up? Wan Jun's eyes blazed with anger, his breath heavy. If you do not release your grip, I shall bind you and have my way. Startled, Lin Xiaolou relaxed his grip, shifting to grasp Wan Jun's collar. Do not act recklessly. You claim to love me. How will you prove it? What? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaolou pressed on. Did you not profess your love for me? You speak of it often. How will you substantiate it? You are merely lusting after my body, behaving like a rogue, and forcing yourself upon me at the slightest disagreement. How can you dare claim to love me? If I truly love someone, I would not treat them this way. Are you attempting to use that same old rhetoric on me? Wan Jun skufakuldi. Do you think your trifling words can deceive anyone? Is abstaining from physical contact the true essence of love? Are those in genuine love merely platonic? I never said that. But if you wish to be with me, to court me, should you not demonstrate some tangible actions? Lin Xiaolou, do you have the audacity to say such things? I have sought your favor. Approach you with caution. For your sake, I refrain from fighting. You have manipulated me and Nan Gong into a chaotic rivalry, while you gallivant with other women, deceiving me time and again. Because of you, I was publicly humiliated, forced into a police car, an embarrassment I had never endured before, and even then, I did not harm you. I should have broadcast your indiscretions across the streets. I have endured so much preparing a grand feast for you, filled with your favorite dishes, peeling shrimp, and pouring wine, all while treating you with kindness. Have I truly been this subservient, and yet you claim I do not love you? If it were not for my love, would I allow you to ride on my shoulders? If it were not for my deep affection, would I compete with that fool Nang on you for your attention? I have never chased after anyone before. It has always been others pursuing me. And still, you dare to say I do not love you? Lin Jun's declaration, enveloped in a tempest of fury, pierced Lin Xiaolou's heart like a sharp blade. Lin Xiaolou's eyes were red, an ambiguous mix of anger and grievance. Why would I toy with you? Why am I doing this? Don't you have any self-awareness? Have I ever seduced you or play hard to get? I've consistently declared my heterosexuality, rejecting you from the very beginning. It is you who stubbornly fails to comprehend my words. Were it not for your relentless pursuit, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures. I merely wished to pursue a romantic relationship, yet you two have conspired to disrupt it. Shouldn't I be enraged? Shouldn't I feel hatred? Who do I turn to for reason? Lin Xiaolou pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. Between us lies a tangled mess, and neither party can claim to be the victim. Wan Jun despised himself, unable to contain his heartache at the sight of Lin Xiaolou's tears. Despite the fury within him, it was extinguished by a mere glimmer of her tears. He found himself wanting to embrace Lin Xiaolou, whispering softly, "It's all my fault. Please don't be angry." "All right, what do you propose? How can I prove my feelings to you? What do you wish for me to do?" Lin Xiaolou raised her hand to wipe away her tears, declaring a month of abstinence. "What?" She responded incredulously. "Don't you love me? If you can abstain for a month, I will believe you." Chapter 62. A Turn of Tides, the Ultimate Showdown. Wan Jun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiaolou, seemingly contemplating the truth of her words. Her eyes, glistening with tears, met his unwaveringly. What did a few words at the dinner table amount to? He could hardly expect to intimidate Wan Jun with such feeble words. He was far from naive. He had come prepared, with strategies firmly in mind. This was merely a prelude. Wan Jun, like a fierce seafood, seemed unable to endure even 3 days of abstinence, let alone a month. He was leveraging the very thing that Wan Jun found most unbearable. If forced to choose between face and desire, Wan Jun could only select one. "A month is impossible," Wan Jun firmly rejected. "I know my own body well. Agreeing to your terms would be mere pretense. A month of abstinence? You might as well kill me. Then there is nothing to discuss?" Lin Xiaolou was not surprised by this outcome. The corners of her lips barely contained a smirk. "Then let me go. If you truly love me, refrain from uttering such words again. Let's part ways amicably." "Huh? Is this your master plan?" Lin Jun skufa. "Lin Xiaolou, you always overestimate your cleverness. Have you forgotten whose territory this is?" Wan Jun leaned closer, squinting at her with a mix of mockery and menace. "You dictate the rules and set the terms? On what grounds? Even in signing a contract, both parties must negotiate. You alone cannot dictate this matter." Lin Xiaolou had not expected Wan Jun to comply willingly. She was fully prepared for a struggle. "So what do you intend?" "I intend to claim you right now." Wan Jun chuckled, "But I cannot. If you could offer me a glimmer of hope, even a lie, I would have no choice but to seize it." Wan Jun wore a self-deprecating smile, realizing he had fallen for her. With a sigh, he conceded, 5 days. I can endure for no more than 5 days. 20 days. 8 days. Half a month." A dangerous glimmer flickered in Wan Jun's eyes. "You still do not comprehend whose territory this truly is. I am holding on to my utmost patience, desperately suppressing the desire to end you, just to have a proper conversation with you. I am willing to converse with you, yet it does not imply that I am compelled to do so. Even if this were a mere game, it would not be dictated solely by you." Wan Jun drew closer, gently caressing his fair cheek, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous infatuation. "My dear, you have 2 choices. Either comply with my terms or face dire consequences. You may choose not to decide, for I am more inclined towards the latter. Why prolong this game? I wish to end you tonight." Wan Jun was not jesting. The gravity in his gaze was unmistakable, reflecting a ravenous desire. He had no intention of sitting at the negotiation table. He aspired to be a marauder. Lin Xiaolou, however, was unwilling to confront him head-on. He pouted, on the verge of tears. Aside from threatening me, what else can you do? You set the deadline at 8 days, but why should I abide by that? I refuse. 8 days is unacceptable. The sight of tears pained Wan Jun, causing his tone to soften. Can we reason together? I'm a normal man with physiological needs. 8 days is my limit. You, who understand my desires, have said yourself that I would prefer it daily. 8 days is nearly unbearable. And you wish to extend it further? Are you granting me no respite? Then I shall extend my demands, Lin Xiaolou retorted defiantly. Do not push me. And what if I choose to pressure you? Wan Jun's expression darkened, his silence heavy. The two stare each other down for a considerable time. 10 days, Lin Xiaolou countered. Unacceptable, Wan Jun gritted his teeth. I shall not relent. It is 10 days, Lin Xiaolou declared boldly. Do you not profess your love for me? Prove it through your actions. If you cannot endure 10 days, what is love worth? Wan Jun, everything in this world has a price. If you cannot withstand these 10 days, do not utter the word love again. Henceforth, cease all advances, and we shall truly sever ties. Wan Jun closed his eyes tightly before reopening them, as if wrestling with an inner turmoil. Very well, 10 days it is. He rose from the bed, and as he reached the door, he cast a penetrating glance at Lin Xiaolou. Determination etched in his expression. Remember my words tonight. If I endure these 10 days, you shall yield. Do not engage in wordplay. You know what I mean. I do not expect you to fall in love with me after 10 days. But I am resolute in my desire. I shall honor our agreement, and you must too. As the door finally closed, Lin Xiaolou felt no relief. Rather, confusion enveloped him. He replayed the negotiation in his mind, sensing something amiss. Wan Jun created an illusion. 5 days seemed a limit, 8 days a torment, and 10 days an absurdity. But was it truly so? Could Wan Jun's display of desperation be genuine? He recalled moments spent alongside Wan Jun negotiating with clients, the familiar tug-of-war, the semblance of authenticity in their performance, the smoke and mirrors, the scripted entrapments designed to lure the opponent. In the business world, for the sake of profit maximization, everyone wore masks, trapped in a charade, heartbroken yet acting, all to deceive others for gain. He had witnessed it firsthand. Wan Jun had never uttered a word of truth. Cursed be it, he likely fell prey to Wan Jun's manipulation. Perhaps 10 days was not his limit, nor was 8. Lin Xiaolou pounded the bed in frustration. He felt utterly duped. Separated by a mere wall, Wan Jun lay awake, resting his arm beneath his head, devoid of any trace of struggle upon his face. In the realm of psychological warfare, he was unmatched, a force to be reckoned with. Lin Xiaolou, however, remained naively optimistic. A wolf could never transform into a sheep. 10 days were not a death sentence. Discomfort was inevitable, yet akin to a traveler in a parched desert. He could muster the strength to dash forward at the mere thought of the refreshing oasis ahead. After a moment of vexation, Lin Xiaolou swiftly adjusted his mindset. With the possibility of retreat no longer an option, he needed to devise a strategy post-haste. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. It was as if he aimed to provoke transgression, compelling even the most resolute to the brink of collapse. Behind that wall, both harbored their own intentions, igniting a contest fueled by desire, where the roles of offense and defense would shift, culminating in a climactic battle of seduction and restraint. Lin Xiaolou wagered his body, knowing that to preserve his virtue, he must incite a breach within these 10 days. According to their agreement, Wan Jun was forbidden from touching him or indulging in self-gratification. The slightest slip, even a mere nibble, would signify a defeat. As dawn broke the following day, the countdown commenced. Good morning, Lin Xiaolou greeted, drawn by the familiar aroma of toasted bread wafting towards the dining table. Upon turning, Wan Jun was caught off guard, spraying freshly squeezed juice in surprise. Lin Xiaolou, clad only in a black tank top, a garment he had never donned in such a manner before, revealed his well-proportioned physique, fair skin, and neck, shoulders, and arms that radiated a youthful allure. Though seemingly innocuous, to Wan Jun, this sight was utterly captivating. Lin Xiaolou observed Wan Jun's reaction, pouring himself a glass of juice. After taking a sip, He deliberately licked the luscious juice from his lips in front of Wan Jun. Chapter 63. I am that window. Wan Jun's gaze darkened, his abdomen tightening unexpectedly. Morning was already a time of heightened male arousal, and this moment was particularly perilous. Unable to contain himself, he swallowed hard, his throat moving as his eyes fixated unblinkingly on Lin Xiaolou. Feigning ignorance, Lin Xiaolou set down his juice and began to munch on the bread. Typically, he would devour a slice in a few bites. Yet today, he meticulously tore it apart, savoring each morsel, occasionally licking his lips with his delicate pink tongue, tantalizingly visible before Wan Jun's eyes. Lin Xiaolou smacked his lips, teasingly licking and nibbling, his beautiful lips becoming more alluring with each movement, drawing one in with an irresistible charm. The yogurt Wan Jun had purchased was in a bottle, his favorite yellow peach oatmeal flavor. Lin Xiaolou twisted open the cap, playfully swirling his tongue within the lid, ensuring every last bit of yogurt was licked clean. Wan Jun's breathing grew heavier, his gaze deep and unwavering as he fixated on Lin Xiaolou, curious about the audacious antics of that shameless tongue. Finally, Lin Xiaolou began to drink the yogurt, typically gulping it down, but now he indulged slowly, sipping delicately, pausing to wipe his lips clean. Wan Jun sighed deeply, wiping his face, feeling as though he were afflicted with a grave malady. Despite being fully aware of the other's deliberate seduction, he could not resist the urge to look. Must he not strive for a semblance of dignity? With a swift motion, Wan Jun rose, grasping his coat as he prepared to leave. Wait for me. Lin Xiaolou abandoned her pretense, hastily finishing her breakfast, wiping her mouth, and racing back to her bedroom to grab her coat before rushing out to accompany him. Is today a propitious day for work, President Lin? Wan Jun deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the car into the surging flow of traffic. Isn't that self-evident? If I don't work, how shall I eat? Will you support me? Please refrain from stating the obvious. I would gladly do so, but you steadfastly refuse to grant me the opportunity. I am capable of laboring with my own hands and feet. Even if I must toil, it is far preferable to selling myself. A smirk played at the corners of Wan Jun's mouth as he ceased further banter. Upon entering the company, Lin Xiaolou was swiftly surrounded by colleagues. Who is this? Everyone, come and see. We have a newcomer in our midst. Do you not recognize this person? He is our company's most celebrated figure. Isn't this Lin Xiaolou? Pray tell, where have you struck it rich recently? Stop teasing him. Lin, where have you been? You appear so radiant. Where did you frolic? Lin Xiaolou pushed through the crowd, heading straight to his workstation, thinking them all idly restless. Where could I have gone? I merely took a personal holiday. It is my time off. What harm does it cause anyone? The crowd laughed and returned to their respective places. No harm, no faute. It is merely envy without animosity. Our Xiaolou is so carefree and open-minded. While I hoard my vacation days, he has squandered all his in one go. Surely he could not have spent it lounging at home. He must have been cavorting with some woman. Among them, only Xiao Zhang refrained from joining the jest. He scrutinized Lin Xiaolou for a long while, seizing a moment to pull him aside into the stairwell. What is going on between you and Shang Rue? You're asking me? You are unaware? It concerns that previous affair. Lin Xiaolou took a drag from a cigarette. I initiated it. It had nothing to do with her. At the time, you did not mention she had a boyfriend of 4 years. When she sought reconciliation, what could I do but stand firm? Damn, is that scoundrel meddling again? This is not my fault. When I introduced you, they had already parted ways. How could I have known he would return? Clinging like a leech? So they have reconciled? More or less. Xiao Zhang cursed a few times. Yet I believe Shang Rue has a fondness for you. Despite his past, he is unreliable. Why not consider pursuing it again? Lin Xiaolou quietly inhaled his cigarette, pausing for a moment before shaking his head. No, I am impoverished and lacking in both home and car. I shall not impede the young lady's prospects. Their 4 years of affection, if he truly understands the value of it. That would be a good outcome. Damn, Xiao Zhang cursed once more. No matter, I shall introduce you to someone else. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. Among my classmates, several are still single. I guarantee I can find you someone without a past. No need. Lin Xiaolou restrained Xiao Zhang. Whether or not one has a former partner is not the crux of the matter. I am aware of my own limitations. In my current state, I am unfit for a relationship. When I am entirely free and have saved enough for a future, it will not be too late to seek companionship. Xiao Zhang failed to discern the underlying dissonance in this statement, only feeling a profound sense of melancholy and confusion. When will this end? No, I am not attempting to undermine you. Given our current salaries, when shall we ever save enough? Your visage is such that it eludes recognition. And what of us? The weary masses? Are we not destined to be a sea of solitary souls? Ha! Lin Xiaolou playfully patted Xiao Zhang, urging him to get to work, dear single soul. I wish to offer you some advice. Yet why do you cast such a shadow? When did you take up smoking? Lin Xiaolou entered the CEO's office, coffee in hand. Mr. Li, your coffee. Black coffee is harsh on the stomach, so I added some milk. Please enjoy it while it's warm. Wan Jun fixed his gaze on a cup of coffee. Lin, tell me honestly, what have you added? I must know how I might meet my end. I said milk. Is your hearing failing, Mr. Li? Were you restless last night, lost in thought? Indeed, I contemplated some rather stimulating scenarios, with you as the protagonist. Would you like to hear them? No, you shameless one, but I do. Lin Xiaolou pushed the coffee forward, still warm, urging him to drink. Wan Jun stared at the cup, unmoving. Look at you, so terrified. Even if I wished to poison you, it would not be within the office. Lin Xiaolou took a sip of the coffee. Oh, you added too much milk. It hardly tastes like coffee, but rest assured, it won't kill you. I have consumed it. What more do you doubt? Do you not trust me? Wan Jun forced a smile, lifted the cup to cover Lin Xiaolou's lip print, and gulped down the mysterious concoction. Oh dear, you've made quite the mess. Let me clean that up. Lin Xiaolou grabbed a tissue and playfully wiped his chin. Let me see. Our esteemed Mr. Li is quite spirited. Aside from not appearing quite human, you are splendid. Whistling a traditional tune, Lin Xiaolou departed, while Wan Jun cleared his throat, retching. What on earth did you add? Not only milk, but salt and pepper too? This is culinary darkness beyond imagination. After work, as was customary, Lin Xiaolou took a ride home, believing one should seize every opportunity. Upon arriving home, Wan Jun donned an apron and dove into the kitchen, embodying the archetype of the ideal husband. Lin Xiaolou, however, did nothing but lounge on the sofa, relishing the indulgence of being a cherished wife. Wan Jun's culinary skills had progressed remarkably, prompting Lin Xiaolou to praise, if you possess this determination, what cannot you achieve? Then why can I not win your heart? Lin Xiaolou set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and smiled because when heaven opens all the doors for you, it must also close a window, and I am that window. Chapter 64. Mr. Li is unhappy. After dinner, Lin Xiaolou wished to remain at home, for it was a battlefield. She was not here merely to indulge. Time was of the essence, and her mission was critical. She must swiftly draw Wan Jun into her plans. Yet, he insisted on taking her out to the supermarket, and they found themselves in an impasse. Wan Jun was no fool. He understood Lin Xiaolou's intentions. That morning, she had already begun her offensive, and the evening would not be idle. Venturing out was their safest course. They were like characters in a game of subterfuge, appearing calm on the surface while scheming beneath, eager to see who would ultimately prevail. Wan Jun played his trump card, come with me, and upon our return, you may do as you please. Lin Xiaolou's eyes sparkled. Was he sincere? Words once spoken cannot be taken back. Mr. Li, do not come to regret it. The two ventured to a grand supermarket, where an array of goods dazzled the eye. I have little affection for such places, overwhelmed by the plethora of choices that exacerbate my indecisiveness. No worries. Follow me. I am well aware of your culinary preferences. Wan Jun pushes the cart while Lin Xiaolou casually slips her hands in her pockets. Aside from their gender, one would be forgiven for thinking they were an affectionate couple. Lin Xiaolou hardly lifts a finger, yet Wan Jun adeptly tosses each item she adores into the shopping cart. All my favorites. President Li, please. You are nearly moving me to tears. I have promised to indulge you beyond measure. Oomph. Lin Xiaolou casually retrieves an item from the cart to check its price. Quality comes at a cost. Every item is clearly priced. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and upon this realization, my sentiment dissipates. After settling the bill, Wan Jun takes the cart while Lin Xiaolou prefers to remain behind. I will wait for you outside. After all, your car will have to pass by here soon. Just don't wander off. Wan Jun, burdened with several heavy bags, strides towards the underground parking lot, while Lin Xiaolou finds a leisure chair, gazing up at the stars. The city sky is dim, and she cannot find a single star. She checks her phone, wondering how long Wan Jun has been gone. Having placed all the items in the trunk, Wan Jun is about to enter the driver's seat when suddenly, he hears a heated argument. The sound of a woman's high heels clicks sharply, accompanied by the disordered footsteps of several men. Don't touch me, the woman screams. We have nothing to do with each other. Leave me alone. Stop pestering me. Wan Jun leans against the car door, arms crossed, observing the commotion. The woman is dressed fashionably, youthful and beautiful, while not one, but 3 men are embroiled in the altercation. What are you doing? Go away. Lily, let us talk civilly. I have nothing to say to you. Do they know each other? Wan Jun watches with growing curiosity. Don't be like this. We've met. We've dined together. It's practically familial. Familial nonsense. We merely shared a meal. Let us clarify. A blind date does not entail a relationship. But you've eaten my food and consumed my drinks. Stop. I've already covered your meal. Surely you cannot expect me to pay for your portion as well? What about the time I wasted? If I hadn't met you and had met someone else, it would have worked out by now. This is all your fault. Are you out of your mind? By your logic, merely meeting someone means you must end up together? What era is this? If your mind is muddled, seek help. If you insist on saying that, I shall be quite displeased. I told a matchmaker we were a couple. I have proclaimed it. If you refuse to engage with me, where shall I put my face? I couldn't care less where you put it. The matchmaker must be deranged to introduce someone like you to me. Get lost, just go. So you refuse to accept my goodwill? Fine. Don't blame me for being impolite. Brothers, take action. What are you planning to do? I'll call for help. I truly will. Who is even here? One man turns, locking eyes with Wan Jun. He spins around again, bewildered. Drag her into the car. I cannot believe I'm being thwarted by a mere harlot. The 3 men seize the woman, forcefully dragging her towards the vehicle. Help! Someone please. Her piercing screams echo through the desolate parking lot. Wan Jun sauntered forward nonchalantly, patting one man on the shoulder. Fool, turn around. The man, bewildered, complies. And Wan Jun delivers a powerful punch to his face. He was quite displeased. Although initially indifferent to the matter at hand, the man audaciously disregarded him, brazenly dragging someone away right in front of him. This affront left Mr. Li feeling humiliated and irate. Wan Jun's fists were not to be trifled with. They were forged from years of rigorous training in the ring, as unyielding as steel, capable of incapacitating an ordinary person with a single blow. The man was swiftly dispatched, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, unable to rise for quite some time. The woman immediately sought refuge behind Wan Jun, clutching his arm, exclaiming, "Sir, please save me. You must help me." The remaining 2 individuals were momentarily stunned, but upon regaining their composure, they hurled profanities and charged forward. Lin Xiaolou stood up, stretching his limbs, and directly called Wan Jun, but to his dismay, there was no answer. Just then, a horde of men rushed into the underground parking lot, each exuding a menacing aura and wielding steel pipes, resembling a gang of street thugs. Lin Xiaolou, witnessing the chaos unfold, smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "What a mess!" Before hastily following suit, Wan Jun dispatched his foes with relative ease, delivering swift and powerful strikes. He turned to the woman, asking, "Where is your car? I shall escort you." Before she could respond, a cacophony of footsteps announced the arrival of a group intent on violence. It became apparent that the man on the ground had discreetly summoned assistance, revealing himself to be a petty thug, and the reinforcements had gathered nearby for a meal. The woman gasped and quickly hid behind Wan Jun, furrowing his brow in irritation. Wan Jun was vexed not merely by the situation, but also by the fact that Lin Xiaolou was waiting for him. He urged the woman to step back, preparing for the impending confrontation. By the time Lin Xiaolou arrived, the skirmish was nearing its conclusion. Wan Jun was in a fervor, his thoughts on Lin Xiaolou, unleashing his strength with precision, effectively neutralizing his adversaries. He overpowered the most formidable foe, twisting the man's wrist with a cold voice commanding, "Call me father." With another twist, the man screamed in agony, begging for mercy. However, unbeknownst to Wan Jun, the man feigning unconsciousness had stealthily approached, brandishing a steel pipe, only to be swiftly kicked down by Lin Xiaolou. Lin Xiaolou seized the pipe, striking at the thug, exclaiming, "You hit him. Who the hell is going to drive me home?" Upon turning around, Wan Jun felt a surge of satisfaction. "Xiaolou, you truly are a good friend. What a joke. I can't believe that just picking up a car could lead to such a mess. You're quite the troublemaker." The ground was littered with fallen foes, and Wan Jun inquired of the woman, "Shall we call the police?" She shook her head. "No, it's fine. The matchmaker is acquainted with my parents. I don't wish to create a scene." Wan Jun picked up the steel pipe. Weighing it in his hand, "I will count to 3. Before he even began counting, the defeated men scrambled to their feet and fled, disappearing in a matter of moments. "Cowards!" Wan Jun tossed the pipe aside, dusted off his hands, and opened the car door, only for the woman to follow him. "Sir, I truly appreciate your help today." She gazed up at Wan Jun, her eyes filled with warmth. "May I treat you to a meal?" Chapter 65. Desire? Wan Jun remained silent, and the woman's cheeks flushed, creating an atmosphere that was simply enchanting. Lin Xiaolou leaned in between them, glancing back and forth, chuckling. "He's single, a lone wolf." Lin Xiaolou answered on behalf of Wan Jun. The woman's face flushed with a rosy hue, feigning the act of twirling her hair, her eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. Wan Jun cast a sidelong glare at him, before turning to bestow a smile upon the woman. "Uh-huh." The woman visibly brightened, her face alight with excitement. Wan Jun swiftly gathered Lin Xiaolou into his embrace, exclaiming, "But you must include my wife." "Wife?" The woman appeared bewildered, glancing back and forth between the two, and in an instant, comprehension dawned upon her. She covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "You two take your leave." With that, she turned on her heel and dashed off, her high heels clicking rapidly against the ground. Lin Xiaolou forcefully extricated herself from Wan Jun's grasp, shooting him an indignant glare before diving into the car. "Drive quickly." Wan Jun meticulously packed away their belongings, placing a small snack into Lin Xiaolu's hand. "Are you still angry? Who started this nonsense? You cannot hold me accountable for today's events." Lin Xiaolou turned her head, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, and gently patted Wan Jun's cheek. "How could I bear to blame you?" Wan Jun remarked, "This is rather peculiar." "I assent it." Lin Xiaolou responded, "The night is our stage. Let the battle commence. I know you can fight, but one must not throw caution to the wind. Look, you've already scraped your skin." Taking the initiative, Lin Xiaolou applied medicine to Wan Jun's wounds, delicately placing adhesive bandages over the areas that had begun to bleed. Wan Jun remained silent. Such injuries were trivial. Yet he found himself captivated by Lin Xiaolu's visage, her long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings. In that moment, he felt a pang of vulnerability. "It does sting a bit. Could you blow on it for me?" In times past, Lin Xiaolou would have rolled her eyes and uttered a curse, but today was different. She gazed up at him, their proximity palpable, their breaths mingling, their eyelashes almost entwined. With tenderness, Lin Xiaolou brought Wan Jun's hand to her lips, exhaling softly, the warm breath brushing against his skin. She glanced up at him. Had her heart not been laden with unspoken burdens, she might have pressed a kiss to his hand. Wan Jun, fully aware of Lin Xiaolu's intentions, found himself unable to quell the rapid thump of his heart, his throat constricting as his breath became heavier. Lin Xiaolou had never permitted him such closeness, not ever. Even knowing her intentions were ulterior, he could not suppress his excitement. As Lin Xiaolou returned his hand to its resting place, Wan Jun's disappointment was palpable. "Shall we catch a movie?" Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with allure as she arched an eyebrow, exuding seductive undertones. Wan Jun's heart raced anew, his voice hoarse. "All right." The film Lin Xiaolou chose was already counting down, leaving no room for delay. It demanded intensity. The tale revolved around two men's romantic entanglements, not merely a love story, but rather an exploration of desire. It transcended the realm of mere cinematic indulgence, delving into a more profound narrative that ignited the imagination. The actors were strikingly handsome and beautiful, their chemistry palpable, the sexual tension thick in the air, enhanced by melodramatic misunderstandings and turbulent emotions. Yet the crux of the story lay in the sensual scenes. In one particular moment, though the man remained fully clothed, he gasped for breath. Loosening his collar to reveal his collarbone, his gaze hazy, the ambiguity intensifying. Though no kiss was exchanged, the scene stirred a fervor within the viewer. Lin Xiaolou pressed the pause button, turning to tease Wan Jun. "I can breathe harder than he can. Would you like to see?" "No, I cannot. Absolutely not." Rationality cautioned Wan Jun against falling into Lin Xiaolu's seductive trap. However, at this moment, reason was of no consequence. Desire had seized control of his mind. Wan Jun longed to see and hear Lin Xiaolou's breath, and even if it were merely a performance, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. Lin Xiaolou leaned back, resting his head against the sofa, and gazed at Wan Jun as he began to unfasten his buttons. One by one, he took his time, halting just as his collarbone became visible amidst Wan Jun's noticeably deepening breaths. His slender fingers gently caressed his fair and delicate neck, moving with a languorous slowness, and then, under the spell of Wan Jun's entranced gaze, he began to breathe. Breathing is an art. Too hurried, it resembles the panting of a marathon runner. Too slow, it mimics the sound of gentle sighs. If it is too light, it lacks impact. Too heavy, it resembles the grunting of a bull. It must be weighty, yet restrained, appearing as if it is a struggle, a pain, an unbearable yearning. Who would have thought that Lin Xiaolou, a straightforward man, possessed such an innate talent? He had never engaged in this act before. Yet in his debut, he was no less compelling than a seasoned actor. His breaths were melodious, sweet, and enticing. Perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of his fingers, his gaze sultry and suggestive, and amidst the rise and fall of his chest, his breathing fluctuated, even trembling, igniting a fever in Wan Jun's eyes. Wan Jun gritted his teeth, fists clenched, his breath now erratic as he fixated on Lin Xiaolou with fervent intensity. Unable to contain himself, Lin Xiaolou emitted a soft hum, biting his lip, and then gazed at Wan Jun with a tantalizing allure. In an instant, Wan Jun lunged forward. But at the last moment, he abruptly halted, his arm braced against the back of the sofa, enclosing Lin Xiaolou within, silently gazing at him. Lin Xiaolou felt both exhilarated and slightly anxious. He wanted to provoke Wan Jun into losing control, yet feared he might go too far. Nevertheless, Wan Jun managed to restrain himself. Lin Xiaolou fanned the flames, lightly brushing his fingers against Wan Jun's taut arm, teasing him. Wan Jun's breath grew heavier, his jaw tightening as he struggled to maintain composure, as if on the brink of complete surrender. He did not respond, instead glaring at Lin Xiaolou with those fiery eyes for a considerable time before leaning closer. Just as Lin Xiaolou anticipated Wan Jun would pounce, the sound of the movie abruptly filled the room. As Wan Jun pressed the play button, Wan Jun returned to his seat, arms crossed, watching the film as if the previous moment of turmoil had been mere illusion. What a disappointment. Lin Xiaolou ceased his teasing and obediently watched the movie. As the plot thickened, the highly charged, intimate scene finally arrived. Lin Xiaolou clenched his fist in triumph, yes. He glanced at Wan Jun, who was fixated on the screen. His cheeks puffed out as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against someone. Lin Xiaolou smirked, curious to see how this would unfold. The intimate scene was remarkably beautiful. After all, true rawness lacks aesthetic appeal, while the subtlety of this portrayal was most captivating. The man in the film gasped heavily, his expression a mix of agony and ecstasy, caught between pleasure and pain, as he seemed to crave more. Lin Xiaolou typically shunned such scenes, avoiding both male and female romantic entanglements. He regarded himself as a monk, detached from worldly desires. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly captivated. It was surprisingly delightful to behold. He had little interest in the romantic exploits of men and women, deeming them melodramatic and tedious. Yet the love between two men unexpectedly proved to be visually striking, exhilarating, and filled with palpable tension. Lin Xiaolou was utterly absorbed. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though the world depicted in the film was genuine. the narrative unfolding in reality. These two individuals were deeply entwined in love. Two men entwined in a tempest of passion. Although he did not fully comprehend the intricacies of their relationship, he had a vague understanding, yet could not grasp the essence of it. He found himself pondering, was it truly as exhilarating as it seemed? Chapter 66, Turning Up the Heat. Suddenly, the screen flickered and went dark as Wan Jun abruptly switched it off. Wait, Lin Xiaolou nearly exclaimed, just at the crucial moment. The man on screen appeared entranced, his cries intensifying, poised to reach the pinnacle of ecstasy. Wan Jun sprang to his feet without a word, heading straight for his room. Slamming the door shut behind him, Lin Xiaolou was taken aback. Could it really be played this way? Forcefully shutting it down was quite audacious. It seemed he had crossed Wan Jun's line of safety. Fearing a loss of control, he had bolted. Now, Lin Xiaolou found himself at a loss. He certainly could not drag him out of the room. He also could not secretly watch it himself. It felt too shameful. He couldn't let anyone know he was captivated, that he had found pleasure in it. Reluctantly, he returned to his room, tossing and turning on the bed, bewildered by the turmoil in his heart and the restlessness in his body. He rarely felt desire. What was it today? The sight of two men had somehow stirred that craving within him. What troubled him further was the day had slipped away, just like that. Time was of the essence. Every day must be meticulously counted. 1/10 had already passed. Was 9 days truly so far away? It appeared he would need to escalate his tactics tomorrow. As dawn broke with the chirping of birds, the countdown continued. 9 days. There was little that could be accomplished during the workdays. The main event awaited the evening. After dinner, the two engaged in a battle of wills. Lin Xiaolou desperately wanted to keep him at home, while Wan Jun was equally intent on venturing out, leading to an impasse. Who said one must take a walk after a meal? Not him, not at all. Lin Xiaolou slumped on the sofa, prepared to roll on the ground if pressed further. You may choose not to go, but you cannot stop me. Wan Jun conceded slightly. They could part ways. But as long as he was not in the house, he would be safe. If Wan Jun managed to escape, how would the game proceed? A thought crossed Lin Xiaolou's mind, and he immediately adopted a sweet, coaxing tone. I want to be with you. I just wish to stay by your side. Wan Jun felt a rush of warmth. Despite knowing Lin Xiaolou was merely feigning innocence with ulterior motives, his heart raced. His beloved Lin Xiaolou, professing a desire to be by his side, was overwhelming, even if it was insincere. The sweetness concealed lethal intentions, and Wan Jun gritted his teeth, pulling Lin Xiaolou up. Then let us go out together. Fine. Lin Xiaolou leaned closer, affectionate and smiling. I can accompany you, but it cannot be without conditions. Upon our return, your time will be mine. Wan Jun swallowed hard and agreed. You are not to return to your room without my permission. No escaping. We'll spend the night together? Dream on. I intend to go to bed at a reasonable hour. Ultimately, if I allow you to go back, then you may return. Do we have an agreement? Agreed. I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth, darling. Let us see what kind of mischief you can conjure up. Once more, they strolled along the riverside, shoulder to shoulder. Though their hands did not intertwine, their steps were in sync, the atmosphere harmonious. Oh, isn't that the young man who jumped into the river last time? The evening breeze was delightful, yet it was abruptly interrupted by an exuberant voice. Yes, indeed. It was those two brothers, unmistakably. A leisurely strolling ant rushed forward, scrutinizing the pair, and subsequently called upon her friends, summoning several other ants. The two men found themselves encircled. How's your brother? Oh, he looks even more spirited than last time. I must say, this young man is quite handsome. Wan Jun forced a smile. Last time, it was said that your sister-in-law ran off with someone. With your brother's looks, remaining single is a travesty. I happen to know a suitable match, a kindergarten teacher. She's gentle, beautiful, and remarkably patient. Even if your brother occasionally has his moments, she would be understanding. What do you say? Shall I arrange a meeting? Lin Xiaolou shuklat, nujing libenjun. Brother, such a fine match should not be missed. It's not easy to find a decent person these days. You should definitely meet her. Wan Jun shot him a glare, then turned to politely decline, stating he wasn't worthy of such a prospect. If you don't fancy a kindergarten teacher, I have other young ladies in mind. I have some too. My family is full of relatives. The ants chattered excitedly, all eager to introduce a partner to the handsome young man, as he was indeed a rarity. Lin Jun embraça Lin Xiaolou sincerely. I appreciate the kindness, dear ants, but I've no intention of seeking a partner. I intend to look after my brother. You see, he struggles with certain challenges, and I cannot leave him alone. Besides, both of us have our quirks, so it is best if we just stick together. Lin Xiaolou nearly choked, exclaiming, "Who struggles? You're the one with issues. How could both brothers be challenged? It's hereditary, from the same mother. Oh dear, what a pity. To see two such handsome fellows with issues is truly unfortunate." Amidst the chorus of lamentations, Wan Jun firmly held onto Lin Xiaolou and strode away. "Let go, you're the one with issues." Lin Xiaolou protested, shaking him off. "You did that on purpose, just because I said you had issues last time. You're seeking revenge. You're so mischievous." Lin Jun shuklat. "Xiaolou, let us be reasonable. Is it fair that you can spout nonsense at will? You can mock me, but why should that be allowed? Unless, of course, you were my wife, then you could say whatever you wished." "Umph," Lin Xiaolou retorted, turning to head home. "Are you going mad thinking about a wife? Just wait till we get back. I'll deal with you." Wan Jun, wise enough to comply, followed her home, but was not easily ensnared. He headed straight for the gym. Lin Xiaolou entered as well, declaring, "Your time belongs to me." I never disagreed. Wan Jun replied, lifting dumbbells his arm muscles taut. "But I work out every day. I can't afford to be lazy just because of you. Besides, I'm getting fit for you." Lin Xiaolou rolled her eyes, ignoring his flirtations. "Fine, go ahead and practice." He warmed up his arms, then dropped to the floor to perform push-ups. After a few, Lin Xiaolou stood up decisively. "I still feel your form is off. Why don't you demonstrate it for me again? You're not going to step on me again, are you?" "Not at all. If I do, you'll be calling me Dad." Wan Jun set down the dumbbells and lay flat on the ground, effortlessly completing several push-ups without breaking a sweat. "How's that? Is it standard? Shall I increase the intensity?" Wan Jun was taken aback, yet Lin Xiaolou had already leapt onto his back with remarkable agility. "What is this position? What does it matter?" Lin retorted. "Aren't you always boasting about your strength and prowess? Show me what you've got." A man must never admit defeat, and Wan Jun was no exception. With a deep breath, he hoisted Lin Xiaolou onto his back and began to move, bearing the weight of an adult male, a testament to his considerable strength. Although it was not entirely smooth, Lin Jun perseverat. Lin Xiaolou marveled inwardly. Was this man even human? With such strength, to crush him would be akin to squashing an ant. "Impressive, Mr. Li," Lin exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Li's neck and whispering into his ear, "Shall I add some warmth for you?" In chapter 67, Have You No Shame? Lin nestled closer, teasingly brushing against Wan Jun's ear. "If you wish to conquer me, then demonstrate your might." As he spoke, his hands wandered down to Li's waist, deliberately lingering at his most sensitive spots, causing Li's body to tremble with anticipation. "Now do 30 in one go, Wan Jun. If you aspire to be my man, I must witness your strength." Li remained silent, stifling the electric jolts coursing through him, gritting his teeth as he dutifully completed the 30 repetitions. "Goodness," Lin thought, flabbergasted as the count approached 0. If only he had suggested 50, no, 100. A bead of sweat trickled down, and with a sudden motion, Li flipped over, pinning Lin beneath him. His handsome face flushed, eyes gleaming with fervor. He gasped, "What other tricks do you have? Is this all you can do to entice me? Am I impressive enough to be your man?" Li's smile held a devilish charm. "I advise you not to waste your efforts. Just the thought of dominating you makes enduring these past few days worthwhile." Though he restrained himself, his gaze conveyed a multitude of intentions. Lin felt as though he were watching a film unfold in Li's eyes, revealing unmasked desires. "Let go of me." Lin, push him away, of course. "You wish for me to do nothing, to lie still and be at your mercy. What a fantasy. I refuse." The mere thought of escaping him ignited a rebellious spirit within Lin. "Very well." Li resumed his languid demeanor. "Let me see what else you can manage. You were quite breathless last time. I hope your sounds are even sweeter when I'm with you." Shameless. Lin could not conjure any new retorts. He scrambled to his feet, storming out the door, knowing that he could never match Li's audacity. The following day, Lin lay in bed, increasingly restless. With only 8 days remaining, he had already tried gasping and teasing, but as a young man with a sense of decorum, what more could he do? These past 2 days had already pushed his boundaries. What further shameless tactics could he employ? Lin tossed and turned, exhausted to the point of fainting. Yet no brilliant plan emerged. In the morning, the relentless alarm clock sounded its wake-up call once more. Lin Xiaolou, in a state of despair, struggled to rise. He found himself powerless against the passage of time, and his lack of restful sleep left him languid and mentally exhausted. To make matters worse, Wan Jun was nearby, constantly teasing him, and his body was far from the nonchalant demeanor he projected. Especially in the quiet of the night, his desires surged like a tidal wave, forcing him to combat his instincts with sheer willpower, a battle that felt utterly dehumanizing. Consequently, both men suffered from sleeplessness, sporting dark circles beneath their eyes. The countdown continued, 7 days, 5 days, 3 days. Beyond exchanging flirtatious banter, Lin Xiaolou could devise no better plan. Wan Jun, ever cunning, chose not to indulge in films or boxing. As Lin Xiaolou flirted, he simply closed his eyes, allowing Lin's desires to flow unfettered under the moonlight. Lin Xiaolou tossed and turned in frustration, regretting having been deceived by this man. 5 days were hardly Wan Jun's limit. 8 days were certainly attainable. It was astonishing how well he could restrain himself. 10 days would surely pose no challenge. Lin Xiaolou thought, this cannot continue. I must take action. When the 10th day arrived, Wan Jun would undoubtedly unleash his pent-up frustrations, seeking to reclaim every ounce of suffering inflicted upon him. And the consequences would not merely threaten Lin Xiaolou's virtue, but perhaps his very life as well. With determination, Lin Xiaolou sprang from his bed, pacing the room until he cast a glance at his own desires. He climbed back onto the bed, assumed a provocative position, and resolved to abandon his modesty, summoning his inner confidence. Meanwhile, Wan Jun, after countless recitations of the Heart Sutra, had finally subdued his tumultuous desires and was on the brink of slumber. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. What was happening? A familiar yet foreign wave of sensations enveloped him, a thrilling reverberation that was uniquely Lin Xiaolou's. Wan Jun sat up abruptly, then lay back down, his hands cradling his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The unrefined, innocent Lin Xiaolou, while somewhat clumsy and lacking in fervor, was irresistibly alluring. Wan Jun could vividly envision Lin Xiaolou's tentative demeanor. In matters of desire, he resembled an inexperienced novice, lacking in technique and familiarity. How could such a man exist? Akin to a monk devoted to asceticism, possessing striking beauty, yet ignorant of worldly pleasures, pure, yet enticing? Wan Jun yearned to pull him from his sanctity, to imprison him, to corrupt him completely, drawing him into the whirlpool of desire. Lin Xiaolou bit his lip to stifle any sounds, but despite his efforts, silence persisted from the adjacent room. Frustration mounted within Wan Jun. Surely, he must sense the intensity of the moment, an overwhelming urge that felt almost cataclysmic. Yet, no response came from Lin Xiaolou. Was he merely asleep or exercising restraint? Lin Xiaolou, increasingly impatient, quickened his movements, but his lack of technique and experience rendered his efforts futile. The sensations surged unexpectedly, and he could not contain a soft moan, his body instantly succumbing to weakness, electric thrills coursing through him. Yet no shadow of Wan Jun's fervor graced him. As the wave of shyness subsided, Lin Xiaolou felt tears of frustration welling up, despite his own actions. Why did Wan Jun remain unresponsive? Had he not been the one to indulge daily before? Was he now choosing a path of asceticism? Wan Jun must surely be aware of every move he made. It was akin to performing in front of an audience. The tension was unbearable. Lin Xiaolou was enveloped in despair. How could he remain so unyielding despite having sunk to such depths? As the midnight hour approached, it marked yet another day closer to his impending fate. The following day, a weekend, Lin Xiaolou arose late, the sun already high in the sky. He stumbled into the kitchen, greeted by the enticing aroma of savory porridge. "Good morning, Xiaolou," greeted Wan Jun, his dark circles underlining a semblance of vitality. "Since you adore savory porridge, I prepared 3 varieties: century egg and lean meat porridge, mushroom and tender chicken porridge, and fresh fish slice porridge. You must sample each." Lin Xiaolou raised his weary eyes, filled with a profound sense of sorrow, casting a glance at his rival. Truth be told, befriending this individual would be incredibly delightful. Yet, why did every man suited for friendship seem intent on pursuing him? A sudden thought struck him. Where had Wan disappeared to? In recent days, he had been so preoccupied with battling Wan Jun that he had completely forgotten about Wan. Only now did he sense something amiss. He had tricked Wan into drinking, bound him to a bed, intoxicated him, and even left a mark on his neck. With Wan Jun's ruthless nature, Wan must have suffered greatly. So where had the unfortunate Wan gone? Despite his drunken state, Wan had always been intent on eliminating him. How could he have vanished without a trace? Not a single call had come through. It was unthinkable. Lin Xiaolou was not genuinely concerned for Wan's well-being. He was merely contemplating that if Wan were present, he might possess a solution or, at the very least, ignite a spark to salvage the situation. With this thought in mind, he hurried back to his room to retrieve his phone, dialing a number without hesitation. Chapter 68. Forget about him rescuing you. Relinquish that hope. Turn off? For someone who never switched off his phone for clients, Wan had inexplicably done so. Something must have gone awry. As Lin Xiaolou turned, he found Wan Jun leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing him with a leisurely demeanor. Calling for reinforcements? Looking for Wan? Wan Jun accurately anticipated Lin Xiaolu's every move, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Have you found him? Where'd he go? It was you, wasn't it? What have you done to him? Wan Jun studied Lin Xiaolou's expression, pondering whether his concerns stemmed from genuine worry or fear of being abandoned. Was there a distinction? Indeed, if it were merely apprehension over Wan's inability to assist, I would not intervene. But if it were an uncontrollable concern, then he would face far more than this singular torment. So you admit it. It was you? Wan Jun shrugged. Whether I confess or not, you would still blame me. I shan't hesitate to inform you that he is trapped in a distant location and cannot return. If you expect him to rescue you, you might as well abandon that hope. What have you done? Lin Xiaolou was reluctant to acknowledge even a hint of concern, yet he was wary of Wan Jun's warning. Aren't you old classmates? You grew up together. Surely there is some bond between you. You wouldn't truly harm him, would you? Wan Jun scrutinized Lin Xiaolu's face for a moment before responding nonchalantly. Rest assured, aside from confining him, he has not suffered scratch. Out of respect for our past friendship, I have shown considerable leniency. Meanwhile, in the ancient town, a parallel countdown ensued. The police investigation had hit a stalemate. There was no evidence to affirm that Zhu Wanwan was alive, yet no proof existed to declare her deceased. The rule of seeing is believing prevailed. One could not condemn Wan for murder based on merely a pool of blood. The crux of the matter was that the police could not uncover direct evidence of a murder, nor could they find any connection between the two individuals, let alone a motive for the crime. Wan had completely given up, neither protesting nor defending himself, indulging in food and drink with a certain nonchalance. However, Uncle Hat was determined to solve the case, and with no progress in other areas, he had to approach Wan. Wan maintained a pleasant demeanor, refraining from cursing or losing his temper. Regardless of the questions posed, his response remained consistent. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will find its way. He believed that in due time, the truth would emerge. Uncle Hat, with earnest concern, urged him to be forthright, reminding him of his status as a prominent heir to a prestigious enterprise and the promising future that lay ahead, suggesting that honesty could grant him an opportunity for redemption. Wan politely replied, "Thank you for your concern. I'm most aware of my own future. If I am destined to face this tribulation, it is of no matter. It will pass soon, and the turtle hidden beneath the water will soon surface." Uncle Hat studied him closely, using police profiling techniques, and found Wan to be an enigma. Unlike previous high IQ criminals or those with antisocial tendencies, he exhibited remarkable emotional stability and an air of whimsy, with his words often proving prophetic. Bored, Wan began to offer Uncle Hat fortune-telling, and after several rounds of interrogation, they grew familiar with one another. Today, he would remind Uncle Hat of one thing, tomorrow another, and each of his predictions came true, whether it be a minor mishap or a flat tire. Uncle Hat, now somewhat perplexed, wondered if this individual truly possessed some form of precognition. Frustrated by the incessant questioning, Ningongyu grew weary of the same inquiries repeated ad nauseum, having asserted his innocence countless times to no avail. Uncle Hat, out of his own pocket, purchased fine cigarettes and brewed exquisite tea for him. Grateful for the hospitality, Ningongyu finally relented. If you provide me with a photo of Zhu Shasha, without any filters, just a raw image, along with a personal item of hers, I will assist you. The criminal investigation team gathered in collective discussion, puzzled by his intentions. What does he aim to achieve? Is it a divination? We must maintain our seriousness. Is this appropriate for us to discuss? Yet, they recalled how his previous predictions had come true. He had told them he would need to take bus 11, and lo and behold, a flat tire had left him to walk home on foot. Truth be told, he bore little resemblance to the criminals they had encountered before. None of the notorious offenders in their cases matched his profile. Indeed, to label him as high IQ seemed inaccurate, as he lacked the ruthlessness often associated with such individuals. To classify him as antisocial would be equally misguided, for he exuded an aura of ease and spontaneity, as if he were merely on a temporary sojourn, destined to depart when the time was right. Whether he would indeed depart was not for him to decide. However, what if, when the time came, he truly returned? A heavy silence enveloped the meeting room. The crux of the matter lay in the absence of a discernible motive for murder. He was known to prefer men. So what interest could he possibly have in Zhu Wenwen? It seemed implausible that he would even spare her a glance as she passed. It was indeed perplexing. He had never visited this location, nor had Zhu Wenwen ever been to his. They shared no connections, and even if the figure in the video was indeed Zhu Wenwen, how could a fleeting glance lead him to commit murder? There was no acquaintance, no animosity. It simply did not add up. In my view, we should not overthink it. Whatever he desires, we should provide and observe his actions. Yes, perhaps a single motion might reveal a flaw. Uncle Hat handed over the unfiltered photograph and retrieved a purple crystal bracelet from Zhu Wenwen's room. This would do nicely. Ningongyu appeared quite pleased with the crystal, considering it superior to wood. Uncle Hat observed, "Is that it? Is everything settled?" Ningongyu arranged the photograph and the crystal, then inquired, what was Zhu's parents' reaction? Uncle Hat felt a jolt of unease. Naturally, they were heartbroken and anxious. "Why do you ask?" Ningongyu smirked. "Really? I see no urgency at all." The two uncles exchanged glances, wondering how Ningongyu knew. Indeed, Zhu Wenwen's parents had reacted with unusual calmness. Although they had reported the case, they seemed indifferent thereafter. They had witnessed countless parents in the police station weeping and pleading for updates, even gripping officers' collars in desperation. Yet, the Zhu couple remained composed and untroubled, a puzzling demeanor. "How do you know? Did you calculate it?" Ningongyu chuckled, but did not respond. Instead, he asked, "Do you understand why they are so calm?" "Why?" "Because this is not the first time Zhu has gone missing. They are accustomed to it, assuming their daughter will return in due time." The two uncles shared another look, uncertain if Ningongyu was merely laying a trap. Without further ado, Ningongyu concentrated and began divining. Soon, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his otherwise serene and handsome forehead, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Not far, just around a corner in the ancient town. "If you cannot wait, perhaps you should try your luck. You might find something." Uncle Hat, however, interpreted this differently. "Are you suggesting that Zhu Wenwen's body is buried nearby?" Ningongyu frowned, reiterating for the umpteenth time, "She is alive, alive. If you continue this talk, you might truly bring misfortune upon her." With that, Uncle Hat resumed searching, combing through the streets, alleys, and desolate mountains, scouring all conceivable hiding places. As the countdown neared its conclusion, Lin Xiaolou faced dire straits. Chapter 69. What are you waiting for? Lin Xiaolou's initial attempts had proven futile. It seemed he would have to resort to his last gambit. Water cascaded in the small, steamy shower room, the shower head tilted awkwardly towards the tiles. Leaning against the glass, Lin Xiaolou pondered deeply. The countdown, 2 days. No, it was now evening past midnight, leaving only 1 day remaining. Relying on Nan Gongyu's intervention was evidently unrealistic. To win this battle for his virtue, he could only depend on himself. Victory seemed within reach. Yet Wan Jun would undoubtedly be on high alert. To provoke him, one must take decisive action. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Xiaolou's mind, and one final idea crystallized. No risk, no reward. He closed his eyes, steeling his resolve, his complexion flushed, whether from the steam or embarrassment he could not tell. Reflecting on his pain, Lin Xiaolou adjusted the shower head and quickly took a shower. CEO.Li, the water has stopped. Lin Xiaolou's alluring voice floated through the door. Wan Jun's ears perked up, but he remained silent. Has CEO.Li passed away? Can you not hear me? A gentle knock resounded on the bathroom door, and through the glass, Wan Jun inquired with a smile. What is it, classmate Xiaolou? What mischief are you planning now? I forgot to grab my towel. Could you please hand me one? Wan Jun frowned, realizing she intended to replicate his earlier tactic. Desperate measures. Reflecting upon it, Lin Xiaolou is a practitioner of austerity, not one of indulgence. He is entirely inept in matters of romance. Those previous attempts were likely the extent of his daring, leaving little room for further innovation. As he listened to the retreating footsteps, he paced back and forth, rallying himself. To avoid being overpowered by Wan Jun, he must, without a doubt, turn the tables today. Knock, knock. Wan Jun rapped at the door once more, clutching a large bath towel. With a creak, the door opened a crack, revealing Lin Xiaolu's damp arm. Ordinarily, Wan Jun would have handed over the towel, yet he remained fixated on that arm, motionless. What is the matter? Lin Xiaolou pondered. He expected Wan Jun to pass him the towel, providing the perfect opportunity for him to seize that arm and pull him inside. But where was the towel? With a beckoning gesture, he urged, hand it over. Wan Jun smirked, finally delivering the towel into Lin Xiaolou's grasp. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaolou attempted to pull him in. But alas, it was in vain. Wan Jun firmly grasped that arm and forcefully pushed inward, then kicked the door open, tossing the towel aside with a resounding bang. Shutting the door with a flourish, Lin Xiaolou stumbled back several paces, snatching the towel from his head just as the door closed, too late to alter the outcome. Frustrated, he flung the towel to the ground and stormed out, though he was indeed wrapped in a towel himself, lacking the shamelessness of Wan Jun. Wan Jun had likely vanished into the bedroom, hiding away. Lin Xiaolou cursed under his breath, vowing to take risks tonight. He would not be deterred by superstition. He returned to his room, dressing in a white shirt and jeans, ordinary attire, but the forthcoming encounter would be anything but mundane. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. Lin Xiaolou kicked the door, demanding, Wan Jun, open the door, I must enter. What excuse could he possibly offer? They were both aware there was no need for pretense. He assumed Wan Jun would not dare to open the door, ready to berate him for being a coward. But to his surprise, the door creaked open, revealing Wan Jun with a smile and a gesture inviting him in. Not embodying the likes of Lu Xiaowui, Wan Jun understood that if he did not allow young Master Lin entry tonight, sleep would elude him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaolou strode inside, pulled a chair up to the bedside, and faced Wan Jun head-on. Did he think he could simply hide away? Such thoughts were unfounded. Aware that Wan Jun would not capitulate easily, he prepared himself for the challenge. Wan Jun smiled, his gaze rich with meaning, laced with a touch of resignation, yet tinged with intrigue, perhaps even anticipation. To provoke Lin Xiaolou into such elaborate flirtation was a rarity in his life. As time slipped away, Lin Xiaolou wasted no time, deftly unbuttoning his shirt. Wan Jun frowned. Was he truly so forthright? No pretense whatsoever. One button, two buttons this time. There would be no subtlety. In a few swift motions, he discarded his shirt onto the floor. Wan Jun found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. It was worth noting that the first time he witnessed Lin Xiaolou undressing, he had been overwhelmed, blood rushing from his nose. This physique wielded formidable allure, akin to a nuclear weapon. Reason urged him not to gaze, yet his eyes betrayed him, glued to the sight as if unable to detach. Lin Xiaolou was quite pleased with Wan Jun's reaction. After all, he had cast aside all modesty. He rubbed his fingers together and inquired, Mr. Li, Could I trouble you for a cigarette? Wan Jun appeared almost possessed, saying whatever came to mind. He turned and pulled out a cigarette, personally delivering it to the other's lips before diligently lighting it. Lin Xiaolou, in no hurry, leisurely savored the smoke, exhaling a ring towards Wan Jun. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized the infatuation reflected in Wan Jun's gaze, then glanced down at his own physique. Over the years, he had never considered himself particularly special, just a touch fairer of skin, a slightly slimmer waist, firmer muscles, and then there was his chest. Following Wan Jun's line of sight, Lin Xiaolou took a deep drag and shot him a teasing glance. Pink, do you fancy it? Wan Jun remained silent, his throat involuntarily bobbing. How could he not be intrigued? It was a desire that felt as if it could consume him whole. Wan Jun squeezed his eyes shut, attempting to suppress the flames of longing within, striving for composure to avoid a disastrous lapse. Yet Lin Xiaolou only stoked the embers. Do you want it? Wan Jun clenched his jaw, his gaze dark and unyielding, refusing to respond. Lin Xiaolou shifted his chair closer, wishing to present himself directly before Wan Jun. If you desire. If you long for me, here I am. Wan Jun, what are you waiting for? Wan Jun forced himself away from that dangerously enticing proximity, locking eyes with Lin Xiaolou. Those eyes were undeniably beautiful, shimmering and inviting, yet beauty often concealed peril. All of Lin Xiaolu's seduction was merely a ploy to liberate himself from Wan Jun. He could not indulge in the intoxicating potion Lin Xiaolou offered. Every ounce of restraint was for the promise of sweetness to come. Gradually, Li Jun withdrew, creating distance between them. Finally, he spoke, his voice gravelly, as if ground by grit. The sweet reward was just within reach, another dune to cross. What am I waiting for? He closed his eyes, then opened them, clarity dawning. Xiaolou, I need not adhere to this so-called gentleman's agreement. Should you truly provoke me, I would readily breach it. You are on my territory. If I wanted, I could have you. And what could you do about it? Yet I choose to uphold it. Even if I am not a gentleman, I am willing to act as one for you, because I care. I do not treat these 10 days as a game. For my feelings for you are sincere. You demand proof from me. Whether you truly wish it or not, I am willing to comply with your wishes. Regardless of your feelings, I am determined to demonstrate my affection for you in your own way. Lin Xiaolou remained silent. I understand your thoughts. You wish to extricate yourself from me, hence your relentless attempts to lead me astray. Perhaps you do not care whether I love you. Yet I am still willing to prove my desire for you, not merely for your physical form, but for so much more. You comprehend my intent. Even if there is a faint possibility that you might accept me, I shall strive for that chance. Chapter 70, The Final Night. Lin Xiaolou stormed back to his room, fuming, unsure of who to direct his anger towards. He attempted to reason with Wan Jun, while Wan Jun responded with aggression. When he engaged in playful banter, Wan Jun spoke of emotions. What on earth is happening? After all that was said, was it merely lust, masquerading as a noble pursuit of love? Lin Xiaolou wiped his face, his eyes glistening. He was not devoid of feelings. He remembered and cherished the kindness others had shown him. Wan Jun's heartfelt words made him appear as nothing more than a rogue playing with emotions. However, he was indeed the victim. Such sentiments are deeply moving. Yet do they hold any real significance? When a beast approaches, professing genuine affection and declaring, I love you, hence I must consume you, how could he possibly acquiesce? Lin Xiaolou shook his head, resolutely dismissing Wan Jun's passionate confession. This was a critical juncture between life and death. Showing mercy to the enemy is tantamount to cruelty to oneself. He steeled his heart, determined to win this defensive battle. With a countdown looming, only 24 hours remained. The darkest hour is just before dawn, and the closer they neared victory, the more perilous the situation became. Lin Xiaolou would not yield easily. The final moments were fraught with danger, and Wan Jun understood this truth all too well. Thus, he treaded cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, never before having been this vigilant. The instant Lin Xiaolou moved, he perked up his ears when Lin Xiaolou spoke. He was on high alert, embodying the very essence of vigilance. Conversely, Lin Xiaolou remained calm and unhurried, their roles completely reversed. In truth, Lin Xiaolou was anxious, but he knew where to channel his energy. He aimed to deliver a decisive blow to his adversary. Tonight, everything hinged on this singular moment. The night in the ancient town was far from tranquil. The police were digging in desolate areas and had indeed unearthed something, a corpse. "Captain, we have found a body." The flashlight illuminated the freshly excavated pit, and the squad leader bent down to take a look, stunned. "Nangonyu, what do you explain this?" "That depends on your questions." "A corpse." Uncle Hat was serious. "How do you know?" "What? Is there another new body?" The two officers in the interrogation room exchanged glances. "Who told you it was a new body?" "Because Zhu something is still alive, it can only be a new body." Nangonyu smiled, entirely unruffled. "You two aren't trying to deceive me, are you? No matter what you have dug up, even if it's an alien, it cannot possibly be the girl surnamed Zhu. She's not only alive, but thriving, without a scratch on her." Uncle Hat looked astonished. "That pool of blood in your room is human, if she wasn't hurt. Where did the blood come from?" "I can't say how the blood came about, but I can assure you she is unharmed. The energy from the amethyst is quite potent. My calculations are precise, I assure you." "Well, let's set that aside for now. How did you know we would find something?" "Stop right there. I merely suggested you try your luck. I did not instruct you to dig. Whatever you have unearthed is irrelevant to me." Uncle Hat remained skeptical, and the criminal investigation team convened an emergency meeting. Zhu Wenwen's blood and the figure in the surveillance footage could still be linked to Nangonyu, but this body could not be forcibly associated with him. Another female corpse. The captain was troubled. With one case unsolved, another had emerged. The time of death for this body did not align with Nangonyu at all, but he asked us to search, and we found something. How could that be mere coincidence? Didn't he say to try our luck? He didn't tell us to dig. It must just be a coincidence. Isn't he supposed to be good at calculations? Why not let him try again this time? Nangonyu did not shy away from the challenge. Before him lay several photographs of the crime scene, and he immediately cast a divination. The murderer is still here. Where? In the ancient town. He hasn't escaped. Can you be more specific? Nangonyu smiled and shook his head, stating that he could only say so much. To reveal too much would invite the wrath of heaven. Furthermore, he remarked, "I am but a mortal, not a deity. It is impossible for me to possess all knowledge. The investigation and pursuit of justice must rely on you. You are the professionals." Uncle Mousy nodded, affirming their commitment to exert their utmost efforts. Nangonyu lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke in a relaxed manner. "The time you mentioned is approaching," Uncle reminded him. "Is Zhu Wenwen truly going to return alive?" "I will never speak on matters of uncertainty," Nangonyu declared with assurance. "Whatever I utter manifests into reality, and I am never mistaken." Once again, the myriad of lights illuminated the world. Lin Xiaolou was eager to watch a film. "Very well." Wan Jun did not decline. After all, if it is merely rated R, he would gladly accompany his friend. As the scene unfolded, Wan Jun was momentarily stunned. The two men he had anticipated transformed into one, yet this singular man surpassed countless others, for he was the unparalleled Lin Xiaolou. This segment of film was no stranger to him. He had seen it countless times, even memorizing the precise movements of Lin Xiaolou down to the very second. Nevertheless, despite his familiarity, the video retained an overwhelming impact, eclipsing all romantic films. Lin Xiaolou truly knew how to strike at his vulnerabilities. The grand screen intensified the visual assault. Wan Jun abruptly stood and turned to leave. "Come back," Lin Xiaolou called, his voice soft yet laden with significance. "Do you not love me? Why the reluctance to look at me?" After a moment of silence, Wan Jun turned back and sat down again. The video was brief, nearing its conclusion, as the Lin Xiaolou on screen gradually reclined, while the real Lin Xiaolou sprang to his feet. "Damn it, I'm all in now." He lunged at Wan Jun, pushing him onto the sofa. "Isn't this what you desire? Aren't you in love? Why are you hesitant to touch me?" He tore open his collar, taking Wan Jun's hand and pressing it against his waist. "Today, I willingly allow you to touch me. Aren't you the stud? Don't you do this every day? Aren't you exceptionally gifted? Holding back like this must be unbearable for you." Lin Xiaolou stoked the flames of desire, shamelessly enticing him. Libenjun's protectively.Li, a blaze igniting within him. How could he not want this? He was driven mad with longing. All he needed to do was pin the man down, and everything he desired would be within reach. With his eyes aflame, he surged forward, reversing their positions in an instant. He glared at Lin Xiaolou, teeth clenched, yanking him up and dragging him into the room, forcefully throwing him onto the bed. Lin Xiaolou was momentarily disoriented from the impact, still recovering when Wan Jun's towering form descended upon him. Propping himself on his arms, he fixed his gaze on Lin Xiaolou, akin to a beast pouncing on its prey. In that moment, Lin Xiaolou felt a twinge of regret. He sought to incite Wan Jun's passion, not to unleash complete madness. What if things went awry? Wan Jun's breath was heavy, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of losing control. The two faced each other in silence, and, at that moment, Lin Xiaolou dared not even breathe, fearing that the slightest exhalation could ignite the powder keg of tension. As Lin Xiaolou reached the pinnacle of his anxiety, Wan Jun abruptly rose and turned to open the wardrobe. Before Lin Xiaolou could comprehend the situation, Wan Jun returned, clutching a tie in his hand. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Xiaolou stammered. "Are you scared? Just now, weren't you teasing me relentlessly?" Wan Jun moved swiftly, seizing Lin Xiaolou's wrist and binding it. Chapter 71, The Final 10 Minutes. At this moment, Lin Xiaolou felt genuine panic. All his efforts were merely to preserve himself. He certainly did not come here to sacrifice. "Let go. You must release me. This is against the rules, a serious violation." "Violation of what rules?" Wan Jun pinned him down, their faces nearly touching, his warm breath intense against Lin Xiaolou's skin. "Did our gentleman's agreement ever state that binding is forbidden?" Lin Xiaolou fell silent. Curse be it. How had he overlooked this clause? "You've been teasing me, practically throwing yourself at me. Why should I not bind you? If this is a battle, then let us rely on our own skills. No one can fault the other." Lin Xiaolou was on the verge of tears, yet he resolutely held them back. He would not cry, for he was no coward, but even as a stalwart man, how could he possibly turn the tide in this predicament? Bound and helpless, he could muster no defense. "Wan Jun, you must release me. It's too tight. My wrist hurts." Lin Xiaolou shifted from a fierce demeanor to a tender approach, his tone soft and even somewhat petulant, having long since abandoned any pretense of dignity. Wan Jun, evidently swayed by this change, softened his fierce gaze, his primal eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. He loosened the tie, yet refused to untie it completely. As time slipped away, Lin Xiaolou grew frantic, pounding the bed with his heels. "How can you do this? Unbind me, I insist." Wan Jun remained steadfast as a mountain, his tone both resigned and firm. "I will release you after midnight." "Xiaolou, I know this makes you loathe me even more. Once the clock strikes 12, I shall make amends. By then, it will be too late. If you tie me up until then, I doubt you'll let me go," Lin Xiaolou protested. "I am done playing," he exclaimed. "What gentleman's agreement? You are anything but a gentleman, relying solely on your strength to bully me." With a cold glance, Wan Jun retorted, "The agreement was your suggestion. If it were up to me, I would have consumed you 10 days ago. Even if this is a game, you initiated it. I have endured for 10 days, indulging your whims, and now, as we near the end, you claim you wish to withdraw? I have stated it clearly, no one toys with me. All my patience has been spent on you, indulging your madness and your turmoil, suppressing my own impulses like a monk. Yet, my patience is finite. Once midnight passes, game over. Should you wish to exit, I'm afraid that is utterly impossible." Despair washed over Lin Xiaolou. Wan Jun was resolute. His every effort had merely secured him 10 days of safety. Once the clock struck midnight, the beast within Wan Jun would awaken. What fate awaited him was all too clear. Wan Jun had restrained himself for 10 long days, yearning for release. Would he even see the dawn of the next day? In that moment, Lin Xiaolou felt akin to a condemned prisoner, powerless but to await his execution. Just as Lin Xiaolou resigned himself to his fate, believing that Wan Jun would surely bind him until midnight, Wan Jun suddenly rose and untied the tie. "You?" Wan Jun remained silent, gently massaging his wrist. Could Wan Jun truly let him off? Lin Xiaolou could scarcely fathom it. "I shall grant you another selection. Continue the wager until midnight, or terminate it immediately, for an alternative. What does that mean? I offer you a second chance to change the wager, but the rules are dictated by me. Of course, you may refuse, in which case the current wager continues. The choice is yours. However, once you make your decision, there is no turning back. Lin Xiaolou furrowed his brow, unable to decipher Wan Jun's intentions. Being bound until midnight would mean his defeat. Why would Wan Jun propose a different wager at this juncture? With only an hour remaining, what wager could possibly be concluded in that span? Surely, he would not present an excessively cruel challenge. How could he choose when he did not even know what it entailed? To make a blind selection was tantamount to courting disaster. Wan Jun dictated the rules. And who knew how twisted they might be? Very well, I shall enlighten you, lest you accuse me of tormenting you. Wan Jun was oddly accommodating. I will bind you again shortly. Lin Xiaolou was left astounded. What kind of twisted game could a deviant conceive, if not something even more perverse? Are you even human? Just say whether you accept or not. The opportunity has been presented. Whether you can triumph over me depends on your fortune. Lin Xiaolou was torn, his head spinning with frustration, yet he had to exert every effort to analyze the pros and cons. With less than an hour remaining, continuing the previous wager left him with minimal chances of success. Wan Jun had already shown remarkable patience. With so little time left, breaking his restraint was utterly improbable. Thus, only Plan B remained. Yet the wager proposed by Wan Jun was exceedingly grotesque, sending chills down his spine. Nevertheless, it was his sole opportunity. Wan Jun had promised that if he endured until midnight, he would cease all harassment thereafter. This was his only chance to extricate himself from the entanglement. All right. Lin Xiaolou gritted his teeth. Let be. Wan Jun massaged his wrist once more before reapplying the bindings. Do not touch me, you promised. Indeed, I promised. Not a single touch until midnight. Wan Jun then retrieved a black cloth to blindfold Lin Xiaolou. Once vision was obscured, the other senses heightened. Lin Xiaolou clenched his teeth in silence, knowing he was bound by Wan Jun's rules. He felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, unable to escape, merely awaiting his fate. He had no idea when Wan Jun would commence. In the agonizing wait, he lost all perception of time, as if he were groping through an endless abyss of darkness, where time itself lost its significance. Suddenly, a current surged through his body. It had begun. Wan Jun kept his promise, not so much as brushing against him, yet he could still induce excruciating sensations, all due to that cursed empathy. Lin Xiaolou bit his lip fiercely, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his cheeks flushed, and even his fair neck turned crimson. The bedside lamp cast a warm, ambiguous glow, enveloping his skin in a lustrous sheen, exquisite beyond measure. Lin Xiaolou could not see, but Wan Jun beheld him clearly, bound to the bed like a sacrificial offering. Innocent and pure, utterly captivating. Wan Jun's breath quickened, his right hand emerging like a demon from the depths of hell, desperately dragging the innocent offering into the abyss. Lin Xiaolou trembled all over, having not experienced such a sensation in a long while. Wan Jun struck with lethal intent. The previous gentle tenderness had vanished entirely. The triple torment of the curse was enough to drive him to the brink of despair. He bit his lip fiercely, wishing to draw blood. Yet he could not suppress the desperate sounds escaping his mouth. Bound and unable to curl into himself, the loss of sight rendered his other senses painfully acute, as if he were drowning in turbulent waves, and he could not help but cry out. Stimulated by the cries, Wan Jun's gaze darkened further. He took in Lin Xiaolou's near collapse, yet it was still insufficient. He had not yet reached the point of complete breakdown. This was a new wager, no physical contact, not a single brush of skin. Wan Jun aimed to bring Lin Xiaolou to utter ruin, and as men, they both understood the standards of collapse. With no choice but to acquiesce, Lin Xiaolou resolved to endure with his extraordinary aloofness, believing that surviving until midnight would suffice. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated Wan Jun. Ever since the empathic system had gone awry, Lin Xiaolou found it nearly impossible to withstand. Where he once could bite on a towel, he now faced a torment multiplied threefold. Previously, Wan Jun had been gentle, refraining from true cruelty, but now that he was earnest, the consequences were unfathomable. How much longer? Lin Xiaolou cried out, asking, how much longer? Wan Jun glanced at the clock. 10 minutes remained. Xiaolou, if you can endure these final 10 minutes, I will disappear from your life. Chapter 72. The Price of the Bet. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Lin Xiaolou chanted in his mind. He must persevere. He would not falter before dawn. Wan Jun, fully aware of Lin Xiaolou's thoughts, possessed complete confidence in the wager he had proposed. How could he allow Lin Xiaolou to escape from his grasp? Drawing a deep breath, Wan Jun conjured the image of Lin Xiaolou in his mind, where a cataclysmic affair was unfolding. As the creator of this world, he placed Lin Xiaolou upon the altar, closing his eyes to savor the most innocent of offerings. The purer the offering, the more he desired to corrupt it. The angel, with broken wings, was dragged down by the demon. In his mind, Lin Xiaolou was far more honest than in reality, crying louder and suffering more intensely. Wan Jun was deeply affected by the visions in his mind, unleashing the brutal forces within him, indulging in wanton chaos with his sacrificial offering. Lin Xiaolou could no longer endure. He struggled desperately, but his hands were bound. How much longer? How much longer? He sobbed. This time, however, Wan Jun did not reply. With his eyes closed, he was wholly absorbed in the unrestrained violence unfolding in his mind. Lin Xiaolou kicked and writhed, teetering on the edge of collapse, standing at the precipice of despair. A single misstep could lead to his irrevocable downfall. Wan Jun, I don't want to play anymore. Stop, stop. Wan Jun, as if deaf to his pleas, continued. And the Lin Xiaolou in his mind echoed the same words. Yet, the demon, lost in the sea of desire, felt no sympathy. Tonight, no matter what, he would drag Lin Xiaolou down to hell. Time ticked away. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Lin Xiaolou twisted like a fish out of water, fully aware of the suffocation, knowing there was no turning back, yet refusing to surrender. Wan Jun, let go of me, let go of me. Lin Xiaolou cried out in despair. As the clock struck midnight, Lin Xiaolou wept inconsolably. The game had come to an end. Wan Jun finally opened his eyes, and Lin Xiaolou trembled uncontrollably. The blindfold was removed, and his wrists were freed. Along with the return of freedom and light, he was met with Wan Jun's gaze. A wager is a wager. Wan Jun fiercely pressed his lips against Lin Xiaolou's. Lin Xiaolou was carried into the bathroom, utterly drained of strength. Wan Jun pinned him against the pristine white tiles, showering his back with passionate kisses. The warmth of the water could not wash away the shame. He had lost utterly. A complete defeat. Wan Jun lifted him onto the bed. He surrendered to the inevitable, recognizing that escape was futile. It was destined that he would face this trial in his lifetime. Lin Xiaolou resigned himself, realizing that it was merely a matter of surrendering to another. Apart from life and death, everything else seemed trivial. After all, Wan Jun desired this, and he would not relent until he had it. Thus, Lin Xiaolou resolved to consider it merely a bite from a rabid dog. Just this once. He spoke softly, I'll give you this just this once. When the sun rises tomorrow, we shall be strangers, and you shall never trouble me again. Wan Jun lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaolu's eyes, wordless. He could not agree. He wanted not just a night, but a lifetime. Yet he could not restrain himself. After enduring so much, he was compelled to consume Lin Xiaolou. Xiaolou, I love you, he professed fervently, kissing Lin Xiaolou once more. Lin Xiaolou offered no resistance, his demeanor one of submission. Wan Jun closed his eyes, steeling himself. In that moment, desire triumphed over rationality. He became a sharp blade, penetrating Lin Xiaolu's body. An indescribable beauty, an ineffable sensation surged through him as the last vestiges of reason vanished. He was lost to madness. Lin Xiaolou wept, tears cascading like pearls slipping through his fingers. Rolling onto the pillow, his pride, his will, his integrity shattered completely. He could not face death with the bravery he had imagined. He was human, not a deity. Wan Jun forced him into chaos, into despair, into madness, into ruin, into a state of no return. Wan Jun opened his eyes. Lin Xiaolou's tear-streaked face rekindled a flicker of reason within him, yet it also ignited a greater ferocity. Ultimately, desire eclipsed all. In that moment, he could not think, could not remain calm. He surrendered wholly to his primal instincts. Lin Xiaolou's cries only fueled the fire. His tears became the most potent aphrodisiac. Wan Jun held him down, disregarding everything, oblivious to the consequences. Lin Xiaolou's eyes, swollen from weeping, initially emitted sounds, but soon he could no longer cry out. Having preserved his chastity for over 2 decades, he had never truly experienced such an ordeal. What Wan Jun had previously offered was nothing compared to the overwhelming tempest that now engulfed him. He had given up resistance, yet he found himself compelled to fight back. It felt as though Wan Jun sought to annihilate him. This was the sensation, a conviction that this bastard intended to destroy him. Cursed, scoundrel, lunatic, beast. Lin Xiaolou yearned to curse him, but words failed him, his throat raw and painful. His entire being ached, as if he had been dismantled piece by piece, unable to reassemble himself. No, no. Lin Xiaolou desperately attempted to push away the beast that loomed over him. In the dim light of the room, Lin Xiaolou found himself overwhelmed by a tempest of emotions. I love you, he cried, his heart breaking as Wan Jun forcefully turned him over and pressed down from behind. You beast! Are you trying to kill me? Lin Xiaolou clutched the pillow, weeping bitterly. Let us die together, we'll die together. In the chaos, Wan Jun was scarcely aware of his own words, nor could he grasp what Lin Xiaolou was saying. The room resembled a storm's aftermath, clothes and bedding strewn across the floor, remnants of their frenzied encounter scattered haphazardly. Ultimately, Li Jun abandoned restraint, seeking only the most visceral release. As the night deepened, a sliver of dawn broke through the darkness, signaling the end of this brutal ordeal. The morning light shattered the inky shadows, and Lin Xiaolou finally succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting away from awareness. Wan Jun exhaled deeply, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Though it took some time for his scattered thoughts to coalesce, he blinked in realization of the gravity of his actions. Xiaolou, are you all right? His voice was hoarse and raw, a mixture of relief and dread creeping in. He feared he might have harmed Lin Xiaolou irrevocably. In disarray, Wan Jun ran his fingers through his hair, overwhelmed by madness. What had transpired last night? It was a complete loss of reason. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the room into twilight, Lin Xiaolou slowly regained consciousness. He remained sprawled on the bed, Wan Jun too apprehensive to move, fearing that even a slight shift might extinguish the fragile breath of life within him. When Lin Xiaolou finally opened his eyes, he found Wan Jun tenderly moistening his lips with a cotton swab. Xiaolou, are you awake? How do you feel? Is anything wrong? Wan Jun slapped himself in disbelief. How could he even ask such a question? He anxiously pressed his palm to Lin Xiaolou's forehead, searching for signs of discomfort. Beyond that, where else could there be pain? Lin Xiaolou furrowed his brow, the mere act of movement eliciting agony. His eyes were swollen, and he could hardly open them. His head throbbed, a cacophony of pain coursing through him. He attempted to speak, his voice barely a whisper. Get out. Very well, I shall leave at once. Please don't be angry or sad. Rest well. I will be just outside. Call for me whenever you need. Wan Jun dared not provoke the fragile state of his beloved and quickly exited the room, though his mind remained in turmoil. He had finally possessed Lin Xiaolou, fulfilling a long-held desire, yet the anticipated exhilaration eluded him. Once desire faded, he felt an insatiable void within him, a chasm that could not be filled. The disdainful glance Lin Xiaolou had cast his way only deepened that emptiness. What was the worth of physical possession if it did not satiate the longing in his heart? He admitted his greed. He yearned for more than a fleeting night of passion. Chapter 73. A Silver Ring Revisited. As time passed, the mist lifted. Zhu Wenwen returned, alive. Early in the morning, her parents visited the police station, expressing their gratitude to Uncle Mousy for his efforts and presenting him with a vibrant red banner. The officers exchanged glances, bewildered. They immediately sought an audience with Zhu Wenwen. Where have you been? They inquired. I just needed a quiet place to be alone. Why? Confusion. Of course. Whose youth is devoid of pain? Whose life is free of sorrow? Did you stay at a guest house? Never been. If someone claims to have seen me, they must have seen a ghost. Blood? Recently, I donated blood. Where it goes is of no concern to me. Uncle Hat, perceptive as ever, inquired repeatedly. Yet Zhu, Wan appeared quite healthy, showing no visible signs of injury, nor did she seem to have been subjected to confinement or mistreatment. According to her parents, their daughter occasionally experiences bouts of melancholy, embarking on spontaneous trips, leading to her occasional disappearance. The reason for reporting her this time was her particularly profound sadness. Prior to her disappearance, her emotional state had notably declined, and after 3 days of silence, her parents, feeling uneasy, decided to alert the authorities. Coincidentally, the surveillance footage captured a figure strikingly resembling Zhu Wenwen, who turned out to be a tourist, on the day of a fire alarm at her lodging. She had checked out and relocated to another place. Fortunately, she had not yet left. The police took her to meet the owner of the accommodation. "Is this her?" they asked, pointing to the woman. The owner, upon raising his head, confirmed, "Yes, that's her." Uncle then held up Zhu Wenwen's photo for a closer inspection. Was it truly her? The owner glanced back and forth between the photo and the woman, asserting that they were the same person. Uncle scrutinized the two, puzzled. How could they be the same? The girls bore no resemblance in their features. I must inquire, is there truly no distinction? The owner shrugged. What difference does it make? They look like the same person to me. As Uncle collected the photo, he shook the girl's hand, expressing gratitude for her cooperation, and urged for her release. Nan Gongyu finally exited the police station, with the captain escorting him to the door. To be honest, you were right, the captain admitted, his smile tinged with absurdity and resignation. All the coincidences aligning. If you say this isn't aimed at you, I find that hard to believe. Who could argue otherwise? Once the label of suspect was removed, the captain regarded Nan Gong with newfound favor. The young man was handsome and possessed a commendable temperament, the heir of a renowned enterprise. He faced this unforeseen predicament without raising his voice, demanding a lawyer, or leveraging familial connections for pressure. Instead, he spoke calmly and graciously, exuding an elegance quite unlike the entitled rich portrayed in dramas. What was most remarkable was his uncanny ability to predict outcomes. Right on cue, Zhu Wenwen returned alive. How could one not be impressed? Ultimately, the captain leaned in and quietly asked, "Since you possess such foresight, why not assist me with another case?" Nan Gongyu appraised the captain, offering reassurance. It can be resolved, and swiftly. Is that so? Can it truly be deduced from just a few photographs? The captain questioned. Nan Gongyu smiled and shook his head. Not all. I observe your countenance. The flush of success indicates a promotion is imminent. Thus I deduce this case will indeed be solved. The captain shook Nan Gong's hand, exclaiming, "A remarkable talent. You are welcome to visit our ancient town again. I shall treat you to a meal." Just a few steps outside, Nan Gongyu spotted someone ahead, clad in black, a hooded sweatshirt adorned with 7 silver rings. Narrowing his eyes, he approached slowly. The figure remained still, waiting for him. "I know you," he remarked. "You are neither an assassin nor a bodyguard, but a solitary, brooding figure with an eccentric appearance, perpetually draped in silver rings. Those who know you refer to you as the silver-ringed snake." He chuckled. "I never imagined you would serve Wan Jun. While he cares for cats and dogs, you tend to a pet snake." The man maintained his stoic expression, his cold gaze fixed on Nan Gongyu. "What brings you here? To boast or to deliver a message on his behalf?" Nan Gongyu lit a cigarette for himself, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. "Did you think there was only one Wan Jun in this world? You dare to settle scores with me. But I have yet to account for you. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Regardless of your poison or disbelief, I could still flay you and brew you into a soup." The man remained expressionless, though his gaze flickered slightly. His hand finally emerged from his pocket, and with a flick of his finger, a glimmer of silver appeared. Instinctively, Nan Gongyu reached out, and a silver ring rested in his palm. What does this mean? He lifted his gaze to meet the man's. The man cast one last glance at him before turning away, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Nan Gongyu slipped the silver ring onto his finger. It was rather distinctive. He recalled the legend surrounding the silver ring. Bestowing one upon him entailed a promise. Should Nan Gong seek anything in the future, it would be granted without hesitation. Was this some form of compensation, a gesture of goodwill, or a plea for peace? For the moment, Nangong set aside such thoughts. His mind was solely occupied with Lin Xiaolou, and he needed to hurry back to rescue him. It was not until the following afternoon that Lin Xiaolou once again opened his eyes. He had gone a long time without food, and, due to his wounds, had succumbed to a fever. Wan Jun was anxiously pacing, summoning a doctor to administer an injection to Lin Xiaolou, yet Lin only accepted the antipyretic injection, stubbornly refusing to allow the doctor to examine his wounds. The doctor, helpless, left behind some ointment. Wan Jun attempted to apply the medication, but Lin Xiaolou adamantly resisted. With fever-drenched eyes, he glared at Wan Jun, soft yet piercing. Though Lin was not inclined to torment himself, he drank the porridge that Wan Jun had personally prepared. As if the sky would not fall, the antipyretic worked, and the nutrient solution proved beneficial. By evening, Lin Xiaolou was able to sit up slowly. Wan Jun sat by the bedside, stealing glances filled with guilt and trepidation, resembling a dog that had erred. He had an abundance of words he wished to express, apologies to offer, confessions to make, yet at this moment, any utterance would feel inappropriate. Lin Xiaolu's expression was impassive, like a deep pool, concealing its depths. There was neither visible despair nor anger. Rather, a profound tranquility lingered, reminiscent of the expressions of survivors after a cataclysmic event in a film. This only heightened Wan Jun's anxiety, as if he sensed that Lin Xiaolou might vanish from his world at any moment, riding the winds and traversing the moonlit sky. As the moon waned and stars scattered, Lin Xiaolou finally rose from the bed, his first intention being to return home. No matter how hardly Wan Jun tried to persuade him, Lin Xiaolou was resolute in his departure. Even as pain coursed through him with each step, forcing him to lean against the wall, he was determined to leave. Wan Jun, fearing to provoke his anger, spread a thick cushion in the car and drove slowly to escort him home. Due to the sluggish pace, they were halted by traffic police, who cited him for obstructing traffic. Without an elevator, the 3 flights of stairs felt like an insurmountable chasm, and Wan Jun unceremoniously carried Lin Xiaolou all the way up. Once inside, Lin Xiaolou collapsed onto the bed, motionless. Wan Jun prepared more porridge for him and filled his refrigerator, reluctantly bidding farewell. Lin Xiaolou merely glanced at him before turning away, offering him the back of his head. Wan Jun returned home, filled with unease, sitting in silence. At that moment, he could not discern whether he felt regret. He had slept with Lin Xiaolou, but what of it? Satisfaction is but a fleeting moment, followed by an overwhelming sense of panic. He always feels that Lin Xiaolou is drifting further away, and he fears that he may never have this person in his life. The insatiable desire is impossible to quench overnight. What he longs for is a lifetime, yet the more he strives, the more elusive it becomes. Wan Jun spent a sleepless night, and, as the sun rose once more, Nangong returned. Chapter 74. I Want You. Lin Xiaolou slept through the night again and applied some ointment to his wounds. He was able to get out of bed, to walk slowly, and even to steady himself against the wall as he made his way downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. On his way back, he encountered a foolish neighbor, whose eye resembled that of a panda. That day, before leaving, Lin Xiaolou had thoroughly beaten the inconsiderate neighbor. Upon seeing him, the neighbor's legs weakened, and he pleaded, "Please don't hit me again. My eye hasn't healed yet." Lin Xiaolou regarded him with cold indifference, saying nothing. The neighbor, noticing something amiss in Lin Xiaolou's demeanor, inquired, "What is wrong? Why are you leaning against the wall? Are you hurt? Sick? Thanks to you, I'm down a kidney." "What?" The neighbor was taken aback, and after a moment, smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "That person is wealthy and ruthless enough to take a kidney? What a lack of morality." At that moment, the neighbor's face was filled with guilt. "Xiaolou, please don't blame me. I had no idea he would do such a thing. I shouldn't have deceived you. Truly sorry. Are you all right? Do you want me to help you report it to the police?" "There's no need. Wait until the day your roof starts leaking blood. Then it won't be too late to call the authorities." The neighbor, after a trip up and down the stairs, broke into a sweat from the pain. Lin Xiaolou's complexion was pale, and just as he was about to lean down to rest, a knock echoed at the door. "Knock!" Knock, bang, bang. The urgency of the sound increased. Xiaolou, Xiaolou? Upon hearing that voice, Lin Xiaolou shut his eyes in frustration. Damn it, Nangongyu. Where were you when I needed you the most? As the door swung open, Nangongyu rushed in, and upon seeing Lin Xiaolu's condition, his heart sank. You look pale. Let us not even mention it. On such a hot day, you're wrapped in a thick scarf, and your posture seems quite uncomfortable. In front of Nangongyu, Lin Xiaolou began to unravel the scarf, revealing his once fair neck, now marred with bruises, red and purple, a sight truly unbearable. If his neck looked like this, one could only imagine the state of his body beneath his clothing. You're late. Lin Xiaolou spoke calmly, stating the fact without elaboration. Those 4 words sufficed. Nangongyu felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled. Damn it, I'll kill him. He turned to leave, truly intent on violence at that moment. Just as Wan Jun exited the apartment, several black cars arrived, surrounded by a cadre of black-clad bodyguards who encircled him. The crowd parted, revealing Nangongyu at the center, his face a mask of fury. What is this? Bringing so many people? This is unlike you. Nangongyu sneered. Do you think I've come to engage in a brawl? Ha! They aren't here to beat you. They're here to restrain me from killing you, to ensure you still draw breath when I can no longer contain my rage. Nangongyu slipped on black gloves, his eyes ablaze with anger. Having been set up, facing potential imprisonment, and witnessing the degradation of the one he cherished most, Lin Xiaolou, without even having touched him, was utterly devastated by Li Wanjun's actions. Old grievances and new grudges are accounted for. Nangongyu, driven mad by fury, charged forward with a punch. His fist, not much weaker than Li Wanjun's, was fueled by rage, rendering him reckless. The frenzied Nangongyu was a stark contrast to his usual self. Such a desperate fighting style was overwhelming for Li Wanjun. A group of black-clad bodyguards stood vigilantly, their expressions grave, closely monitoring the battle, afraid of either the young master inflicting fatal harm or suffering the same fate himself. Before long, both men were bleeding, yet Nangongyu refused to relent, the fire of his fury only intensifying. With a deafening roar, he delivered a powerful blow to Li Wanjun's chest, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of warm blood. The black-clad bodyguards rushed in, encircling the punching Nangongyu, aware that further violence could lead to death. Li Wanjun, struck by the blow, remained on the ground for a prolonged moment, his chest ablaze with pain, likely sustaining serious injuries. Bent over, he slowly rose, each breath a source of agony, every cough more excruciating than the last. Wiping the blood from his lips, pale and sweating, he managed to ask, "Are we continuing this fight? Li Wanjun, if you dare to lay another finger on him, I will end you." Li Wanjun underwent an examination, confirming his suspicions of fractured bones, and the doctor warned him against any vigorous activity, stressing the importance of proper recovery. A further injury could result in a bone piercing his lung, a dire consequence indeed. Nangongyu was not faring any better. Upon removing his black gloves, he discovered he had fractured his own fingers in his wrath. Once the fury subsided, he too was left in considerable pain. After resting for a few days, Lin Xiaolou's first action upon returning to the office was to submit his resignation. Li Wanjun remained silent, his chest throbbing painfully, and when he finally encountered Lin Xiaolou again, the discomfort intensified. "I will not allow you to leave," Li Wanjun declared resolutely. Lin Xiaolou slammed the resignation letter onto the desk and turned to walk away. Li Wanjun clutched the report tightly, pressing it against his chest, cursing inwardly at the searing pain. Lin Xiaolou prepared a nourishing beef bone soup, this time omitting the Sichuan pepper and instead adding a few chrysanthemum flowers. Chrysanthemums are renowned for their ability to clear heat, detoxify, and enhance beauty, a splendid choice. As Lin Xiaolou gazed intently at the boiling flowers, there came another knock at the door. Now, he could discern the identity of the visitor merely from the sound of the knock. Sighing, he extinguished the fire and ambled towards the door. Li Wanjun's gaze fell upon Lin Xiaolou's scarf, which he wore continuously to the office, despite colleagues teasing about his cold symptoms. "May I see it?" Li Benjun inquired. Fully aware of the situation, Lin Xiaolou unwound the scarf, revealing a neck marred by bruises, the marks deepening with the passing days, almost shocking in their visibility. Wan Jun gasped, the pain in his chest intensifying. In that moment, he could scarcely recall the madness that had driven him to such actions. The evidence of his brutality lay bare before him, revealing the beast within. Xiaolou, I am sorry. I never intended to hurt you. I didn't foresee this. I must have been out of my mind. Lin Xiaolou chuckled softly. How original. Thankfully, you didn't intend to harm me. Otherwise, I might have found myself in the morgue. I am truly sorry, truly sorry. Let's not dwell on this. It holds no significance. Lin Xiaolou's tone was calm and unyielding, devoid of any trace of indignation. Fair is fair. If you have come to apologize, I accept it. Now, please take your leave. Wan Jun fell silent for a moment before suddenly beginning to undress. Lin Xiaolou nearly toppled from his chair. No way. Even in this state, he still intends to pursue him? Wan Jun swiftly shed his upper garment, revealing a robust physique adorned with a large bruise on his chest. What is this? Lin Xiaolou immediately surmised, most likely inflicted by Nangong. Wan Jun glanced down at his injury, a fracture. The doctor warned that if the bone were to break and puncture a lung, it could be fatal. Xiaolou, does this satisfy your desire for vengeance? If not, I might just break it myself. Lin Xiaolou frowned. Your style of apology is quite unique. If you dare to do that, I wouldn't even have the courage to witness it. Can you forgive me? Does it even matter if I forgive you? Wan Jun, you wagered and lost. I acknowledge my defeat. You have received what you were owed. Why are you putting on this act now? What do you truly want? I want you, not just for a night, but for a lifetime. Chapter 75, A Bunch of Confessions. Wan Jun's gaze was incredibly earnest, as if he had always been this sincere. Impossible, Lin Xiaolou replied calmly, yet resolutely declined. Do you remember what I said that night? I can grant you this once, but only this once. Regardless of who owes whom, let's settle our debts with a single night. But I never agreed. What did you say? Libenjum kuntarat. You've already slept with me, and now you want to turn your back? You've had your fill, and now you want to renege? Lin Xiaolou could no longer contain his fury. Just because I didn't agree, is that the end of it? If you don't want to accept my terms, then don't touch me. You never said anything at the time. You just forced me into this, and now you say I didn't agree? Wan Jun, do not take advantage of me. Xiaolou, please don't be like this. Don't be angry. Wan Jun spoke softly, even humbly, gently grasping Lin Xiaolou's hand. I couldn't control myself. It was my fault. I should have hurt you. It's all my mistake. But I like you. Even though you never listen, I still need to say it. I like you, Xiaolou. My feelings for you are genuine. I cannot trade a night for a lifetime. I truly wish to be with you forever. Wan Jun's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with tears as he pressed his forehead against Lin Xiaolou's hand. After a moment, he softly pleaded, Xiaolou, give me a chance to try, will you? I promise to treat you well. I swear on my life that I will be good to you. If it doesn't work, let us set a time limit. 1 year. Is that acceptable? If after a year you still cannot accept me, I will return your freedom and cease my pursuit. Lin Xiaolou remained silent, surprisingly not angry. His expression was remarkably calm, even showing a hint of tenderness. Allow me to ponder this. He gently withdrew his hand, revealing a trace of leniency. But do not pressure me. Grant me a few days, and I will provide you with an answer. Wan Jun was astonished by Lin Xiaolou's swift change in attitude, hardly believing his ears. Xiaolou, have you agreed? Are you truly willing to give me a chance? I did not say that. Lin Xiaolou maintained his usual proud demeanor. I only agreed to consider it. All right, then I will wait for you. I will wait. Wan Jun was immensely excited, filled with hope for the future. Lin Xiaolou's stance had noticeably softened from an outright refusal to a willingness to contemplate. He felt confident that he could win Lin Xiaolou's heart. Wan Jun did not linger any longer and departed immediately. As the door closed, Lin Xiaolou's gaze transformed instantaneously. He extracted a cigarette, biting it between his lips, and with a flick of his lighter, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Amidst the swirling mist, he fixed his stare upon the door, devoid of any lingering tenderness. Having just savored a bowl of meticulously brewed chrysanthemum beef bone soup, the door was knocked upon once more. Xiaolou, it's me. Damn it. Can't I have a moment's peace? Lin Xiaolou wiped his mouth and resignedly approached the door, where Nangong Yu barged in. Oh, Master Nangong, what brings you here? Lin Xiaolou scrutinized the bandage wrapped around Nangong Yu's arm. Did someone miscalculate and land a blow? Don't you know? Wan Jun didn't he come looking for you? Nangong Yu seemed incredulous. I gave him a good thrashing, quite a severe one. Didn't he mention that to you? Lin Xiaolou chuckled and resumed his seat to enjoy a second bowl of soup. Xiaolou, don't misunderstand. It's merely a small injury on my finger. The doctor insisted on wrapping it this way. If others were unaware, they might think my arm is broken. Is it a fracture then? Oh, just a tiny bit. Nothing serious. But Wan Jun, he's the one with real problems. His bones are likely shattered, at the very least cracked. I know the force of my punch. Truly impressive, master. Lin Xiaolou leisurely sipped his soup. If that is all you came to say, then I understand. You may leave now. No, it's not just that. Nangong Yu grasped Lin Xiaolu's hand with his uninjured one. Xiaolou, I came to express my feelings. I don't care. What do you mean? You've been entangled with him. No, you've shared a bed with him. I do not mind. Oh, so you mean to say my innocence is lost? Yet you choose to overlook it? Precisely. But it's not that. We are all men. What does innocence matter? I have no hang-ups about it. And besides, I am not one myself. Nangong Yu spoke earnestly. Xiaolou, be with me. I wish to protect you, and I can. Lin Xiaolou felt a pang of emotion. He withdrew his hand, saying, But have you forgotten what transpired before I left? You endured quite a beating, didn't you? You faced significant losses, didn't you? You ended up in the police station, didn't you? I witnessed you being carried away. How amusing. Nangong Yu, do you suffer from amnesia? Do you not harbor resentment towards me? Do you not wish to exact revenge? After being toyed with, you still dare to confess your feelings. Has a donkey kicked your brain? Nangong Yu was unfazed, not even slightly angered. He smiled, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Xiaolou, I have never hated you, not once. I have said before, as long as you can vent your frustrations, I would go to any lengths. Being taken into custody means nothing to me. To be candid, I have been incarcerated more than once for you. Do you know? I went to the ancient town searching for you, to your lodgings, and then I was apprehended, detained for a full 10 days. It was the first time in my life being treated as a suspect, even a murderer. The police interrogated me relentlessly. I have never endured such torment. Were it not for you, I wouldn't have even set foot in that shabby inn. But what does that matter? Who compelled me to love you? I accept it. I bear the weight of the suffering without hesitation, all for you. So, cease asking whether I harbor hatred. I will not seek revenge, nor will I harm you. The only resentment I hold is not returning in time to save you, but that will not happen again. As long as you are with me, I promise, Wan Jun shall never harm you again. Nangong Yu truly exhibits remarkable magnanimity, despite being wronged so gravely. He harbors no resentment. Lin Xiaolou is profoundly moved and expresses her gratitude, saying, Nangong, you have endured such suffering for me, even injuring your finger. Thank you. Your hands, capable of divination and bone reading, are invaluable, so I am truly grateful. Words of thanks do not suffice. You are aware of what I desire, he replies. Allow me to contemplate this. I shall provide you with a response in a few days. After dismissing Nangong Yu, Lin Xiaolou leisurely sips her bowl of soup. In a matter of days, his injuries have nearly healed, allowing him to run and jump. Wan Jun hurriedly makes his way to the park. Elated by the message from Lin Xiaolou, she has invited him to meet at the Central Park and promised a satisfactory response. What constitutes a satisfactory response? Lin Xiaolou is fully aware of his desires. If it is indeed a satisfactory response, it must be good news. Wan Jun arrives at the agreed-upon location well in advance. Frequently glancing at his wristwatch, typically composed, he cannot help but pace, occasionally lifting his gaze to observe his surroundings. At this hour, the secluded corner is nearly deserted, so any sign of movement draws his attention. As the seconds drag on, he is on the verge of making a phone call when he suddenly hears hurried footsteps, approaching with urgency. With eager anticipation, he looks up, only to be momentarily stunned. Chapter 76. This departure, mountains high and waters long, as Lin Xiaolou steps outside. She is unexpectedly confronted. A wanted criminal? Yes, an A-level wanted notice. Quite serious indeed. I'm not a criminal. We never claimed you were. You are Lin Xiaolou, and we are aware of that. The criminal is not in my residence. Oh, your word alone cannot suffice. We must enter and conduct a search. Several women surround him, clutching the A-level wanted notice, insisting on entering his home for inspection. Lin Xiaolou checks the time on his phone, feeling anxious. I am in a hurry. Ladies, this is merely a studio apartment. I live alone, I assure you. Comrade Lin Xiaolou, you cannot guarantee anything. Do you see these notices? They indicate A-level and AAA-level criminals. These individuals are ruthless. If they enter your home, they 1T announce themselves. Our search is for your safety. It is for your own good. You are right. Open the door, and we'll take a look. No, I am in a rush. My ride has arrived, and I must leave. Comrade Lin Xiaolou, you have yet to grasp the seriousness of this situation. The leading woman speaks with gravity. We are not merely idling. This is for the safety of the community's residents. A murderer is reportedly on the loose in our vicinity, and the entire city is intensifying its search efforts. Following directives from above, we are to conduct thorough inspections of every household, leaving no suspicious individual unchecked. This person is responsible for multiple homicides, and he shows no hesitation in killing. He could be hiding anywhere, perhaps even in your home. You mentioned this is a studio apartment, meaning you live alone, which heightens the danger. Quickly, open the door. Lin Xiaolou is exasperated. Ladies, if there were truly a murderer hiding in my home, would you recklessly barge in without fear of being harmed? Do not underestimate us. As the leading aunt raised her head, she reminisced about her youth when she was not hesitant to confront my husband. Just yesterday, a son dared to challenge me, prompting me to deliver 2 swift slaps. The other ladies, rolling up their sleeves, chimed in, do not underestimate us. Should this person fall into our hands, we shall surely teach him a lesson. Go ahead, test us. Downstairs, the car's horn blared incessantly, and the driver, growing impatient, shouted, Are we leaving or not? Yes, yes. I'm coming right away, replied Lin Xiaolou, reluctantly opening the door. The group rushed in, beginning their meticulous search. Lin Xiaolou kept glancing at the time, as the driver's horn continued to sound. Finally, once they finished their inspection and emerged, Lin Xiaolou hurriedly locked the door. Is everything all right? Bye, Andes. He grabbed his suitcase and dashed off. Bye. Where are you off to in such a hurry? The ants encircled him again. Lin Xiaolou, we have something to discuss. Good news. One ant exclaimed, Look at this girl. ISNT, she exquisite? You two would be a perfect match. Only because the young man is handsome would I consider making this introduction. Otherwise, I wouldn't even entertain the thought. This is my niece, my own blood. Really, aunt? I must leave. My ride is waiting downstairs. We can talk when I return. Wait until you return. The opportunity may pass us by. Another ant insisted. The incessant beeping of the horn continued, with the frustrated driver declaring, Cancel the ride. I'll take another order. With that, he sped off. Now that the car has left, let us chat a bit longer. Just look at this lovely girl. Truly beautiful. I'm quite taken with her. Lin Xiaolou, exasperated, replied. Fine, fine. Just set a time to meet. Farewell. Finally, Lin Xiaolou managed to escape the circle, only to encounter 2 people rushing up the stairs, creating quite a commotion. Upon recognizing them, he quickly retreated back into the protective embrace of the ants. Where do you think you're going? Wan Jun advanced menacingly, his gaze narrowing upon the suitcase, his anger intensifying. At the park's center, upon spotting the hastily arriving Nangongyu, Wan Jun felt a chill run through him. Realizing he had been duped once again, was there even a need to ask? With both him and Nangongyu summoned to the park, Lin Xiaolou would surely attempt to flee. Nangongyu followed closely, exclaiming, Xiaolou, you deceived me. I endured imprisonment and injury for you. How could you betray me again? Imprisonment? The sensitivity of the ants spiked instantly. Lin Xiaolou, what is happening? Who are these people? If they're involved with the police, they can't be good. Xiaolou, what do they want with you? They don't seem like upstanding citizens. They look quite menacing. Lin Xiaolou, hiding behind the ants, murmured, They're my creditors. If they catch me, it would spell my doom. Loan sharks? So they truly are scoundrels. Don't yell at me. Lin Xiaolou retorted, rolling up his sleeves. Aunties, look at these injuries. They were inflicted by them. Numerous bruises marred his fair arms, fresh blood oozing from recent wounds, clearly indicating he had been harmed. Nangongyu's eyes widened in alarm as he seized Wan Jun, You beast. How dare you lay a hand on him? It wasn't me. Wan Jun was bewildered, unable to comprehend why he would harm him. Xiaolou, where did these injuries come from? Who did this to you? Who else could it be but you? Nangong, you raged. Use your brain. How could I possibly have hurt him? Regarding Lin Xiaolou's injury, it indeed arrived with impeccable timing. Just yesterday, while he was out shopping, he chanced upon a couple embroiled in a domestic dispute, with the husband violently assaulting his wife, throwing her to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaolou intervened, delivering a swift kick and assisting the woman to her feet. The man charged at him, and soon they were engulfed in a fierce struggle. Lin Xiaolou landed several punches, yet the man retaliated with a branch, inflicting multiple wounds upon him. Ultimately, the woman, in a frenzied state, lunged at the man, scratching him relentlessly while weeping and demanding a divorce, which finally subdued him. Subsequently, the couple returned home together. Whether they divorced was of no concern to him. Yet the injuries he sustained were undeniably real and remained unreimbursed. At this moment, Lin Xiaolou, in a state of confusion, began to fabricate a narrative. It was you who struck me. Ladies, you must protect me. Do not let them take me away. Instantly, the women surrounding him surged with protective instincts, shielding him and demanding names, phone numbers, and workplaces, declaring, if you dare to apprehend him, we shall call the police. Yes, call the police, they shouted, their voices rising in unison. Soon, the entire building's residents emerged, including that foolish neighbor. As Lin Xiaolou attempted to leave with his suitcase, the couple obstructed his path, while the ladies urged him to go, insisting he be allowed to escape. Upon witnessing the commotion, the foolish neighbor suddenly shouted, Lin Xiaolou's kidneys are at stake. What? This revelation ignited chaos. All the neighbors converged, while the women valiantly cleared a path, escorting Lin Xiaolou away as well-meaning residents simultaneously called the authorities, encircling him in a protective barrier. Finally, Lin Xiaolou managed to flee the building, hastily jumping into a taxi, offering an additional 200 for a swift departure. The driver pressed the accelerator, and they sped away. After this, he vanished without a trace, lost to the mountains and rivers, leaving no further news behind. Chapter 77. The Ancient Village in the Wild Mountains. 3 entire months passed, transitioning from summer to autumn, the landscape now awash in golden hues. Wan Jun had long since activated the air conditioning, wrapping himself tightly in his trench coat. How could early autumn be so chilly? The door to the CEO's office swung open, and the administrative assistant entered, cradling a large cardboard box. Mr. Li, these are Lin Xiaolou's belongings, all organized per your instructions. Nothing amiss. After placing the box down, she exited, puzzled by the palpable shift in atmosphere. With Lin Xiaolou gone, Mr. Li's vitality seemed to have waned. Wan Jun meticulously examined the contents of the box. Old items, notebooks filled with writing, worn-out pens, things Lin Xiaolou himself had deemed worthless. Yet he could not bring himself to discard a single piece. For 3 long months, Lin Xiaolou had seemingly evaporated, vanishing entirely from his life. Since that day, he could uncover not a trace of Lin Xiaolou, not even through private investigators. He spared no expense, deploying the full might of the Li Corporation and its extensive network, searching every inch. Yet Lin Xiaolou was as elusive as a drop of water swallowed by the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Wan Jun poured money and connections into the search, but this individual had completely vanished from the city's surveillance system. It was as though everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream, as if he had never existed at all. When science failed to provide answers, he turned to metaphysical beliefs. Wan Jun was convinced that Nangong was also desperately searching, so he kept a close watch on him. Yet even Nangong could not find Lin Xiaolou. Wan Jun found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. The pain had reached such an excruciating level that it rendered him numb. He could not even weep, and a desperate thought crossed his mind. Could that last encounter be the final farewell between him and Lin Xiaolou? Lost in contemplation, Wan Jun forced himself to muster the energy to organize Lin Xiaolou's belongings. Among them was a notebook adorned with chocolate wrappers, all from the same brand. During every meeting, he would steal glances at it, and before he realized it, The brand had ingrained itself in his memory. As he opened one of the notebooks, he found a mix of serious notes and doodles. Lin Xiaolou often drifted off during meetings, and when he immersed himself in writing, he would frequently resort to chaotic sketches. Lin Xiaolou had a commendable artistic flair. His lines were crisp, and with just a few strokes, he could depict chocolates, fruits, cartoon characters, and even side profiles of real people. Notably, one of the sketches resembled Wan Jun himself, accompanied by cheeky annotations like bastard, usurer, and fool. Li Benjun chocolat, his lips quivering as tears welled up in his eyes. Here he was, a towering man of nearly 2 meters, yet he covered his face, grieving like a child. He regretted the pressure he had exerted on Lin Xiaolou. Had he known this day would come, he would never have pushed so hard. Was it worth risking a lifetime for that one night? Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have been gentler, more patient, even if it meant stifling his own desires. How could Lin Xiaolou possibly harbor feelings for someone like him? No one could love a beast that assaults them, especially one that pursues them into their home. It was he who had driven Lin Xiaolou away, forcing him to seek refuge far from home. This was entirely his own doing. Wan Jun rubbed his eyes fiercely, clutching the notebook as he examined several others, all filled with similar doodles. Lin Xiaolou had little interest in drawing people. His sketches primarily featured fruits and small animals, with the occasional building. As he turned to the last notebook and closed it, the images imprinted in his mind were of stacked houses, reminiscent of remote villages. He leafed through all the notebooks again, astonished to find that the same village sketches appeared repeatedly. These were Lin Xiaolou's own depictions. With trembling hands, Wan Jun quickly took photos of the village illustrations and sent them back to the headquarters of the Li Corporation, instructing them to investigate and locate similar villages across the nation. With a mere command from the young master, the entire Li Corporation sprang into action. With substantial capital and a vast array of subsidiary enterprises, their operations spanned both domestic and international realms, and their information network was extensive. Soon, a report arrived indicating that an image remarkably similar to one of the sketches had been found in a travel magazine. As Wan Jun opened the magazine, lifelike photographs leapt off the pages, and he meticulously compared them to Lin Xiaolou's hand-drawn sketches. Each was an almost perfect replica. Why was Lin Xiaolou so captivated by this photograph? Why did he repeatedly recreate it with such precision? Wan Jun could barely contain his excitement. Lin Xiaolou possessed a quality akin to that of a wandering ascetic, a charm untouched by worldly affairs, an innocence oblivious to the frivolities of life. Such serene and remote locales held an irresistible allure for Lin Xiaolou. Wan Jun ordered his men to continue their investigation. Soon, they retrieved a set of original photographs from the photographer, one of which captured the counterfeit gate inscribed with 3 characters, Panlong's Eye. In the southwestern mountainous region, there stood Kunlong's High. The sketches by Lin Xiaolou sprang to life, each stroke on paper becoming vivid and three-dimensional, transforming into the vibrant essence of human existence. Lin Xiaolou and the girl, Yueya, hurriedly approached the stilted house and knocked on the door. Upon opening it, the girl rushed inside, exclaiming, "Xiaolou-ji, my brother, don't panic, speak slowly." Lin Xiaolou poured her a glass of water, but she pushed it aside, saying, "My brother went into the mountains early this morning and hasn't returned." "And so?" Lin Xiaolou inquired. "My brother must be in trouble," she insisted. Lin Xiaolou took a sip of water, trying to reassure her. "Surely not. Long Ji is quite capable. Even a tiger would turn and flee." Yueya shook her head vigorously. "He has never been gone this long. Something must have happened." Just as Lin Xiaolou was about to caution her against cursing her own brother, a voice from below shouted, "Yueya, your brother is in trouble. Someone might die." Yueya's vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Lin Xiaolou caught her, leaning out the window. "Stop your foolish shouting." "But it's true. It's serious. Come quickly." Lin Xiaolou took Yueya by the hand as they followed the crowd up the mountain. As dusk settled, the sun hanging perilously close to the cliff's edge, they were not alone. A throng of villagers followed, all caught up in the urgency of the situation. They reached a colossal ancient tree where Yueya's brother, Along, stood unharmed at its base, devoid of any visible injuries. "Where's the danger?" Lin Xiaolou gasped, struggling to catch his breath as he grasped Along's broad shoulder. Along steadied him, helping him regain composure. "What is going on?" Lin Xiaolou asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Along's demeanor was grave as he turned to face another group. Following his gaze, Lin Xiaolou was taken aback by the sight of a menacing crowd. With fierce expressions that were unmistakably not from Kunlong's high, they hailed from their long-standing rivals, Fuhu Zhai. "Along, you cannot leave today. One of you must remain." The leader of the Fuhu Zhai contingent, a young man named Kuan, son of their chief, declared. Lin Xiaolou was bewildered. "One must remain? What do you mean?" "A leg," Yuya clarified, her words slightly awkward in Mandarin. "What? Just one leg?" Lin Xiaolou finally grasped the dire situation. The Fuhu Zhai intended to sever Along's leg. Chapter 78. This is a human leg, not a ham. The two villages, Kunlong and Fuhu, have been adversaries for nearly a century, sharing the same land, yet destined to be rivals. They contested water sources, land, and prey. Everything was a point of contention. A river that nourished life flowed through both villages. Yet Fuhu Zhai, situated upstream, had even attempted to obstruct this vital source decades prior. This led to a large-scale conflict, and although their attempt to block the water failed, the animosity between the two villages had only deepened. In the renowned Kunlong village, there exists a multitude of robust, used like Along, brimming with physical prowess. However, an unforeseen turn of events has left Kunlong village in a precarious position. Decades ago, following the water source war, the leaders of two villages convened to negotiate, delineating a boundary that divided the hunting grounds atop the mountain, establishing a stone marker to signify their respective territories. Any infringement upon this boundary would result in dire consequences. Along stood beneath an ancient ginkgo tree, a majestic specimen boasting a lush canopy adorned with golden leaves. This tree, believed to have existed for over a millennium, has witnessed the passage of time and the myriad moments that have shaped the land. It is not merely rooted in the soil, but also embedded in the hearts of every villager in Kunlong. The ginkgo tree serves as the village's deity, embodying the spiritual beliefs of its people. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. The ancient tree, devoid of human understanding, is oblivious to the conflicts and grievances of mankind. It happens to straddle the boundary, and over the decades, one slender branch has quietly crossed into the opposing territory. This transgression has provoked the neighboring Fuhu village, which seized the opportunity to demand the branch's removal. Kunlong village erupted in defiance, vowing to protect their deity at all costs. The stakes were high, as Fuhu village sought to gain the upper hand, manipulating the situation to assert their dominance, with the underlying motive of competing for resources. A decade has passed since the branch crossed the boundary, and during this time, Kunlong has been metaphorically choked, with Fuhu village dictating terms in every conflict and negotiation. Today, the situation unfolded similarly. Along, in pursuit of a wild hare, approached the boundary, confident in his archery skills to secure his prey before it could escape. As he drew back his bow, an unexpected stumble caused the hare to cross the line, his arrow veering off course, and in the chaos, he too inadvertently crossed the boundary. In his moment of shock, the villagers of Fuhu emerged like mushrooms after rain, clamoring to claim a piece of Along's leg. No, now it was a matter of his entire limb. Along found himself at a loss for words, as his leg had indeed crossed the line. His fellow villagers rushed to his aid, but none could intervene, for this was a rule established by the leaders of both villages long ago. Lin Xiaolou, observing the unfolding events, sensed something amiss. Since arriving 3 months prior, he had resided in the stilt house of Along and his sister. He trusted Along's skills implicitly and could not fathom him making such a blunder. Something was surely afoot. "Brother Long, how could your shot go astray? What happened? Is someone conspiring against you?" Along furrowed his brow and whispered, "Someone struck me with a slingshot." The mystery unraveled, just as Along was focused on his target. He had been ambushed from behind, causing him to cross the boundary in a moment of unintentional folly. It became evident that this was a trap, with many lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to spring forth. Not only had Along fallen victim to betrayal, But the perpetrator must have also crossed the boundary to launch their covert attack. Yet, there was no evidence to substantiate his claims. Even if Lin Xiaolou sought to confront the issue, he would be unable to identify the culprit. Who would admit to such an act? Who would speak the truth? The betrayal against Along was overt, with numerous eyes bearing witness, and despite the clear injustice, he would have to endure the consequences. Rules are rules. Akun led the charge, demanding either a leg or a piece of wood. The people of Kunlong village were stirred, and the conditions set by Fuhu village were clear. Either a leg must be severed or a tree must be cut down. Along wished to escape unscathed. Yet the branch that had crossed the boundary for a decade must be sacrificed. To Lin Xiaolou, the proposition of exchanging a mere branch for a leg was utterly appealing. "Let us cut it down," he exclaimed with innocent enthusiasm, dismissing the notion that they were felling a root. It was simply a slender twig, akin to giving the ancient tree a trim for its health. However, Along swiftly covered his mouth, forbidding him from uttering another word. For the entire Kunlong village was aflame with indignation. The village deity was revered, a divine being whose stature rivaled that of the heavens. Should Lin Xiaolou persist in advocating for the tree's destruction, he would become the pariah of the village, no matter how well-liked he was on ordinary days. This was not the moment for such sentiments. All eyes were upon him, some friends shaking their heads in silent caution, imploring him to remain silent. Even Along and his sister, closest to him, shook their heads fervently, fearful that he might utter words that would invoke divine wrath. Clearly, felling the tree was out of the question. Should Lin Xiaolou take matters into his own hands, he would likely be met with a violent backlash from the villagers. Struggling against Along's grasp, he inhaled deeply, questioning, "So we cannot fell the tree?" The villagers collectively responded, "Not at all, not at all." "Then must we resort to severing Along's leg?" Half the villagers echoed, "Not at all, not at all." The other half remained silent. Though none wished for Along to suffer, his significance paled in comparison to that of their deity. This sentiment was palpable among the villagers. Along's siblings were equally agitated, expressing that they would rather sacrifice a limb than allow any harm to come to their god. Lin Xiaolou scratched his head, realizing that the crux of the matter lay with the people of Fuhu village. "What need do you have for a human leg? It is not a ham, nor can it be consumed. What purpose would it serve?" Akun scrutinized him, asking, "Who are you?" "A passerby." "A passerby? What business do you have in our affairs?" "Rules are rules, and there is no room for negotiation. Rules can be established and dismantled. We live in a new era. There is no need for such barbarity." "What did you say? Do you wish to die?" "It does not concern him," Along interjected, shielding Lin Xiaolou. "Akun, if there is trouble, direct it at me." Akun disdainfully tossed the axe at Along's feet. "Then take it and do the deed yourself." Along picked up the axe, while his sister, Yuya, clutched his hand. Bursting into tears, Akun's gaze lingered on the sobbing Yuya, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Lin Xiaolou seized the axe from Along, turning to confront Akun. "You know full well how Along crossed the boundary. Do you wish me to articulate it? You conspired against him and launched a covert attack. Today, before the ancient tree, you profess your faith. Even if the tree is not your deity, it is still sacred. Do you dare to swear before it that you are innocent? Who among you would dare to lie, lest divine retribution befall you?" The people of Fuhu village exchanged glances, none daring to make such an oath, even if the ancient tree was not their god. Observing the atmosphere shift, Lin Xiaolou changed his tone. "Shall we converse?" "About what?" Akun retorted, eyeing him with a cold smirk. "What did you see that suggests we attacked? You are an outsider. What do we have to discuss?" Lin Xiaolou remarked, as he removed the watch from his wrist and waved it in front of the others. "Shall we converse?" Chapter 79. The Terrifying Bamboo Basket. Akun's gaze fixated on the watch, unwavering. Lin Xiaolou offered it forward, and Akun seized it, examining it closely, his admiration growing with each passing moment. "How much?" Lin Xiaolou raised a finger. 1,000? Akun exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. No, it's 10,000. 10,000? Akun's eyes widened in astonishment. Swallowing hard as he clutched the watch, Lin Xiaolou was not deceiving Akun. He had scrimped and saved to purchase this fine timepiece. Although it could not compare to the million-dollar luxury watches of the wealthy elite, it was still a considerable treasure in his eyes. "Can we converse now?" Along interjected from behind, but Lin Xiaolou brushed him aside. "Let us swap a long for a leg, shall we?" The youth of Fu Huzhai gathered around to admire the watch, their eyes filled with envy. Akun, enamored with the watch, contemplated deeply, yet ultimately shook his head. Rules are rules. The price was still insufficient. Lin Xiaolou added, "I will also include a box of medicine." "What kind?" "Yes, a box of all sorts, for colds, fevers, and detoxifying." "Detox?" Akuin's interest was piqued. In this desolate wilderness, medicine was a rare and invaluable commodity, often hard to procure even in the town. After a hurried discussion with the other youths of Fu Huzhai, Akuin declared, "Rules are rules, but in light of your favor, I will consult my father and provide you with an answer in 3 days." Akuin's father was the leader of Fu Huzhai, and his words seemed more like a mere formality than a solid promise. "Very well, you may take the watch. In 3 days, I shall bring the medicine. We shall meet again." Lin Xiaolou felt assured that the deal was secure. Akuin tucked the watch into his pocket and flashed a smile at Lin Xiaolou, who unfortunately failed to comprehend the meaning behind it. "Little handsome, we shall meet again." Lin Xiaolou sighed in relief, but upon turning around, he noticed Along and his sister wearing troubled expressions, as did the entire population of Kuan-Long-Jai. "What's the matter?" Lin Xiaolou was perplexed. As the people of Kuan-Long-Jai dispersed, Lin Xiaolou accompanied Along and his sister back. Once they reached the stilted building, Lin Xiaolou finally asked, "What troubles you? Is it not a cause for joy that your leg is saved?" Along remained silent, while Yueya's eyes brimmed with tears. "It wasn't he saved." "What? Did he not say he would consult his father?" Lin Xiaolou insisted that it was merely a ruse, a way to delay, and he would surely agree in 3 days. However, Along and his sister were not optimistic. "You do not understand, Akuin. This matter is far from settled. But he has taken a watch. It is worth over 10,000. He cannot simply retract his word. You should not have given him the watch. 10,000 just thrown into the water." "Brother Long, I do not appreciate that sentiment. Wealth is but a transient possession. Your leg is an irreplaceable asset. I would gladly trade any treasure for your leg." Along's eyes filled with tears as he embraced Lin Xiaolou tightly. "My dear brother, I have wronged you." Yuya sobbed beside him, lamenting, "It is all my fault. All of this is my mistake." Lin Xiaolou grew increasingly perplexed as he struggled to free himself from Along's iron grip. "Wait a moment. How is this your fault again? What is truly going on?" The Crescent Moon girl remained silent, her gaze resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. "Brother, I have made up my mind. I will speak with him." "Absolutely not," Along exclaimed, clutching his sister tightly. "I would rather sacrifice my own legs than allow you to go to him." Lin Xiaolou finally comprehended the convoluted scheme orchestrated by Akuin. It turned out that Akuin had long harbored feelings for the Crescent Moon girl and wished to marry her, but Along had vehemently rejected him. Although the Crescent Moon girl hailed from the mountains, with skin that lacked the porcelain quality of city girls, her eyes sparkled with a purity reminiscent of the clearest mountain spring water, an unadulterated beauty that many meticulously adorned young women could not possess. This was a beauty that was pure, clear, and radiant, making her the envy of all, which explained Akuin's relentless pursuit. However, Akuin was far from admirable. He was frivolous and had a tarnished reputation. Coupled with the long-standing animosity between the two villages, it was not just Along who opposed the union. The entire Kunlong village would stand against it. "So, this is an arranged marriage," Lin Xiaolou mused, understanding why Along and his sister wore such troubled expressions. If Akuin's intentions were solely directed at the Crescent Moon girl, the situation would undoubtedly escalate. "Do not be too pessimistic, after all. He still has his eye on my medicine. He cannot take my watch, seize my medicine, and then harm you. I simply cannot permit that," Lin Xiaolou reassured Along, patting him on the shoulder and wiping away the tears from the Crescent Moon girl's face. "Brother Long will surely keep his legs safe, and the Crescent Moon girl will be unharmed." At that moment, the siblings enveloped Lin Xiaolou in a heartfelt embrace, all three of them weeping together. Wan Jun traveled tirelessly under the stars, traversing by plane, car, and donkey cart, winding through the treacherous mountain roads until he finally arrived at the picturesque Panlong village depicted in the photograph. However, despite thoroughly searching the entire village, he could not find Lin Xiaolou. Clutching the photo, he knocked on door after door, inquiring of anyone he encountered. But the entire village echoed a consistent refrain. They had never seen this person, nor had any outsider visited recently. Wan Jun was at a loss. If Lin Xiaolou was not there, where could he possibly be? Despair washed over him as he realized that after all his efforts, aside from the locations mentioned in the manuscript, he had no further leads. The world was vast, and he wondered where he might find his beloved Xiaolou. Reluctantly, he prepared to leave, but unexpectedly encountered someone on his way back. "There is someone who can assist us," the Crescent Moon girl said, drying her tears. "If we find him, my brother's legs will be safe." Along's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. "But he is often absent. Who is this person? What kind of expert?" "The old smoker," they replied in unison. The old smoker, surnamed Luo, was known as Luo Laoyin or simply Yin Shu. Although he was not a resident of Kunlong village, he held considerable influence and command over the leaders of both Kunlong and Fuhu villages. If he were to mediate, this matter could be resolved amicably. The Crescent Moon girl promptly summoned their neighbor, Tai Tu, who had been shouting from below the window. He was of average height with unremarkable features. Yet he was known by the nickname Grasshopper, as his speed rivaled that of the swiftest creatures. No one in Kunlong village could outrun him. Without delay, Tai Tu set off, employing his remarkable speed to seek out the legendary old smoker. Days passed as the sun rose and set thrice. Lin Xiaolou had prepared the necessary medicines, leaving some for the siblings Along and Ayue, while packing the rest in a small medicine box. Since he had initially planned to venture into the mountains, he had gathered an ample supply of medicine, all of which was now put to good use. With the medicine box in hand, Lin Xiaolou forged ahead, urging, "Let us go and confront the ruffians of Fuhu village." Leading the way, he was followed closely by the siblings, while behind them, the villagers of Kunlong village trailed along in a large group. Upon reaching the boundary, they encountered an equally formidable crowd from Fuhu village, and both sides appeared ready for confrontation. Lin Xiaolou set the medicine box down, revealing its contents filled with various remedies, including antipyretics, anti-inflammatories, and an assortment of detoxifying pills. "I have fulfilled my part. What about you?" Akuin, eyeing the semi-transparent medicine box with envy, gestured, and several individuals brought forth a large bamboo basket. Lin Xiaolou was bewildered. However, upon seeing the villagers of Kunlong village change their expressions upon sighting the basket, fear clearly etched in their eyes, he began to comprehend the source of their dread. "What is this?" Lin Xiaolou asked, pointing at the bamboo basket. Akuin swatted his hand away, declaring, "This is our deity." "What?" Lin Xiaolou was taken aback, confused about what sort of deity could be contained within the basket. "A turtle? A mudfish?" Akuin's smile was sinister. "Little handsome boy, considering your face, my father offers you a third option. Neither chop down trees nor break legs, but rather consult the deity." "Akuin, you are denying my brother any chance of survival," Ayue exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Observing Ayue's agitation, Lin Xiaolou surmised that whatever lay within the bamboo basket was likely lethal. Was inside. The villagers of Kunlong clamored, their voices a cacophony of anxiety. "What?" Lin Xiaolou jumped in shock. "Akuin, you are utterly unreasonable. You took my 10,000 yuan watch, and now with all this medicine, you still refuse to spare Along's life? Are you going to have him bitten by a snake?" "It's not a bite, it's a consultation," Alkun responded arrogantly. "Our deity is not easily summoned by just anyone. If it weren't for your Ayue, we wouldn't even offer Along this opportunity." "Oh, spare me. I have encountered shameless individuals before, but you take the cake," Lin Xiaolou retorted. "What opportunity does a snake bite present? A chance to meet one's demise?" The so-called deity within the bamboo basket was, in fact, a silver-ringed snake. And Akuin's notion of consulting the deity involved extending one's foot into the basket to see if it would bite, leaving the outcome to fate. Everyone was aware of the venomous nature of the silver-ringed snake. A single bite could lead to either death or severe injury. The village being far from the city meant that even if one was rushed to the hospital immediately after a bite, the winding journey could hinder survival. And even if the antivenom were to preserve life, it would not prevent the damage to the tissue, making amputation a distinct possibility. Thus, it was commonly believed that villagers bitten by a venomous snake either perished or were left severely impaired. Then let us proceed according to the rules. Akuin tossed down a machete, suggesting, chop off a leg. What do you think my watch and my medicine are for? Lin Xiaolou was furious. That watch cost me over 10,000 yuan, something I painstakingly saved for, and the medicine I possess is as valuable as gold in the mountains. How much wealth do you think I carry? I offer you this bounty, and what do I seek in return? Is it not merely the preservation of Lin.His leg? After waiting 3 days and sacrificing such valuable items, your father concocts this absurd plan? What deity? Does the snake not bite? What deep-seated grudge do you harbor that you must seek to destroy Lin? Do you not think the animosity between the two villages is already profound enough? In a fit of rage, Lin Xiaolou unleashed a torrent of curses, disregarding whether he might offend the villagers. Akuin furrowed his brow and retorted, "What did you say? Are you insulting my mother? I curse your grandfather. I have no grandfather." Lin forcefully pulled Lin Xiaolou behind him, his gaze fixed on the bamboo basket, emboldened by a sense of desperation, declaring, "I have nothing to fear, brother." Yuya clutched her brother tightly, tears welling in her eyes. The people of Kunlong village were incensed. They had hoped for a turning point in 3 days, yet were met with such underhanded tactics from Fuhu village. If Lin could not escape this calamity, then Lin Xiaolou's watch and the medicines could not be given in vain. No matter how one calculated it, this was a losing proposition, prompting the villagers of Kunlong to surround Akuin, demanding in unison that he return the items. Consider this carefully. If you forsake the chance to consult the deity, Lin will surely lose a leg. Akuin's tone softened. Our deity is quite powerful. If granted forgiveness, Lin will undoubtedly be unharmed. What nonsense is this? Will being bitten by a snake cause no harm? I speak the truth. Those favored by the deity will come to no harm. Upon hearing this, the fervor of the Kunlong villagers dissipated slightly as they whispered among themselves. What does this mean? Lin Xiaolou questioned, puzzled by what he did not know. Brother Xiaolou, do you know the old Smoky? Yes, he is quite the esteemed figure, very formidable. He is one favored by the deity. The village deity of Kunlong is the ancient ginkgo tree, while that of Fuhu is the silver-ringed snake. The original silver ring has since transformed into a stone statue, and the bamboo basket holds who knows which generation of it. Old Smoky had once been bitten by the silver ring, but survived due to timely treatment. He later sheltered under the ancient tree, where lightning struck all around him but never touched him. Hence, he is regarded as a man blessed by the deity, a legend of this land, which is one reason he holds such sway in both villages. Lin, if our deity protects you, you will surely be safe. Dare you to ask? With the tale of Old Smoky preceding them, the villagers of Kunlong were divided into 2 factions, half willing to take a gamble, the other half skeptical. What is there to fear? Lin, straightforward by nature, was spurred on by the provocation and was ready to thrust his leg into the bamboo basket. Don't be impulsive. Lin Xiaolou and Yuya gripped one of his arms, refusing to let him proceed. We must find another way. There is no other way. Either consult the deity or sacrifice a leg. Akun soted loudly. Shut your mouth. Lin Xiaolou, both angry and anxious, demanded, return my watch. Akuin turned his head defiantly. You offered it. Once given to me, it is mine, and I shall not return it. You shameless scoundrel. If you continue to insult me, I will become furious. I shall insult you. You are utterly devoid of virtue, a fraud, a great fraud. I am angry. I will cut off his leg. Lin, shaking off the 2, declared, one person will act, another will bear the consequences. I accept the blame for my misdeeds. With renewed determination, he prepared to extend his leg into the basket. Hold on. A sudden sharp voice called out. Lin stepped back. The voice drew everyone's attention, and they turned to see 2 figures approaching along the mountain path. Among them was an elderly man, clad in simple garments and worn shoes, grasping an old smoking pipe. Uncle Yin. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yuya was filled with a blend of surprise and joy. Lin Xiaolou, however, was rendered speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief. Who was this? The young man beside the old smoker bore an uncanny resemblance to Wan Jun. Who could explain this? Was he truly seeing Wan Jun here? Why, oh why? As Wan Jun drew nearer, coming face to face with Lin Xiaolou, their eyes locked in a silent exchange, rich with longing unspoken. After 3 long months, 100 days, traversing countless mountains and rivers, through winding paths and treacherous turns, he had finally located Lin Xiaolou. By fate's strange design, after so many twists and turns, he had reclaimed his lost heart. Lin Xiaolou stared blankly, as if he had encountered a ghost. But how could this be? How could Wan Jun have found him here? In this secluded mountain village? He had concealed himself in the depths of the ancient mountains. How could Wan Jun still locate him? Indeed, it felt as if he had truly seen a specter. Uncle Yin, what are you doing? Upon seeing the old smoker, Akun displayed evident displeasure. Along has breached the rules, and my father has granted him a chance to consult the deity. This matter is ours to resolve. Outsiders should not interfere. The old smoker chuckled lightly. Akun, I never said he couldn't ask. It's just that Along is unfit. Let's consider someone else. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain about who could replace him. Who shall we change him for? Me? Lin Xiaolou's eyes finally regained their mobility, and he exclaimed, Wan Jun, have you lost your mind? The villagers erupted in confusion. What do you mean, change him? By what right? They argued that only someone from the Kunlong village could take his place. Even if a substitute were to be found for Along, it must be someone from Kunlong, and Wan Jun, an outsider, would clearly not be accepted. Uncle Yin, this is our affair. Along has broken the rules. He must be the one to inquire. There can be no substitutions. Chuckling, the old smoker stepped forward and patted Akun's shoulder. This individual is extraordinary. If I say he is worthy, then he is indeed worthy. What makes him extraordinary? The old smoker surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating for all to hear. I declare him extraordinary because he, too, is a person favored by the divine. A wave of astonishment rippled through the villagers. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been met with scorn. Yet, these words came from the old smoker himself. Renowned for being blessed by the deities of 2 villages, he held significant influence. Not only did he lead the Panlong village, which bordered Kunlong and Fuhu and boasted greater size and strength, but he was also known for his open-mindedness and extensive connections. He actively promoted tourism and had relationships with both governmental and business entities. His contributions to the villagers' prosperity extended far beyond their localities, establishing a vast network. Hence, when he asserted that this man was also under divine protection, the villagers' perceptions of Wan Jun shifted dramatically. Even Akun hesitated to openly contradict him. Though he had initially intended to force a marriage, now, what could be gained from replacing someone else? Uncle Yin, this is our deity, the god of this land. He is a foreigner, and our god does not acknowledge him, yet he brings forth death. Akun cast a cool glance at Wan Jun and said, Handsome lad, I kindly remind you that our deity has a fierce temperament. Life is but a single thread. Should it be severed, there will be no time for tears. Wan Jun merely replied, To gamble is to accept the stakes. Gamble? Akun scoffed. I fear you may lose your life as payment. The old smoker spoke up, and Wan Jun voluntarily sought the deity's counsel. The villagers of Kunlongshai had no objections. To them, Wan Jun was a stranger, devoid of any bonds. However, Along was different. He was one of their own. If Along could survive, that would be splendid. Yet Along adamantly refused, insisting, It is my bad custom to inquire. Why should I exchange places? I refuse to let him die for me. With a wave of his hand, the old smoker ordered Along to be taken away. The villagers surged forward, clinging to Along's arms and legs, determined to keep the strong young man secure. Lin Xiaolou too protested. Wan Jun, are you out of your mind? Do you even know what lies within? Snakes, venomous snakes. Even if there is an antidote outside, you won't have time to flee. What are you doing here courting death? Why leave the safety of the city to come here to perish? Are you out of your wits? If you're ill, seek treatment. What are you even doing here? Lin Xiaolou's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down his face. He could not bear to see Along perish, nor could he endure the thought of Wan Jun meeting the same fate. The old smoker waved his hand again. and the handsome lad was also dragged away. Immediately, several young men seized Lin Xiaolou, preventing him from approaching the bamboo basket. For the villagers of Kunlong's High, Lin Xiaolou, who had spent 3 months among them, was also one of their own. Wan Jun might be a stranger, but Lin Xiaolou could not be allowed to suffer the same fate. Thus they restrained him. "Let me go! Let me go!" Lin Xiaolou struggled desperately, but the youths possessed great strength. Wan Jun gazed at Lin Xiaolou's flushed face, noticing the glimmer of tears in his eyes, and a warm current surged within him. A sweet, comforting sensation. To elicit tears for my sake, I would gladly give my life once more, he thought. Without hesitation, Wan Jun removed his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, and extended his right leg into the bamboo basket. "Wan Jun." Lin Xiaolou's voice broke, a metallic taste filling his throat. As Wan Jun's calf fully submerged into the basket, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Even the wind ceased, and everyone held their breath, fixated upon him. Lin Xiaolou's heart nearly stopped, darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision. The crowd could not see the deity within the basket, their attention solely on Wan Jun's face. His expression remained impassive, leading them to wonder. Had he been bitten? Moments latte, Wan Jun's bro furubas legally. A mere hint of concern. Had he been bitten? The suspense was excruciating. After a brief interval, Wan Jun exhaled softly and slowly withdrew his right leg from the basket. All eyes were on his leg, and thus everyone saw the 2 distinct fang marks on his calf, from which black blood oozed. "He has been bitten," someone shouted, sending tremors through the mountains. In that moment, Lin Xiaolou's vision darkened, and he began to fall backward, only to be caught by several young men who quickly steadied him. Wan Jun remained unfazed, donning his shoes and socks as if nothing had transpired. "According to your customs, this matter should be considered resolved. Fate determines life and death. If I survive, it is as if your deities have turned a blind eye. If I perish, then I accept the consequences of my wager, and thus all ends here. What say you?" Akoin gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a man! Tough as nails. Life or death depends on your fate. We shall take our leave." This incident, born of transgression, culminated in an outsider's daring gamble. Regardless of whether Wan Jun lived or died, in the hearts of the people of Kunlong Village, he remained an extraordinary foreigner. Having already taken a bite, Lin Xiaolou's lamentations were futile. Wiping his tears, he broke free from his restraints and was determined to drag Wan Jun to town for a serum injection. "No need," Wan Jun insisted resolutely, opting for only basic first aid before making his own way back to Kunlong Village. Naturally, he took up residence in Lin Xiaolou's stilted house, where the Along siblings treated him like royalty, insisting on his every whim. Lin Xiaolou was frantic, but Wan Jun firmly grasped him, saying, "No worries, you won't die. I need to see you properly. Is this the time for such feelings?" Lin Xiaolou exclaimed in disbelief. "You say you won't die? Do you understand what kind of snake that was? It was a silver-ringed snake, 1 bite, and it could claim your life. Wan Jun, I beg you, let us hurry to the hospital. There is still time. Will you? Are you so afraid of my demise? Xiaolou, you care for me, don't you? You harbor feelings for me, right? Is this when you choose to say such things? Are you truly going or not? Am I really begging you? Will you heed my plea?" With a smile, Wan Jun pulled him into an embrace. "Xiaolou, I have finally found you." His laughter was soon choked with emotion as he continued, "You have no idea how much I have missed you." Lin Xiaolou ceased his outbursts, enveloped in a torrent of fear and sorrow, emotions surging within him, compelling tears to cascade down his cheeks. "You scoundrel, Wan Jun, you are such a rogue." "Indeed, I am. I am the rogue. It is all my fault. Xiaolou, I am sorry. I missed you, which is why I came. Even if you loathe me, I adore you, and you shall not escape. No matter where you flee, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Lin Xiaolou ceased his reproaches, quietly nestling in Wan Jun's embrace, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. After a while, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "I do not need to run. You will not catch me, for you are destined for hell.